with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running up the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's in the way we left at. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessive nature, not a world mind. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Look, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas is. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits. I live in we pack, man, you never gon' like us. Get them on sight now, let them on like that way. They know I'm all righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island. I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
Try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Lions, tigers, bears are my king of the jungle, I stand for the pride. Beat on my chest, that's the rhythm inside. I got so much heart, I'm burning with fire. Can't stop, won't stop till I drop. Keep climbing for the top. Simmer down, you too loud, people around. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. No more sleep till I rest in peace. No excuse till I die. No to all negativity. This is how we were living free. Come to anyone who wants to celebrate from where they came to the outcome. Then from now, what a change. Pick at the pace, no way I can slow it down. Give me a minute of your time, I can guarantee.
So here's the skinny. We're gonna finish up this day, Playday 6 of the NAL, and then we only have a third of the entire stage left before going into the next iteration of the 6 major. But before we get to that, we have a pre-show and then 5 more games to get to for Playday 6 of Stage 1. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson, that's Jesse J. Chick, that is Connor C-Daps D'Apollonio, and you might be asking to yourself, why does the desk look a little bit different? Well, it's because we found Connor on the streets of Los Angeles and wanted to pull him in for a little bit because we felt sorry for him. But Connor, it is great to have you back on the desk with us.
Yeah, I came down here because I thought it'd be warmer, but it actually has been quite cold, which is
Why is it a little chilly for some reason?
It has been quite chilly
The
here,
wind
but
kind of bites in LA right now for some reason.
Boys, it's minus 16 at home right now. Just stop.
So you're happy to be here is more the point.
I'm very thrilled to be here in beautiful sunny Los Angeles, California, and I'm excited to have you, Jacob, on the right-hand side of me instead of the left because you're our host today.
Yeah, how's that feel? Does that throw you off? Because I'm usually standing over there. So is that weird to see the other side of my face every time? I have no idea because you're always in the middle.
Yeah, you know, it might take some getting used to. There might be a couple fumbles for the first 6 or 7 games, but I think we'll get over it.
Thankfully, we don't have that much to cover in one day, but what we do have to cover is everything that's happened so far because we do have some standings to check out because there were games played yesterday, and here is how the league standings shake out for the moment. Now, you might look at this and wonder, wait, OXG has a loss? Wait, Astralis and SSG are still tied? Wait, Soniqs got a win and XSET are somehow in 4th. We have a whole bunch of stuff that we need to unpack from how the games themselves unfolded yesterday, but gentlemen, initial impressions after having some time to sleep on what happened yesterday.
Well, what ended up happening is we took our extremely close North American League, Jacob, and we decided let's make it closer. Let's bring the top teams down a bit. Let's push those bottom teams up a bit. It's gotten even tighter as we head into our 6th day of competition, and that just goes to show that right now anybody can make it to the top, and we have a very competitive season.
yeah, with 3 more play days after this one concludes, there's not a whole lot of time for teams to necessarily shoot here and there, up and down. But it still is possible because, like you said, everything is so squished, everything's so condensed. One good week, that's 6 points. All of a sudden, you're Parabellum in 7th place, and you'd be, if let's say Oxygen and SSG choke, you'd be in 1st place. It's so incredibly close and tight.
What we're looking at now is something that might confuse some people. Obviously, this is updated as per CHGG standings, Wikipedia standings, but we need to demonstrate exactly how we got here because we still had 5 games that we played yesterday, and the first one on the docket was the one that back, like 6 to 9 months ago would have had completely different implications, but Beastcoast versus XSET actually turned into a more competitive affair, at the very least for one team yesterday.
Yeah, it felt like XSET had a really good showing the other day when they came up against their old rivals of Beastcoast. That was on Bank, and we had a couple of interesting bans go by, the Nook ban, the Zero ban. Ultimately, it definitely felt like the attacks from XSET were very, very strong. There were some nuts clutches to start this off. That play by Yaga, maybe my favorite play of the day, even though it came so early on. It felt like the squad was shooting on all fronts. They were really able to get into the building. I think Spirits had a huge impact, being able to get a lot of those opening picks for their squad. And when they got to attack, Beastcoast got a little bit better. They started winning a couple of rounds, but at that point, the deficit was just way too harsh, and the 7-3 unfolded.
Yeah, the biggest thing was when we got to interview Spirits, Zach, he was like, hey, I actually took over as the IGL on the attacking side. And guess what? Last 18 rounds, they've dropped one singular one. That is absolutely phenomenal. And sure, some of the maps they've played lean a little bit more towards the attacker side, a little bit of Chalet, a little bit of Bang, but it's still impressive. One singular attacking mistake, absolutely amazing. And like you said, the clutch factor on this game was amazing. And with Jacob, back to your point, you said, yeah, that's a little bit different of a game than what you would expect from last stage of Beastcoast versus XSET, because that was a game of massive mistakes. This one was minuscule.
We're suddenly at a point now where XSET have gotten the most wins they've ever gotten as an org through one stage of the NAL. And it happened at a record pace. Not to use the word blitz out of context to Siege, but that's kind of what it's felt like. And they're now sitting themselves with all of the results completed in a top 4 spot with the potential to go to the majors. Things we would not have said 3 to 6 months ago, and I'm actually kind of shocked we're in this timeline in the first place.
I mean, week 1, XSET lost for 7-3 to Spacestation, and then they lost 7-3 to TSM.
We kind of thought it was like, no, this is old XSET again. Like, is anything with this brand really ever going to change? But they did.
Super dominant wins, too, the last 3 play days. They've been looking really, really good, and I'm scared for their opponents today.
Well, on the flip side of things, well, not the flip side, because we actually have 4 more of these games to still have to get through. The second game of the day was the one a lot of people touted as probably being match of the day, DarkZero TSM. However, the implications were a lot different in this one, especially given the battleground that TSM chose to take us to.
Yeah, it was disappointing once again because not once, not twice, but 3 times have TSM chosen to go to theme park.
Did it work this time, Connor?
It did not.
When are they going to learn
Darn
their
it.
lesson?
Yeah, there's some sort of J. Cole lyric with the fool me one time, fool me 2 times. But at this point, it's for TSM just tearing their own hair out. It feels so weird because the ideas have changed. They've played the map slightly differently, but it's the awkward area of trying to find the balance of, hey, we're going to make some plays, we're going to be aggressive here, or we need to stay passive. And getting back into the conditioning of BO1s just seems to be so hard for them.
Yeah, it felt like we still had kind of the same problems from TSM, right? It's not that the ideas in these setups are bad, it's just that when they're going for plays, when they're going for flanks, they're not able to hit those shots, they're able to find the opportunities. Maybe the timing's a little bit off. Whatever it is, the plays that they're going for just don't seem to be working out. And for their opponents, DarkZero, an incredible performance, Hyper 15-7, record-breaking game for him. Pambazoo as well, I thought had a really impactful matchup in a couple of those rounds starting off on attack. It was a 4-2 split with DZ going up on the offense and then switching it. It went much more back and forth. You see those rounds 7 through 11 ping-ponging back and forth between the purple and the black and white, but hey, they ended up with a dub.
After this win, DarkZero now propelling themselves into a pretty good position, around 5th place or so, looking to crack back in to the top 4 to qualify for the next major. And TSM, for their own part, slipping all the way down to 8th place, only 4 points on the stage, just above the Soniqs and Mirage. Not a timeline that we saw coming from this TSM team, Connor.
Yeah, not at all, because TSM, you know, they lifted up a hammer just a while ago.
Yeah.
And right now they're actually behind the Parabellum team that they knocked out in SI closed quals. So that's kind of come full circle. And for TSM, you always have massive expectations. This is a huge org. This is a team that's had a lot of success, always in top 4, always in contention. They go to majors, they get out of groups, they go deep. But they just aren't quite there right now.
Well, it would be a massive shame if for some reason TSM, the defending world champions, were somehow not able to qualify for the next major right up. That's the fate we, I think collectively as NA fans, because we just saw this team win a hammer for us, we're looking to see if they can avoid that kind of fate. But they do have some very stiff competition up on the docket because, well, I mean, at the very bottom end of the card, they have some stiff competition because Soniqs and Mirage took it upon themselves to find out who was actually the better team of the worst teams in the league currently, and the two of them went head-to-head, and Mirage actually didn't really impress as much as everyone here thought.
No, Mirage really fumbled the ball there, and I think we kind of expected this at some point. Soniqs would turn things around, start being the mold selves again, and that's what we saw. Everybody in the Soniqs was kind of playing their old roles. We saw Grixer on attack, rocking some Nook, really having a great time there. Yeti was getting really active on these defenses. I'm sure he's going to pop up a ton in these highlights. There he is, over and over again. He had a huge impact going for a lot of these flanks, and then Grixer coming through with the attacks as well. I felt like this team was really popping off. Rexon, I believe, was the highest fragging player overall. We've talked time and time again about he has not been showing up for the Soniqs. They were getting active, they were getting loud, yelling across the stage, and that's what we wanted to see from them. Finally, the energy's back.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we wanted to see. We were like groveling, we were pleading. We wanted to see Yeti yelling. And when we talked to him, it was like, hey, was there something in the side of Mirage that you guys saw you could maybe take advantage of on the defensive side for their attacking half? Mirage has melted, has been struggling, and he's on their flank watch. And when Yeti was like, no, that's just how we want to play the game. And that was kind of the slump that we had alluded to with how Soniqs were playing. It wasn't the sort of ideal siege that they bring to the table. Very aggressive, very fast, but when you're not landing your shots, that doesn't work. However, they were landing shots and they looked pretty dang clean today.
Only 3 points for both teams so far through 5 games. Not to say that they are mathematically eliminated from major contention at this point, because there are still some teams who are kind of within the bottom half who are struggling a bit. However, we can all kind of conclude that their goal should not be try to qualify for the major. It's now find a way to survive, figure out what kinks you can iron out in your system, and then from there, see what improvements you can make for stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, with how close this current leaderboard is, like, you really want to be able to get up, even if you can just get to 8th or 7th, that's a few SI points that could matter a lot at the end of the year.
So what are we thinking about the next game? This one I figured would be a lot closer than it actually was, but instead it turned into more of a steamroll that I think either one of these teams really anticipated. Parabellum, Astralis. You might mistake both their logos at first glance, but Astralis came out with yet another W and put themselves right up there with Spacestation in 3rd place.
Yeah, not only another W, but another W on a new map. They are now flawless. They have one on Border, one on Theme Park, one on Skyscraper, and looked so incredibly clean while doing so. Sure, for the side of Parabellum, there were winnable rounds. There were plenty of them. You'd almost say that there were more winnable rounds for them than for the side of Astralis, but all the mistakes, they were on the Parabellum side. Astralis, just nice poised, solid, stoic victory.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about flawless. When they got to defense, that's exactly what the story was for Astralis. They won a perfect 4-0 rounds in a row to end out this game. 5 even, if you want to count that final attacking round too. So really, they were able to step up, have a big game. Shuttle surprised a lot of players. He's been one of the quieter names on Astralis this season, but he really stepped up, had a big moment. And yeah, Parabellum, unfortunately, not able to really get much going in this game on Theme Park.
They're really trying to become the shooting star that their logo embodies, because back in Stage 3, when they got signed to this organization, that was not the case. And now they're on track, very, very much on track at this point. I don't think anyone really expects them to not make the major given their current state of play, unless a DZ or a Beastcoast somehow catapult themselves above and knock them down to a lower standing. Maybe even TSM were to come back. I think Astralis should be very happy with their performance so far, but this kind of consistency needs to persist if they actually want to qualify for their first ever international LAN event. It is on the horizon. They could taste it.
Feels like a big moment for Astralis. They're right up there on the standings. We saw it earlier, tied with SSG right now for top 2. So that's crazy for them to be able to break on in, get to that top 4 position. Nobody expected that going into the stage.
Well, the actual match of the day, the one that everyone was really looking forward to, that, believe it or not, had a way interesting storyline because there was a massive tech pause in the middle of it, and then one team managed to storm a pretty massive comeback out of essentially nowhere. Oxygen against Spacestation, the team that had yet to lose a match coming into this Playday, against the team that everyone knew still had a chip on their shoulder after their SI performance, and somehow we no longer have an undefeated squad left in the NAL.
Game of the season, if you ask me, Connor. Sorry, but I just feel like the way that this game started off with SSG going for so many big plays on their defensive half, making things happen with some aggressive flanks, some aggressive swings. This play by faults, boom, 1, 2, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, 3. It was just fantastic. Although Auction started to bring it back, they couldn't do it in the end.
Yeah, and I was going to say that this is a game that you need to go back and watch the VOD for. It was absolutely phenomenal. So many different ideas just brought through. There were aggressive rushes, but more than anything, you could just see the experience of SSG, where they kind of read Oxygen like a book to a certain extent. Every single round, it felt like. I think it was 7-5 overall split in attacking, or pardon me, for opening engagements for the side of Oxygen. They had those man advantages going through the rounds. And it's not like they were traded immediately. It wasn't like going into 4v4s. They were hitting executes in 5v3s and 5v4s, but it didn't matter. SSG were just so much cleaner.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, SSG did a great job of like clawing back man disadvantages and really like making these bad situations into good ones. And I think that's a big reason why they were able to win that game.
All of these games, by the way, are ones that you can still go back and watch on the VODs for some reason if you want to see them in their full glory. A lot of them were, I think, way closer than they had any right to be. This one incorporated a comeback from OXG after Spacestation themselves were on match point for a considerable stretch, and we figured maybe that undefeated streak is going to continue for a while longer. It didn't. Came really close in the end. Spacestation now only 1 point below OXG in the standings, but again, like you mentioned, they are tied for Astralis for that second, third place bracket, which makes everything infinitely closer.
Yeah, right now the top of the NAL is incredibly tight, and sometimes down the line, those tiebreakers, they might end up coming into play. If we get teams that end up tied on points, who knows how that ends up shaken down. So getting these important wins over other top teams is going to be very important going forward.
Specifically with that SSG OXG game. Somehow in the middle of that tech pause, Skies actually gets up from his computer and just straight up leaves. So if you watch the VOD, you're going to see him leave mid-round because of a tech delay. However, he came back after that and was our MVP of the day. Decided, you know what, I'm actually going to untilt, channel this anger for something, and he was lights out. He is single-handedly helping to solidify gridlock play, it feels like, in the league.
Yeah, just overall his fluid, different style on Flank Watch ever since he moved from that hard support to Flank Watch has been so incredibly nice. Not only on the Lion, not only sometimes on the Nomad if it isn't banned out, but also the gridlock. The way that they're attacking is just so incredibly fun to watch, because on a single moment's notice, when you have your support core as well as your frags on the same page, it's just, hey, all of a sudden a Thermite charge gets Electroclawed, snap of fingers, everybody's pushing site in unison.
Yeah, and it felt like even on defense, like he wasn't afraid to get aggressive, make some plays happen. I thought a C4 play was really, really strong, able to do some good stalling as well when he's out on one of those more extended roams. He was really finding that impact on the defensive half, switched to attack, and of course, wrecked shop on offense as well. So really loved Sky's performance. Nice to see him popping off and giving a big game to Spacestation.
First time we see someone in Spacestation threads notch up an MVP honor. Obviously, Astralis still in the lead with 2 so far for the stage, but there is the potential potential now for Playday 6 for someone else to maybe get a second one on the board depending on their performances today. And speaking of said performances, we've got to figure out exactly what teams are facing what other teams and how they're all going to stack up in that major race, because we usually talk about like race to the bottom when we're talking stage 3, but now first major of the year, teams are clamoring in these best of ones to get into position as fast as possible. Right now it's still OXG, SSG, Astralis, and then XSET's also kind of in there too, but still schedule for today is going to be lights out.
Yeah, we've got some fantastic games coming up today. Looking at the schedule so far, Mirage versus XSET starting us off. That would be one that you kind of expect to be kind of bottom teams. Mirage certainly struggling, but XSET I think have been fantastic this stage. And then OXG Parabellum, perhaps another way for Auction to get back on the horse and secure another win today for sure.
Yeah, that's kind of the story of today. It feels like there's top teams playing against bottom teams. Maybe we'll expose some fraudulent top teams with easy schedules, or we're going to see those top teams really kind of regress of what kind of cancel out what we saw yesterday. We were saying everybody got crunched into the middle. Instead, everyone's going to get kind of pulled back out and take their leads.
Yeah, and what we know to be true in the NAL is that when a top team plays against a bottom team, the top team always wins. There's never an upset.
Yeah,
it's
never.
always a very expected result. So yeah, today shouldn't really have any surprises. And yeah, we'll definitely get all the favorites winning once again, Jacob.
So let's talk about two of these in particular. Obviously, the first one we do want to cover, Mirage, XSET. We're talking about the team that was attempting to get out of last place last year and couldn't against the current team who is last place in the league. Now, via tiebreaker, currently that is accurate because in spite of both Mirage and Soniqs having the same number of points, tiebreaker at the minute is round differential, but they're both tied on round differential, which means it actually comes down to their overall head-to-head record, which the Soniqs won yesterday. So, in the context of this first game, just from a headline point of view, initial observations, what stands out?
Well, I think this is going to be XSET kind of teaching Mirage the ropes. Here's what it's like to be a bottom team. Here's what it's like to go up against some of those other squads, and we'll see now if maybe XSET can, well, see what Mirage didn't do, right? Mirage were able to play through last year. They didn't manage to get relegated out like XSET did. If Mirage can turn this around now and bounce back out of last place, well, they'll do what XSET couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, and overall, for the side of the new XSET team, none of them really do know how to lose. A lot of these players have always had success. Kino and Yaga, strong players all the way through Oxygen, always top 4 results, went to NAL finals, did well at SI. For all their Challenger League upbringers, you know, you got DS Lucas and Gomez, as well as Spirits. They were always on the upper echelon of Challenger League. So I almost feel like it isn't fair to say like, oh yeah, XSET knows how to lose. They were a bottom team. These guys never were.
Fair enough.
They never were.
I think so far, these are very two different contrasting in terms of new teams. It's an XSET squad that built literally everything from scratch, from the ground up, said we need to go out of our way, find some new talent, and then bring in some guys from other Pro League squads. And then on the flip side, Mirage is trying to make do with, you know, some of the similar support staff they've had, 2 components from their roster from last year, and then 3 players, some of which are Challenger League upstarts. We're talking about Marmalade specifically and Melted. But now we're at a stage where there's very clear differences in how both of them operate. And one of them is about to go to a major if they keep this kind of attacking performance up, and the other one's slipping at the bottom, trying to make do with what they've got.
Yeah, and probably the scariest thing is the fact that we've already talked about how amazing and phenomenal those XSET attacks have been.
Yeah.
However, you have Razor on the side of Mirage, who's definitely their best player. He's been their best performer, struggling insanely hard on the defensive side. It's like an unstoppable, you know, it's an unstoppable force meeting against like paper. It's just gonna try to rip right through.
Don't want that to happen. Well, the second one will be one of the highlight real quick before we get out of here for the pre-show. An NA Finals rematch.
Oh yeah.
These two guys, last time they faced off, if memory serves, because there wasn't an NA versus NA matchup at SI that wasn't TSM DarkZero, is the Soniqs and DarkZero. Both of them, last time they played, was for the honor of being able to hoist that trophy back in December, and the Soniqs claim that, getting their first actual tournament or bracket win of any substance.
Yeah, Soniqs on a bit of a win streak there against DarkZero. They also beat him back in stage 3. So DZ maybe looking to get a little revenge against the Soniqs boys. Obviously, at SI, neither of them were able to prove themselves best in North America. TSM kind of stole that from them. So going back to the NA Finals, this is where these two last faced off. And this will be a good opportunity for DarkZero to maybe prove that that game was kind of a fluke.
Yeah, maybe they were saving strats.
Maybe
they were trying to be comfortable.
SI was 2 months later.
Exactly. Yeah. It's just right around the corner, and people were saying like, oh yeah, NAL Finals. It's not even for that much. It's for pride. But when you have a team like the Soniqs, they felt like they had a lot to prove. And same thing with DarkZero, because we were talking, the biggest storyline from that event was DarkZero, they're finally meshing, they're finally melding, they've had their roster moves, they've matured, and they started to look a lot better, and it was just the overall generic upswing, all was kind of coming to a boil, coming to its end. And now, after you had even more events under your belt, you come back into the NAL, and you're still going to be fighting against the exact same roster in the form of Soniqs. Has the growth really kind of finished? Can they come out on top?
To an extent, I think so, and I think both of their team's fans are hoping that that is the case, because the implications for this match are actually pretty significant. Based upon other results that can happen throughout the day, there is a chance that the Soniqs could very well actually mathematically be confirmed to miss the upcoming major, which they don't want. But for DarkZero's side of things, the middle of the pack right now in NA is so close that if for some reason they lose this game to the Soniqs, which a lot of people are kind of expecting that they won't, they will also have their spot in jeopardy if they want to crack into the top 4.
Yeah, it's difficult for DarkZero right now because they really feel very like middle of the pack. Like they don't seem to be having these big wins over tough teams, but they also aren't struggling when they play against some of the lower teams in the league. They started off with a 2-0 lead in the league when we had week 1. Then they lost both games in week 2. They've won their first game for week 3. That was over TSM. Some people would have called that an upset. And now against the Soniqs, you kind of think that pattern will continue of 2-2-2, where they managed to maybe win back-to-back here, but Soniqs are looking so much better, so it's definitely not going to be a free win for DarkZero, and we'll see what they can do.
Well, as one last reminder, we do want to let you know that periodically throughout the day, the VODs from yesterday will be uploaded to the Rainbow Six Esports VODs YouTube channel for your viewing pleasure or displeasure if for some reason your team wasn't able to claim victory yesterday. I'm looking at everybody who was hoping Parabellum could win over Astralis and all the TSM stands who were looking for something to go right for them. However, all of those games are getting uploaded as the day progresses, and we will keep on reminding you because those games, some of them were actual, I'm not saying the B word this time, I'm leaving it out of my vocabulary.
Bangers!
That's not what I was thinking, but that actually is a better word anyway. So, Rainbow Six Esports VODs YouTube channel is going to have all those throughout the day. Be sure to hit the socials as well. But when we come back, we're starting Playday number 6. Game up next, Mirage versus XSET. We'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, no, I'm sturdy like a Millie Rocket. Skin clear, still look young, Andy Miller knockers. Money in my pocket. Don't call me a money pocket. Engine get to rocket. It sound like a thunder rocket. Yeah, I still love my baby even when it's toxic. Crazy like she Britney, but no, she don't shade a knock. No, Russell Wilson way I get low and stay in the pocket. I get paid and do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, I can't do no time to leave that gun around. In my teens, we were acting up and running around. Now we're grown, still get to it if it's necessary. On the ground from January to January. Never met nobody who retired when they were young. So I guess I gotta get it to the cemetery. Getting paid just for rapping is fun. I let up around a month and February. Told him side, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777. 777. Yeah. Told him slide, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777. Yeah. 777. Couple of money in my head just to say they did it. Can't lie, I'm so paranoid and the windows tinted. I own everything around me, you can say it's rented. Not talking phone numbers when I'm talking 7 digits. Earn it by the day, every second minute. Used to pay me none, look, now they pay attention. Everybody say they drip, but I banded it. See them copy all the looks, but I stay switching. Pick up the loot, then hit the bank. Can never change, still wrote the change. Captain say the pay, this ain't the day. They made me wait, I'm breaking chains. Yeah. Tell me feeling bubbly out the rose. Took a minute, but I got it out the soul way. Friends turn to foes, haters tell them go away. Rappers making shiggy dance like a soul train. Told them slide, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777. 777. Yeah. Told them slide, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777. Yeah. 777.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making hits, dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Just too quick for it. Peeling off like the whip orange. Seen they effort, this piss poor. I got too much, I gotta tend.
And Beastcoast put another one up. An easy closeout for Astralis. Flawless. Round 4 goes their way.
DarkZero in full control.
Raps one hell, but Foxy so good. Foxy absolutely popping off right now.
This team is sitting pretty right now.
Great teamwork. Soniqs take the lead again. A big victory for the Spacestation. XSET, they play it out perfectly.
And the challenge now, quite simply, is just survive.
Congratulations to TSM.
This is the NAL.
One, two, three, four, five. I need to go to my other hand to count how many playdays of the NAL we're going to get through once today is done, because Playday 6 of Stage 1 of the NAL for this year is about to reach its thrilling conclusion in like 7 or 8 hours from right now, because the games we've got on deck for today matter so much in terms of overall major implications, and we have a couple special guests on the show that we want to run through as well. Caliber Jacob Anderson, Jesse J. Chick, Connor, CDAP Stapolonio, welcome back to the desk, good sir. I know we just talked a couple seconds ago, but from what we had from the old studio environment from before to now, what like you described to me, what's the change like?
Yeah, there's a lot less green. That's the biggest thing. You know, when I first saw it come in, I can make the jokes like, oh yeah, I was green within because all my studio gigs had a green screen. Now look at this beautiful backdrop behind us. But hey, at the end of the day, we got a nice, beautiful round table. We got some great games ahead of us.
Jesse, I liked the name Rotunda. I know Doa had some other options for what to call this. Did you have an idea for what we could like name the space at any point?
Name the space?
It's the command center. Like it looks like we're in a spaceship.
I liked the spaceship. I know we're kind of stepping on the toes of SSG there. I don't want to be biased, but like it still feels like a spaceship. We don't got any yellow around here, so.
I just keep thinking of it as like a council conference chamber of some kind.
The Space Council.
Space Council?
North American League Space Council.
Only a couple of slots on said Space Council, and only a couple of slots for teams to be able to go to the upcoming 6 major. I'm going to take a look at our schedule and our standings, because there are plenty of things that we have to get through first. Right now, top 4, OXG, SSG, Astralis, and XSET. DarkZero and Beastcoast feel like teams we don't talk about very often because they're not currently in that top 4 conversation. Could very well still have a bit of an upset potential, and there aren't that many points really separating the guys who were like from 7th to 5th. And what they could do in 4th place.
Yeah, very much potential for DarkZero, Beastcoast, even Parabellum, and I would say TSM to bounce back and jump into one of those more aggressive spots on the top of the standings so far. What we've had is the majority of the season going by, but there's lots of opportunities still to grab some points. Obviously, with a win, that's 3 in the bag, and you only need a couple of wins to be able to jump all the way from last, hell, even up to 1st place if you're looking at Soniqs and Mirage, assuming nobody else changes much.
Yeah, I mean, sure, maybe Soniqs and Mirage, they can catch fire. It did sound like you were writing off just a little bit.
Maybe.
But anything can happen any given Sunday or Tuesday or Wednesday, whatever we're playing on. But like you're saying here, a lot of the games today, they're kind of the top teams maybe beating up on the bottom teams, trying to separate themselves, give themselves some space, because as kind of all that matters is the top 4 spots.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we're about to reach what is the apex for this season, we have to remember how it started, because this is what we've had so far. Obviously, the games from yesterday, those scores might look a little bit shocking to people who are fans of OXG, or ones who were doubting Astralis, or people who thought the Soniqs didn't have an opportunity. But now, this so far is the progression for each team. I'm pretty sure if we had like a graph, we could be like just showing kind of how they've done, if they're going up or down, or just kind of staying stagnant. But for right now, this is how we've seen the NAL play out.
Yeah, and pretty much for Oxygen, that's a stock that you would really want to invest in. It's just straight up and up
Straight
and up.
up. Right now,
Lots of
it's kind of
profit.
flatting a little bit.
Yeah.
A slight dip, but it was against SSG. You know, those games, they're always close. It doesn't matter what iteration of those roster. You're going to see a 7-5. You're going to see an overtime game. And that one definitely did not disappoint. Hopefully for Oxygen, they have a lot easier of a matchup today to bounce back again. They got Parabellum, who have kind of struggled against some teams, but kind of in the archetypal, you know, description of teams, you know, the more structured ones like Oxygen, like the DarkZeros, that's where Parabellum has had their success, so it might be a trap game.
Yeah, I think that like looking at these scores from the last Playday as well, what you're seeing is like some low numbers, right? 7-2, 7-3s, but those games were deceptively close. Like especially look at like XSET Beastcoast. That game felt like it could have gone either way, at least for the first half. Kind of ran away with it in the second half, but it felt like there were still some really close competitions, regardless of what the score lines ended up being.
No, but still a consistent trend feels like if you see a 7-3 or a 7-4, it's very few and far between. You're seeing a 7-1, 7-2, 7-0, and then a couple of overtime games kind of scattered throughout here and there. Everything else feels like it's either a very long game or a very fast one. And right now, this is what the field looks like for the next 4 play days, today included. And now that we've gotten these games under our belts, it changes what this looks like mentally for us in terms of which matchups are actually more exciting.
Yeah, you take a look at some of these teams and the schedule they've got coming forward. I'm looking at DarkZero here. This week, and the next couple of games, I should say, they've got, you know, Soniqs, which should be kind of easy given how they played the season so far. Then you've got XSET, which certainly could be concerned about, but I think DarkZero should be on the ball for that matchup. But then their final couple of play days, Oxygen going right into Spacestation. That's a team that's really going to have to step it up towards the end of the stage because that's where the real big competitions come.
Yeah, and right now it's kind of the same boat for XSET, who for this week, you know, this Mirage game is very important because they need to build themselves a bit of a buffer as you go into playing DZ, Astralis, and Oxygen.
Yeah.
All back-to-back, potentially kind of fighting against DZ in like a weird overall of pushing the same thing. But the rest of the games are still really great today.
Let's blow that little section over there on the side up more so we can see exactly what we've got on the dock for today. What this looked like at first glance is a chance for the teams who are already in a top 4 spot to just get more points and advance ahead of the middle of the pack, or there could be some upsets. I don't think, even though XSET, OXG, and Spacestation might be favored in those 3 matches, that all 3 of those teams are going to win. One of them, in spite of our predictions, is probably going to get upset today.
Yeah, I'll give you the hot take maybe, Jacob. I'm really excited to see what Parabellum can do in that matchup against Oxygen. I think it'll be tough. I think it'll be very difficult, but Parabellum have been disappointing for the last couple of plays. Got 7-1 by XSET on their best map, and then yesterday they managed to fall to Astralis on Theme Park, which is a new map for them. I think they're going to be fired up. I think they're going to be going to maybe somewhere where they haven't gone in the past, and I think they could really pull a surprise out.
Yeah, I think that is a very big trap card game, like I was saying to earlier. Parabellum, they seem to be the structure killers, and all the interviews and talks that we've had with Oxygen players are saying that, hey, guess what? We are a really structured team, even with new pieces. Everybody has their role well. Seems to be the exact kind of game that Parabellum wants to come in and disrupt a lot of those expectations. But this first game, I'm still really excited for. I think Mirage and XSET being 2 new teams should match up quite nicely.
Well, let's figure out how this one's going to go. We start the day off blue versus red. XSET, the squad that is looking to maintain this pattern of attacking consistency, and a Mirage squadron that is still looking for a win that isn't against a TSM team on Theme Park, because we've noticed that's a very glaring weakness, but Mirage appear to have even more of them considering they are still below TSM on the standings for right now. So gentlemen, initial thoughts about how this one should shake out.
I mean, I think the clear picture for Mirage so far this stage has been their struggles, right? Obviously, that was kind of confirmed yesterday when they lost against the Soniqs. People were kind of wondering who might be the bottom team in the league. Right now, that very clearly appears to be Mirage. So despite the fact that these are both newer teams, XSET have just had so much more success, especially recently. They've been on a streak these last 3 play days. So I think it's going to be tough for MRG for sure to come back and take this W. But you never know, right? It's the NAL. We're going to a new map. It's a new play day. So anything could happen.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's Siege. And
it is Siege.
It's a BO1. Maybe all of a sudden Razor comes out and he's playing absolutely phenomenally. Marm and Spirits, they have a little bit of history. Marm has actually never lost to a team that Spirits has been on.
Okay.
So either that all gets changed today, or, you know, history repeats itself.
The thing I don't want from this is for Mirage, who we're going to focus on first, to just keep on relying on Razor on the attack to do something to propel them towards a win. He's still very highly rated from an attacking point of view in spite of that really hard loss yesterday, but it feels as though there are enough holes that you can punch into on this Mirage team to expose those weaknesses, ensure that you get some statistically easy victories, even though guys like Razor and Thomas feel like they're kind of at the top of their game. Everyone else maybe isn't quite there yet.
Yeah, Razor's really put this team on his back the last couple of play days. Even though Mirage came into this week in 9th place and now sit in 10th, Razor coming into this week was the second best attacker behind Vertical. He had a 1.5 rating on attack and the same attacking KD, 23 and 12. As Vertical, one of the best players, if not the best players in North America right now. He has put up the stats, he has done so much for Mirage, but they failed to really do anything with it. In that one game where Mirage managed to beat out TSM, he was the only player above a 1.0 rating for Mirage, which just goes to show how much he was pulling for that squad. Yesterday, it didn't feel like he was really able to have that same impact. The drones weren't there to guide him. It didn't feel like he was able to get a lot of those opening engagements, and because of it, we saw them struggle quite heavily against the Soniqs.
Yeah, and the way the Soniqs were struggling was getting early round aggression, but guess who is very comfortable and confident in the early round? This entire squad of XSET.
Oh, yeah.
Every single one of these players, they thrive in that first minute. They thrive taking engagements, taking space, occupying that space on a defensive roam. That's where they're that's what this entire roster is built to do, and Mirage are really gonna struggle.
Yeah, it feels like Mirage, like moving to their defense as well, have been having a lot of problems with like actually getting aggressive and making some plays happen. Oftentimes it seems like as the cameraman goes for his fist bumps, as he always does with the Mirage crew before a game day.
All right, all right.
It feels like sometimes people aren't that willing to make plays go for flanks. If anybody does, it's usually the dancing man himself, Tommy, who wants to go for something, maybe get a little aggressive.
What do you think he's listening to on the speaker right now?
I don't even
What's
know,
he got pulled up, J. Cole?
I think some Lizzo perhaps, bumping it, getting ready.
Cool.
But whatever it takes to get him ready, I want to see him getting a little bit more active because sometimes it feels like he is kind of left alone. Razor a little bit maybe too concentrated on the game to go for fist bumps or to acknowledge the cameraman. Listen, I want to see his team getting active.
You're going to finish that deathmatch, honestly, and I do feel like Razor, what you mentioned is actually pretty accurate. It feels like it's an Anthony MGS situation on Stage 2 Beastcoast from last year where he was the best player in spite of playing support roles and was fragging and going crazy. And even though Razor is playing roam, he's playing, primary entry in a lot of respects, it still feels like best player on a team that could be doing way more. So is he just trying to raise his stock going into next stage?
It's almost like he's playing like Razor from last season on XSET.
Crazy! Imagine what this guy could do if he had a team that was backing him a little bit more. Fist bump. Wait.
Oh no.
Marm, are you turning him down?
No, I think she got egoed again, which I am actually a fan of. Last time she got egoed, they beat TSM on theme park.
Okay.
She got her fist bump yesterday, and they got smoked.
We got to ask production if we can get like a lower third with the percentage going of like how many times Mirage fist bump and then what the win percentage is off of winning. Because I think every time she's done it, they've lost a game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the trend.
I think so.
I don't want to say that their chances came down to whether or not she literally gave a handshake to somebody, but that feels like they have a handshake with the devil because right now they haven't been able to get anything under their belts aside from that TSM win earlier in the stage. We've understood what TSM's weaknesses are so far. Is there something here that Mirage can really amplify? What's the one thing you'd love to see Mirage do better in this game?
I mean, again, it kind of comes back to being able to get a little more aggressive and then getting more players involved with some of these flanks, right? On their defenses, it does feel like sometimes they're kind of going at a setup, they're playing a position and they're falling off it. It's never really going for big aggressive swings. Sure, maybe you'll see Razor playing on the other side of the map, but he's not then, he's just falling back, right? He'll shoot a drone, he maybe even get a kill, but he falls back. He never then goes for a new swing and tries to make something happen.
Yeah, for me, on their attacking side, they do have a lot of really passive players. Tommy, he's IGLing, he's focused on a lot of things. Benji Mula, he's always been a little bit more of a passive entry as well as Melted and Marm. They aren't really your first in the building kind of people, which leaves it just up to Razor kind of barreling forward and there's the team trying to keep up. If kind of everybody gets on the same page and just, it's Tommy screaming, everybody, let's go in, let's stay strong. That's how they're going to have to play this XSET team on their defensive setups.
I definitely think that a team like Mirage just might be the deer in the headlights because this XSET train is not slowing down anytime soon, given how they've played their last 3 matchups. Let's take a look at this XSET roster. So far, 3 wins in a row, and like we mentioned on the pre-show, the most wins that XSET as an organization have ever had in a single North American League stage. stage. It was just 2. It was 1 standard win, 1 overtime win, now 3 regulation victories, 9 points on the board, currently sitting in 4th place. If you're XSET, you are probably ecstatic at this team's performance right now, but what are we looking at from a consistency point of view?
I mean, I think the consistency has been there recently. Obviously, they've won the last 3 maps in a row. I'm thinking if you're an XSET fan, you're hoping the losses this stage are just a week 1 getting used to a new roster situation, right? Because they are a new team, and going into week 1, they obviously didn't have the most amount of time ever to get ready and get practice. But it seems like with Spirits moving to an IGL, they've made those adaptations really, really quickly, and they really seem to be popping off now and having the games that they want to be having. You take a look at Kino and Yaga last week. They were almost back-to-back MVPs. Kino got it, Yaga very, very close. Coming into this week, Kino had a 2.69 rating and 100% cost in their last game. Yaga in his last game, 2.14, 100% cost. So very, very strong performances from these two in Playdays 3 and 4. That said, it is a team game, and they're really going to need to rely on some of these other players, some of the other Brazilians perhaps, Gomez and Diaz, and even Spirits coming into play.
Yeah, Spirits has had a couple of very good rounds. I like to make the joke of when he's on Finca, they have the Spirits go kill button, or just the Spirits win button overall that really facilitates all the aggressive playstyles for XSET. But when you think about how XSET's been playing as a team, they're peaking at the right time, and they're doing pretty well. Spirits, he actually gets a triple kill in this round overall.
I mean,
it's kind of going crazy, but then he also nades himself. So
the duality of Spirits, right? He'll make
is.
these amazing entry plays. He'll have a fantastic game overall, and then sometimes he nades himself. And I think you can really speak to how important Spirits is for this XSET squad by looking even at their blunders, because that one round that Spirits naded himself was the only round that XSET lost on attack. So when those small, things happen, right? When that's going down, sure, sometimes XSET might be struggling, but generally Spirits is on the ball. He's able to have such an impact for this squad, and you can see it in his stats as well. 7 and 9, 60 cost, maybe not the most egregious, crazy stats that you've ever seen, but 5 opening engagements is a lot, and that really speaks to the role he plays for this squad. Rocking with the LMGs, pushing forward on Finca. He knows how to do it better than almost anyone else, and that's why he's leading XSET to such a high position on the leaderboard.
I mean, Spirits historically has never been a really good bank player in the first place, so having a performance like that where you're just below 50% on your KD is a nice stat to hold, but XSET and their attacks overall are the thing that we keep talking about, if only because they're still on what is essentially a streak. If they can only lose 1 attacking round over 3 games, that's notable, and there still could be a chance that if they were to go 6-0 on attack again, 6-1, 6-2, then we can still point to that as being an incredible success percentage when it comes to their attacks, and we're hoping that for their sake it continues.
Well, we also can't really talk about their defenses because they're winning games 7-1, 7-2. I don't want to break down one round.
You're not wrong.
It's just been constant attacks for them because, they're starting on the attack. That's part of the ban philosophy that goes on for this team. They like to ban first or they like to ban second. They like their side choice. They know what they're going for. And when they had set their game plan, they've looked incredibly good. They've looked incredibly strong.
Yeah, so, I mean, this team, this is something actually I remember talking with Drew Spark about last year, excuse me, with this squad. Sometimes they did just choose to ban, maybe teams would always ban second or they'd ban first. They would always do the opposite of what other teams would do, and that's because they really valued the starting side that they would go on. So it's not surprising with Drew still on the team, that philosophy is carried forward.
So what are we looking at maps-wise? Do we want to see Mirage try a map that they've already selected here, or do XSET have something different up their sleeve? It feels like Bodega and his ban philosophy is pretty aggressive overall.
Yeah, he's been very aggressive. We see Mirage have success on Theme Park. Guess where we're not going? Theme Park, not going there. Fair enough. Well as for Mirage, that's sort of an introspective ban. They have not found success. They tried to play bank. They tried to get the ball rolling there. Could not get anything, as well as XSET has had some strength towards that. And now Border and Oregon going down. XSET, sure, that's where their only loss was against Oxygen, was on Oregon, but they still looked good against a top team.
Yeah, and as we continue to whittle down these maps, we'll see where we want to end up. One more to complete this first half of the ban phase. It will be Clubhouse, leading us with Villa, Cafe, and Chalet. The next band's going to be XSET, and I have to imagine they go for the Chalet to take it out here. I'd say both Villa and Chalet perhaps. No, sorry, they go for the Cafe. Fair enough, I misspoke. The Chalet and the Villa, I think both leaning their way. For Mirage, they played Villa once so far this stage, lost it 7-2 just recently.
It was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yesterday against the Soniqs. So they likely don't want to go there, but they also maybe don't want to go to Chalet because that's when we saw XSET just dominate Parabellum on. They choose to ban the map their opponents are good at rather than the map that they are bad at. I think that speaks to their confidence on Villa. Maybe they're thinking yesterday was just a fluke against the Soniqs. That gives me hope. Honestly, I'm glad they did this because that speaks to me that they really do feel that they are a decent team on this map and they could turn it around.
I mean, maybe a bit. I think the only question now is because Mirage had such a bad loss to a team that's at the very bottom of the scoreboard currently, the team that they are now tied with for who is the bottom team in the league. Is this just a case of lesser of two evils? Because Villa did not go well for them yesterday. You Chalet, pretty obviously because of the way that XSET played it against a very good Chalet team in Parabellum. Your options are already super limited, so it feels like XSET, to me, kind of put them into a corner a little bit. Do we agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I agree completely. I think that this ban phase was done incredibly aggressively. They took out the new maps that were kind of an unknown quantity for the side of Mirage, and they started going straight for the kind of foundation. You put them to Chalet and Villa. Chalet, phenomenal map for XSET. Villa, not a great map for Mirage, especially when yesterday, you're going to have your support staff on the side of XSET. They watched it. They definitely saw something in the Villa of Mirage that they could definitely exploit. It was the aggression that they struggled up against. And guess what XSET is? Aggressive.
They can be, yeah. And I do feel like as well, XSET, they're a team that really don't like to play those new maps. They haven't played any of them so far throughout this stage. So this shouldn't have been a huge surprise the way this map ban phase went for Mirage. So hopefully they've got a plan. Hopefully they are still confident on Villa and they can have a good game here.
All right, well, it's time for us to drop that part of the opinionated part of the desk and figure out what we're thinking opinions-wise for the entire finale of this bad boy. Stokes, Blue, you guys are on for the first game. I mentioned, or I heard Rosa talk about the two of you as seeing you couldn't star in a 50s buddy cop movie at some point down the road. What do you guys think of this first game?
Well, Stokes, I'll leave it to you first. Seems like we've got a pretty one-sided decision on this one, kind of already made, so I'll just let you lay it out for us.
Well, it kind of sounds like we're both going to have a pretty one-sided opinion then, my friend. And we got to rip the set over here on the desk, man. I'll just do it for John right now. Slap him up on the... whatever, the graphic. Yeah, it's XSET all the way. Mirage right now statistically the worst defensive team in the entire league, and XSET is, well, they're just dominant.
Yeah, and it's going to be the same for me. Even just down to basic things like the ability to find frags in most situations, Mirage is just not really there right now, and XSET has been on top of it to a huge degree. So I feel like that factor alone, on top of all the map factors that we've been talking about, is going to send this matchup over to XSET pretty handily.
I feel like in the past when we had this game, it felt like XSET, if we picked them over Mirage back in last year, we do it just because we wanted them to do something. We figured maybe there's a chance they can get it. The Mirage team back then wasn't really that impressive. Is there any real redeeming quality for Mirage in this game at all?
Looks at each other.
Razor can kill every once in a while on attack.
He gets stuff. He definitely does things for sure. Honestly, my redeeming factor's got to be Marmalade. I think that she's a fantastic support player. I think that there is a lot of different ideas. Maybe a couple too many cooks in the kitchen for Mirage. They just need to get something figured out. Keep it simple, stupid, and move on. That's really what it is at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, fair play. We'll have you save the rest of those points for when the cast itself actually goes on. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll come back to you in a second. Jesse.
Yeah.
My boy, what are we doing to beat the coin this week?
I think we got to go with our Christmas-colored casters, Jacob. I think that they were on the ball with everything that they said. I mean, right now, Exeter's on such a hot streak. Mirage, unfortunately, look like the weakest team in the league at the moment. XSET are the clear picks. I'm going to go for them and just pray that the coin maybe made a mistake.
There's not really a way that I can disagree with any of it, so throw me up there for XSET too. And we actually did get a little bit of clarification on exactly what the coin is meant to do. Connor.
Yes, I am
You are the coin's messenger boy.
I am the messenger. Doa is not here, so they flew me out, and they're like, hey, guess what? You're just going to be the coin if the coin could talk. And the coin, much to your dismay, is actually going with XSET, so you cannot beat it.
Much to my dismay. Oh, yes, indeed, because to be fair.
You are indeed scared of an inanimate object.
At this point, yes. However, I am still above 50%, which means that's kind of most of what I care about. So
he's on the cast today. Stokes has been the highest of the actual human beings on the predictions so far.
For the most part, yeah.
But he's dropped down. He was tied with the coin for first for so long, but now you have fallen. And it looks like he's not going to be able to come for the comeback this time. They've gone for the same pick.
Can we just cut to Sam with his face in his hands right now? I mean, he was for a second. It's not there anymore, but still.
I'm just not a happy man right now. And you know what it is? It was the Oxygen Space Station game yesterday that I didn't even get to watch. So, I'm excited to go back and see things. But, man, I got to figure out a way to beat this coin, guys. It's too dominant.
We need to find somewhere in Los Angeles that does smelting and just take that thing on an anvil, heat it up, and just destroy it.
When you were talking about throwing it into the volcano of Mordor yesterday, I was totally on board with you. You know, if you need somebody for that journey, Jacob, I'll raise my hand first.
It sounds good. Can you be my my Samwise and just carry me all the way there? That'd be.
Hey, my name's already Sam, so we got this going on.
Gee, I wonder if that's why the reference works. Anyway, we'll hear from you guys in just a quick second. Anything else that we want to mention about this game before we get it underway?
I think it's almost do or die for Mirage. If they don't manage to win this game, their fate for the major, I know it's not probably on their mind, but it will be out of their hands at that point, whether they are able to qualify or not. So definitely some stakes on the line there.
Yeah, I think this is actually an insanely important game for XSET that I don't necessarily want to gloss over, because the last side of their season is really, really rough. They started with a tough schedule. Now they had their kind of ease down in the middle, and this is the finish of that. And we've said that they're getting a lot of momentum. They're looking a lot better as a team. They need this momentum to go on that back half of the game, of the entire season. So this game, very, very important. I think they will walk away with it. I think they'll close out business and look good while doing it.
All right, well, can XSET keep this 3-game win streak going, or does Mirage still have the upset factor from their only win on the season and double what their current win count is? We'll find out after a very quick break. It'll be Blue and Stokes when we come back.
XSET absolutely destroy the Soniqs with a 7-0 victory.
The dub felt amazing. People believe I should have stayed on Parabellum. I proved them wrong.
You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Won't stop.
My expectations for the season were honestly just to come in and play hard. I didn't really put a goal on this season. I just wanted to come out here with my guys and just play hard and get after it, and that's what we're doing right now.
Our situation right now isn't looking the best. You know, we're still kind of working things out. You come out of the gate swinging, but you don't really end up swinging so well.
I mean, obviously when you're losing the way we are, where the games aren't even close, there's more than one issue. Honestly, it's hard to pinpoint what the issue is. I think, you know, after Invite, we took a little bit of time, came back, tried to scrim all the new maps, so then I think we stopped scrimming the old maps. On top of that, we're just making like a lot of mistakes and uncharacteristic plays that I think we hadn't been making over the past year or so.
Well, the first two games we realized, as like from the foundation up, like we thought we had a good understanding of like how we moved as a team, but like when we went back, watched the VODs, like, okay, this is not what you were supposed to do, this is what you're supposed to do type thing. And we went back, you know, went through it. A lot of it just clicked. Like our attacks were so clean. Our defenses were so sloppy, but our attacks were just really, really clean because we all understood like what responsibilities we had.
All it takes is the faith of a mustard seed.
The talent on this team is undeniable. I think they can, you know, shoot with anybody in the league, and I think we've shown that these past two games. So the biggest thing that, you know, I want to try to influence was like, you know, loosening up the game style and focus more on the micro instead of the macro strategy, and kind of give these guys more room to, you know, just play the game.
Get up off the ground, move your feet.
I mean, we know our worth. We know like what we're capable of, and we know like we can win and be like a top tier team. But as of right now, we're just improving every day. I think like by the end of the stage, we can be, or next stage, we can be like in the top four.
I guess overall as a team, I think just some minor cohesion issues, like little small talk, because that's just how you really win rounds and ultimately win games. It's just this back and forth chatter, and so we're having a little bit of issue with that.
Honestly, dying early, it made it easier because I could see like everyone was doing and like calling for everyone. I knew everything they were gonna do because they didn't change anything, and most of the strats that they were running is strats that I made back then on PB.
I call the opening, so I feel like me being, unleashed sort of like gives me a lot more freedom to like flex the different operators, create those openings for the team, so we win rounds.
When we beat the Soniqs, it just felt like another game, to be honest with you. Just a win's a win, because every day is business. It's not personal. It's just another game.
This is the first time this team has ever had a losing record. You kind of have to learn how to lose again. We can lose, that's okay, but we're getting like blasted. I think we've won 4 or 5 rounds in 3 games. That's just embarrassing. We know how good we are. It's not like the Monstars come and stole all of our talent. It's just a matter of playing how we should and not playing maybe what some of our haters would like us to play like.
I just want to thank the haters that doesn't believe in us, and of course I love the fans. We are here to prove people wrong, and we are here to win everything.
I can only control the now, winning it all. That's my ultimate goal.
I'm the kingpin. Showstopper. Top dog. Godfather. I'm the kingpin.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get ready for our first matchup of the day. We've got a good one in front of you as well here. We're going to be seeing our friends on XSET go up against the Mirage camp. Now, of course, Mirage has been struggling quite a bit over these past few weeks, and inside of their first few play days, going to be looking for a rebound today, but that's going to be tough for quite a few reasons. One being what we mentioned during our prediction segment, if you caught that earlier, in Mirage failing to find frag capability in so many departments right now, just looking across their entire roster.
Yeah, absolutely the case, my friend. Mirage kind of on the struggle bus when it comes to the frag department right now, especially on the defensive side. You and I were doing some heavy digging to see exactly what we would expect from both of these teams, especially with how dynamic XSET has been on the offense. And what we found was not exactly good. The highest survival percentage, just to throw one out there for you guys, is 14% on the defensive end for Mirage. And 2 of the players have that. The rest of them are below 10% on their defensive side. So they are just getting steamrolled when it comes to their defensive setups. And up against a team like XSET, who are astronomically amazing when it comes to their offensive side. I really don't know what they're going to do up against them, but we have Villa to find it out, and past that, we have XSET starting on defense this time around.
Yep, it's going to be interesting to see how well XSET's able to stretch their fragging prowess out here, considering how strong it's been in the previous matches and just how strong the statistics look overall inside of the stage so far in direct comparison to Mirage. But as we focus a little bit more on the bans here, no surprises to start us out, as Thatcher will be the first one to be knocked out, following with the trends we've been having for pretty much quite a few years now.
Yeah, ever since bans came in, Thatcher's been one of the mainstays for offensive bans. We'll see if it's going to follow suit into the second one. Are we going to stay routine? For the most part.
Like in the middle, though.
Yeah, exactly. About, that 25-50% ban rate range. So Floros will be removed. No Rotero drones for this. And XSET more than likely going to be pretty happy about that, as a lot of their defensive utility will more than likely stay up for an elongated period of time due to that ban. Mira's also going to be removed. That one making so much sense. We saw quite a bit of use from her yesterday. Not even on Villa, but still has a lot of traction when it comes to this map.
Yeah, the floor has been more than anything, I think, hopefully making things a bit easier for the players over on Mirage, just not having to watch all their doors and potential access points here for those Rotero drones to come in and take out hard points in their utility, such as like the top main stairs deployable shield or something else similar to that on another site on the map. We'll potentially get that top stairs set up, though, as we're going to be heading to that very site to start out here for XSET, and we'll see what type of lineup they'll bring to the table alongside what Mirage will at least initially show us here before they, keep in mind, folks, could potentially repick inside of the drone phase here, as we do have our attacker repick now enabled as of stage 1.
Okay, well, looking over Mirage's offensive side, Razor has been so very dominant when it comes to the offense for this team. Currently +11 out the moment, +3 on entry, but he has a 1.21 KPR with a 1.5 rating on this side. So it's a massive momentum shift from the offensive side to the defensive side, not only for him, but for this whole team. The rest of the team, though, for Mirage, you really can't say the same when it comes to their offense. The second highest rated player happens to be Tommy at a .98.
Definitely still pretty palatable rating for him to try and deploy towards here, so we'll have to see if he can keep up that strength along with the rest of the team. But as you guys can probably tell now, there's going to be quite a bit in terms of disruption, especially inside of the map room here that XSET's currently setting up with DS, putting down all 3 of the Goyo canisters here to block off, well, any one of the 3 major points that they would try to work their way in from, whether it's going to be the study door, of course, death door on the other side, and then if they try to swing around into the inside of the gun vault there, they'll have another canister to block off that access point. And then, of course, on the other side of the site, you still got Kino ready to hold down the line, too.
Yes, indeed. And with those elongated burns as well, it's going to take so long to clear these out if it's properly used by XSET. We'll see what Mirage can possibly muster in order to get past that. Still have some frag grenades to be able to use here. Have the stuns as well along for the ride for Mirage. So, well, thanks, Kino. We'll be playing around main stairs here. Be holding on to this position here for some time. Doesn't have the deployable shield inside of the space. He's just getting droned out at the current moment. Doesn't have to use too many smokes early, but it's better to burn them instead of keeping them in your pocket for a potential death that could possibly come.
Kino going to be continuing to hold this angle as the time continues to trickle down as well, and the rest of XSET mainly just holding those staircases with shotguns in check. So we'll continue to wait that out as our time continues to roll down. And for the rest of Mirage here, not a whole lot of action going in. Except for that, we'll see Spirits take a piece of damage or 2, but it'll be returned. However, Benji is the one that's actually able to strike with it. And Thomas also knocking out Yaga here. Things continuing to look good for Mirage as they pick up those opening 2 kills. They've lost a lot of health on both Thomas and Benji, though. So things are not secure just yet. It does look like they're going to be able to get Benji back up. Now they'll have to move forward from here.
Well, they have main stairs control, be able to get rid of all the utility pieces around this space, although they're not very important at the current moment. Razor's been discovered by the Banshee, but he's still going to be able to at least down Kino. This is going to make things quite difficult for XSET. Gomez now on very, very low HP, and Spirits will actually get taken out by Razor. This offense coming together for Mirage in the current moment. Gomez with a huge double kill, though. The M590 able to secure Razor, and now an opportunity for them to try and win this.
So that's going to potentially allow for XSET to come back into it, but now with the kill on to Gomez here, things are looking a little bit bleaker as Diaz is left alone inside of a 1v3. Plant now going down in the site as well. Nitro though attempted to deny it, not going to work though. Gets shot out well before the explosion button is pressed. Plant now down on the ground, and time is now ticking finally against Diaz's favor. And positionally, he'll finally run out of space to play this as well. Mirage succeed in their opening round here and pick up that first point.
Yeah, very, very well done. Cool, calm, and collected. Although things were definitely going awry when it came to Gomez's play through the single panel there. But past that, Mirage, very bang-up job on the offense so far. And XSET do not want to go back to AVG. They're going to respect the aggressiveness of Mirage early on here, and they're going to shift over to Trophy and Statuary.
Certainly a promising start for Mirage. Time to see how they can chain it together on this attacking side as well, where we oftentimes see our teams trending towards a bit more of a difficult point, but not necessarily going to be the case here as Mirage get themselves off to a good footing. And now we have to wait and see what the follow-up is going to be from them. Is XSET going to keep a pretty similar lineup of operators here, especially when it comes to their delay tactics? The Goyo Volcan canisters are going to stay in play on Yaga. And then, of course, we will see Kino continue to stick on the smokes, that they have that ability to block things out from both sides. Unfortunately, didn't really have the player count to properly do that as it came down to the end of it there. So was not able to properly utilize, especially those Goyo canisters. But maybe, once again, with a little bit more passive style play, we could potentially see XSET keep those players alive until much later in the round and properly use that utility to delay out the time here.
We're going to have some switches here for Mirage. Benji will grab the sledge. Ace will come in for Marm. And Razor, well, Razor's going to the Nook. So we'll see if he can potentially sneak into the basement here. XSET have extended themselves down towards tarps, end up reinforcing the panels here. And also there's some destruction up top for, I'm assuming, the Goyo gas canister is sitting upstairs through that verticality here for benches. So we'll see if they want to try and hold on to this for an elongated period of time, but it's hard to say at the current moment. It really just depends on what Mirage are going to do in these opening minutes.
Yeah, Mirage once again taking their time with that opening minute or two as well. I believe we were talking about it with some of our other casters about how Mirage kind of just sit around here for the first minute sometimes and try to come up with a good game plan before they take any action. That's actually pretty normal. But once again, going to see them falling into that pretty handily here once again. Our second round is They try to take control for themselves and only just now inching their way into the building as they start to take some semblance of control, mainly downstairs here. You can see that first Volcon canister getting blown up as well, more than likely by the members of Mirage, but XSET is going to delay out the next 20 seconds or so and prevent any swing around towards Astro.
Well, Benji's at least grabbed dining control. Still have Spirits and most of the XSET members inside of sight. Gomez will currently be at the top of red, and I know that we have Nook sneaking around here somewhere. I believe Razor's all the way across the map. Currently, he's actually downstairs in Red Hall. No damage back and forth on either of these teams just yet. Mirage starting to dwindle on their drone economy, but not too damning just yet. About halfway through here, and they've lost just about half of their drones. So for Razor now, he's been able to clear things through this side of the building. He's made it to the bottom of red, but what happens from this moment? Are XSET going to overcompensate and rotate into his angle, or potentially Mirage going to waste too much time trying to make this go off?
As we continue to broil down the timer here, Thomas nading out, going to be trying to take out some utility from above, and we'll knock out the camera in the process, but just a little over a minute left. Mirage are going to have to try and speed this up as that time continues down, and unfortunately, without making that ascent fully upstairs just yet, this is going to be a little rough, but this nade could potentially prime for some good damage. It goes forward, does knock out half the HP from Spirits as well, so some good results coming from that. But now, where is the push? When are they going to finally move in for the execute here? Haven't found that strength just yet, but they'll need to do so soon as Marm now tries to line up, tries to see if there's going to be a harsh cutoff against someone on XSET on the inside of Astro, but will not be able to find it. This time now gets even lower, and the members of XSET just continue to sit back and wait, but Spirits misses an opportunity to kill Marm as she sneaks through into the site with just a sliver HP, is going to try to get this plant down on the ground. Kills are going all over the place, but mainly in the favor of XSET. I say that, but Benji's just re-equalized it and Melted pushes it one step further. The members of XSET are holding on here. Kino sprays out and takes down Melted, maybe restoring some of this faith, and Kino, along with Diaz, are going to shut it down for XSET as they exchange out this round and put us at a 1-1 scoreline.
So very well done from XSET there. Just rest on the site setup and force Mirage into their execute, able to trade things out and make it a very difficult situation for Mirage to possibly try and get through. Just didn't have the cutoffs, especially for Astro, as XSET's able to work split and just work their way back into statuary. Very well done from them, but now they're going to continue on this site triangle. They don't want to go back to AVG. They're headed towards kitchen and dining to see if they can possibly defend this successfully. No pulse along for the ride here. That's something that we're used to seeing routinely on this setup, but quite a few traps when it comes down to it, plus Diaz as well with the Electro Claws, more than likely to lock up the single panel that he's doing right now by, well, shoving that inside of the little wardrobe.
See what exactly Diaz is able to work with that, and Kino will set up a little pocket corner for himself behind the chassis to play into also, but we'll see that all come to bear until much later in this round, of course. We'll see if there's going to be any major changes on Mirage's attacking side with repicks, but it's not looking like it at this point. They seem pretty satisfied with what they have, and that tends to be a pretty good lineup, so I would generally agree. But we are going to see one small change-up in Benji switching over from the Zofia, and now bringing a Jackal instead for a little bit stronger anti-roam presence to maybe catch some of these more sneaky maneuvers from the XSET side.
I think it's something they could have even utilized inside of the last round to try and discover some people and assist them in that execute. Just knowing where a couple of defensive members could be the make or break inside of a round. So here now for round 3, Mirage are out and about, and as we were just talking about, Jackal here with Benji. He's going to be starting things off on the west side of the building, trying out the south side here, and has the potential to bump into Spirits on main stairs.
Benji just taking out the camera real quick as he inserts himself towards the inside, and for Spirits and Yaga, they'll be very keen on waiting to potentially catch that player if Mirage try to execute forward. XSET keeping a decent spread of players elsewhere also, mainly with this one more extended player upstairs. Gomez is going to play into this position here behind the triple wall and continue to wait this out, as also will do a little bit of reconstruction for himself in the process too. Rest of Mirage going to slowly start poking and prodding over here towards Laundry, as that's what they will ultimately want to control, it looks like, for their execute point, but going to take some more time to do that, as they will need to clear out this position from Gomez before they can fully lock in on that.
Yeah, very important here for Mirage, as that's the entirety of Razor's game plan for Sledge. You need to get that verticality and begin sledging up that floor, and it makes a lot of these spots that XSET want to hold on to extremely difficult to play. Even the deployable shield setup that they have behind Tetris is possibly susceptible to vertical play. So now for XSET, they'll move back into China and be holding on to this for some time. DS with a beautiful shot as Tommy overextends himself. Diaz and the rest of XSET is going to simply hang out. Not really much to do right now. Mirage haven't made too much headway on the top area just yet. They're smashing up the master floor, but that's just about it. They're not able to actually get into statuary or anything of the sort just yet. And Razor, he holds onto the grenade too long and he downs himself. Very unfortunate now for Mirage. This is looking like the round has simply slipped through their grasp.
Yeah, Razor trying to go for pretty much an all-in play with that nade chuck, and it doesn't work out. Gomez now strikes for a second personal kill in the round with Benji getting knocked down. Still seeing members of Mirage trying to make this transition. Finally, Melted will lead into a good setup, but the problem is Spirits has also re-rotated back over here towards the statuary side of the map. One more exchange will be found by Marm, but Marm's now got to worry about the re-descent from that player upstairs, as well as everyone still in the site, of course. It's certainly winnable for Marm, don't get me wrong, but oh no, wait, a Nitro Cell apparently got that kill there. Didn't look like that from my screen, but
on the wall.
Oh, it was preset on the wall. Looked like for sure the skeleton key maybe finished things off, but not going, or rather the M590 finished things off, but not going to be the case, apparently.
Not. And, I mean, well, we're actually going to have a tack timeout by XSET, which is the team that's currently in the lead. This is not something that we're exactly used to seeing, so it looks like they want to have a quick discussion about what's something that they could potentially use inside of the game. It seems that Kino and Bodega are really getting into this conversation right now. Bodega with a lot to say.
Yeah,
so,
Bodega definitely noticed something.
Yeah, there's definitely something that's exploitable that he's seen. And honestly, it's got to be the slow play from Mirage here. And not only that, but their commitment to trying to clear the full map. Their overall game plan was very spread and sporadic. I mean, you have that player all the way down trying to deal with Spirits on the main stairs position. Then you have everybody else trying to deal with Master, but you don't have the counter angle set up for Astronomy. There's nobody really dealing with the back end that could potentially sneak in like top red or bench or, you know, Boar or any of those other spots that really you have to worry about when you're playing that top floor. It's just a very one-dimensional offense that Mirage are currently playing with, and it leads down to what exactly we saw. XSET are able to exploit that. They're all coming in from one side of the map. They know what's going on, and it's a very simplistic breakdown past that moment.
It's a very proactive pause overall coming in from XSET there. They basically do it for this rerun on AVG that's coming up right here, as far as I can tell. This is the only round they didn't win on the first run of 3 sites, so it's possible Bodega realized what the potential issues were, came back in, maybe had some clarification on the other 2 sites too, but just do it at the halfway point, because now he can get in what he has to say about the first run of sites just before they redo it.
I believe it's the DS onto Valkyrie switch up here. I think that's what it is. They're just having some extra cams to actually be able to know where Razor's coming from. Because if you remember the last round on this, that's when Razor snuck in bust door and was actually able to take out one of the players. I think it was Gomez sitting in behind the game's bars. So just made things super difficult for him past that point, even though Gomez still got 2 kills.
All right, well, let's see how the pause and the potential change-up in strategy is going to work for XSET. We can immediately see a lot more presence over here towards the master side of the map, too, with Gomez and Spirits maintaining those positions, catching on to how Mirage tried to execute on the previous round. And so far, they've got the good read on that, as we can see 3, if not 4 members of the Mirage roster going to start to work into that department of the map and try to clear it out. So Gomez and Spirits will certainly have the fight that they wanted by going to this position at the beginning of the round.
Yes, indeed. And not only that, but they're going to stave off Mirage's offense for quite some time. This is going to be a huge time sink for them, especially if they don't actually try and take this fight. If they sit here and try and see if XSET are just going to peek into something, this is going to be a huge time waste. So we'll have to see what Mirage can potentially do here. But this is on to Razor. You guys heard him in the video earlier. It's something that they need to try and get better at. Try and get in and get aggressive early, but they're just giving over the frags, John. This round is basically already done.
Not looking good, unfortunately, here for the members of Mirage as things continue to get worse and worse for them with only 2 players standing alive here. Razor with a good cutoff at least. Oh, and it's so unfortunate. He's not even able to get the full down there. Gomez only going into a down state. Oh, Spirits as well, baiting his dead teammate to get the trade. I'm down with it in this situation. It works out perfectly fine. And Melted now alone here in what is virtually a 1v5. Okay, never mind. I'll shut up. A 1v4 as he takes down Spirits, gets revenge for his more recently fallen teammate. But the big problem is, where does he go from here?
This is a perfect timeout moment for Mirage. I believe Melt is going to sit around here and hold angles, but that also gives us some time to discuss why that shouldn't necessarily be happening. For instance, Mirage, I mean, it's the beginning of the round. You have all of your drones. The fact that you don't know that these angles exist, and not only that, but you're also getting taken out by Spirits on practically the same angle, those are things that should not be happening. We have Mirage just sprinting in through Master like they own the place and that XSET aren't playing defense. It's just very poorly executed from them, and honestly, I expect better calls from Razor.
Well, we're going to have to see if they can potentially change things up, as clearly the adjustments from XSET and their pause are working very, very well in this situation, so they will be able to bring it back under their control and now really take control of this lead as well at a 3-1 scoreline currently with XSET in front of things. Looking to make it 4 in a moment as they now go back to the sites that they've already controlled earlier in this half, and ideally where they're going to feel a little bit more comfortable. That has to be shaking the boots of Mirage just a little bit too, as they know that they're going to have to improve in their own regard. Hopefully they use the pause just as much as XSET did to try and recenter themselves and make some better attempts here as they're about to re-attempt the attack on the upstairs hold.
Okay, so Arm back onto the ace here. No other change up for Mirage, but definitely had a lot to think about when it came to that last round. Hopefully not broken. It's all about bending. Do not break. We'll have to see what can possibly happen for them this time around. Are XSET going to be nearly as aggressive to these initial peaks? I would assume not, just given the site, but I mean, it is XSET. They could just be like, all right, well, these gunfights have been somewhat simplistic. Let's just take it to Mirage and end this round in quick fashion.
So let's see if that'll be the case. We do get a few more repicks. Mainly Osa coming in there for Razor would be the biggest change-up we saw. Other than that, it's just a few stylistic changes. Marge going to a different hard breacher, and Benji over to, of course, the sledge, because why not bring a sledge in this day and age, in this meta, more than anything?
Great gun, dude. The L85 has always been a fantastic weapon in Siege. It's always been like right in the middle of the pack of the ARs. It's just a very, very consistent weapon. So always nice to have, and obviously having somebody that is a soft destructor like Sledge is always fantastic, especially with, you know, the ability to bring like Castle on the defense or something like that. Just having him there with the frag grenades and everything is always a great choice.
The Osar could potentially help with this first minute or two as well, giving Razor or another member of the Mirage team a better capability to try and aggress, and more importantly, stop these own aggressive positions that XSET had been deploying towards. I think we saw at least an attempt at one of those windows to maybe go, or one of those shields, excuse me, to go down on the window, but didn't happen. Instead, we saw this Goyo can get blown up as they were stacked by the drone hole, and it actually did a really good amount of damage to Marm. So good thinking there from XSET, being creative with the way that the flames oftentimes bleed out and nearly knocking out a player through it.
Yeah, unfortunate for Marm is she'll be quite low on HP at the current moment in comparison to the rest of her teammates, and they're also bleeding out their drones as well at the current moment. Trying to get some extra info to see how they can possibly progress. Air job's out for Melted as Razor will apply an Osa shield into Master Closet. More than likely will apply the other one around the area in Master as well. Some more angles open up, but he's actually just going to reposition the shield that he already has. Then she has some frag grenades down low. That was utilized to clear up the triple wall here so that Marmalade can actually apply her Selma charges, and those will begin breaking up the wall for Split here so that they can hold their cross. You can see XSET are pushed all the way back towards bench. Spirits here as well in tandem with Gomez. Yaga down low to make sure that nobody can come up red stairs. And Kino, well, he's playing around Astronomy. They have all of the other facets of this site locked down. Mirage are only allowed to take Master.
Some of you guys may have noticed Diaz here trying to deny this wall with the claws, but both of them getting knocked out pretty much immediately after they were thrown on the wall, so just no luck there. Mirage have no problem getting that triple open for themselves.
Practically like impossible timing when it comes to a Selma charge versus an Electro Claw as well.
So Spirit's going to try to get a bit more aggressive here to make up for the breaches that have been opened. He thinks better about it, though, after some consideration backing away from it. Time is now starting to get a little bit dangerously low here for Mirage, but the good news is they seem to be well aware of that, and we can see them now moving towards their execute Marm. The pillars on this map were positioned a different way. That probably would have been a kill, but not under these circumstances. Marm will have to force the issue once again, though, and it'll be a little dangerous. You can see that top-down angle being opened up. It's going to be Spirits just dashing in with a double for himself, and of course, Diaz will have no problem hopping up from the other side. He takes out a third. Yogg downstairs manages the late rotate coming in from Tomas, and that just leaves Melted alone, and not for very long either. Spirits gets a third and final kill, and it's XSET domination yet again on this defensive half.
I'm just mad. I'm just gonna say I'm not happy with how this offense is going at all. Not only was that unbelievably stagnant, but you took all of that time to then not clear out any of the utility and then have Marm just run in and die. That's the worst thing when it comes to being a planner for a team, is when things like that happen. Marm makes the play, she rushes all the way through, she gets to the plant spot, she's setting it up, and then no one's watching the cross because we didn't clear the Goyo canister on concrete that we had 2 minutes to clear. Oh, that's how that broke down. And by the way, we did have frag grenades, so it's just that's not the way that round should go in the slightest, especially when XSET gave them so much room.
Mirage continuing to struggle on their attacking rounds, and XSET continuing to thrive on the other side of it here. We're going to be going into their final half, final round of the half now. And we'll see actually a pretty creative lineup of operators here. Mozzie's going to show up for a little bit as we'll see Yaga deploy towards that. Spirits as well will bring the Legion of all operators. Not one we tend to see super often, but from time to time it does peek its way in, especially when teams are feeling confident. It can be a comfort pick depending on the player here. The traps will certainly be useful though, especially in the hallway and some of the more sneakier avenues that Mirage may try and use to get access. XSET won't necessarily be able to keep watch on all of them, especially at the beginning of this round, because they'll be split up so heavily between the top floor and the horizontal extension into living room. So those traps will potentially help out to make up for the gaps in intel that would otherwise not be there.
Well, I'd say so far so good for XSET's defensive set. I mean, as the analyst desk was talking about, we haven't got to see too much from their defensive end, and it's looking very clean, extremely coordinated, especially like what we were talking with the last round, kind of the pseudo setup that they had going around, you know, red stairs in the kind of the mid round. That's the kind of things you're looking for a solid team. So very well done from them to be all on the same page. We'll see if it turns over into our last round here, a potential 5-1 lead for XSET waiting in the wings. Gomez and Spirits currently up towards main stairs and already trying to take it to Mirage.
Spirits really trying to directly challenge from the bottom of main stairs, and he won't be alone in doing so either. Yaga sits just inside of library, so a very dangerous cross deployed against Tomas, Melted, or anyone else that tries to move into this front lobby area to challenge it. And Diaz somehow picking up a double kill as it looks like XSET trying to brute force it to the inside of Bicycle here and lose it to a huge degree. Benji, Marm down and the case dropped as well. Tomas might be able to hop in and get it back, but even that's going to be a risk at this point.
This goes back to what we were talking about last round. They're just not working together. We have two people hop inside Bike. The rest of the team isn't even around the space to actually help them. So why are you hopping in Bike? It's pointless. You're just going to die to the person in sight. So now the case is down inside of Bike. Tommy has to try and fight anybody in sight or take control of sight to get the case back because of the terrible positioning. And now Spirits has a new angle, and he's got another kill. So this is how it's going to go, John. This is our life now.
So XSET continue to shut down these rounds as Mirage, well, they had a promising start literally on round number 1. They've seemingly flatlined since then, and XSET has run a gauntlet themselves, which is Melted and Razor remaining inside of this current situation. Virtually zero map control to play off of this as well. Not to even to mention, of course, the case still sitting on the ground inside of Bicycle. So Gomez is more than likely going to lock that down for this entire round. And yeah, there we go. Diaz with his third and final kill, and it's very much a flawless round from XSET.
That look from Yogg, that was exactly my feeling of that round. It's like, oh, guys, come on. Like, come on.
You guys okay over there?
Oh, yeah. But luckily enough for Mirage, they don't have to worry about their offenses anymore. We're now on to defense, but we still have to worry about those.
And you can only lose 2 rounds.
Yeah, in a team that their highest survival rating on the defensive end is 14%. So things are not looking too hot.
Gotta bump that up a little bit.
I'm trying, man. I mean, they need to be trying. I need some positive Mirage stonks. That's what I need. But I'm not getting them, man.
So they need to not lose 2, which means the survivability rating would need to go up to like 66%. So what's that? Like 52% improvement, I think, if I did the math right.
Yeah, basically. And just for
over a single game.
Just for sake of conversation, you got 2 14% survival ratings from Marm and Melted. Razor has a 10%, and Benji and Thomas both have 5%. The highest rating out of all of them on defense is Razor with a .74.
Well, yeah, those stats pretty much speak for themselves.
Yeah,
I don't think we need to elaborate more on that.
Would you like to talk about that?
Let's talk about this round, so it can maybe sound like we're not being so
salvage. We are now salvaging Mirage here, folks. We're gonna hope and pray. Everyone, just raise your arms up and send your energy to Las Vegas at this current moment. We are trying to spirit bomb XSET with Mirage's help.
We're going to be seeing a pretty standard defensive comp come out here. No huge surprises for the Mirage side of things as well. Marm just going over to the Cade, which lines pretty well. It's generally what we see her trend towards on maps where Cade is needed. So she'll be blocking off access to the walls. And then aside from that, it's your usual assortment of defensive operators that we see commonly picked here. Malusi to slow things down on the side assault. Benji to eat up the nades. Thomas to play for intel. And Melted for the true bit of delay here with those Toxic Babes.
I'm a little worried about the setup for Mirage right now, mostly because it's just extended towards the master area, and if XSET are quick enough, this could be pretty damning. But fortunately enough, Tommy especially has already rotated back towards site, as they're very aware that there's no one over inside of the master area. But Gomez could also sneak in the back here as well, a very similar play to what we saw from Razor inside of the first round.
Nearly a minute gone from it here, and XSET taking it nice and slow. Mirage also still with a pretty hefty amount of downstairs presence here between Thomas and Razor, both trying to maintain that front control for themselves. Spirits, oh, they do have hot drones going here too. Not hot pings just yet. You can see that sitting over top of one of the members of Mirage here. Tana still able to contest against this, though, despite that fact. Kino actually taking quite a bit of heat from it, but Yaga strikes true with the first kill, despite Kino being brought low here. Razor now going to have to contend against this pressure. He seems ready for it, though, nearly downing a second player, but the angle just a little bit too much in XSET's favor. Kino barely sneaks out the shot onto Razor and takes him down instead.
So very well done from Kino to support his teammate like that. Just hold the pixel. You'll never know when that player could possibly step up, and you got a free kill, just like Yaga downstairs. XSET so dynamic in their play right now. Marm getting active, but it's not enough up against Spirits. Gomez will wrap it up with a bow, and XSET are 1 round away from a 7-1 victory.
Yeah, I mean, XSET are just finding these picks left and right as well. I know we're judging it pretty heavily after only 1 round, but we may realistically not really get more to judge it off of. Mirage falling.
There we go.
Okay. Mirage, unfortunately.
Poor Razor.
Mirage really just falling to pieces inside of that last 30 seconds or so. We could even see it just with the last 2 players dying. You still had 1 player extended all the way up towards the top main stairs. The other one, your smoke, still on the site, but somehow they die within just a few seconds of each other, just to give you an idea of how sporadically placed that defense was in the final seconds and how much progress XSET had already made with just those kills in their pocket.
Also, while we are on this tactical timeout, I'd actually like to bring up XSET's tactical timeout from the earlier rounds. Yeah. Because if you remember, right after the tac timeout for XSET, that's when they had that crazy triple kill over inside of Master with a very aggressive peaks.
Yeah, like I said, it seemed like XSET really had a nice proactive timeout there to like where Bodega or someone else noticed something after the first play of AVG, and they just came in and immediately course corrected it, and it worked pretty much brilliantly because they won out the next 3 rounds from that point forward.
Yeah, I mean, definitely identified something there, and it was the fact of Mirage's inability to clear out positions like that that they were able to abuse. And honestly, shout out to Bodega for that. I mean, that's not something that we regularly see where the team's ahead, it's attack timeout. Usually when things are going well, Siege coaches tend to just let it go, let it ride out. They don't want to talk about things. But Bodega being very proactive in his timeout usage, I honestly really like it.
Very, very cool, and we'll have to keep close eyes on XSET to see if they pull off moves like that in the future, especially when we get closer to international land territory in just a few months' time. But for now, XSET are dominating here on the NA circuit, looking to rocket their rating. Currently in 4th, as you can see at the top center of your screen. Looking to push it even further into the top 3. They are in position right now to potentially push themselves towards the major, but will, of course, need to maintain that throughout these last few play days. But I have pretty good hopes that they'll be able to pull that off if their performance stays consistent. Let's see, though, if they can stay consistent in this game, as they still need that 1 more round to shut it down, and they're going to actually head downstairs instead of going for the 2nd floor hold upstairs.
Even though it practically looks like one, but most of these setups for Kitchen do. You really want to hold on to that top floor and try and prevent as much verticality as possible. So for XSET, it'll all be about trying to get into that top floor if they can get Diaz up there, or possibly not. We could see them just attempt to go direct here. They do have Yogg with some form of execute utility as well as clear, just depending on how they want to try and utilize the phone calls, but we'll have to see. Some drones already clearing out the basement space with Spirits here, already trying to make sure that you can capitalize on any info that Kino possibly finds.
Pretty quiet round so far, but that aligns pretty well with what we saw on the first of this half also. XSET continuing to take their time using their drone presence here. Only 2 have been knocked out so far, but they've got quite a few active on the field at this point. Looking to try and gather as much intel as possible about what Mirage may be looking to pull themselves in terms of any more aggressive extensions or tricky strategies before XSET tries to take the risk of clearing it themselves. They won't, of course, find anything defending the inside of libraries, so they'll move in to clear that out. And they're also going to quickly throw a Selma down to prevent the cutoff from the Astro stairs from being too successful.
Yeah, that is a huge big brain setup here from XSET. They are going to get Yaga over inside of library. He's probably going to stay here the whole time. They can just ask for his utility whenever they need to. And now whenever they apply the push to Mirage's top setup and they come back down Astro, that cutoff's already sitting there, and fighting up against the MK14 is not something that you want to do. 2 bullets and you basically die. It's just not a fun situation. So now for Mirage, although it might be unbeknownst to them, they are in hot water. You know, tucked inside of Laundry for the time being, frag out to clear out some of this utility. He's actually getting pushed here. Marmalade doing a lot of damage. Smoke out. Can he get the damage done to Kino? He's already slipped through the cracks, though. Not enough done, although she was so very close.
Marm continuing to wait out this opportunity, though, since they have the utility to do so. But Spirits once again striking true for the XSET roster. He picks up the opening kill. They're looking for the exchange onto Marm, but instead it's been melted and Marm to pick up the exchanges themselves with Kino and Yogg going down. This might finally be some good stuff coming in from Mirage, and it continues to look that way as Razor finds the next pick. Spirits along with Diaz, the only two left. Diaz seemed to have a player locked down, but no, can't finish him off. It's Tomas instead to get it done on top of Marm, finding one more. That's a solid defense being put up by Mirage. Now they just need to keep it consistent.
Very well done from them. Great identification of what was going on around the mid-floor as well. Yogg ended up losing that gunfight. I don't necessarily know if it came from the Astro stairwell, but either way, they were able to get rid of that anchor position as well as take out quite a few XSET members that were trying to just waltz into the site. I mean, they were pretty aggressive in the way that they were posturing themselves, especially around the laundry space. Really loved how Marmalade especially abused that. Dealt so much damage to Kino. Spirit's taking a lot of heat in his initial gunfight as well, although he won it. But past that, I mean, the adrenal surges, especially when he only has two, not only are they going to be on cooldown in between, but you're still not going to be able to get yourself back to full health. So it just put XSET in a pretty bad situation, and Mirage were able to capitalize on that for really the first time. It's one of the most successful defensive rounds that I've watched from them.
The good news for the XSET fans at home is that they've got 4 more opportunities to make up for that loss and still close this game down in regulation with the full points that would come with it. So Mirage still, you guys may have even noticed it too when we went to their cameras, like they're not really gonna breathe a huge sigh of relief after that one. I even saw Razor's like, all right, focusing right back up. We gotta dive right back into this next round here. And indeed they do. They're gonna bring a very similar lineup to the table. Razor will keep his own comfort pick there of going over and bringing an MX Storm into play for him. Aside from that, things remain pretty much the same for what we had been seeing at the beginning of the half as well, mainly which is the Valkyrie changing things up there for Tomas as he brings that in instead for the extra intel here, since there once again is going to be a pretty extended game to play into here, even though we changed to a different site. XSET wants to prioritize the usual entry points as they, of course, are now spawned out and have begun their clear. They'll be taking control of Kitchen to access that from down below and then work it from there, as they'll also more than likely look for master control after the fact. Kino is going to support from the other side too, mainly just droning right now. I may try to go in and clear out areas like the living room if it should be a necessity for this team. Razor actually sitting in a pretty aggressive position here too. Wants to deny this, and his opponent takes the challenge. Spirits seem ready for the fight, but Razor wins it anyway as Mirage strike true yet again here, and they're going to pick up the first kill of this round.
Very well done for Mirage. XSET, actually one of the only 2 teams in the entirety of the NAL currently that have a positive entry rating. It's them and SSG, but Mirage, they're starting to cut into that stat line and try and pull it away from them, all while simultaneously boosting their defensive stats. So a big pickup here from Razor. And not only that, but he's also taken down Spirits, one of the main keys to this puzzle for XSET.
Another minute gone here, and XSET seems to have been stunted after losing that initial pick. Spirits going down. The rest of the team doesn't want to take too many risks themselves, and Tomas also still going to potentially have a wrench to throw in the Spannerworks here as he sits downstairs in the basement, trying to rotate himself back up into a power position here where he could cut off the rest of this execute if XSET are not going to have the positioning or player count at this point, considering it's 4v5, to properly watch out for that. Razor has also fallen back from his more aggressive position. That makes perfect sense considering the circumstances, so he'll be hiding out behind the triple wall as XSET is unfortunately no much closer after another minute has transpired from getting themselves into the site, only using this second minute of the round to really gather intel, maybe get Gomez or another player into a better position.
Yeah, it seemed like they really want to try and slow things down and see if possibly Mirage would give them a pick just like that. Tommy steps up and he is gunned down by Gomez, and all of a sudden we have a ball game on our hands, boys and girls. 50 seconds remain here for XSET to try and secure things. Frag out to see if anybody's playing the verticality, but now a smoke comes down onto Gomez. He's grabbed Astro Stairs control, but obviously they'll be aware of this. Benji with some beautiful shots onto Yaga. He'll take him out inside of the master closet, and now XSET, they're back into a very similar circumstance. They have to try and fight from a downward position as Benji and the rest of Mirage, they are looking to bite back here. See if they can possibly take it to XSET. Kino with an initial kill, though. He'll tie things up, and this round is starting to look dire. Either way you slide it. Hey, it's going to be close for Razor, but he's not going to be able to win it out. Kino with a triple now. He's taking it to Mirage. It's all up to Marm, but she's already have a gunfight, and it's going to be up against Kino. He's found her in the back of Trophy, and they found the round to find success on Villa.
Kino saves the day in the final round of play, and XSET once again dominate, only allowing 1 round per half to go off for Mirage there as they falter 2-7 here today versus XSET. And XSET continues their domination in the NAL, a safe top 4 position, looking to excel it even further than that with another win being put on the counter for them today here versus Mirage.
Very uncoordinated Mirage today. Not
mainly
too
on the
much,
attack.
Yeah, mainly on the attack. The defenses were pretty okay, I would say.
But you didn't really get to see enough of it.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing there. I would say that their defense was definitely better than what we had seen in recent history. But as you said, it's very difficult to say when we're only able to see like 2 rounds. So either way, though, for XSET, a hell of a game, proving time and time again that this is not a team that you can take lightly.
I would almost say on that last round, like Mirage's confidence kind of got the best in there. We saw a couple of peaks that went maybe just a little bit too far out that gave XSET dual opportunities, mainly Kino there at the end, to potentially swing that round back. Because otherwise, Mirage, once more, was on track to have solid control there and pick up a pretty simplistic second round for themselves, but I think just maybe pushed the envelope a little bit too much there and gave the opportunity back to XSET when they obviously took that.
Yeah, Razor lost an insanely important gunfight up against Kino there. When he was kind of snuck in next to the reinforcement and they both swung each other, if he wins that, then they more than likely win the round. But past that, Kino, he's just too damaging, especially with that AK-12 in his hand. I mean, it's going to be super hard fought either way. So for XSET, a heck of a game once again, as they'll take it here on Villa.
And once again, XSET continuing to kind of prove everyone wrong that this is a team to be feared, and this is a team as well to potentially watch out. So ladies and gentlemen, things continue to look great for XSET. Things continue to look, unfortunately, not that great for Mirage. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board once again as well and look into how exactly they're going to potentially improve things for themselves.
Yeah, well, ladies and gents, that's going to do it for John and I for the initial part of the day. We're going to be back after a quick commercial break.
Operate from a higher place. Wait, some decisions don't try a race. I'm doing what I can to fuel the flame like a fireplace. To make a bunch of money, buy my mama a fireplace. We make incredible songs to celebrate and get mad lit. Once upon a time in Hollywood, I'm like Brad Pitt. My homies say I live a life, yeah, just a tad bit. Learning how to move in this rap shit. I told them that the bar raising, we keep moving it up. And no surprises here, they knew it was us. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. An off game don't mean I'm losing my touch. And no excuses, I ain't using a crutch. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move.
Look at XSET go, man. Look at XSET go. Not only did the entire desk plus the coin pick them for this game, they picked up the win in spite of everyone still having their support and their backing. And we've got Gomez live from Las Vegas to talk us through how this one went down. Brother, congratulations on the victory. Walk me through this. You are now 18 of 20 attacks straight through the last 4 games. What do you think is the key to the success that you guys have been having on the offensive side of the ball?
Just the work that we've been putting in. I think like the first 2 weeks, like we were kind of rough in attack, but then we just figured it all out.
Yeah, Gomez, I'm sure you're aware that Mirage, they played back-to-back Villa this week. They played it yesterday and now just played it against you guys. How much VOD review and work went into that last night, whether it was from your team or from your coaches, kind of dissecting what they were doing yesterday? And how much of that did you try to bring into your gameplay today?
We didn't really get the VODs until like like 20 minutes before our game, so we just went in like thinking about ourselves and wanted to play our game, and yeah, that was it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and then so what you were saying more so with that, you're focusing on yourselves. Naturally, you're going to have some adjustments mid-game, especially on your defensive side. With Mirage's executes being so sporadic and weird, what were those comms like? How was that sort of adjustments on your side?
I think like by the third round, I think we called a timeout, and he just realized that like we were winning every gunfight, so we just kept the aggression throughout the entire game, and yeah, it was quite easy.
We haven't been able to talk to you quite so yet on the desk, you and DS obviously being able to play with that aerial Arise as that duo for quite a long time in the CL scene. But talk to me now about the differences between what you were able to do in Tier 2 in Challenger League up to now. Like, you're obviously playing in a LAN environment, you see your teammates every day. Has that really, you think, helped kind of the cohesion in this team come together?
Yeah, for sure. The vibes on stage are just unreal. Like, everything just goes like perfectly, and yeah.
Shortest interview we've ever had in a long time.
great.
Good stuff, Gomez.
Short and
Congratulations again on the win for that game. The interview went about as fast as the overall game did, so we'll see you hopefully next week with another dub under their belt. We'll see you in a bit.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, so now we were curious about whether they'd be able to keep this kind of momentum going into the major, and for the love of God, it doesn't seem like what? I think the most rounds they lost in the past 4 games was what, 3?
Yep.
Yeah, they lost 3 rounds to to Beastcoast yesterday?
Yeah, that was it.
Come on.
Every other one, 7-1, 7-2, everything else. They are trying to set land speed records for how fast they can clear through this part of the NAL. No one has been having a faster stage than these guys had, and it's against a myriad of opponents. It's not just that they're playing bottom tier teams the whole time. They're blitzing through everybody.
Yeah, it's been a very dominant performance, and I think their schedule will get tougher those last couple of play days. I think their last game is Oxygen, so it'll be tough to be able to keep the momentum, but in this game, they still managed to pull home the dub, and pretty easily as well. Might have lost the first round, but it was almost clear sailing after that one. Spirit's the top fragger of your game, 11-6, nearly a 2.0 overall KD, 3-1 entry stat as well. That's what we highlighted about him before this game started, was how many of those stats or opening engagements Spirits was getting into, and that was huge coming in from Spirits.
Yeah, and for the side of Mirage, a lot of their attacks did look potentially a little bit better, but the execute timing was really, really sort of weak and whack for me. There were too many times that Marmalade really got sold. She got absolutely sold by her team. She was trying to plan, and there was no coverage. I don't know if it was a miscommunication through the team. Maybe Tommy's saying, hey, go plan, or maybe it's her own idea to go into the bomb site and try to get that case down.
Right.
But the coverage wasn't there, and it completely demolished any attacking success that they found.
Yeah, especially those statuary attacks were like really one-dimensional. Was not finding a lot of success with those. I think that's where a lot of those planting problems were coming through. In general, it just seems like the offensive side for Mirage has been a real struggle for their squad. I'm hoping they can figure some of this stuff out because the drones don't seem to be there. The coordination isn't really going forward. It seems like there's not enough initiation being taken to get some of those opening engagements and make space on that map before you go for the push. So it's been a real struggle for sure.
If this is more of a long-term plan for Mirage, let's just assume that it is. I wonder if you can hear the screaming of the ghost in the background, because I can hear it in my ear. But if we talk about Mirage and hoping that this is something that can persist after just this stage, right? Let's say they knew that this was going to be a struggle in stage 1. As a hypothetical, we don't know obviously if this is the plan. But in stage 2, they come into that stage knowing we're not a good bank team, we're not a good Villa team, we're just kind of ironing the kinks out or like answering these questions early. Do you figure that now, because they've played Villa twice and lost it twice, that they're not going to go to it again, and in the future they can figure out what they're actually good at?
I mean, it seems like that's the progression of them. You know, take 2 banks in a row against SSG and DZ, no success. All of a sudden, guess what? They're banning bank, and now we're going to see Villa back-to-back, Soniqs and XSET, same results. And trying to feel yourself out and sort of depends on what you're defining your goals as for a roster. Are you going to be built for stage 3, you know, going towards SI, not really caring about the majors, or if you're kind of just trying to survive in the NAL ecosystem, you know, avoid relegation, that's when you're kind of building for the future and trying to grow. We don't know if roster changes are on the horizon for this roster, or if they're going to try to stay as a 5 together. That's another thing that's up in the air.
Listen, I know Mirage have played Villa twice and they lost it both times, but if TSM are allowed to play the same map 3 times in a row and lose it, I think Mirage should be allowed to.
I don't even know if they're allowed to do it or if they're just doing it themselves.
If they do a fourth time, I don't know what I'm going to do.
We'll get to that when we get to the TSM game, obviously, but we do have a couple replays we want to run through first, starting with round number 4. We're looking at a lot of droning, and we're looking at mistakes mistakes that Mirage made compared to the things that XSET were able to capitalize on very well, and this is a pretty key example of that exact thing.
Yeah, the big thing I want to highlight here is over the roam near where Spirits and Gomez are at. Take a look at the drone count going down slowly for Mirage. 5 out on the field and then 4 in their pockets currently. They want to clear Gomez and Spirits out of that trophy statuary side. They're currently moving their players that direction, and they're going to start getting on these drones. And the thing that we're seeing constantly over and over again from Mirage is that they're using these drones and they're really bleeding them out early. We haven't seen them yet, but there's Tommy's getting through bathroom, Razor's drones coming in through the master side, and it's good to drone these players out, but you're seeing them getting shot very, very quickly, right? Whether they're getting off of those for a moment or whether Spirits and Yaga and Yaga are going to be able to find some of these picks and take down those drones before people get spotted. There we're down to 8 drones, 1 just got shot now, and the information is like okay. They probably have, I think at this point they have an idea that there's somebody over there, but already Spirits is jumping in getting a kill. They're at 5 drones right when Spirits goes for that frag, then Yaga is able to jump in for another one as well. Spirits is getting all those kills, and just like that, they're down by 3 players. And if they had had a little bit stronger droning, if they had kind of used those drones to figure out those positions and then immediately followed them up, that would have made such a huge difference in that off-game roam clear.
Yeah, for that, it felt like a series of kind of singular players going into gunfights as opposed to a team. It was like getting slapped as opposed to being punched. And it was just really rough for everything to go through on the side of Mirage because you drone out somebody, you know where they are. That's a very default extension. Everybody and their mother knows what a trophy side extension for an AVG defense is. You know, you just play certain positions, you have some walls open, you can challenge the windows. That's exactly what happened. It wasn't like it was a crazy defense. It wasn't some new version of the SSG roam designed to kind of stop intel, but it just happened anyways.
Second thing we want to look at is 2 rounds actually back-to-back comparing the entries for specifically XSET and then Mirage after. So the first one we're taking a look at is round 5. That's going to cut right into round 9. And the thing we're meant to highlight is the difference between the way that Kino entries and the way that Marmalade was entering?
Yeah, so take a look at this. This is going to be Marm first, and it's a 5v5. Nobody's dead yet. 39 seconds of the clock, so they do have some time to take some ground, but instead, Marm sees a player, goes for a shot. They decide just to rush on in, planting just between the statue and the bomb chassis, but Spirits goes on in. They hadn't gotten any frags, but Marm's first instinct is to go and make the play happen. Then we switch it around, and we see now a round where it's going to be Kino getting in, and watch how he does this differently.
Yeah, he's going to be gun up pretty much the entire time, and he's never going to try to really go for the plant because as we heard with Gomez talking about their philosophy on this game, they knew they were winning every gunfight, so why put your gun down to plant when you can just do wonders like that?
It's really the better strategy to be able to keep your gun up. Make sure you have that space before you go for that kit down. Unfortunately, Marm just didn't have anybody covering her in that situation, so you need to go for those frags by yourself, and Kino clearly doing that better today.
Well, 4 games now for XSET on their win streak, showing very clearly that if you were to ever underestimate XSET again, you're probably going to be on the end of one of the fastest games in the North American League. We're going to have to figure out like a percentage. I think right now, we don't have the actual standings graphic to pull up, but I wonder if they have the least amount of rounds lost so far, or if they're in contention for that because of how quick these games have been. Gentlemen, final thoughts before we cut away.
XSET, who's doubting them now? They look so good at the moment. Their streak is just getting better and better, and I can't wait to see how they do the next couple of games.
Yeah, for XSET, they are the real deal. I think that they're going to come in for the last half of this season and do pretty well. And for Mirage, I think it's back to the drawing board on a lot of things.
For sure.
Well, only 1 game down, 4 more to go for Playday number 6. When we come back, it'll be Parabellum against OXG. We'll see you in a sec. The North American League rolls on as it always does every Tuesday and Wednesday. Playday 6 started off very fast, and fast to a point where I couldn't tell what was faster, the interview or the actual game itself. And maybe there's a chance for that to happen again, though if you're the underdog in this matchup, you're certainly hoping you can put up more of a fight. Oxygen against Parabellum is up next on deck. Jacob, Jesse, Connor. We're taking you through game number 2. OXG just coming off a loss from yesterday, and so were Parabellum, but both of them were very different scenarios.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Oxygen played what we now know to be probably the best team in North America at this current time. It was a very close 7-5 game that they just didn't manage to pick up against Spacestation. For Parabellum, they played against Astralis, and it didn't go great.
No, it did not.
Good.
You can just leave it at that. That's fine.
That's
Yep.
pretty much what we
This is what we pay you the temp rate for.
Yes.
No more, no less.
No, that's all we need.
OXG in that game yesterday looked real good on the comeback, not in the early part of the game. It took until SSG was on match point for them to be able to muster something. And for Parabellum, it looked like it was competitive through the first half and then dropped off towards the second. So for both teams in their losses from yesterday, it is a very different story. But what do you think is the bright spot for the underdog in this case, which is Parabellum?
Well, I mean, I think Parabellum are a squad that they're still kind of feeling themselves out. They've got a lot of ability to kind of flex their roles about and make some interesting things happen on the attack. I think certainly they're a team that coming into things have been really strong at getting that opening engagement. Usually on their roam, they're really fast to be able to jump in, grab a frag, and then sometimes it gets traded out, sometimes they lose it, and that, that's going to happen sometimes. We saw it against XSET last week, but currently they sit with a 61% opening pick stat right now, CDAPs, and that is one of the highest in the league so far.
If you had to look at the Parabellum squad from when they were in CL to now, are you happy with where they're at?
Yes. Because they're in Vegas, they deserve it. That's what
No, that's good enough.
From a performance perspective, sure, there's still a lot of mistakes. It seems like they're a very young team. However, the caveat of that is who they're performing well against. They're performing well against the old guard. They're taking down the Soniqs, the DarkZeros, these really structured teams that have history. That's where they're finding success against. The teams that they're losing to, they're the young teams. They're the ones that are just as aggressive, just as athletic, just as aquatic in the movement as them. And when they're going up against an Oxygen team today, they were kind of like in the middle, I would say, even more so structured than the likes of an Astralis, who I guess would be the youngest old team, maybe?
I could see that, yeah.
To an extent, yeah, but what they're doing is facing an Oxygen team that is kind of a hybrid of the two in a way. A lot of veteran players, core that stuck together for a very long time. Dream has longevity, even if it wasn't with this team. And then you bring in Newers, who didn't even play in Challenger League in the slightest, and now he's facing a team that was just in CL with guys who were just there. Wimpy just came from his own campaign. Creators has the same amount of longevity that Dream has in the league. So how do these two teams kind of stack up, and what immediate advantage do you see for Oxygen?
Well, with Oxygen having that good history, but more than anything, just the kind of team cohesion. For Parabellum, you have 2 new players, and you have Creators and you have Wimpy coming in, as well as Wimpy kind of being on a temp contract. A little bit of deja vu with myself. But with the side of Oxygen, this is the way I see it. You have like 4 dads in Newers, and they're just trying to teach him the game because he's such a raw talent.
Yeah.
And it's been working very well. You have 4 players that have just been around the block and know a thing or two. And they're really kind of passing on their knowledge.
Yeah, something about Oxygen, you talk about them as a hybrid team between the old and new, but it really feels like every time they pick up a new couple of players, they go right into the action immediately. It doesn't seem to slow them down. It's something that Skies told me over the weekend when they were prepping for this game against Oxygen. It's like when OXG added new players into the lineup, because their core players are so strong, because their coaching staff is so strong, it's very fast to integrate them into the working machine that is OXG.
Already we've seen Yaga and Kino go on to do fantastic things with the new XSET team that we had no expectations for, and now we're seeing what Newers and Dream can do on this lineup. It feels like if you're going to make an underage call-up, it feels like OXG is kind of the place to go for fast results. We've seen Panbazoo go to DarkZero straight out of Challenger League with a little bit different, and then we've also seen Razor, and he's not really had the environment in which he can flourish and really be himself with a good squad, especially with that recent loss today. So what are we thinking about this transition right now for Newers?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, part of it is the support system they're coming into. Part of it is the players that OXG chooses to pick up. I mean, Newers said it himself in his interview. He's built different.
Yep.
He's just better. He's not the same as the other Challenger League losers. No. He's Newers, and he's coming through. He's being a massive entry boon for OXG, and I think he's just meshed so well into the system. The way that they've been able to move Fox even over from a support standpoint over to a more aggressive kind of soft breach role to accommodate Dream has been amazing for their squad so far, and it really does feel like there's so so mobile, they're so flexible in their core 3 players that no matter who they ended up adding, it's huge.
Yeah, and just the team of OXG being just so charismatic. It feels like they're just as charismatic outside of the game as they are in. You know, they're just flexible. They can fly anywhere. And even if they're laying prone inside an elevator, they're still going to pop off.
Let's take a look at a couple things to really help illustrate how this OXG team has been flexing around. We're going to take a look at Vertical, the guy who we're thinking might be having another MVP caliber performance in round 11 from their game from yesterday, and then we'll take a look at Laxing straight after. What are we looking at here, Jesse?
Well, Vertical came into this week as the highest rated player in the entire North American League, and he had a fantastic game against Spacestation as well. 92 cost, 4-1 opener is insane. I wanted to show you a quick little round that Vertical managed to pull off against SSG. This is one where SSG are going for something a little sneaky. They're trying to make a play, and Vertical is on the ball to catch it before it happens. They've been pressuring Mining this whole time, and then they're going to sneak, try to push 3-man into Reading. Vertical's the bottom player on your screen, outlined in blue. He turns around. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. They had to walk through the Banshee and break down the door with a sledgehammer, and Vertical heard that, turned on a dime to really clean up all 3 of those players and down the defuse kit. He got 1 more before that round ended as well. So these are the types of plays that Vertical can make that nobody else can in the NAL.
Talk about Laxing on the flip side of that then. What's the thing you wanted to highlight from his performance yesterday?
So Laxing is a player that's like kind of interesting because he would make a bunch of these like big impact plays, but sometimes SSG would be able to turn things around on them and we wouldn't see Auction close out the round anyways.
Yeah, and most of his plays were from a utility standpoint, not necessarily the hot guns. And right here is the perfect example, the prime, the apex.
Ooh, so close.
Of Kaid tricking multiple thermite charges. If you're kind of in SSG's shoes, you're going to think, hey, this round's over. We're trying to do a bakery direct take. And all of our our exothermic charges are gone. What are we going to do? We just have to funnel into doorways, but somehow SSG still made it work.
That's the thing, right? Like, sure, maybe Laxing can make these big plays, but after that clip happened, what we saw was SSG ran through the bakery door. They got all the way deep into coffee and into the freezer. They got a bunch of kills. They got the kit down. They won the round. So for Oxygen, it's not just about making these initial couple of engagements, these initial big plays from their individuals. It's also about following that up and making sure they lock down the round, because against a team like Spacestation and perhaps a team like Parabellum, not doing so can really come back to bite you.
I think that's especially prevalent because sometimes you learn more about a team from the way that they lose more than the way that they win. We hadn't seen OXG in this position up until yesterday, and a Space Station squad, I mean, that's probably like the best team to lose to, given the way that standings have played out. It's nice to see that even though there is a loss now on their card, not only can they take a second and kind of back up and realize we can do a little bit of a reset, but now we understand some of the things that we were still doing well in spite of taking that L.
Yeah, I think that OXG, you know, 1 L for the season, I think they can be okay with that.
You're cool with that.
As long as they win out, and it's very likely that they'll be fine. But another team that is perhaps a little more used to losing, Parabellum on the other side of the stage, they're going to be coming into this one perhaps a little bit shaken against the top team in the NAL.
No, it's accurate. What do you think?
Yeah, the biggest thing is that they've lost to other newer teams. You know, that Beastcoast, that loss in the very beginning, just week 1, that one has to sting. That one has to hurt. And then you go in and you're playing against Astralis. You know, there's a lot of history with these players all the way back to T3 with that Astralis versus Parabellum rivalry that when you pop through and you lose that game, it's gonna hurt. But with Parabellum, the teams that they've beaten, Soniqs, DarkZero, structured teams, now they're playing against Oxygen, who might be a little bit confident, however, are also gonna be really motivated to bounce back after facing their first loss.
Yeah, the thing about Parabellum, the last play day, I talked about how strong they are in their opening picks, right? It's been one of their best stats coming through the league. But yesterday, they lost every single opening engagement on offense. And following that up, they lost every single round when they were on their attacks. So when that's not clicking for them, when that's not being a factor, they do seem to drop the ball a little bit. And it felt like when they were attacking yesterday against Astralis, they always ended up in these really desperate kind of late round pushes that relied on hero plays to pop off, and never once did they have a complete looking push. The early game would always go so poorly that when it was time to go for that execute, they never had something cohesive and working. So I want to see that against Auction. I want to see maybe a more calm early game so they can attack the site with their full 5 players.
Not just early round, but also early in the match itself. Parabellum are usually a team notorious for slow starts. Against OXG, you don't want that to get detrimental too quickly, especially if Newers or Vertical or Laxing is doing something ridiculous to your squad. You want to use that as a learning moment, but then you have to find a way to rebound very fast. So far, I do trust a guy like Penguin to be able to kind of rein his team back in a little bit, so long as the mental's not down on themselves. Hopefully, right, you'd be able to like figure out after maybe 2 or 3 losses and like at the beginning of the game how to come back from it.
Yeah, especially with what the expectations are going into this stage. I mean, we saw on Twitter earlier today day that Blaz, his visa finally came in.
Yo!
He might be coming sooner than we thought. Definitely not in this stage.
Not this stage.
Not this stage, but trying to
Wimpy,
look
for right
forward.
now, your job is safe.
Yes, for right now, he has just a couple of play days still remaining. But what you were talking about with the kind of wrangling through and making sure that certain aggressive plays do get mitigated, I think the map choice is going to be very, very important in this matchup in particular. I think, Jesse, you would probably agree.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the maps are always important, but for Parabellum especially, like, this could be a big factor.
Well, look at this lineup right now. I feel like over this stage, we've talked about Creator's a decent amount and how he's fitting in, Wimpy as the highlight and the new guy, Penguin is the smart guy, Kool-Aid is the craziest Kaid player I think we've ever seen. But we don't really talk about Eska very much, but what's there to highlight about him?
Well, see, the thing about Parabellum, right, is you go back to that last game they played yesterday against Astralis, and it felt like, although they got a 3-3 defensive split, a lot of their rounds that they were winning on defense were actually coming from pretty big individual plays, and it felt like Eska was one of those guys that was able to get them when he was popping off, maybe in an offsite position, the way he's able to flip from one player to another. Even if his aim isn't always 100% on point, his positioning's really good, he knows where the attackers are coming from, and that can be the difference maker that gets Parabellum rounds in these tougher situations, in these tougher games. Now, I don't think that's good to rely on. I don't think you can always have individual pop-off players carrying your defense. I think there needs to be more structure there, but it's nice to have somebody like Eska who you know can get those frags and you know can make those big moments.
All right, Connor, talk to me about maps a little bit, because now we figure out what battleground we're heading into. We know what their permabans are. We know what maps they're typically really good at. We did see them lose Chalet earlier, so do you think that's going to shake their confidence going to a map that they already are usually pretty comfortable with?
You know, I think that Parabellum would still feel very confident going towards the Chalet, especially in this matchup where Oxygen, they've been kind of hit or miss on it. Sometimes they've been banning it for long periods of time. Sometimes it seems like if there's a specific style of team that they like, they'll bring them to that Chalet. But honestly, I don't think that this is going to be kind of in the matchup. But talking about maps more so from the structured side, I think going towards a theme park or something like that, where Oxygen have shown that they're really strong, that should be a no-go.
Yeah,
I would not like that, especially with how Parabellum tried to play theme park yesterday. It was a very full court press-esque style, especially on the defensive front, where it was kind of all or nothing. If you let Oxygen into the let Astralis into the building, they were going to lose those rounds entirely, and Oxygen are pretty good at getting in the building.
I was going to say, against a team like OXG, is the smart play just to take out the maps that they've already won on, or the ones that they've had like a really big deficit against their opponents, or do you still try to take yourself to a map that you know you're good at and hope that OXG can't follow up?
I think that they should try to go to probably a very layered, kind of intricate and structured
like an onion map.
Maybe. So like a...
I mean,
I feel like
you could classify it that way.
I feel like a Cafe or Oregon.
Sure. I mean, here's the thing, right? For both Auction and Parabellum, I mean, you know OXG have a very strong map pool. I think Parabellum are going to want to try to push this onto something that they're more comfortable on rather than targeting OXG too hard. We'll see the first couple of bans come through. Oxygen, a Villa, and a Bank. These are two maps that they've got pretty solid losing streaks on, so these are kind of expected to come through. 5-map losing streak on Villa, 3-map losing streak on Bank, looking through SI in last year. So that makes sense to take those out of the pool. On the other side of Parabellum, I don't know. I mean, they're branding out Skyscraper. They've yet to play that. Neither of these teams have actually ever taken their opponents to that map. So that's a bit of a new one for sure. Oregon out of the pool as well. That's one that we've seen a couple of times. Lost Parabellum. They lost 3 times from the SI qualifier. So definitely struggling a bit there in the past. Border is one that we saw PB play on the very first week against Beastcoast, and they almost won it. It was a 7-5. Theme Park, the final map in this first phase to come out from Parabellum. Yeah, it doesn't make, not too shocking. You said this already, CDAPS, that you wanted to see this gone.
Yeah, I did not think it would have been a good idea. Just like for Oxygen, taking Parabellum to Chalet, also not a good idea, but it's really left the ball in Parabellum's court on if they want to go to a more intricate map like Cafe, or if they want to go to a simple bare bones map like Clubhouse, and what philosophy they're going to kind of bring to the table. And for now, we see Oxygen going to a map that they just lost yesterday, and were comfortable enough to kind of leave that up and put the ball into Parabellum's court. Does indicate to me that they are still going to feel good about Cafe, but Parabellum does have a shot in this.
I was a little curious seeing Parabellum allow Clubhouse to get all the way down to the final 2 just for like a split second, and it made me wonder if the way they've had to ban maps kind of against OXG meant that they couldn't focus on the maps that they themselves wanted to take out. It's about handicapping to a certain extent what you're able to do against this Oxygen team. So it's an interesting selection. I like the Cafe pick. Again, we only saw it for the first time yesterday on its live debut today, which is going to make things very interesting. And I love the dynamic between both rosters. You would think if somebody had an upset potential through the first 3 games, like we said, probably not going to be Mirage, but what do we think Parabellum with this map can do it?
Yeah, it'll be a tough one for Parabellum. Obviously, they've made a lot of roster changes, but the last time they played this was all the way back at the SI qualifier, I do believe, for the Cafe. Yeah, they played against One Shot. They won 7-5. So, I mean, not too bad overall, but still, that's going to be something where it's been a long time since we've seen this team play it, especially with this current lineup. They've actually never touched it. So, certainly a question mark.
All right, well, let's see if that opinion is also shared by the guys on the other side of the desk. You wanted him back, and you're getting him back. Jonah Zwillinger, and right next to him, making his live debut from Challenger League, Carter Lynx Hannafeld. My dude, it's so good to see you behind that desk, seriously.
You know, I'm inclined to agree with you. I am also very excited to be here. However, I come under sad situations, Connor, Jesse, Jacob. I'm coming from Challenger League. I want to root for PB, Jonah.
Yep.
I don't know if I can do that today. I really don't. I'm not sure if I can.
You think OXG the better team?
I think even though they lost it yesterday 7-5, oh no, 7-5 loss to SSG. I've seen worse things in the world. As we've also mentioned, PB have been struggling by their standards for the NAL so far. Sure, they're a new team coming up. Sure, you know, it's understandable to have a rough start, but I'm not convinced by PB. So I'm going to break with something I typically do. I'm a PB believer, just not right now.
It is tough to vote with PB when you have OXG, who have been looking incredible.
Oh, so
Obviously
good.
the loss yesterday, but they've been looking incredible for the last few play days. I will echo that sentiment, and I've got to go with OXG. Even on a map they've lost, they still put up a hell of a fight, and they look pretty good in some moments. Some flashy plays from players who actually we don't see heating up all the time. Foxe was going nuts. I got to go OXG.
Honestly, I think I'm of a similar mind. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll get back to you in just a second. I'm kind of swinging that way too, mostly because, like Lynx mentioned, there are worse things than a 7-5 loss to a team that is expected to go back to the major already. Parabellum, I don't really know if they can exploit those weaknesses that we've seen OXG have. And again, the only team that brought those weaknesses out of OXG was Spacestation, so I'll still go with OXG here.
Yeah, I mean, I like PB, you like PB, our other analysts like PB, but listen, it's Oxygen. Oxygen. Yeah, of course we're going OXG.
Yeah, of course.
You wanted to bring up the vote?
Yeah, you know, I'm here for the coin. I am the coin. And the coin has also said Oxygen. It doesn't have a brain. It doesn't think. However, it has the same result as you guys. So
we can't escape this thing,
Oh,
man.
no.
Oh, it's the same. It just follows us everywhere. We'll deal with it. We'll find a way to make it work. However, for the moment, anything else that we want to touch on before we throw it out of this game?
I don't know. I think that Oxygen are looking to have a dominant win, but PB are a scary squad with a lot to prove.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly, because what the mistakes were on the side of Oxygen were really small, and what won the game for SSG was veteran leadership identifying small mistakes. If Peng was able to identify the same small mistakes, this is kind of where the boys become men. If he's actually that high caliber of an IGL, might be able to win this game, but it's going to be an incredibly uphill battle.
Well, let's see if OXG can open up their lead at the top of the scoreboard of the standings a little bit more, or if Parabellum have something deep within them. We're getting this one underway. OXG, PB, Jays, Wills, Lynx, have fun, boys.
Thanks, Jacob. This one should be a fun one. It is PB, the challengers in this match, it feels like, Carter, against OXG, a team who was delivered their first loss yesterday, and the question remains, are OXG going to be rattled from that loss, or are they going to get that motivation and power up?
I don't know. OXG does not seem like a team that rattles all that much, especially when their record is 4-1. They just took their loss yesterday to SSG. This is not going to be a team that's going to rattle, especially going against PB, who, statistically speaking, looking at the results they've had, are the weaker team going into this. I like Jesse's point, though. They are a team that's hungry. They've got something to prove, and that's where Parabellum has always thrived. I mean, you look at Stage 3 of CL, down 0-3 at the start. They come back, not just finish in the top 4. They make playoffs. They then go on to win relegations, make the NAL. This is a team that thrives when they're on the back foot, and they're not being predicted to succeed. So this is a dangerous spot, but OXG are just too tough to root against.
Well, as you've all probably heard by this point, we've talked a lot about the OXG-SSG game from yesterday, and, well, what Jesse said may have been the matchup and the match of the stage. The VOD is up and available for you to watch if you want to take a look at that. Either tune into that right now or wait for the Playday to be over. Do it during a break. The point is, you got to check out this game on our VOD channel, Rainbow Six Esports on YouTube.
And might I add, we did lend our voices to it, so that's another reason, you know. If you're a fan of both of us, I personally think I'm pretty great. You're okay, I guess.
Thank you.
So if you want to go that, yeah, it is on the Rainbow Six Esports VODs channel. But of course, you got to watch this one first. You got to see how this shakes out on Cafe, how OXG, how Parabellum face up, and then go back and see what changed in OXG's performance from yesterday. That is, of course, if they end up changing the result, or if PB got something in store.
Well, we can dive into the game we have in front of us, also on Cafe. Much like that game yesterday, the second Cafe, we are seeing total, this stage, both times, Oxygen going for that performance. We did see some interesting things in terms of that site selection. We saw Oxygen on that defensive side bring out mining. We saw SSG do the same. Both teams avoiding that top floor completely. Wondering if that theme stays constant today.
Well, of course, with the ban phase coming out right now, a little bit of a change, but that's only because OXG banned Thatcher. Parabellum tend to favor the Thatcher and the Mira combination. They'll do half of that right now instead, favoring the Flores, which is a solid ban for Cafe. Flores can very easily deal with positions like Pixel or any other shield spots, and while they're starting on the attack, they might be denying themselves a tool. Flores is just too powerful, but we have a little bit of a surprise coming through. Did not have Valk banned yesterday in SSG OXG, not banned here again. That is a risky proposition.
Right, the Aruni banned instead, which is, again, not the most typical ban, but the idea of the Aruni ban is something that we would often see echoed in a Wamai ban. You remove the projectile denial operators, right? Those Wamai magnets, those Aruni Surya gates, those Jaeger ADSs all serve roughly the same purpose, just in slightly different ways, denying attacker utility and slowing them down as they work their way into the building. Those Surya gates slowing teams down will not be a factor, and Oxygen will not be able to use those as they start off things on the defense.
But the one worrying thing I have, and while OXG did make good use of the Valkyrie yesterday, I have no doubt that this could be a tool that'll be highly beneficial for them if they opt to keep using it on the defense. They're not running it right now, but they're leaving that option available later. Intel and Valkyrie in particular is something that Parabellum have run with widespread success with in Challenger League and in other tournaments as well. Of course, Intel is something that both teams can use, but Parabellum have an astonishing win rate when they have operators like Echo and Valkyrie in combination on the board. Intel can help a lot of teams, but it seems to help out Parabellum quite a lot more. They can manage to make good work of that intelligence that a lot of teams that we've seen them compete against in the past, albeit CL teams, have not been able to stack up against. So when PBR going in when the odds are against them, a situation they already thrive in, now they have a big tool to do it with.
Well, speaking of operator selection, Vertical on the side of OXG will be pulling out the Thorn again. We've seen her, a couple times here and there, those Razor Bloom grenades that work on the defensive side, those proximity mines, essentially, as those attackers work their way in the building. Well, they can find themselves in a nasty bit of trouble when those Razor Blooms detonate. Little trouble here from Foxe as he tries to maybe go for a bit of a spawn peek or two as Parabellum work their way up to the building. And, well, usually what we would see is them rappel their way up top and work their way down to the bottom, clearing from top to bottom. But in this case, they're going for a bit more of a direct approach, already in Bakery, pressuring the main wall.
Well, yesterday in the SSG OXG game, we saw Laxing K-Trick and K-Trick a Thermite charge not once, but twice yesterday on a Bakery Direct. This go around, of course, SSG made a mistake, not bringing that Maverick one of those rounds, but Parabellum have brought both the Thermite and the Mav to rectify this issue. Wow, Newer's going for a big play on that double door, but one that clearly does not pay off. Penguin and the rest very effectively deal with him. Now they can get on with the rest of the clear. With the coat check player gone, Parabellum have a key bit of map control, but OXG fight back fairly soon.
Yeah, Vertical will take the fight onto Eska and winning it, removing the Sledge, who, like we kind of already said, won't be going above and applying the vertical pressure. So losing that Breaching Hammer isn't the end of the world, but you certainly like to have those grenades back, because now the last grenade was, until a moment ago, in the pocket of Creators, and he is also out of that explosive potential. The Maverick still hard at work on this wall, but Laxing, hoping to deny it, takes down Penguin.
Yeah, I just want to highlight that real quick. The coat check pressure completely fended off by OXG. That was a big position they held, and Laxing continuing to go huge.
Yeah, aggressive again, takes the prone fight against Kool-Aid, who just was not expecting that, and despite being low at 1 HP, Laxing will still be a factor that both Wimpy and Creators are going to have to find a way to deal with. They've got 50 seconds, so theoretically ample time, but oh my lord, Laxing is not slowing down, taking the life of Wimpy, leaving Creators to fend for himself. Laxing is still hunting for kills on that prep wall, and Dream from above, providing the perfect support from Train Room, looking down through those prep vertical holes, will claim the final kill, and OXG, they're on the board.
Yeah, I can't emphasize enough how important that first kill Laxing got in the round. He obviously got a 3K overall, taking down players outside of the breach, but that kill onto Penguin in coat check was massive. Newers decided to give up that position willingly very early on, and on a Bakery attack, when you're trying to open up that main wall, having coat check pressure as well is very problematic for the defense to deal with. You have to start taking fights with that player, and Laxing does it and wins it. So now, Parabellum are in a much more, not dangerous position, but they're basically back where they started, and OXG aren't worrying about the other facet of that attack. Then once he starts getting aggressive on that main wall, he shut down not one, but two of the most important avenues for PB in that round.
So Oxygen, after looking good in the first, finding something that worked for them, they're going to go for Reading and Fireplace for round number 2. Parabellum, of course, in that last round did go for the very direct approach. It wasn't all about top floor control and utility clear and all that methodical, disciplined siege that I feel like we talk so much about. Instead, it was direct. And once again, on this site, they have to make that same decision. Do they want to go for the full top floor clear that often takes a lot of time? You clear your way all the way across that top floor into Cocktail and get some vertical play established, or like we saw SSG and OXG both attempt a lot yesterday on this site, almost every single time, in fact.
Pretty much.
Are we going to see them go for the train-sided push, the Fireplace Hall take, going in from the back and keeping it quick and making sure the defense stays on their toes?
Yeah, so I want to keep an eye on Parabellum the first 30 to 45 seconds here. Obviously, if you're going... Oh, wow, I didn't even see that one coming, and... Oh no, Jonah. That's the sledge down. If they wanted to go for that take over on Cocktail, they just lost one of their key elements of vertical. They have the breach charges, so if they want to go for the full clear, they still could, but losing out on that sledge, man, they're really pigeonholing them now. And look at Vertical's position. Oh, but there he goes.
Okay, so Parabellum are able to get one back because Vertical, overextending himself, didn't make the decision to back off even after Foxay got the opener so quickly, giving the man count back, well, to even, not in the favor of either team at the moment. They are still hunting, rather Parabellum are still hunting for these players on the top floor. They'd really like to turn this one in their favor, but like you said, Carter, now they're really having no chance other than to go for that more expeditious top floor clear. Penguin alone will be hunting down for Foxay below, trying to track him down, but Foxay is just going to tuck tail and run.
Yeah, very dangerous position for both Foxay and Penguin there. The 1v1 down below could be a very dangerous game to get sucked into. The Foxay's used his C4, and now the defense has none of that secondary utility left, only reliant on those smoke canisters going in the late round now. And what do you know, Jonah? PB going for that dining clear. All they did, they take that cigar control, they take that Christmas control, they've set up their base of operations, and now they're starting to move down below, but they only have a minute left. That's the main issue right now. They still have Kool-Aid alive, who can open up that dining wall. They can still get pressure since it is a 4v4 inside of red, but they have to be diligent with this time, especially with those 3 smoke canisters still alive. It could be very easy to get in the weeds here.
Well, the pressure they are applying right now has forced Dream to finally use those toxic smokes. We just saw one detonate a moment ago, and Parabellum building that pressure even further. Dream is going to continue to react accordingly. Now, they've opened up this pillars into reading wall. Creator's going to get a nade in, trying to move these defenders around, but no kills just yet.
Now we'll see Wimpy still trying to fire some shots, but the first kill goes through, though it's up top. That's a big bit of control by Penguin.
Yeah, Dream gets one back, though, taking down Creators. We're back at an even 3v3, and with 30 seconds to go, Parabellum, they know they have to make a move. Newers trying to play tucked here on White. Flashed out, though, and forced to fall back. Parabellum have the opening they need. Wimpy gets one, and we lose a player in the lobby. Kool-Aid now getting the bomb down. They know where Newers is positioned. They've got the coverage, and they've got the pre-fire. It's Penguin to take Newers' life in the last few moments, but an unfortunate turn of events there from OXG in that 3v3 situation, losing a body and losing the round.
Yeah, and obviously we're going to have a pause there, try to get the player back in the lobby, and that round might have gone differently, of course, had that other player been there, but that round was really looking like it was trending PB, even though Dream got that kill. But once Penguin took down the player up top, it was really starting to trend that way. Of course, one of the big issues they had was that smoke canister choking out the air as they were trying to enter into Fireplace. But once Penguin is able to open up and get on top of Laundry, sure, he's only one player, but he can start applying pressure on that back line, and Dream now has to do double duty, trying to stall time in the front while also worried about anybody pushing down White or dropping down in the supply closet from behind. Still, again, an unfortunate disconnect, but I still think PB might have been able to pull it out, but of course, could be a different story depending on how that happens.
Right, PBD were doing a great job of building that pressure from several different pressure points at once.
Yeah.
From the early round, their focus was working their way on that train room side, get their way into mining, into pillar, really surround the defense and suffocate their ability to roam freely, move around, and get flexible and get kills. But they were also providing some pressure on the top of White Stairs, some vertical, and, well, a good bit of pressure forcing Newers back, preventing him from, well, doing exactly what Newers does best, which is get aggressive, take fights, and turn the course of the round.
Yeah, Newers is excellent. But we also have another thing we want to talk about in parallel to that OXG SSG game yesterday. Mining and dining, Jonah. was one of the preferred sites. Cocktail not played a single time, and here OXG preferring that mining site once again. Of course, another stat to note, Jonah, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was almost 100% defender win rate, save for the final round, round 12. So this was, even though it might be the off-site in many people's minds, this still was a stronghold for the defense, one of the only constants on a very close cafe match. We'll see if Parabellum were able to watch yesterday and counter that one out. Of course, probably going to want to go for the vertical, but there's a tool that Parabellum have in their arsenal that not a lot of teams bring. Kool-Aid rocking the fuse right now with some hard reach charges as well. So OXG down below inside a train, they got to be careful when those fuse charges start detonating.
And Parabellum, OXG have to be careful because Parabellum is not SSG. Parabellum is a team that when they see a site like this, when they see an opening, they are a team that likes to get aggressive. This is something we talk about with Parabellum a lot, that they will just rush that site if you are leaving just the slightest opening in your defense. Maybe you think Parabellum's going to go for the full top floor clear and take their time. Well, they have the ability to flick a switch and send it on in. Here's an interesting element that could assist in that Parabellum creative strategy. It is Kool-Aid in the fact that he is not rocking the LMG, he is rocking the shield instead. The fuse charge, at least the first one going off, that will communicate to OXG at least what they're dealing with. The hatch now getting opened, and, well, Kool-Aid looking to pressure out Train Room and take control as soon as they can.
I need DZ Grant to get me a stat. The last time we saw fuse shield in Pro League, but ooh, Laxing goes down very quick. What do you know? There's just players in the site.
I mean, Kool-Aid picks up that kill there onto Dream. What are OXG going to be able to do? You've got Foxay below, who no longer has his C4. Wimpy's going to be getting this bomb down, and Laxing needs to prove clutch here, but he simply doesn't know where to look. No, there's somebody sitting in dining, and he has no idea. The bomb's going to go down, though, and Kool-Aid can't do anything about it. Eska on the coverage, though, taking down Vertical. Laxing, this is his moment, and he'll get one. But we're back in a 2v2 because Kool-Aid pretty much, well, he's behind a shield. He can do nothing about that one. Wimpy taking this fight with Laxing back and forth, and Fireplace Hall losing it, though, giving Eska, well, the mantle of the last player standing. He's playing vertical. All he has to do is stay patient. The swing around comes in. He'll take down Foxay. Now it's Laxing sitting down below with 13 seconds. He's got to get a move on. He'll stick this diffuser. The pressure up above from Eska, though, there is no way that Laxing is going to be able to get it done. It is Eska from above, playing patiently as the sledge. And despite probably one of the most confusing and messy rounds we've seen, at least this week, with a sledge above and a fuse shield in the mix, Parabellum will take the round.
Yeah, I don't really know what's happening with the fuse shield. Maybe because fuse is such an off pick. Maybe Kool-Aid went to it, forgot that he had the shield up, didn't have the LMG or the AK-12, or hey, maybe he planned it. I'm going to be honest, knowing Kool-Aid, not something I am fully surprised to see him bring out, but that was just a really well thought out execute by Parabellum. They use the fuse charges, clear out Train, also providing an opening to move inside of mining. And what do you know? The moment that second fuse charge went through, they were in the site. They'd pushed everyone back, all the way back to White Stairs with some presence in dining. Really just a well thought out take to what, guess what, Jonah? They see something they have to adapt to. They just go about it as quick as they can.
Well, OXG back to the first site of their successful defensive performance, where we saw Parabellum get, well, pretty much demolished on their bakery direct take. Thanks to some masterful play from Laxing, who, well, unfortunately for him, could not provide the clutch that his team needed in that last round, but certainly provided, I think, 3, maybe 4 kills even in that first round, and he'll be looking to do so again. The question remains, even though Oxygen have lost two rounds now in a row, the question remains for Parabellum, are we going to see another direct take, or are they going to go in up above?
Well, if they're going for another direct take, I really want to focus on Newers' position and coat check if that were to be the case. Giving that up when there's a direct going on is very risky, but right now, everyone's going all the way upstairs. You can see a couple of those operators meant for that full clear. The Jackal on the board, the Lion as well. Those are 2 big indicators that attacking teams will go through the entire map. You can even see some vertical redundancy going on. Eska dying very early on in round number 2, and they were on reading. Don't want to repeat that for Kitchen. We've got a Buck and a Sledge on the board right now, and well, with this full clear, they do have plenty of roamers to deal with, and deal with it they do.
Oh, perfect play there from Penguin on the Lion, using that EE1D scan to freeze Foxay in position and take him out from behind. Foxay really had no options, several Parabellum attackers surrounding him. But now it's Penguin in a little bit of a tough spot. He's going to wait for his teammates likely to come support him because, well, Vertical is nearby, and now making a quick escape, dropping down the hatch, but 60 seconds into this round, and Parabellum Parabellum have blitzed through this entire map, not only claiming the opening kill, but taking firm map control in no time at all.
Overall, just extremely efficient work by Parabellum on this top floor so far, and hopefully we can see one of their issues rectified going on here. Jesse talked about on the desk, Parabellum struggling on the attacking entries in yesterday's game. Here, Penguin able to take down Foxay very early on, big pick, and now with that buck and the sledge, can get so much vertical inside of Mining and Train to put pressure on the site. And with no C4s on the defense to deal with, if OXG want to counter it, the only way they can do it is taking gunfights through the floor or going for flanks. And with that latter option, Penguin is already ready for that, sitting on red stairs, waiting. Parabellum have plenty of time to get this plan in action, and OXG just have to wait and either get aggressive or just wait for them to drop.
Well, speaking of getting aggressive, you know for a fact that Newers, he's itching to get involved, but at so low HP, he is going to be so limited in what he can actually get done, because all it will take is, you know, just one frag grenade through a wall or one bullet to graze him in the toe, and he is done for. And with Eska pressuring from above, I mean, that is a danger that Newers has to be careful of. You can see, though, that they want to get aggressive. Laxing trying to get active here, but it's not working for the teammates on the site. Vertical and Dream have both fallen. Newers on the long angle will get one back, but it is a 4v2. Parabellum, the heavy favorites in round number 4. Penguin knows exactly where Newers is positioned. One bullet to the back is all that he needed. A double kill for him. Laxing, the last alive. He does not have a C4 in pocket. He rocks the barbed wire instead, so he is going to have to go massive with at least 3 more kills. He picks up the first. He got the second here. Pre-fire onto Wimpy, but again, the pressure from above being maintained here by Eska. Almost no options for Laxing. He'll go for the sprint to the other side of the site, but the vertical control from Parabellum was there. They established it the very beginning of that round. They never let up on that pressure, and OXG just could not slow it down.
We're going to have attack timeout by OXG as well, and I can't think of a better timed one for them. Of course, they've lost 3 rounds in a row, but these executes and these overall attacks from the early to late round by Parabellum have been lethal for OXG. The only uncertain one being Mining, and even then they got the bomb down, and it was only in the retake where OXG truly started to give them a modicum of trouble trying to retake that site. But on Kitchen and on Reading, even after losing Eska in round number 2, Parabellum have adapted magnificently, and in round number 4 set the pace excellently as well, with that vertical able to efficiently take down the roam and basically do what you need to do on a kitchen take with so much time on the board. OXG need to get their heads together, because you can't let Parabellum continue with that kind of momentum.
Well, I don't know exactly the game plan that Parabellum went into this lobby with, but if that plan was to shut down the fragging capability of their opponents right now, I mean, it's working. It's working beautifully. Newers, he's been able to find 1 kill. Finally found one there in round number 4. It was a long angle while Parabellum were just overwhelming, just into the site, flooding in. Newers only could, you know, get 1 long angle and take 1 gunfight. The rest of his team, yes, stepping up. Laxing is, you know, contributing here, but Vertical and Foxay, who are 2 players that have been going nuts over the last few play days, at least right now, through 4 rounds, are being subdued just a little bit. Going into the match yesterday, looking at the stats overall as far as the whole league is concerned, Oxygen had 4 players.
Just absurd.
4 out of 5 players in the top 10 stats-wise. That is insanely impressive. The 5th one was Dream, of course, who's playing hard support and has been in very clutch situations and been delivering time and time again. So for OXG, they just got to get those vibes back. They got to start firing. Parabellum right now, all they've got to do is keep it up.
I mean, Laxing's already there right now. It's a matter of the other 4 managing to get on the board. We'll also see Oxygen bring that Valkyrie, something they actually have been shying away from a little bit on this half so far. And of course, Parabellum respond in kind. Creators bringing out that IQ. We see a couple changes as well, of course. We still got Eska on the sledge, still got Kool-Aid on the Hibana, but it's actually Wimpy on the Finger that we have not seen too much in this match so far. Well, at least not have the biggest impact, I should say. Of course, reading defense as well. Parabellum starting on that top floor, opening up some of these hatches. I want to see the impact that Valkyrie is going to have going forward. You can see Foxay prepping the C4 right now, right below Skylight. This play wasn't as successful yesterday, but he was never really found. Maybe this is what stops Parabellum in their tracks.
Well, at least for right now, they are staying patient. They don't want to get ahead of themselves in terms of this entry. You can see Creators running all around the roof, trying to spot out as many gadgets as he can because, well, there are not only a lot of gadgets, a lot of cameras, a lot of utility, but there are several players lying in wait for them on this top floor. One of those, Vertical, positioned in pallets over in the White Hall. You've also got Newers around the corner trying to get active and get aggressive, but both of those players are likely to come under the gun here in a moment. Vertical, at least flashes, trying to be sent towards his position, position. 3 Parabellum attackers sitting right around the corner, and drones flooding this as well. Vertical, perfectly timed, drops away before his life is in danger. Laxing is the next player in the way. He's holding this heaven position. Also has a drop down if he were to take it, and there it is. So far, 90 seconds in, as I was about to say, no deaths for OXG, but looks like before I could say that, Kool-Aid makes me change my mind.
That is an excellent recovery by Kool-Aid. I mean, that roam was perfect for OXG. A minute 30 wasted in vertical with 3 attackers, as you said, surrounding him, somehow rotates away, and it's Laxing, the one all the way over on Cocktail Balcony, the one to fall because Kool-Aid rushes over to New Balc and cuts him down before he can get back into the site. Again, excellent play. And now here on reading, the thing that's different from before, now Parabellum, of course, going for that reading take, but they have that sledge who can get that vertical down. That's what they were missing last time, and both C4s from Oxygen have now missed. They are a lot safer setting up their execute going forward. They have plenty of time to do so, and with pillar control as well, all they need to do is minimize the 2 defenders playing inside of Train, and with the site that's clear inside of reading, OXG are playing for the retake, and 2 players are now going for the flank.
Yeah, this is the play that OXG will need to be successful this flank, because they're leaving the site extremely exposed right now. Parabellum, all they've got to do is step up. Vertical getting 1, dropping down away, tucking his way back to the white stairs. Kool-Aid getting this plant down in the meantime, and there is no response yet from OXG. Parabellum have the proper coverage. Dream getting lit up as he tries to go for the retake. It's going to be all about this top-down pressure. Newers is able to get one back, so Parabellum lose another man, but these air jabs from Penguin proving clutch. All Wimpy's got to do is hold left click. He's got more than enough bullets to do the job. A double kill for him. Foxay, though, sticks upstairs, gets another, but triple kill for Wimpy and denied. Newers down below.
He's out of ammo.
The last player and the last hope. He is out of ammo, though. He's going to have to get something or get active here, but Newers is a little scared about challenging this. Looks like he'll go for the spray. He finally got the reload off, and Newers is once again out of time. Has to stick this. Wimpy's got the advantage, and Parabellum have the round.
Excellent 4K by Wimpy, just keeping that top floor on lock. I have to say, I got very scared when he had to hit the reload, though. I don't know exactly how much time Newers had to get that defuse off, but if he had stuck it, that could have been a lot more risky of a situation for Wimpy on that top floor. But really excellent coverage by the Finka sitting up there. But overall, again, just another incredibly efficient top floor and roam clear by Parabellum. Of course, OXG waste about half the round. They're able to rotate down successfully, but that recovery by Kool-Aid really cemented things in their advantage, because a minute 30 to get vertical on reading, that's still plenty of time to get a lot of what you want to do, but going into that with a man advantage, making it a 4v5, and most importantly, making Foxay and the rest of OXG uncertain as to whether or not they should go for that flank. You still have the air jabs as well to stop them from going up red stairs. I'm worried that the timeout might not have done too much for OXG. Maybe the attacks will be different, but Parabellum just look lights out so far.
Well, coming into this game, we've talked a lot about Oxygen and a couple of their mistakes, but I mean, it's about time to talk about Parabellum, because they're doing pretty well. It's 4-1 right now over the top-ranked team in the NAL right now. But Parabellum, the reason we got to talk about them, and well, the thing that we were prefacing this entire game with, and really Parabellum's entire performance these last few weeks, the one word that stuck out: inconsistency. Sometimes Parabellum, they look like one of the best teams we have ever seen. And the performances at SI, after getting rolled the first couple of days, they come back in groups and they start to take down top international competition. That's amazing.
Incredible.
But now, look at this. Parabellum are also finding that again. Just a couple of days ago, they're getting smoked by some opponents. They're not getting a single round, and here they are taking down OXG and right now making it look easy.
Of course, we can see OXG, hopefully, if we're talking about consistency, OXG running that same setup, but look, 2 players stationed outside of prep right now. I got worried they might just send it on in like SSG yesterday, but no, they'll go to open up that wall this time. One thing we'll see from Laxing, but the Candela's just going in. Never mind, they are going for the take very quick.
Yeah, here comes a swing through prep, though. Immediately denied. At least Penguin and Wimpy will fall. Vertical collects another onto Creators. Now a triple kill for him as Escal is left last alive. And yeah, you're right. That one did not work at all. OXG cleaned them up. Overall, a successful half for Parabellum. The 4-2 split has been achieved on the attack, but Oxygen have no trouble cleaning up that last round, finding at least 2 defensive wins.
Yeah, one thing that we do need to talk about, though, is kind of a summary of that half for PB. Able to get the entry game a lot more successful than they have been in this stage so far, and also in the game yesterday. On the attack, able to go in at least half to a majority of the rounds. Able to just go in with an advantage, not one that's really traded out all that much either. Was one, a little bit of the difference maker for PB going forward, and 2, just set them up for just a lot more comfort going into the rest of their execute, going in for that vertical, going in for a quick play on the side. Of course, the Ying didn't end up working out, but when you have plays like the Fuse, you can get a little cheeky with that opening kill. It's a lot easier. But now OXG going to the attack. This was definitely where they struggled yesterday against SSG. It was a 4-2 defensive half for SSG. And now Oxygen, we need to see them make some improvements over yesterday's game.
Well, like we said earlier, on the attacking side for Parabellum, Parabellum is not SSG. Their defenses are going to look a little bit different. And, well, Oxygen, I suspect that if they can get their fraggers fragging, if they can start to feel a little bit more comfortable, I mean, just think about what's happened in the last round. Vertical has picked up 4 kills since we've highlighted his maybe underperformance so far. Foxy has picked up 3 kills since we've talked about that. So clearly, they are heating up right now. If they can ride that momentum and ride that wave over to their attacking half, I mean, if I'm Parabellum, I'm going to get scared.
And this is OXG. They might have taken their first loss yesterday, but they won 4 games before that, so we know they can certainly heat up when they need to. Now, round number 7 will be a good answer to that question for how they can do it. Penguin's got a very tricky angle right here, but you can see OXG might be waiting for it. Oh no, the sledge opens it right in front of him. The Penguin misses the shots, and he'll get away and retreat back behind the pixel shield. And now we see what is overall a fairly standard setup for the top floor. No top floor defense. Cocktail still not gone to once so far. It's a reading defense, but Parabellum holding very far up inside of the Humidor and Pixel. The one half of that drops in the first minute.
Yeah, we saw Penguin and, well, Parabellum as a whole playing pretty forward and aggressive on the defense, but smartly so, not afraid within seconds to back off, maybe shoot a couple of drones, tease a couple of gunfights, and then we'll tuck behind some deployable shields and play a couple more passive positions, playing at least to waste time. But something we know about OXG is that if the defense tries to waste time on this top floor, they've got a perfect counter for that. Just ignore it and go direct down below into train. The one danger, of course, is that if Penguin is able to maintain that deployable shield, then OXG have to constantly be worried about a bit of a flank.
Yeah, Penguin able to hold that aggressively could be a good indicator for whether or not OXG will have a successful attack if he's able to harry that back line. Could be very problematic for OXG. Newers has already made his way down towards train. Same with Foxy as well. They're going for that dining take like we saw them do yesterday, like we saw PB do today, and now OXG will do it here. They've got some info on that black eye camera as well. It's a big just piece of utility knocked off the board right there. Good that they're keeping things consistent overall right now. Grenade going in. No vertical, of course, impossible because Parabellum holding that position. So it's going to be a little bit one-dimensional, but if they can get a kill outside or over into closet, if they're able to hold this red hall control as well as keeping a control on train, they might not have vertical, but they'll still have the necessary pieces to get this done. But with it being a 5v5, anything could still happen if PB decide to get active.
Well, PB, they've got to know what's happening right now. They should be making some adjustments. One of those is probably to, well, tell Eska to get a bit aggressive. He does, but that's not going to work out for Parabellum as Oxygen will claim that kill. Now down a man, Parabellum know that, well, this could get messy on the site if they're not careful. These Oxygen drones are sneaking their way through. We can see a couple of these Parabellum defenders keeping an eye on that, but now they've got to keep an eye on this plant because it is going down. No one from Parabellum is really stepping up to move at all. You got a bit of a flank being worked right now, but the priority here has got to be on Wimpy and Penguin making a move. Penguin spots one out and gets it. Kool-Aid will finish off Newers and take him down, but it is just Kool-Aid and just Penguin to make it happen. Penguin again, surprising dream from behind. Kool-Aid and Penguin could be working together here, try to get this pinch going. They may try to get Wimpy back up, and they do. Really just baiting them, but Laxing somehow gets them both. Now it's a 1v1. Penguin and Vertical. 15 seconds, and Penguin's got to stick this Vertical. Where is he?
Can't see
trying
it.
to play the coverage from a blow. He cannot see it. He's got to swing, but Penguin gets off the diffuser. Maybe he would have had time to finish that, but OXG, they play it well. They play it aggressive, and they take the round.
Overall, I want to highlight the play from Parabellum. That retake was very narrowly the saving grace for them in that round. And what was overall just pretty simple by Oxygen. Didn't overcomplicate things. They got the little control they did inside of Cigar. Obviously, they couldn't clear out Christmas. Penguin was there. And as you said, they just decided to ignore them, said, all right, you guys can have that. We're going to focus on what actually matters, taking train and hitting into the site later on. They got Newers in red, a position that he can play very well if you give him the opportunity to just hold that with the LMG. They start going in as well. And again, with no vertical, the only thing they need to worry about is the site in front of them and the players behind. Sure, Penguin does a lot of work, but Vertical's able to win the 1v1. Good late round by Parabellum, but still, Oxygen get their first attack on the board.
That great start from them, a confident start. I feel like that round really
Certainly
was
confident.
just right, setting the momentum for the rest of this attacking half, telling Parabellum that, well, if you want to go for all of these top floor extensions, all of that hullabaloo on the top floor, well, we're just going to avoid it. We're just going to send our way into the site. But here's something interesting. For the first time, we are seeing top floor come into play. Parabellum reading that maybe OXG are just going to avoid those utility extensions either way. So they say, hey, let's just change it up.
Look at how many of these walls Parabellum have electrified as well. They've got the bar wall, full reinforced, electrified. Freezer wall, full reinforced, electrified. Bathroom, the same story. They have a stronghold right here to try and hold down as much as they can. When the Pixel player inevitably gets pressured, Creators, who, by the way, not having the best game, 0-6 so far. I imagine he's not going to get aggressive and peek out behind that shield. He'll try and waste maybe about a minute 15. Once that utility gets burned, he can hop back into Bathroom if he wants. Of course, you do have the smoke playing there. Wimpy will probably have to rotate out if that is the case, or maybe we'll see Creators rotate back down to pallets as well. But if he does that, you can see the sledge of Foxay getting into position right now on that white window. This is the key spot that can not only take down Wimpy, but Creators as well.
Yeah, they've got to be careful here. You see Creators moving around, not trying to expose himself to that window. The support from Penguin is there behind. Here comes that C4, but a bad toss exposes Penguin, and now Creators as he just darts his way across. Foxay missing the opportunity, though, so Creators gets a second chance at life. The Pixel Shield, though, has been dealt with, so Oxygen making good progress.
No, certainly making good progress. I'm amazed Creators managed to get away from that. Also, as you saw, actually, Penguin sent out the C4, and he used it as cover to allow Creators to rotate over to pallets. So overall, some good teamwork coming out from Parabellum to rotate back into the site. And you've lost Pixel, but oh no, it's gone in the first minute. If a team is efficient with their utility clear, that's probably going to happen. You still have Bathroom to hold on lock. You've got to be worried about those nades coming in from White Window, but Foxay's gone off of it. They've instead taken inside of Christmas. Now, of course, there is always the worry of the White Hall push if somebody gets aggressive, or Newer sitting there right in that spot, taking down one, and there's 2 kills come in, 1 for each team. It's still back to even, and Wimpy's position is still incredibly important.
That's why he's trying to smoke this off and hold this for as long as he can. Does not want to give Foxay and Dream the chance to push on through, but here come the nades. Wimpy forced back. He's still alive, though. Still holding this angle with the Mossberg. He's not going to have, well, a lot of opportunities to rotate if Oxygen do choose to swing this. But right now, he'll go unnoticed. His position definitely known, but the support from Parabellum is being provided. You've got Creators swinging around in that White Hall, trying to deny exactly what OXG are trying to get done. But Wimpy, I mean, he may even decide to get aggressive here. Dream right now sticking this plant, though. Eska swings out, no problem at all. The coverage from OXG is simply not there. Kool-Aid gets another. Goodbye, Laxing. It is Vertical and Foxay who have to recover this. Wimpy has not been killed yet, staying alive the entire time. Foxay, you can see, he doesn't know what he should do next. Doesn't even know where Wimpy is positioned. Is he on the door? Is he in the bathroom? Is he on the breach? So Foxay's just going to send it into the site. It'll work for Vertical, who picks up one, but quickly traded. Foxay cut off and exposed. Kool-Aid gets a triple kill. Parabellum take it.
I mean, that round was a combination of 2 things that Parabellum did right. One was more so just OXG losing their fights, but for Parabellum, of course, I made them the primary target of that. It's Kool-Aid taking those fights all the way over on Cocktail and winning him. Gets a 3K by the end of the round. And that's something where OXG, I imagine, at this level, trying to cover it. They know somebody's going to be over there, but Kool-Aid is able to win those fights nonetheless. But the big problem they had didn't seem like if there was somebody on New Balk, they were not watching the freezer door. I'm not sure if there was somebody there and they missed it, or if there was nobody there at all, but either way, that is a position you need to have cleared. They didn't open those reinforcements, didn't have an angle watching inside a freezer, so that's the only one available. With nobody covering that, Dream is free real estate for anybody there. You got to play reactive. They didn't react in time, and the bomb dropped on the floor cold.
Well, we've been complimenting the historical great utility usage from OXG, but in that round it was really PB, especially Wimpy and, you know, Creators, who wasn't obviously able to get a kill, still 0-6, but did his job providing the support from the long haul, ensuring that no one could push through that White Hall door from Piano without going through him first, giving Wimpy that reassurance that that position would be safe. He could hold that with the shotgun, he could smoke it off, he could choke Oxygen into that corner, and, well, I think Oxygen, they did feel a little restricted. They decided to push into the site because they maybe felt like they were out of options.
One interesting thing we'll see here is a couple ADSs placed behind the bakery bar. Okay, I was about to say, don't see anybody actually in there, so we'll see somebody move on in. That's Creators on the Wamai. You can layer those magnets as well on the bakery bar or the door to try to hold it, but OXG don't seem to be concerning themselves too much with it right now. They're not running the Jackal or the Lion like PB did on the attack, but based on their positions, I mean, they could rotate down later on, but it seems to be that they're concerning themselves with this top floor. And what a quagmire Parabellum have created here. See a castle barricade on the double door, players with a reinforcement and head holes made inside a bathroom as well. The Penguin gives it up early on. PB have tried to create a puzzle on that top floor for OXG to dissect if they want to go for that clear.
And again, the question is, are OXG going to dive headfirst into that puzzle, try to solve it as soon as they can, or are they just going to avoid it? The fact that we can see two of these attackers in piano at this point, getting this castle barricade open, well, I think we have our answer. They want to head on in and clear it out. You're going to have Vertical clearing his way through Long Bar. You've already got someone taking this fight with Penguin. He'll be forced to fall off. Kool-Aid will also join him in their retreat back to the site.
Yeah, Penguin heads on back down. It's one thing we've talked about before. Penguin has not been having the best time throughout this entire stage, well, on the defense or the attack, but dying early on the hard breach, and the anchor operators did so last round. In fact, he was the first one to die on Cocktail, but this time rotates back, makes it back with full HP as well. Eska, the only one who's taken a little bit of damage so far, but OXG, they've got that clear done. They've got that second floor control. They can start opening up the ceiling, but one thing that Parabellum have that OXG did not have much of, C4s, albeit they only have one, but Eska has his prepped, and with the Valkyrie and the Black Eye cameras on the board, he might still have some intel, sends it up, but it goes wide.
I mean, seconds late on that, but moments away from taking down Foxay, but because he missed, that means all the vertical control, now firmly in the hands of OXG, can be turned against Parabellum within seconds. The Breaching Hammer doing good work, opening holes in the floor above, and, well, Foxay can peer down below.
And one thing that OXG need to worry about, if they're going for that freezer drop, since it's a 5v5, Kool-Aid and Wimpy can still both effectively pressure that position. Wimpy as well, holding the bottom of White Stairs with that hole looking into freezer. He's got the utility, but the angle to make it work as well. Already sending out toxic canisters, so if OXG go in for this drop, they don't have a lot of time, and they got to be careful how they make use of what little they have remaining.
Well, Parabellum, because of that vertical play, not a single defender is actually in the site, at least till a moment ago. You've got everyone else slightly extended, looking to get back, pinch on that site once OXG actually make the move. And here it is, finally dropping down into freezer. The first player with the case, that's Dream, denied by Eska, smoked out, forced to push through freezer. Newers is clapped by Creators, who finds 2 kills to cap off this round. There's only 1 second left, and Wimpy will finish it off with a nice double kill onto both Foxay and Laxing, but right, a clinical hold from PB. The vertical play begins, they back off, OXG drop in, and it's a mousetrap.
It was just perfectly played by Parabellum right there. As you said, once the vertical starts coming through, on any site, when you have a soft ceiling above you, if those holes start opening up, playing inside of it is very difficult. Again, as I said with OXG, you got to start taking fights if you miss that C4, which Eska did, so they all back off. They've got some players in Bakery, 2 right there, Wimpy, Kool-Aid in long and inside of VIP respectively. And so an OXG, who again don't have a lot of time, go for the drop. All of those angles are still a factor for PB. The Bakery angles, watching on a long angle all the way into freezer. Wimpy watching bottom white. Parabellum had everything to deny OXG's freezer drop, and we're not just in range of an upset right now. A 6-3 upset, if PB win this next round, they would beat them 2 rounds better than SSG did yesterday.
I mean, we are seeing, this is a crazy result right now, because we did talk about the question, is OXG going to be rattled from their first loss yesterday? And while it doesn't maybe reflect it on the scoreboard, everyone else is still contributing. Gotta look at Newers.
Yeah.
Not putting up numbers. The young gun on this roster, maybe he's getting flustered a little. Maybe that confidence falling out of that playstyle just a little bit. Maybe pure and simple, Parabellum are outplaying OXG, but it's not something that on paper, when you look at these two teams, you would have expected.
Well, and it's not to put everything on the shoulders of Newers. I mean, we all have bad games. It's going to happen. When you have such a lights-out rookie stage, by the way, for Newers so far, you're going to have a couple bad games eventually. But the position he has on Cafe is a very powerful one if it's working. Say on a dining attack, or not a dining attack, I guess reading and dining. Yeah, that works. If you go up Red Hall, Newers in that position can be very effective. He's the main guy in the breach for Oxygen. If he's not doing his job, if he's not making that space, it's difficult for the other teams to make it work. Again, it's not entirely his fault. There's other issues going on, but it is just one facet of why OXG are down 3 rounds right now. But they were down 4 yesterday against SSG. They very narrowly brought it back, so we'll see if OXG can make it work here. It's a reading defense coming out from Parabellum, not extending nearly as far as they did, or well, on previous rounds. You got Eska down below, a couple players on white stairs, but really, they're just all hanging out on Cocktail.
Yeah, still reinforcing 60 seconds
Yeah, that's an
into
odd
the
one.
round. Parabellum.
They're in Christmas as well. I mean, that's a very risky play.
Right, Parabellum proven to be a little bit fluid with this defense, but Oxygen matching that with this speed on their attack. Newers is already here in the red hall, pressuring into Dining, looking to hunt for these defenders who right now may not be aware of this position, still establishing rotates right now. The fact that Newers did lob a nade down the hall should communicate to Wimpy that pressure is about to come his way. He'll expend his C4 and come up with nothing.
Yeah, I mean, Newers was playing there. He had the position right, but the timing was just a little off. But I mentioned this position and this player time and time again. Newers in red. He can be the difference maker right here. Taking down Wimpy behind that shield would be big, but still, for OXG, for 2 minutes, they've got pillar control, they've got red, they're moving into train, they're making solid progress. Even though it's a 5v5, they can still make this work, but things that Parabellum have done a couple times before, going for those flanks. Penguin trying to go to that top floor before. Right now, Eska on the roam downstairs inside of Kitchen, as Foxy starting to probe for weaknesses, trying to find the part of Parabellum's defense where they're the weakest. They're not giving anything right now. All that's done is a little bit of damage to Wimpy and some to Penguin earlier, but Parabellum have OXG stalled for the moment.
Oh, first kill comes in. That's Eska onto Dream, dropping the diffuser, taking down the support player. Newers wants this back. He'll go for the swing next. A nade in hand. He's going to cook this. Should be perfect, but Penguin avoiding that is on the vertical angle, eventually taken down. Laxing follows that one up. Goodbye, Eska. Creators taken down by vertical. OXG all over this scoreboard. It's just Wimpy. It's just Kool-Aid. They've got to go nuts here, and they just walk out into the middle of Reading Room, only to get demolished by an OXG who were more than prepared for some Parabellum shenanigans in the end. OXG, keep on moving.
And Parabellum weren't giving too many openings for OXG in that round, and especially in the late or in the final minute as well. So I got to give Parabellum that. But for OXG, some bodies might have been cold on this roster going into this second half, going into this map, but they're still able to get the kills in the end. They're able to find those frags inside of Reading and inside of Dining as well. So they're able to not only weaken one part of the side of Parabellum, their hold in the final minute, but also another side as well, and that gave them the prime opportunity to start moving in. But again, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows for OXG. It still was overall a very slow round for a good portion of it, but they've got one on the board. They were able to get almost 4 in a row yesterday, just 2 more here, and now going to Cocktail, which for the defense isn't exactly the easiest thing to do when you have attackers on white window or taking Christmas control. If OXG can rectify their mistakes of the previous attack, this could still be a round win for OXG.
Yeah, Parabellum, they played that one a little bit looser than we've seen from them normally. I feel like unusually so. Every defender was constantly moving around, repositioning, trying to avoid the pressure that OXG was applying. Obviously, that's good on OXG to force Parabellum into that uncomfortable state, and well, it worked. I mean, you saw Penguin in an awkward spot. He tried to get cheeky and get elevated in Reading Room, but wasn't able to get that kill onto Newers, who really started to heat up in that round, getting 2 kills of his own. Early aggression from OXG, keeping the pace of that attack may be the right recipe for success going forward, especially on this round because we're back upstairs.
We are back upstairs, and it was a late round mistake that was the problem for OXG. Early round was solid, but it was a mistake when Dream was starting to get the bomb down. They didn't have anybody watching Nubalk actively once Dream went to go put that bomb on the floor. So it's not like OXG made a whole lot of mistakes. Yeah, they were kind of contained to that Christmas side, but they got themselves in a spot to put the bomb down, and it was just an issue of coverage. If 2 things happen, one, that, but if Foxy also, as I was about to say, maybe gets a kill on this white window, it could work, but no, it's vertical instead to catch Creators rotating down. And that's not only, there were no mistakes made in the early round, but that's even better than they had before.
Yeah, it's a great start for OXG. Creators unable to get anything done once again when Parabellum would really like to put this one away, not allow OXG to come back. 2-8 right now. Creators still stopped before he can get anything else done, and OXG looking to use that momentum to now force out Penguin. He's feeling some pressure from above, relocating. Maybe wants to head back and try to join his team on the site. In the meantime, Newers picking that one up onto Kool-Aid here, who again overexposing himself on the Maestro, losing his life early. That ain't it.
No, that is certainly not it. Kool-Aid was the big player who fended off the site, and there's Penguin gone as well. The previous round from OXG was a good one, but this is about as perfect as you can get. Eska proposes an issue by taking down Newers, but still the 2v4, OXG certainly in the lead.
Oh, Eska so lit up here, finally finished off by Vertical. It's all up to Wimpy, who hits a nice shot onto Foxay, but now has to find 3 more. OXG with a minute to work with, full site control. They have a lot of flexibility with how they play this. Wimpy had the pings, but he couldn't get it done.
I mean, that was just, again, I said it not to use it again, perfect round from OXG. The previous one, it was fine. It was solid. It got the job done until they started to get in the position to go for the plant. That round, I mean, they didn't start moving up. They weren't pushing up white. They weren't trying to repel on Cocktail. They were just holding their angles. Newer's just sitting inside of Cigar, waiting for somebody to peek. Not only does he take down Kool-Aid, who on Cocktail Balcony was peeking, just taking fights with the attackers on the opposite side, got a 3K, gone. Cocktail Balcony pressure, gone as well. Newer's basically did what Kool-Aid did in the previous Cocktail defense, but on the attack. So for OXG, an extremely good round, and answers a big question we were wondering or worried about. Where is Newer's and where is the fragging power on OXG? I mean, it's been a little bit inconsistent throughout the game, despite the positive scoreline, but there, everyone was shooting, and Vertical and Newer's as well did big work there.
I mean, Newer's has had 4 kills since we just mentioned that he wasn't performing.
I think he hurt us.
He might have hurt us because now he's starting to heat up. OXG as a whole, the same thing they did yesterday, mounting that comeback. The question is today, can they complete it? Are we going to see an overtime here on Cafe for the first time? OXG, if they want to emerge from this matchup with any points, that is what they need to do. Of course, guaranteeing yourself at least 1 point when you get to that overtime. And then, of course, the winning team walking away with 2, the losing with 1.
Last time we saw Parabellum defend Kitchen. Once OXG got that vertical, they left the site. They retreated from the area, played inside of Bakery, played inside of Kochek, played bottom white, and tried to eviscerate OXG as they went for that freezer drop. They're running a similar setup. They got the hatch reinforced, got a lot of players playing down below, so they're not extending too far up. Not like they did last time, so they'll just chill down on that bottom floor for the moment. Also have a Maestro coming in, no Wamai this time, so that's a big change for Parabellum because sure, the Wamai can help the Bakery hold, but OXG did not go for it last time. So bringing the Maestro here gives that ult that we've seen Kool-Aid do good work with. Hopefully creators can step up a little bit, but it gives them those evil eyes to watch inside of the site, just adding one more good thing about Parabellum's site hold.
Well, Penguin up top, going to give up control of Cocktail, drop down to join his teammate of Kool-Aid, who is sitting prone in the red hall, waiting for the pressure of OXG to begin. But as the sledge work from Foxay occurs upstairs in Freezer, upstairs in Long Bar, Parabellum know that, well, they can't hang out on the second floor much longer. Foxay, as we saw last night, again, I hate to go back to this game another time, but he's been insane. It was such a good game, and he was insane clearing out those second floor defenders just by positioning and using those properly placed sledge holes on that top floor.
All right, well, OXG, they're getting that vertical again. Again, Parabellum not mounting too much resistance to that. They've acquiesced to it, accepted it as an inevitability, so they'll chill. Eska, he's pre-placed his C4, could detonate it later on, maybe waiting for somebody to walk through that fireplace. Like you saw last time, he missed it, but now maybe he's got something here. We'll see what ends up happening. But as these holes open up, Parabellum are starting to retreat, pull back just like they did last time. Only Eska in the site right now, maybe waiting for that C4 to detonate once that hole opens up. We'll just have to see, but also see how OXG end up reading into this. They can likely recognize that Parabellum are doing the same thing they did before, playing for that retake, but what do you know? That C4 goes, and it goes wide again. Parabellum still won the round after it, but with all 5 bodies on the board, the remaining utility with those smokes and those evil eyes, and maybe even a flank if they want to, though I highly doubt it. They can still play the same strat they did last time. I got to see more from OXG with the 40 seconds we have left.
Right, Parabellum going with that same retake style, playing outside the bomb site, waiting for Oxygen to take control, and then likely pinching on in when the moment occurs. And here it is. Smokes go out, the freezer pushes here. Difference here for Oxygen. They've got somebody on the white stairs to provide that coverage. The vertical from there from Foxay, taking the kill onto Eska. Newer is onto Penguin, again heating up. Now they can get this bomb down. Dream going for the plant while Vertical provides perfect coverage, takes down Kool-Aid. Wimpy and Creators have to pull off a miracle here. Wimpy gets one but cannot get any more, and Creators, who is sitting down below, could not react to the Vertical play in time. Oxygen complete that comeback. We're going to OT.
For 2 minutes and 20 seconds, I said I needed to see more from OXG, and they delivered right in the final 40. PB were going with the exact strat they went with before. Play for that retake, play those angles, and one big difference, aside aside from some OXG members hitting their shots, they mounted a lot more active players inside of Freezer and also sent Vertical down white. That could cover if Wimpy rotated out, went for that utility, went for those fights. But again, in combination with OXG's guns just coming alive on that Freezer drop, Vertical's position was a good adaptation, but the most work was done by the players who dropped Freezer, and sometimes it's not even a strategic thing that makes the difference. With Newers finally heating up, he's got even score count or kill count right now. That was what made the difference for OXG in that execute.
It's what made the difference in a lot of these last few rounds. Not only Newers heating up, but everyone else on Oxygen contributing. This is the score line. This is the frag distribution that Oxygen have been displaying for us over the last few weeks, and this is where they're winning games. It's the confidence, it is that coordination that feels like no other team has been yet to match. Parabellum, to give them credit, have matched it successfully for the most part in this best of one, but it's fallen away in the last 3 rounds. Oxygen having taken 3 rounds in a row unanswered. Parabellum, well, they've got to find a way to respond. This has been, oddly enough, an attacker-sided cafe, 4-2 splits on both ends, and Parabellum in overtime will start on defense.
Well, now we'll see OXG. They're going for that bakery direct. Before, they would go for a full clear of the map, just try to clear out that 3rd floor and that 2nd floor. Then once they get the vertical, go for the freezer drop. This time, they are pressuring that player inside of bakery, and oh no, that's co-check control. Talked about how important it was for Parabellum, but also how important when Lexing countered it. Kool-Aid does the same thing, takes down Newers. That's a big problem, nipped right in the bud.
Oh, Kool-Aid and Creators, though. They're tempting to get aggressive here in Bakery. Kool-Aid gets absolutely punished for that. Dream takes his life. Laxing taking down Penguin. Creators knows he's got to go big. He'll step up, flash, but gets one in the meantime. The support from Wimpy is there, but again, shot in the back by Laxing, who is providing the support from the other side. Creators is now stuck in a really, really tough spot between a rock and a hard place. Sight control not in his grasp. He is exposed out in Bakery. Oxygen rotating around to get this bomb down in the site. One player, that's Vertical, sitting outside the Bakery double door. Creators, he'll go for the swing, but he can't do anything to stop Vertical from collecting that kill and from putting OXG on overtime match point.
I'm just amazed that where was OXG the first couple attacking rounds, or even just the first half in general? I mean, what was that round for Parabellum? Newers drops in a code check, immediately gets a kill, traded out, whatever, unlucky. GG, go next. But then, again, OXG in the early round of this time, all the guns come alive, and again, it wasn't any major strategy that went their way. They obviously refocused their take. They wanted to go for Bakery early on, acquire a lot more horizontal control, a lot earlier, yes, all of that. But most importantly, they just hopped in. They were able to cut down 2 of the site players in addition to the co-check player they got earlier. And once the site presence was gone, all you had was Wimpy, who had to rush back down the stairs. Creators, who was stuck inside a Bakery. OXG had site control completely for free. Now they're on match point. But as you said, this has been an attacker-sided cafe. And right now we're going to mining and dining. We're seeing Parabellum bring out that fuse strat another time.
I don't know how I feel about this. With the match on the line, they're going back to the fuse strat that...
It worked. It was close, but it worked.
Did it, though? Did the fuse add anything at all to the lineup?
Well, think about this. Think about this. They have a 100% win rate with fuse shield on Kool-Aid. If he switched off, that's wraps. End the game here.
All right. Guess they've got to stay consistent this time, though. Kool-Aid
got the LMG.
I think, a smart decision here. Breaking out the LMG, staying with, of course, the cluster charges that Fuse brings, the secondary hard breach can openers that he can have in pocket as well, hoping that maybe those cluster charges can add to his 9-kill tally right now, and at the very least, open up the site, give Parabellum a lot more options and a lot more quick options as they blitz into the map. Foxe hunting for that C4 kill again. Parabellum fell victim to this last time. We're going to see Eska work his way over to that hatch, but Foxe a little bit premature with this fight, so over the few times we've seen him try this over the last few days, it only has ended up working once.
Yeah, Foxe sits under Skylight for 45 seconds. Sometimes he goes for the C4, sometimes he doesn't, but he always rotates down a little bit afterwards, so unsurprising coming out from Foxe. It's been his play-by-play pretty much the entire time. Now that he dropped back down, all is right with the world. For Parabellum, of course, well, I would say they went for that dining take, but there's really not much they wanted to prioritize beyond getting Train and clearing out mining. They put the cluster charges on top of Train, cleared out that, cleared out mining inside of the site, and then they just immediately filled the space that was opened in front of them and going in for that diffuser. Now, of course, here you got the hatch electrified, could take a little bit more time, and I don't know if we'll see them go as quick with those cluster charges. The first one goes out, but the player in Train actually dodges it for the moment, so good fancy footwork by Dream, but it's still clear. This is where Parabellum started to move inwards.
So Parabellum, they've got the control of that Train side, but look
at
this, right? They want everything.
Wait,
they're
Foxay's
going for
pushing
the
up.
vertical as well, and they're going to get involved here in a pretty big way. Foxay, like you said, pushing up and getting aggressive, but well, Penguin is going to be the wiser and take him down, no problem at all. The Valkyrie failed, relegated to camera duty for the remainder of this one.
Penguin also put 2 air jabs on that white stairs as well, but what a shot by Newers, playing behind the shield, takes down Penguin on the vertical. There's another challenger as well. I hope Parabellum don't give up the advantage they've had right now. Hope they don't squander it, but no, Creators will back off for the moment. But now Parabellum in a much more tricky situation. They've got to move down red, but there's one player there as well. Laxing very important in this spot with vertical to support down below. Red is not nearly as free as it was last time for PB.
Well, Laxing gets droned out, so he will back off, but he needs to get to the site soon because here comes that Parabellum pressure. Newers is the first to fall. Kool-Aid now expending his final cluster charge, and Parabellum off of this cluster charge. They've got to make a decision. Where do they want to get this execute going from? It does look like we're going to see this mining push come in eventually. You've got the hatch coverage coming in from Wimpy, but yeah, they've got 20 seconds, and they're still up top. The drop will finally come in. Wimpy gets felled by Vertical in a great C4. Kool-Aid lit up by Dream, but not finished off. He's got the diffuser, and he's got to put this on the ground, but he's getting pinged, and he is running out of options. Creators dies on the cover. Eska from above is able to get another, but diffuser dropped, and Parabellum are out of time. Oxygen complete a 5-round in a row comeback to take the win over PB in overtime.
I hate to agree with Vertical, what he's mouthing right now, what everyone is asking on OXG, Dream, Vertical, what happened? 6-3. They went up 4-2 on Cafe Attack, Jonah. And there it goes. Fully erased, not only by PB, maybe starting to lose out on some steam, but most importantly, OXG making the comeback. We were worried about their performance overall. Yeah, they weren't all negative. They weren't dropping abysmal numbers, but we really needed to see them be OXG, be the team that won 4 games in a row. And they finally did. Newers comes alive. Vertical gets 14-7 going into that final attack. They ended up winning. And I don't want to say, you know, I always root for PB. I love my CL boys, but OXG really proved there when they're down 6-3 that they're still a team to be feared.
And the first time that they have really faced adversity over these last few days. Their first loss and now their first overtime game where they've had to make an impressive comeback. Every other game seems to have come to them a lot easier. So, I mean, for them, proving that even when things aren't quite as easy, they're still able to hang, and will hang in a big way.
Yeah, never count them out. That's what we can say today. But of course, you said first OT win. Parabellum, they might have lost. It might have been 6-3, and what a dominant win that would have been. But they can still say, alongside SSG, they put up one of the toughest fights against a dominant Oxygen.
Yeah, so Parabellum back to the drawing board, and OXG, they continue to dominate the competition and sit atop the NA League leaderboards right now. We're going to pass things over to our analyst desk in just a moment to break this one down. But before we do that, a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
little bit of a redemption arc for OXG as they went to Cafe yesterday, couldn't close things out, and then do that exact thing against Parabellum today, and to ensure they remain atop the NA League standings, at least for right now. Jesse, Jacob, Connor back with you on the post-game desk, and we've got Hopes from Las Vegas to talk us through, the coach of Oxygen Esports. Brother, congratulations on the win. I feel like we don't really get the chance to talk to coaches very often, so I thought it'd be a good idea to pull you in for this one. And I wanted to ask a little bit, Cafe yesterday and today, both of them were comebacks. One yesterday didn't work. Why did this one work out way better?
Well, to be honest, we made a lot of mistakes both yesterday and today. I think yesterday we kind of learned a lot on our, attacking side, whereas today we kind of struggled on defense. But I feel like today was just like a story of mental toughness, which is something we struggled with our prior rosters. So I feel like that was like the main reason for the comeback today.
Yeah, Hopes, I mean, you and I had a conversation over the weekend, and one thing you mentioned to me was a moment in the Beastcoast game where attacks for Beastcoast were going kind of well for them, and Fox made a call as the IGL and sort of changed the playstyle of the team, and then from there on, it was pretty easy for you guys. In this game, you were down 6-3, and then something happened. You guys won 5 rounds in a row. Was there a similar moment where Fox as the IGL was able to call something and the team made an adaptation, or what happened there?
I think a team like Parabellum, they're going to catch you off guard the first few times. That's just like how they are. Their defensive strats, in my opinion, are like slightly gimmicky. So like as the game progresses, you kind of like, you start to get the hang of it, which is, it's fine. But we're a strong attacking team, so I'm not really too surprised that we were able to like pull off 5 straight.
Yeah, and then so you were just saying that the strats can be kind of gimmicky. Was this just a premeditated take them to Cafe regardless of the result yesterday?
We didn't really, I guess. I mean, Cafe is obviously one of our better maps, and I know they're kind of strong at it too. But we know that like historically they'd like to bring like a Castle or Rooney, so we figured we'd ban a Rooney, maybe like make him a little uncomfortable. But it was just like taking him to our good map versus their good map. We knew it was going to be a good game regardless, but we were expecting a win in regulation for sure.
We asked the similar questions to guys like Foxe and Dream back when they were on this interview from before, but I do want to get it from your perspective. As you've brought 2 new players in a lot of cases for OXG, it feels like sometimes it's a revolving door. Some guys come out, but the same core continues to stick around. Now that you've got Dream and Newers on the squad and 6 games in, what's your overall thought about how everyone's gelling together?
I think overall, we're doing really well. I think the comms are definitely an improvement. I think the mental game definitely an improvement. This week obviously was a little bit of a letdown. In our opinion, we felt like we should have won yesterday too. I'm sure SSG obviously feels the same. They're gonna probably think that as well. But overall, like a rough week. But we're just taking it game by game, not taking any opponent for granted, and just gonna try and keep winning.
Well, it's a really, really good team when they say 1 loss, 1 win is a rough week, and you're still at the very top of the scoreboard, at least for right now. So Hopes, head held high going to next week. Congratulations again on the victory, and hopefully we'll see you back here for another interview very shortly.
Thank you. Hope so as well.
All right. That's it. Top of the standings. They're still there. Even if Spacestation or Astralis were to get 3 points in their games later on today, OXG are still going to stay up top. So 1 win, 1 loss. Got some different issues, like you mentioned, Cafe attacking to defense, differing from game to game. But still, I'd say that's a pretty successful week.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they would have liked to get 3 points or at least 2 or 1 against SSG. This game against Parabellum especially, like they wanted 3. Only going to end up with 2 because it went to overtime, so perhaps disappointing there, especially for a team like Oxygen, but I still think they're on a very good track to make it to the major, and of course that's what they're going to be playing for.
Yeah, there was almost a sense of deja vu with kind of watching how Oxygen was playing, that there were some very similar mistakes, but almost inverted, like they were saying. Sometimes on the attacking side, they were getting a little bit too far ahead of themselves. And then now it was almost on the defensive side that they were getting too far ahead of themselves today. But overall, when you look at all the entry engagements, it was very strong in the side of Oxygen. Once again, that's kind of a replication to the Cafe that we now expect out of them.
Yeah, you talk about Oxygen's problems in the first half of that game on defense, and I think the big reason why is number 2 on Parabellum, Eska, 12 and 11. He was playing Sledge fantastically, and the top-down pressure that he was putting onto OXG was really making it difficult for them to win those post plants, for them to be able to stop and get some space back in their own bomb sites. He was providing so much there, and it did feel like Kool-Aid as well was helping out with that a lot of the rounds. He was either on Buck or he was on Fuse a couple of times, you know. And so he was finding ways to be able to flex around and have an impact in that top-down play as well, which I thought was huge for Parabellum to go up so early in that first half.
Yeah, let's stick on Parabellum a little bit. There are some positives to be found from a game that still ends in a loss. Talking about a couple round replays. Round 5, Wimpy has a fantastic post-plant position. It very much seems like this is when OXG is kind of in the gutter, so to speak. But in this round in particular, Wimpy, not only does he prove why he continues to earn that Parabellum paycheck, but he also plays this round perfectly.
Yeah, key thing to know about round 5 is this is right after Hopes had called attack timeout for the team. And one thing we started to see after that was after they had recognized that the players above were causing big problems, OXG were like calling for more players to rotate up late round and cause an impact. Now this time, it didn't quite work out. We're going to start off with this round where they get the kits down. Kool-Aid did a fantastic job with that, as well as Wimpy, who are both getting a lot of kits down. But Wimpy in this case is up above, and he's going to be covering from the top-down position. And watch what they do on Parabellum. There's going to be 2 players that try to stop Wimpy, not from below and coming up through the bars, but right here on the white stairs. This is that adaptation that might have been called in the attack timeout. But unfortunately, they're up against an LMG, and Wimpy mows them both down. Fox gets up here as well. He does deal a lot of damage, but Wimpy is so good at shutting down those 3 players that move to the top to try to deny this plant.
Yeah, and probably the biggest thing was the emphasis of Parabellum on that white staircase. We saw multiple times Penguin not only put 1 air jab, but place 2 and then 1 over towards red, understanding that the win condition for this attack is that vertical pressure, and it was executed perfectly.
We're looking at what we saw from Blaz on Twitter earlier saying he's got his visa secured already, and we keep on wondering what's this team going to look like when Blaz finally enters the picture. But Wimpy is doing such a phenomenal job, whether it's shutting down defenses on roam presences. Usually he's like offsite playing that way, or if he's doing it in this case, I mean, sure, if you're abusing LMG meta, you're still finding kills. So, and like for his part, Wimpy doesn't have anything to be ashamed of in that loss, I don't think, at least from a personal stats point of view.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think Wimpy's had a lot of good games actually throughout this stage. I think he's been really putting in the work, whether he ends up on this team still next stage or on some other squad. I think he's really put out a good showing for his first time in the NAL, and I'm really excited to see what happens with the rest of his career.
Well, let's take a look at how OXG, on the flip side of things, won this matchup, because they push it all the way to overtime. Then in round 14, a little bit of a, not quite a Parabellum miscommunication, but it felt very much like OXG were abusing positioning based upon where they were playing, the site they decided to go to, and Parabellum opting for a Fuse pick. They're playing top down, they're looking for a way to get into Fireplace, and it just gets stuffed in round 14.
Yeah, the ideology of the Fuse was nice because it was a one-man get hatch opened idea that, sure, you can also kind of vacate out the train position with those cluster charges, get the Electric Claw off the hatch, and maybe even if one of those pucks gets lucky and bounces, maybe could even have gotten that shield that we currently see Dream residing behind.
Yeah, I mean, this is the final round of the game, obviously, and it did feel like the momentum was so strongly in Auction's favor. PB just going a little too slow in this execute, just starting the plant at like 9 seconds. It ends down to a 1v1. The fragging is good from Parabellum. If they'd had an extra maybe 10, 20 seconds, that easily could have gone their way, chased down that one final kill, and perhaps they would have been able to get the round there, but unfortunately it couldn't happen.
So OXG proving they can get it done even when the pressure is on in overtime. Parabellum walk away with at least 1 point, so it's something as opposed to nothing, but they have to be kicking themselves for being on match point and not being able to get the job done, allowing OXG to get those couple rounds in a row to come back, get the victory. What does Parabellum do from this point? Final thoughts?
I think that the big thing in that game that Parabellum didn't do was call attack timeout. It was really slipping away. 5 rounds in a row at the end there. They didn't manage to call anything to maybe go for some sort of adjustment. They obviously don't have their coach with them. Their coach VBM is not on the continent. He's over in India, so he's not able to really have that.
When you put it that way, it sounds pretty bad.
Yeah, he doesn't have the up-to-date information, so perhaps that was an issue for them going forward. It'd be nice to be able to see the team all in one location, so that can perhaps be improved.
Yeah, that's one big thing. But you also have to take the silver lining of, let's think about the quality of teams that Parabellum is now in the cusp of teams that have taken a point off of Oxygen. Spacestation Gaming and Parabellum Sports. So I think they're in pretty good company right there.
Well, next game up is one I know is going to be closer than it says on paper, even though it's the number 2 seed against somewhere in like 5th or 6th. Somehow, I have the feeling if any game was going to upset, it could be this one. Spacestation against Beastcoast is up next when we come back.
really happening? My mind explodes. I can feel my bones shaking to the beat of my bleeding heart. An overload. Don't know how this goes, but I'm pretty sure you just made my world stop. I can't believe my eyes when I get close to you, close to you, close to you. So pretty I could die. I can't be close to you, close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. My walls are down, they've been burned to the ground by the voice of an angel. Don't say a word before someone gets hurt, it's just too much to handle. My mind explodes. I can feel my bones shaking to the beat of my bleeding heart. An overload. Don't know how this goes, but I'm pretty sure you just made my world stop. I can't believe my eyes when I get close to you, close to you, close to you. So pretty I could die. I can't be close to you, close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. If you're as perfect under the surface, I don't know what I will do. 'Cause I can't believe my eyes when I get close to you, close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you. You think you know me? Say I'm as cold-hearted as they come. You think I'm slowly cutting my ties with you, that I'm done.
So let me just paint the picture for you real quick. We've had 2 games so far, and the losing team has now played the same map both times this week. And we're hoping the Beastcoast don't end up doing the same, because SSG are already on a roll. They just knocked off the undefeated OXG yesterday, and Beastcoast are looking for a bit of a lifeline as they try to cling on to that advantage that they used to have 4th to 5th place or so in the NAL standings. Anderson, Chick, Dapolonio with you on the desk. Gentlemen, what are we thinking for matchup number 3?
Well, matchup 3 is going to be Spacestation and Beastcoast. SSG, a huge statement yesterday, beating out Auction Esports, a team that a lot of people were saying were the best team in the North American League. SSG set the record straight by beating them 7-5 on Cafe. It's going to be a tall task for Beastcoast to take them down.
Yeah, definitely going to be a tall task, especially with Beastcoast struggling just a little bit. Some of their fraggers a little bit quieter than we've come to expect in that XSET game just about like 20 hours ago, you know?
What do we think about this Beastcoast lineup? Initially, because we've only seen them play 5 games so far, we were looking at how the new roster was going to form. We know about SSG. We've got a lot of points we can talk about them, but just very quick initial impression about what we think of this Beastcoast team through 5 games.
I think they're very young. Obviously, we knew that coming into the thing that they would be kind of young. They're certainly aggressive. Sweater likes to be a little bit out there on the roam, but I don't know. It does seem like they've kind of railed it back in a little bit these last couple of play days, so I'm interested to see if that continues.
Sweater likes to be out there on the roam. That was the understatement of the century. You didn't have to say it so succinctly. Connor, anything to add?
Yeah, you want it succinctly, I would just say pleasant surprise. 2 words. I think that this roster could potentially have failed, but they've been a breath of fresh air, and they've been really refreshing to watch with how hard they're working and overall how well they're working as a team.
That was more than just the 2 words, but that's an answer that we are going to accept.
I had my full answer and then my just.
Dive into more when we talk about Beastcoast, but for right now, let's talk about the mountain that they've got to climb. In Spacestation Gaming, a lot of people think that this team now is a shoo-in to head to the major, given their record so far, but they are deadlocked with Astralis right now for that second to third placement, only above them in spite of having the same number of points because of a higher round differential, because that's the way that tiebreakers work these days. So still in second place as of right now, could potentially catch up to OXG in the very near future, but this team is looking way, way better than they were. I mean, or are they keeping pace with what they were doing back in stage 3?
Well, it's actually an interesting point, right? Because throughout the last year, we saw them do very strong, like domestically in the NAL when we were playing best of ones, and then even in group stages, they'd always do very well at the majors and at SI, and then they'd get to the bracket, and that would always be where the struggles come. Whether that's because of the pressure, or because of the best of threes, or because of the better teams, there's a lot of factors that go into it. But certainly right now, SSG showing their usual form, coming in through these regular season best of ones and dominating the league up until this point.
Yeah, in their first couple of games, maybe were potentially an easier side. But that second game, that XSET victory just keeps on aging. It's like a fine wine. It gets better and better every single play day because they made that team look silly.
I mean, that was also before XSET really got their feet underneath them. They understood like what to finish on their attack, so to speak. You're not wrong. Like
maybe they learned from SSG.
You really need to you're happy you have that one out of the way, but Beastcoast theoretically could present the same kind of problem. Do you think that this SSG team is going to be able to read into the kind of stuff that Beastcoast could present in this matchup?
I think probably.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like SSG have been so good using that attacker repick. I think their takes have been very, very strong this stage so far. Beastcoast, if they're going to go for these like wacky setups, if they're going to pull out some of the creative stuff that we know that they have in their back pocket, they've pulled out some really cool setups, I would say, over the last couple of play days. I think SSG is going to be able to identify that in the prep phase, choose their operators, and break it down pretty succinctly throughout the round.
I do, from that point, I remember Luke's tweet about the way in which SSG are able to completely shift up whatever takes they were going for. I think the example he was bringing up was back when they played TSM on Oregon. There were times where they'd put Merc up in small tower like twice, and both times he died at around the same point in the round, but the difference was the second time they attacked it, they switched up, brought a Monty setup, they completely switched up every single operator they were bringing, got Merc out at the same time frame without dropping nearly as many operators, and there seems to be like that exact same chemistry going overall in attack, and it feels like they've really dialed in on how to use it, even if they're not, it's not being fully abused yet, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and we also, I forget who we were talking with, I think it was Yeti, that it's also map dependent. It's insanely map dependent, and with the maps that SSG have been going to, I mean, we've already seen them go to Bank twice. That's a map that you can have very different stylistic takes. You can either, once again, bring the Monty, you can have some fun stuff, you have a Ying executor, you can send somebody on knock flying through the garage. It really kind of opens the door to that creativity that we kind of come to know and love from SSG.
What are we thinking about Skies, by the way? Obviously, Playday number 5 MVP for his performance against OXG. Little bit of a rage moment because of a tech delay. Left mid-game, came back and did this.
Yeah, 13 and 6, 75 cost. Skies had a fantastic day yesterday playing in their matchup against Oxygen. He's a player that has recently moved from that hard support, that hard breach role, onto a little bit more of an aggressive position in the flank watch. He's been fantastic, I think, in that role moving forward for SSG. I talked to him a bit about it. He likes how he's able to kind of use this position to get a little bit more aggressive, be a little bit more of a playmaker. You see the fantastic positioning in Train. You see the operators that he likes to play beautiful on gridlock. Something he actually talked about in our interview on stream was how, as a flank watch, he likes to play a wide variety of operators. He doesn't feel pigeonholed into a nomad, which is the most common operator for that role. He will play anything, whatever the situation requires, and that kind of goes back to the 6 pick that we're seeing time and time again, or that attacker repick that SSG have used so wonderfully.
Yeah, and it almost comes down to a point that flank watch might not necessarily be a position. It's almost more of a kind of responsibility that can shift here and there. But if you just kind of categorize Skies as a secondary support player who does like to focus on the flanks a little bit more, once again, you open up those doors. You open up the realm of possibilities, all those different operators and the creativity to shine.
So that's the obstacle that Beastcoast themselves have to get over, which, considering the role that SSG have been on, knocking off the only undefeated team left in the league, their accomplishments prior, the way they thrive in best of ones, the way they really tailor the map picks to every single individual situation, Beastcoast have a very tall task in front of them, especially given Skies. Obviously, we're still focusing on him because that was a stellar performance yesterday. But for this Beastcoast team, who equates? Who lines up? Beastcoast are out here trying to say, why not us? We're over here doing what we can to surprise. they are already beating a lot of people's expectations, but what's the next step this roster has to get to?
I mean, I think the big person that you're going to line up as their key player this season has to be Surf. And I would say the most surprising player in the league so far. Surf has been amazing. Coming into this week, he was 48-29, 9-4 on entry, 1.07 KPR, all of those stats in the top 2 ahead of this week of play. And although he was negative in Challenger League, the couple of times he got brought in, it's really, you've got to give it to the support staff on Beastcoast and for the teams, or for the players on Beastcoast, to have identified that talent within Surf and said, I don't care if this guy's going negative in CL, let's bring him up. He's going to shine here in the NAL, and that's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, and it's just always really interesting to watch Surf operate because as weird as it may sound, he's one of the most intelligent fraggers you can possibly watch.
Totally.
Sometimes it looks like he makes dumb decisions, but there's weird stuff with the timings that when you really take a closer look, it's very smart decisions. It's very like calculated risks. And if he can find a lot of some of the holes in the side of Spacestation, he can all of a sudden just explode.
Yeah, I think the brain of Beastcoast doesn't get enough credit. I know Troy on an interview a couple weeks back called them meatheads, but listen, I think this team actually has a lot of really good ideas. And sometimes the executes aren't always there, right? I think back to yesterday's game where they were attacking on Bank and, you know, they were attacking an open area that had a great rotate where they moved Drip from sort of the square push over to Printer. It was a fantastic idea because you need that pinch. But then like when he's jumping in the window, he spends like 5 seconds trying to shoot the Alagai clone right beneath him and he gets killed because of it. So it's like, it's solid ideas, sometimes poor execution coming in from Beastcoast. And I want to give a lot of credit to their support staff, Mark, Rams, and Crux, for being able to implement a lot of those ideas and really help the boys out.
To me, it feels like they're also a very good team, but that's adept at utilizing repick, almost as in both squads are very capable of using it to a certain extent. I'm looking at Slash getting that glass 2 to 3K to clutch out a post plant against the Soniqs. Granted, it's Oregon, it's against the Soniqs. We already know like the tale of that tape. But right now, I feel as though this is a team. This isn't 5 individuals kind of getting thrown into one system or us thinking that there might be enough of a personality clash for this team to not work out. So far, there does appear to be cohesion, and it's more surprising than I thought at the beginning of the stage.
Yeah, and it's just scary when 5 people that are all incredibly mechanically gifted buy into a singular philosophy that's failed a couple of times, but now when everybody's firing through, it just works. And it's hard to explain why, but it just does.
Yeah, and it does feel like as well that they're like, you know, slowing down a little bit more, which I love to see from them. If they want to pull that back and maybe find a little bit more of opportunities in the nuance of that mid-round, I'm excited to see that.
All right, so stage has been set, but where exactly are we going in this one? Any opinions, initial thoughts about, are we going to an SSG strong map? Or Beastcoast going to ban those ones out? Are we going to go to one that's kind of neutral for both squads? What are we thinking?
Honestly, I feel like with the depth and breadth of the SSG map pool, I feel like they can just manipulate this and really strong arm Beastcoast into an uncomfortable position. And that's kind of always been the case for SSG. Much credit to their support staff. They know how to attack a ban phase, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
You're never going to beat those guys. And when you can just take down maps like Oregon, very comfortable map for Beastcoast, as well as Skyscraper, you know, the new map that's kind of scary on the side of Beastcoast. They already showed strength over towards Border. They probably have a Skyscraper as well.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the strong maps from both of these squads. I think Bank, a very strong one from SSG. We saw the first week. Border, one that I was going to mention for Beastcoast being a very strong map for them. Another one that they won back in the first week of play. Our final 3 maps end up being Villa, Bank, and Theme. Again, I don't think you want to allow SSG to be to play onto Bank. They're so good there. Theme Park is a map that none of these teams have played before. You look at Villa as well. This is a map that we've seen one play from Beastcoast. They brought DZ to overtime. SSG don't want the same fate, so they're going to ban out the map. And then Beastcoast. Theme Park, neither of these teams have played at all. Bank, SSG dominated on the first week of play, won it twice back-to-back, and Beastcoast clearly struggling on it the other day. They're gonna run it back, though. An interesting decision. SSG likely expecting the Theme Park, but it doesn't happen anyways. For Space Station, they avoided Bank right up until SI, but they brought it out for 2 games at the 6th Invitational. They also brought it for the first couple of games of the NAL. They beat XSET, they beat Mirage, dropping just 5 rounds in the 2 games combined.
So here's the overall question. Are Space Station right now looking at Bank and going, okay, I guess we got a freebie? Or is there a reason to be concerned about Beastcoast on this map? Because they did just lose it yesterday, but were there enough bright spots to think that against a team like Spacestation, they do have a chance here?
They do have a chance because there were still so many of those rounds against XSET that were so incredibly close.
Yeah.
It came down to a matter of inches, and maybe if Slash got a kill here or there, it would be a completely different result. However, for Space Station, those final 2 maps that we got down to, Theme Park and Bank, those are the 2 most intricate maps in the entire pool right now, and that really is buying into the philosophy for Space Station that they might think Beastcoast are a little bit of meatheads and they want to try to throw them some curveballs.
Well, let's see if our own resident meatheads have the same idea in mind. Blue, Stokes, welcome back. What are we thinking about this game?
Well, I think it's going to be a pretty close one at the end of the day here. I say that because, again, we've been seeing some great performances coming out of the Beastcoast roster, mainly from an individual basis, but I have to agree with you guys talking about the map here. Things are going to look a little bleak in that respect, considering what happened in yesterday's match, so feeling a little bit more Space Station-y right now for this game, just judging it off of that factor at least. What about you, Stokes?
Straight up making up new adjectives, brother. What's going on?
Yeah, going crazy. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, John. I think this one's going to the moon. Space Station gaming all the way. Beastcoast, I mean, they might have something in store for us, but I don't expect much.
Look, man, to a different subsection of the internet, to the moon has a completely different connotation. And I don't think we've heard it for like what? I mean, the whole Wall Street Bets thing was what, like a whole year ago at this point?
January
it feels like ancient
last
history.
year, yeah.
They have the best advice, man. I mean, you should just invest with them. You should see what happens, Jacob.
Do not listen to Reddit on anything. Not investing, not
even R6 subreddit.
Please.
You can't listen to Reddit about a singular thing.
To a fish.
Well, I was saying, literally, they lost to a fish. I know there are some people out there who will get that reference. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll get back to you in just a second, because you're casting this game and you look very hot doing it. However, for this matchup, Jesse, I'm of 2 minds on this, but both of them kind of point in the same direction ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, I think Beastcoast are coming into this game thinking it's a map that both teams are good at, right? Beastcoast clearly looking at that last Playday thinking, well, although we lost it, we had some close rounds, it's still one of our strong suits. That said, they've got a lot to prove against the current, in my opinion, best team in North America on a map we know they're strong on. I'm going to go SSG as well. I think that's the right call.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. The reason why I thought 2 different paths on this is only really due to there being someone in these 3 games that needed to upset somewhere. It was Parabellum had to get OXG. No, that didn't happen. First game, we're looking for an upset. Mirage is going to beat XSET. That didn't happen. I am one for patterns, but I don't really like it when it works out perfectly with no deviation. So I do like Space Station. I'm going to pick them on this game, but still, could Beastcoast do something? Don't count them out ever.
Yeah, I'm here for the coin, and I already know the result of it. And I think you're going to be very happy when you were talking about upsets for the coin, because the coin did not pick it. The coin went straight for SSG.
Come on! Can you not debate me that way? We brought you in just to be a messenger. You don't have to be tantalizing.
Sam's second game of the day and the second time that he has tied the coin with the same prediction.
True.
And he sighs in the background.
I don't know if you can hear when he sighs that loud, but yeah, no. It's not going well for any of us because the coin has sided with the entire desk because everyone has picked the exact same team for these first 3 games. We'll hope that there might be a bit of a difference for our last 2. It still seems like, at least for these first 3, there is always an underdog, there's always a favorite, and we'll see which one wins after we come back from a very short break. Space Station, Beastcoast, up next. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ready to start another game here at the NAL, and this is bound to be an interesting one. Drip continuing his run throughout the NAL, trying to prove everyone in it wrong, and that he can indeed keep up his team stuff inside of a pro division. Their challengers on the other side of the coin today is going to be Spacestation, who has had quite a run themselves so far inside of Stage 1. Stokes, let's talk a little bit about Spacestation's own prowess here inside of the first few weeks of play that we've had.
Well, I think first things first, we have to talk about their matchup against, well, Oxygen yesterday. A 7-5 victory, really not expected, I think, out of anybody when it came to analysts and commentators. Especially from me, I thought Oxygen had it in the bag, but Spacestation proving all of us wrong. And I think you can say that about a decent amount of this stage. Yes, they might not be in first, but they're shooting for that high contention and the ability to go to land.
Yeah, definitely seemed like the case there, especially with their ability to take down Oxygen, who had been pretty much undefeated up until yesterday's game. Seems like that's a continuing trend, though, with the way that things nearly transpired in today's game as well. Maybe starting to see some weaknesses show in that team, but of course, we'll talk more about that in the future. The focus today is on SSG, who have continued to tear themselves a new position inside of the NAL and are looking to take #1 with a potential victory today due to their close proximity to OXG's own record. Keep in mind, of course, you got a lot of other teams following them close behind, and XSET, surprisingly, is one of them as well. So the race to stay in the top 4 is going to continue onward as the stage goes on, as all these teams, of course, are fighting for a position at the major. Spacestation, a team that, especially with the run they've had here in the NAL so far, will definitely want one of those 4 positions in order to prove themselves once again on an international stage, as they've been struggling to do so as of their most 2 to 3 international showings over the last year.
Yeah, while we're talking about Spacestation, you know we have to talk about Skies, because they went through a role swap before they came into the first stage here. Bosco and Skies switching positions, and Skies is looking so fantastic currently. A 1.30 overall, a KPR of a 1.0 flat, and that's on things like Mute and Gridlock. So it's extremely impressive for him that he's so pivotal in the position that SSG has allocated him to. I'm excited to see him up against Beastcoast today, especially with Drip and, well, just mostly Beastcoast philosophy around the game at the moment.
Yeah, and Beastcoast has had their own showing of players that have been able to perform quite well inside of Stage 1. The most notable standout, for me at least, has been Surf, the surprise addition for this team, coming straight out of the lower divisions and absolutely kicking some butt inside of the first few games. Faltered a little bit in yesterday's matchup versus XSET, but hopefully going to be able to improve that performance. It was Anthony who was really the shining star of this team yesterday, as much as they could be anyway, as they were only able to claim 3 rounds on the map they played, a map that they're going to be going back to right now in Bank versus Spacestation. We saw BC struggling mainly on the defensive side, only able to pick up 1 round for themselves over the course of it, but to be fair, the attacking side wasn't really much better anyway, wasn't really much better either, as they only got 2 rounds there.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of Beast Coast, we got to talk about Surf here. I mean, Surf has time and time again been the player for Beast Coast, but yesterday, really all for naught. Negative on the day, had a 0.98, could not come over the hill when it came to the 1.0 rating. As you said, that was all for Anthony's doing, and it really just, you know, showed itself inside of the rounds. There was really nothing that Beast Coast could do. It was just time and time again losing some very important gunfights that made it nigh impossible to pick up the round for themselves.
Keep in mind, of course, the veteran, experienced leader that's going to be taking this team into battle, and that's going to be Slashug, sitting just to the left of the player on your screen right now. Slash, a player that you guys at home, if you've been following Siege for any time at all, you should know pretty well by this point, going back quite a bit to the being a former member of the OXG roster, even before that on Reciprocity as well.
Don't forget about Rogue.
Yeah, that was what I was just going to say. He was on the Rogue roster also, so he's been around for quite some time, and it does seem like, I believe we even got them in an interview saying this, that they're looking to try and repeat the success we got out of the Soniqs last year by having this one big core experienced player that's been around for eons at this point, with a bunch of young gunners kind of surrounding him that he can direct into battle and hopefully lead to victory. And it's had mixed results so far here on BC.
Yeah, you know, it's always good to have somebody around that has some tenure, and Slashug is always going to be able to provide a million different answers to any questions that you have, because he's been doing this for so very long. But you can also say that about a couple of these people. It's just that Slashug has been inside of professional play longer than a lot of them. For instance, Drip has played the game since, I believe, beta, but he just wasn't at that professional echelon for a long period of time. He kind of dipped in, dipped out. It was more of just like a touching of the toes, and that was about it to the water. So, well, now for Beastcoast, they've looked a lot better. And not only that, this is probably the best team that we've seen drip on.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And they've brought a really impressive performance to the table in multiple of their matches. But this is easily going to be, in my opinion, their toughest challenge yet so far, as we've seen Spacestation just show a rock of consistency over the course of Stage 1. In surprising fashion as well, given their run at SI. Things are looking very, very promising for this team as we start to build up towards the next major as well. So Beastcoast is really going to have their mettle tested, especially, again, when you consider the fact that we brought up earlier where they're just rerunning a map they played yesterday. So Spacestation has a whole load of fresh tape on this team if there's not going to be any major changes to the strat book, which I don't expect there to be any with only 24 hours transpiring between the last match.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't expect too much to change. And we saw that from a multitude of teams today that played their map that they played today, yesterday. Not too much changed. And as you said, you only have 24 hours, and past that, you spent the entire day playing professional Siege. It's kind of draining. So not exactly wanting to go home and immediately jump back on a computer and be like, all right, guys, let's grind this out for another 6 hours after we just sat there and had our butts kicked on a previous map.
Now, we do have a slight delay to the start of game, folks. You may have noticed it. We have one of our admins working on the PCs underneath the Spacestation desk right now. So bear with us here for just a moment while we continue to work on fixing that as quickly as possible and, of course, start this game. We do want to make sure that every setup is up to par here and that, once again, we are not going to have any of those issues in the game itself so the players can continue on. So your patience in this area is very much appreciated. We'll be starting as soon as we possibly can here, but we will be guiding you through more of our pre-match talk here as that discussion continues on. Another member that we haven't been able to talk too much about on the BC side, you know, we've kind of talked it to death here about Slash, Surf, and Drip, but Sweater is another player that has quite a bit of renown going towards it as well. And we also want to call this out for you guys at home, as I'll change my topic real quick. All the VODs from yesterday are now available. Woo! Go ahead over to the Rainbow Six Esports YouTube channel. It's on the VOD channel specifically, and go ahead and search for those. Feel free to browse all 5 of the matches that we played yesterday, including the one that Beastcoast played on this map. They're about to rerun. You can go ahead and open that up while we're waiting for this game to begin, maybe, and skim through it, get a little bit of intel for yourself, and maybe you can have some fresh tape on Beastcoast as they get ready to jump into this rerun themselves.
Yes, indeed. Plenty of good games, plenty of good memes from yesterday as well, so hopefully you guys enjoy. But make sure you guys bounce on over to the YouTube channel. And don't forget to subscribe while you're there, because all of our VODs are indeed on that page. So if you're ever lacking, if you ever have to go off and do something important and want to come back, you can always go to the YouTube page to figure out what matches you weren't able to watch today. So we are just moments away from getting in here. Once again, ladies and gents, it's bank for Beastcoast, and we're going back to where they were yesterday, where they're only able to pick up 3 rounds overall. As you said, John, really hoping that they can do something different today up against Spacestation Gaming, but it's going to be hard fought. Bank is a map that SSG has been dominant on for years, and yes, I mean years. So this should make for some good fun, but luckily enough, the delay is over, ladies and gentlemen. Spacestation Gaming versus Beastcoast on Bank starts now.
Bank actually ran a piece of history here, if I'm remembering correctly. Bank was like a pretty big part of SSG's run, SI 2020 too. If you want to talk a little bit more about that going back a few years, I do remember quite a few maps being played on Bank specifically at that event. So big piece of it there. Interesting ban though to start us off. It's going to be Knock that gets knocked out by SSG. Beastcoast respond with one that's arguably just as interesting in Zero. We've seen Zero play become pretty much a mainstay on Bank specifically because of where you can place those Argus cams, especially inside of that main lobby because the room's so big it's so hard to spot them out, but in quite a few other areas as well. But the Nook one is more interesting because we've been seeing her used more and more. Once again, inside of this map specifically for that kind of sneaky entry capability, or at least to set up a player for some late round shenanigans. The defensive bans, not too surprising. We got a Mirror and a Maestro. That aligns pretty well with what we have seen in the past here.
Maestro ban's very interesting. Well, we'll have to get to it a little bit later on, but this is a potential to look in towards smoke plants. Now, the thing you got to remember is that Warden also exists.
Yep.
So it's kind of a duality of man, if you will, with those positions.
Not only that, but there's like much more delay capability too, where you could like have like a sneaky Goyo canister hiding in a corner now. You know, obviously you've got the Toxic Babes, which are always going to be there from smoke, but then you have Tachanka as well that can chuck in some of those incendiaries from a distance. So there's a few other factors you have to be aware of now when trying to go for a smoke plant. And because you, the attacker, you get disoriented yourself inside of those just as much as the defenders can have that same thing befall them.
Yeah, pretty difficult to get your bearings when your entire screen is just gray smog.
Yep.
So, Either way, though, we're finally into the map, and SSG, they're setting us up for an interesting one. Bulletproof here at the front desk, just so they have some info on lobby. They'll get all of the hatches, but this is most definitely going to be extended even up towards the 3rd floor. Bosco has already castle barricaded E2. That's the elevator hallway on the current floor that we're at. They're more than likely going to connect a few other locations around this mid-floor just to make their transitions through the building a little bit easier to where they can actually get ahead of Beastcoast.
Well, let's see here as we've got Beastcoast spawned out and about, and SSG has finished their setup. Bosco throwing in the last of those castle barricades to block off the access point from blue stairs going into break room. Breaks that up a little bit, maybe allows for a member of SSG to sneak back out, but SSG's going to be sneaking around a whole lot more places than that. We got Rampy deployed all the way up to the 2nd floor as well. Hatches are reinforced to support the players downstairs, and then even Hot sitting in the corner, a little bit too close for comfort apparently to the action as he takes a few bullets. I'm not even sure if Surf realizes they hit and Surf! Oh no! He like fat fingers his V key or something and misses out on a free kill opportunity.
I am lost for words at the moment. Surf's going to hand over a kill as well, and Rampy's out. He's just going to use the dash and hightail it down main stairs. And now Beastcoast already down a member when Surf most definitely should have had that kill in stock. Very unfortunate for Beastcoast now, and SSG will be allowed to stick to their guns on this roam. Beastcoast still have to clear them out, and they have to do it a man down.
Very, very unfortunate start to the game for Beastcoast here. It's going to be a little bit of a tilter probably for Surf, so hopefully he can rebound from that in a later round. But down for the count for now as SSG excel with the 5v4 advantage. Not even going to give up on their extended game after asserting that advantage either. We're going to see them continue to keep the first 4 presence going, and there's good reason behind this. We still have a minute and a half to play with. You don't necessarily want to give all that over to Beastcoast since they still have quite a bit of presence here, and obviously quite a bit of reinforcement and utility supporting this position as well, so they can to some extent afford to sit around here and continue to waste down the time for Beastcoast. SSG has an easy retreat route through the hatch sitting inside of the small office.
This is the best call for Spacestation at the current moment. Just continue to dwindle down this timer for Beastcoast and force them into a poor execution. The good news for Spacestation as well is that they have supporting angles for the actual site if they do try and just force a plant down in something like server or rather CCTV. It's just never going to happen because of the hatch control that they have. And also Rampy will be able to reassert himself onto the top floor because he is Oryx, the only man that can jump up hatches. Slash will be able to take down Bosco, but they still have a long road ahead of them.
Slash with a good trade there, at least evens things out, but that's really only because Beastcoast hadn't made any big moves themselves up until this point. Sweater, though, keeps Beastcoast on a good track, and now the plant's going down for Drip inside of the site. What is this? The round's been turned on its heels all of a sudden. Anthony and Slash both picking up kills. Fultz will kill 2 with the just thrown Nitro Cell out into the open. He's a little late to stop the plant, unfortunately. Would have been an amazing clutch if so, but now this post plant is so rough for Fultz to play into. Gets the intel on Slash above him, but can no longer lock him down, and finally, the cutoff from Sweater is established on the back end, and Beastcoast take the first round.
I mean, Beastcoast, Best Coast. That was honestly insane that they were able to pull that out of the hat. Especially for the engagement we had with Hot and Cold on main. He was just simply waiting to see when a Beastcoast member would try and take control of the area, but he still loses the gunfight. Beastcoast get every avenue open in seconds to actually get onto site. Space Station's entire roam game is actually just picked to pieces at the end of the day, and it all just comes down to Fultz. I mean, yes, he's able to initially make a play, but he didn't prevent the plant from going down, and that was the biggest piece there. If that Nitro Cell gets out a little bit earlier, Fultz has a really good chance to win that round because now the offense has to push him, but just was not available for him at the time. And now Space Station Gaming down 1 round.
So an unfortunate turn of events for SSG, all things considered, after we had a really weird start to the round for Beastcoast with Surf shenanigans. Thankfully, the rest of the team for Beastcoast was able to make up for that. I think seeing mainly Slash contribute to that, but Sweater also having a good run also. Both players picking up 2 kills over the course of that round. We are actually going to get a nice little repick as well here over towards an Amaru from Slash, and this will be interesting to see. This has become more and more of a common tactic because in the past, before attacker repick, the only time you would see her use is in these like really niche 6-pick scenarios, but they would usually get right into pretty far in advance. It's a lot easier to sneak her in now with the repick mechanics, so we're starting to see her played more and more.
Super interesting. The Lion coming in as well. We're used to seeing this now. It's almost expected at this point when it comes to attacker repick, especially on a map like Bank. But as you said, the Amaru is not something we exactly see too often. And I also want to notate this. He's playing SMG 11 shotgun. He does not have the G8. So it could be a pretty interesting round depending on how Slash is able to get into the site or towards some of these congested areas, because it's practically one shot and he wins the fight automatically. So we'll have to see what they could potentially do. But as of of right now, it looks to be a pretty interesting clear here from Beastcoast. They'll start down in the garage. It's Sweater and Anthony looking for main stairs right now. The Sweater slowly creeps up. They could find themselves a rampy here inside of E2. Slash is going to hop up through the hatch and just begin planting inside of sight. This is so unbelievably smart. They have all of the cutoffs. I don't know if Fultz knows where this plant's going down either. He's dead as well. Nitro sell out. He can't even get the player. He dropped back down the hatch. Beastcoast with the biggest brain Amaru plant that we've seen on Bank.
Beautiful stuff from Beastcoast, and it's going to work nearly flawlessly. 1 or 2 exchanges are found in the post plant, but it's far too long gone, and there's going to be an immediate call for a timeout from SSG after they drop that round. They need to figure out what the heck just happened, as these 2 rounds have been suddenly lost. That was not the expectation they had with the way that these rounds have been played out.
Well, we found out why he had a shotgun and an SMG-11. It's because he's planting literally right next to Small Office. What a round from Beastcoast, and the strategies from these guys. Feisty for sure.
Excellent stuff. Now we get to see what else Beastcoast has cooking potentially, as we are going to go into that pause for Space Station. They're going to take a moment. Lycan clearly the one leading this pause. He's got a lot to say about what's been going wrong. If the team's potentially been extending out too much, not focusing on the site, and that's how Beastcoast has been able to abuse these situations in order to pick up 2 rounds for themselves. Only 2 rounds, though, have been claimed, so plenty of chances for SSG to rebound, and we're going to find out if they can do so in just a few seconds here. About to load into our 3rd site, and it's looking like it's going to be an upstairs hold here, where things will get a little bit trickier for Beastcoast to bring out any surprises. This site is pretty well written in terms of how the attackers need to proceed for getting on point.
Well, now that we're back into it, let's see if Space Station potentially has an answer for Beastcoast's, well, kind of unorthodox strategy that we don't get to see too often. I believe the last successful Amaru plant that was at least in similar circumstances happened to be on Consulate, which is a map that isn't even in the pool anymore, and it was done by BDS, where they shot up through the piano hatch and planted inside of Cubby. So pretty interesting stuff, to say the least. But now for SSG, they've abandoned all hope on the bottom floor sites, and they've immediately shot up to the top level to see if they can successfully defend CEO.
A few repicks coming in, mainly just drip changing up his operator choice, and we saw an emphasis initially, of course, onto bringing the IQ because they were expecting the Valkyrie play to be pretty important here. Less so now that they've gone upstairs, apparently. So Slash is going to switch over towards the Sledge, and Surf will actually bring in the Thatcher because that's been left out of the ban pool here, so they can just bring your kind of traditional hard breach combo, and they're going to do that, but they note, of course, they did switch Drip over to the Habana, so that's going to be a bit of a longer fuse. The good news is, of course, there's no active mitigation that's been brought by SSG, so they're not going to have to worry about that mini-game playing around the wall here.
Yeah, and we've had an insane amount of Thatcher bans this stage, currently at a 70% ban rate, one of the higher ones that we're used to seeing, even for Thatcher's sake. Either way, though, 40 seconds in here now. Not too much happening across the board as of yet, but definitely have the potential for this powder keg to go off at a moment's notice. Beastcoast, as of right now, trying to find some extra info as to what the setup currently is for SSG. They're going to have the deployable shield here inside of the stock hallway. This is a traditional setup now for the top floor that we've seen time and time again since SI this last time around. So now, as the first line charge will go out, not too much going on. Beastcoast don't want to get too aggressive yet, just more of a call sign of, hey, we are here, and we are ready for this execute whenever it comes.
Needs to happen sooner rather than later here. Fultz continuing to sit back, wait for this potential action to explode upon him. He's not going to get that so much just yet. We are seeing, of course, Beastcoast work. You can hear those Hibana pellets finally exploding, so that's more than likely going to be the double wall leading into sight, giving them access there, and I believe that is indeed the case. The right one being breached out already by Beastcoast. Still half the round to go, though, so plenty more time to play that. The first EE1D charge, actually, excuse me, the second EE1D charge comes out there from Beastcoast as well. Not going to give them too much to play on, but Houghton might have an opportunity himself, as we're going to see some soft pings go in. The Nitro from down below. Sweater didn't even hear it, apparently, as it flies high over his head, and Hot and Cold pops it to take him out and get the first kill of the round.
Death from above for Space Station Gaming as they'll find that first pick. And now Beastcoast, a little worse for wear, but they're not out of this gunfight just yet. Surf will take control of stock. He's got to worry about Fultz around the main stairs, but do they have info on this? They're going to lose Drip past that moment, and that's going to be their hard breach now gone. They have no other addition to this, and as well past that, they only have 2 drones to actually allocate to this. With only 45 seconds remaining, this is starting to look like a lot of face checking for Beastcoast.
Flash is waiting for an opportunity now to swing it over here towards Jay. He's going to be able to knock out the castle barricade. That opens up the angle. 2 players sit on the other end of it, though, and that'll be problematic for him and the rest of BC as they try to clear this out. The double-edged sword of swinging open that castle barricade is revealed. Surf as well with a big, important push here, and he succeeds in it, knocking down Fultz. Tries to pre-fire the banana player rotating, but is not going to be able to get that. Fultz, important to note, of course, not fully dead just yet. They will need to repeat that, but shouldn't be too much of an issue to finish him off. Look at this angle from Houghton, though, between him and Rampy. They shut down 2 additional players, but Surf also finally catches Fultz and is able to deny Houghton from going any further with this. The problem being, he's the only one left standing with 1 additional trade from the SSG side of things. They are finally on the board at a 1-2 scoreline.
Very, very well done. And I like the change-up from Spacestation to go to the top floor here because it gives Beastcoast less room to work. They're all stuck around square, really couldn't get stock until SSG practically gave it to them. And then past that, the initial pick really slowed things down for Beastcoast. They had no opportunity to try and re-drone things and get some extra intel to assist them with that execute. Spacestation Gaming just too far ahead inside of round 3. And now they have to, unfortunately enough for them, go back to the basement and try this yet again.
So for Beastcoast, things are still looking promising indeed as they will turn to another basement attack, but SSG seems to have caught on to things quite quickly as of that 3rd site hold upstairs. So now it's time to see on the repeats if SSG is going to maintain just as much strength or if Beastcoast's slow and measured approach to these executes is going to pan out for them once again also. A few more repicks going to come in, but nothing really to write home about. Anthony as well, an operator that we generally wouldn't expect to see, so it's not too surprising he's going to switch over to a Zof, and actually a little bit of a change up there for Drip, as initially he was just changing his operator to a different hard breach, but he's actually going to go fully over towards a Buck for this one in order to open up those top-down angles a bit more quickly.
We also got to remember that Buck does have secondary hard breach now as well, so he's kind of a pseudo hard breacher in a way, but the big thing here is that there's no, throwable hard breach that they have or anything that you can do from range like Habana or Ace, and that's going to lock up the top floor reinforcement panels for the hallway for E3. Over towards the west side for Rampy. That's usually an angle that you'll see the offense trying to abuse as soon as they possibly can because, well, it makes it super difficult to try and get out of the top floor. But unfortunately enough for Beastcoast, they will not have access in any sense of the term. But now for Space Station, it's back to this extended hold, and hopefully things go right this time.
Anthony holding a hard position right now. Bosco trying to do the same from inside of open area, but he's going to get caught here, more than likely by Surf, who's going to roll in to finish him off. Drip simply just finishes off Bosco, helping out his teammate a little bit as they want to proceed according to plan here. So that up nice and quick, and Rampy, of course, going to make a bit of noise upstairs. That will be heard, especially as he opens up these top-down angles, but at the same time, it's going to be a little hard to take him out when you see how much support he has, hot and cold. Also watching the main stairs position, there was a lot of cutoffs established upstairs from the guys on SSG right now, so Beastcoast will have to mine that, and more than likely will have to clear it out to some extent.
Oh man, John, there is so many ways this can go wrong for Beastcoast. First things first, the info game has to be pristine to know what's going on upstairs, and luckily enough, Sweater's found a hole inside of Tellers. He'll take down Fultz, but they still have to worry about the verticality. Yes, they may have cleaned out the mid-floor, but Hot and Cold is supporting Rampy on that angle that we saw him create earlier. And this is going to allow him to play over the top of the CCTV hatch, and that's one of the most important hatches to try and get your plant down inside of that area. So now, worse for wear at the moment. They still have a couple of opportunities here, at least for SSG's sake. Able to get some damage off onto Anthony as Hot and Cold continuing to delay this time. What is Beastcoast's answer?
Beastcoast having a lot of time being drained now because of this upstairs hold. It's looking like they're going to try to just bypass it, go directly down to the basement, choosing to deal with the descent of those players at some later point. That's going to be very, very dangerous. They're basically putting themselves in the middle of a sandwich if they go for that. And it seems SSG has already realized this. Rampy now starting to rotate back down to the first floor here. They want to close this thing shut before Beastcoast even try to open it on the site. 45 seconds left, though, so Beastcoast do need to start speeding things up, but they may not be given the opportunity as Rampy cuts one of them off. Surf the first to go down here as the upstairs players begin their tournament.
Well, Beastcoast have a top square player. It's going to be Slash with the oversight here. Drip as well as Sweater down low begin the plant. Rampy, he has a position here, but I don't believe he has the cutoff.
Oh, he does.
Indeed, Drip. He's not going to be able to go to that space anymore. He still has secondary hard breach. I don't believe that the other panel's reinforced, though when it's not, he'll be able to skeleton key that up and start the plant yet again here. What's the call for Space Station?
Hot and got it.
Cold gets one. Rampy now has case control as he drops back down. Anthony's got some damage dealt to him. This timer, it continues to dwindle. Sweater's able to get one. They have to fight everybody inside a red hall. Somebody has to get the case. Sweater will. Slash has the cover. Hot and Cold now inside of the 1 versus 2. He beats Slash, and he gets Sweater. Space Station Gaming secure the round.
Your Stage 3 MVP, tearing it apart in the 1v2 clutch. SSG bring it back in one of the most brutal team fights we've seen all stage yet. Excellent stuff coming in from them, and they shut it down to be able to tie it up once again at a 2-2 scoreline. SSG are back in it quickly after Beastcoast's surprising start with surprising strategies as well. Here's going to be the problem for Beastcoast. Yeah, that execute with the Amaru play, it works out fine for the first attempt on open area, but there's no way they're going to try it 2 times in a row here. So what's the new strategy?
Lycan called the timeout, and he was like, all right, enough of these kiddie games. I'm done. We're taking it to Beast Coast. And they have ever since, especially with that top floor strategy. Did you guys see the synergy between Rampy and Hot and Cold? The conversation that you have to have going the way that you bounce back and forth off of each other on a roam game like that, it is paramount to your success on that. So, I mean, for SSG, so very well done. And again, showing us just how dynamic this team can be.
Some great stuff from SSG, continuing to show their strength, renewed strength, you could say, at the beginning of Stage 1 for our 2022 season. Meanwhile, for Beast Coast, like I said, some interesting stuff being brought to the table, but it seems to have been read into. So what is the new plan here? What's the consistent strategy they can rely on in order to push them forward and allow them to pick up a few more rounds here? If they can make a 3-3, this is certainly a palatable second half for them to try and close out. 4-2 would be even better. But let's see, of course, how exactly this is all going to transpire as they are out on the map now and starting to make their entries, looking like upstairs towards the roof or possibly the CEO repels, where we'll see them move in through first with a few other members trying to get access to the lobbies. You can see Sweater going on that repel right now.
It's going to be an open area defense. Rampy's positioning, not questionable, but definitely dangerous, at least when he was stepped up in the actual hallway. At this moment, he's got some cover, but you're really risking yourself, especially with all of these reinforcements that they're lacking on this top floor. This isn't exactly what we've been seeing from a lot of teams with Bank on their open areas recently. This is more default than it is anything. They're not trying to show too much of Bank, apparently, up against Beast Coast. So, not going to have some active droning by Fultz. It's the beauty of the Yokais. Will be able to assist Ramp, and he's just going to fall back. It's a beautiful setup for SSG, and it works out initially.
Surf looking for his opportunity to start aggressing against the upstairs hold. Not actually going to see much of it actively preventing his position. Rampy, more than anything, just trying to wind up this Nitro cell. That's his teammate's drone going by there. I'll leave it to Yokai, in fact. But of course, getting spotted by a natural one now is going to force him down to the bottom of the stairs. Surf will definitely want to take that challenge if it's presented to him, so he'll try to creep towards it, but Rampy is already long gone, of course, now inside of Tellers on the first floor.
Already halfway through this round, and it's all been an engagement on the main stairwell that's now being guarded by the Yokai drone of Fultz. As for the rest of Space Station Gaming, currently inside of site, as well as some extended positions out towards Tellers as well as Archives, but that's to be expected. SSG will simply reside in these areas and wait for Beast Coast's arrival. Hot and Cold, speaking of which, will have a drone come to his location, and a suspecting Beast Coast member as well, as Anthony will cut off the flank. All of these spike tracks going down, going to make things a little bit more complicated for Hot and Cold on this clear. Yes, he can shoot them, but that's going to be a lot of info going the way of the offense.
Slash sitting back, just hard locked on this angle right now. Hoping for an overstep from SSG, and he might very well get it, but it's from the wrong position. Skies instead comes in from a side angle. Drip's able to pick up the kill, but it's Fultz to fire back here, evening out the equation so quickly. Yokai drones out for Fultz as well, as he's going to try to gather some more intel from the one he had in the corner, but it's not going to work out too easily. Drip now so low. He cannot reckon himself to swing around the corner. He's just far too low to take any direct challenge. Needs Sweater or potentially Surf to come in and bail him out, but where is that going to come from? Where are they going to try to make their own insertion at Sweater? Trying to support Drip's position, and is indeed going to do that.
Behind them.
Yep. We've got the rotate coming back up from Blue, and Sweater, even worse for him. He's in no position to support it right now. Hotton peeking back out. Doesn't have good vision on this just yet. He might have swung a bit too far. No, he's going to catch Sweater as well. Not even Drip, the low player. Now it's all on Surf, and he's got the top-down position. His head will immediately get cut off as he tries to go down, and Drip, what the heck can he do here? Nothing much. He doesn't even want to go down. He's just going to save his KD and pick up one more kill as the round ends on timer.
And, I mean, Hotton, he's just wondering what's going on. He's like, hey, you guys think some track stingers are going to stop me? He took such minimal damage, John. Obviously, you're a mid-cast, but he literally got hit by 2 of them the whole time. He just shot himself a nice little path and walked on through them and just got nicked twice. And that's the thing about track stingers. They actually just kind of suck a little bit. So it's just not something that you really want to hang your hat on all the time. You definitely want somebody to sit there and kind of baby them. But Beast Coast didn't have that opportunity because of the man advantage that SSG had at the current moment.
Yeah, we still have Nomad available too, which obviously fulfills a very similar role. And
A better one as well.
Yeah, it's not being picked by Beastcoast at this point, so this is still a stylistic choice from them. They have brought it in for this round also, so I'm curious to see if that's going to stick or if maybe they realize the failure of it in the previous round and Anthony decides to go for a repick here. But at the moment, it's not looking like it. However, we still have that next 15 seconds or so.
Really, the only big difference in between the two is going to be the soft breach because you have the super shorty for Gridlock as a secondary. If anything, she's got better burn. She's got 3 flashes. She also has the ARX, so technically she's got a better rifle. And the air jabs are way easier to position to where the defense can't actually try and manipulate them unless they have an explosive. So I'd say all in all, she's definitely the better choice. But Yana, speaking of choices, she's a fantastic one as well. A lot of the same things that we just talked about and frag grenades.
Mainly that gun coming in there, the ARX, going to be very useful for Anthony in this scenario. So we'll see how that, along with the utility from the frags, will potentially bolster Beastcoast's attack here. Going upstairs again, this is where SSG started the shutdown back on round number 3 and could very well end it here with a 4-round streak to close out the half with a pretty dominant stance against Beast Coast's attack. That's, of course, to be mentioned that Beast Coast are going to be able to go onto their own defensive rounds after this, so maybe there is hope yet for them to potentially rebound. Still, though, seems like the struggles from the previous game yesterday are still well and alive here for Beast Coast, as once again failing to pick up a large majority of rounds on the attacking side, but maybe they can improve that with just this one more going their way. It's back to the slow and measured approach here as you would generally expect. SSG are not really going to have much reason to roam down on the first or bottom floor, so Beast Coast need to be very careful about how they approach this because SSG has so much freedom to just pop right out from that banana balcony right now and cause problems for the Beast Coast members entering into the lobby.
Absolutely the case, but luckily enough for Beast Coast, this entire mid-floor is clear, so they'll be able to gather a hold of this quite quickly, but as you were talking about before, there's really no reason for SSG to drop down. We could have a potential from Skies for like a late rotation with his hatch being open that could play pretty handedly into what they have going on, but as of right now, it's just wait out and see what Beast Coast want to do with their execution. Where is this setup going to start coming from? That's what SSG is trying to identify right now, and it's all down to the cam work in order to do so. Fult's currently worried about curve or spiral. There's no one really trying to push it just yet. This might be the hologram, and it will be. You won't bait me, Gemini, as it will end up going down, but Anthony now knowing that Fultz is in the laxing position.
So, 2 players from Beast Coast just stuck at the bottom of Spiral, and now they're not, because they killed Fultz. Houghton, though, responds with his own piece of utility and knocks out Surf. Surf, unfortunately, struggling a little bit again today here, too, as he's at 2 and 5 right now, but thankfully other members of Beast Coast have been stepping up to make up for it, such as we just saw there with a good frag grenade, taking out Fultz, hitting in the elevator corner there, and allowing for Beast Coast to now at least start their ascension up the Spiral staircase. Oh, this is a tough cutoff, though.
This is going to be so difficult. The 1x, Anthony able to win it out. Fortunately, the ARX will be able to land the shot. Slash will take down Rampy. Now hot and cold and Sky. So much heavy lifting in this position. So much time for Beast Coast as well, and the opportunity to get really anything that they want. They can get some extra info. They can start setting up for more of this lobby side attack. There's so many different ways that they can possibly try and manipulate this, and it looks to be the latter. It's going to be the lobby side that they go for. No drones needed. Drip will start the plant. Already halfway through that. No prevent here from anyone as the last 2 members will go down to Anthony. And it'll be a tie here, a 3-3 tie indeed at the half.
Anthony really bringing it into his own there as he absolutely excels with the switch over to the Yana, faring much better than the previous switch and the gridlock that we were seeing played out for a few rounds in that half. Definitely a good way to end it there with another slow approach to a site, just catching SSG a little bit too exposed on their own extended game, however slightly that was from the site. And Beast Coast are able to now tie it up at a 3-3 scoreline, chaining together with those 2 very, very interesting rounds they showed us at the beginning of the game.
Well, I will say this, a bang-up job by Space Station Gaming, and especially Lycan for the timeout. I mean, able to shoot up to 3 rounds very quickly after that moment. Lycan always having something fantastic, it seems to say, to Space Station whenever they're in a position like this. That usually ends up either bringing them back from the depths or making it a very hard-fought match at the end of the day. So, always been a highlight of watching Space Station Gaming. As for Beast Coast, though, they fight back from the depths, able to tie things up and keep it 3-3. Can they potentially take this map in regulation on the defensive side?
Keep in mind, of course, in the game versus XSET, this was technically the worst side for Beast Coast. Out of 3 rounds they claimed, only 1 of them was found on the defensive end of things. So this could be a little worrisome if you're a Beast Coast fan, but we'll hold our breath on that and see how exactly these first few rounds play out before we judge into that too harshly. As things get started, though, Sweater trying to go for a window peek here in the inside of CEO, but is not going to be able to find it. There's no one from SSG really spawning on that side, and even if they did, it looks like they've already cut over towards the back quite quickly. Houghton would have been the closest player, but he is well up against the building and out of the POV of Sweater.
Yes, indeed. And it's going to be a whole different swath of operators here for Space Station in comparison to Beastcoast lineup. Osco will be bringing the Thermite, have the Jackal along for the ride for the Roam Clear here in the skies with the potential secondary hard breach and also some frag grenades for good measure. SSG will begin clearing out this top floor, and Sweater will more than likely be discovered here momentarily, as Hot and Cold is the one on that rappel, and he does indeed have the Inox of the Jackal.
Sweater continuing to watch over that window while SSG just kind of hold their rappel positioning. A lot of similar notes being brought out here from SSG that we saw at the end of the half from Beastcoast. But speaking of, Beastcoast is going to be able to strike first here. They catch Hotten. So that's the anti-roam gone before they can even really use it. Fultz with a potential trade here. He's got the read on this player's position. Surf not going to be able to do a thing about it as Fultz waltzers right up and knocks him out.
Well, the good news for Sweater is that he does have Vigil, so this ERC-7 backpack will keep him away from the drums for the time being, but unfortunately enough for him, it's not all of the time. He's going to have to wait for the cooldown, doesn't have much time left, and they're more than likely just going to sit on this drone and wait for his backpack to run out, and when you know it, it did indeed. They know exactly where he is, and they know where he could potentially go, but what's the move here for Sweater? He won the initial gunfight, but now he's getting tagged up through walls and everything in between. Challenging back and forth, he'll find one inside of Conference, but not able to land the shots. Can he get it on Checkers, though? No, it's Skies instead to take him down, but a great time waste, as he'll be able to take down Hot and Cold and take away a minute and 30 seconds.
See one drone being picked off. Unfortunately, Beastcoast not doing the best job of draining out the drone count. They brought it down to 6, but that's still very easily workable for SSG considering they have 4 players alive at this point. So not too much.
They actually only have 4 because Hot and Cold's dead with all of his drones in his pocket.
All right, well, excuse me then. Sorry.
My bad.
Yeah, I wasn't doing the quick read on the player ones.
My bad.
But yeah, either way, still 4 drones should be workable enough here. So I'll correct myself. Beastcoast actually have done a pretty decent job of bleeding it down, mainly through the elimination of Hot. Away from that, though, Drip is still... No. Yeah, we went to this earlier. We didn't get to talk about it, but Drip hiding in plain sight! But it's going to get caught by Rampy as he, unfortunately for Drip, is ready for a very, very unorthodox play like that. And it's going to bring Beastcoast numbers down to only 2 now.
Oh, man, that is so much pain.
You got to hurt for him here.
Yeah, you got to hurt for him.
Oh, come on!
There, too. Rampy just destroys him off the swing. And in a 4 versus 1, the case has to go down. Anthony, do you have the clutch in you? Do the clutch genes work? Well, we're about to find out. He's got 1 smoke to try and assist himself, but he's going to miss the first shots. And now all the frag grenades, the bullets, and, well, everything except the kitchen sink comes to this man inside of the red hallway, and the frag grenade will deliver the killing blow.
I just wasn't Beastcoast round, no matter which way you put it there. Yeah. Someone brought the voodoo doll for that one with the way that they were playing there. We had like 3 plays that they could have easily lined up and clutched, and just no one could hit the shot apparently. Like, just really unlucky round for Beastcoast at the end of the day.
Yeah, I feel like you just have Lycan in the back there with just a voodoo doll. He just keeps stabbing it every single time that Beastcoast
Drip
could potentially do something. Exactly. Dude, the Drip situation was the worst one because
yeah, they had no idea. Drip just sit under the desk.
Drip, the guy just sledged the wall. Why are you looking at the guy that's running into sight when you can kill the sledge player?
Drip was in the middle of like that awkward scene in every like buddy comedy movie where like someone's like hiding under the desk trying to not get noticed, like while they're stealing something from the dude's office. Like that was what just went on there. Like, except Drip got caught. Like,
yeah, Drip really is one of the other guys for sure in that situation. It's just super, super unfortunate. But for Space Station Gaming, count your lucky stars. Back in the lead, 4-3 here as this offense is quickly coming together. And past that, John, we have a very special round ahead of us, my friend. Round 8 is going to have not only Monty on Hot and Cold, but Skies is also bringing the Oso. This is the most shield play I've seen out of any offensive lineup this stage.
We've already seen, of course, for this type of attack, just how much this can bolster yourself. So SSG, of course, taking control of things in the previous round. They're going to look to continue that excellence with another host of utility that will hopefully allow them to get easier access to the site this time. A couple of preset nitros, at least one coming out there from Drip as well to catch the early access point that they're going to attempt to gain inside of top square. But for the most part, this has been read into by a few teams, so we'll see if that's going to be the case. But okay. Bye-bye Finka. Sweater finds a very nice opening shot, I think coming in through dirt, maybe? Because he's on the stairs right now.
Nah, there's no way.
It had to be like electrical entry or something. But either way, here comes the Montaigne bulling himself out through dirt. Slash is the one getting in the way of this. He is going to get hit by his own Gershmot, but that's not too big of a deal, as obviously he hit Hot and Cold as well, so he's been forced back. A Toxic Babe is also coming to support this position and give our Ella the room it needs to fight.
Interesting that Fultz goes down, and such a fashion. But
that had to be like the electrical push.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll figure it out later on, but there's no way that it was the server push, because Houghton should be the first one in, because, well, he's Monty. So if it was the other way, I'd be like, Lycan, we gotta talk about something here. But for Space Station, there's still a lot to do, but I mean, they have the potential to get it done. That's the biggest thing. They still have Bosco alive. They have both of their shielders, and past that, one of their shielders actually has a gun. That's the big thing here. It's gonna be an easy roam clear as they try to get around the Monty, but not doable for Surf. Rampy also waiting in the wings as he'll pick up that frag.
Surf fully spotted out an X-ray there, it seems, so he's not going to be able to get a chance to fight inside of that situation. Fully clearing out the open area. Members of SSG should now be clear to make their descent, as there's not really much else Beastcoast presence going to be here on the first or second floor. We are seeing them held up a little bit here, as they do have hard breach capability, but all these hatches are reinforced at the moment, so that's slowing them down a tad, as they only have the 2 on Bosco. Doesn't look like they have any secondary can openers to be able to bring to the table, so they've got to pick and choose where exactly to use those, and at the moment they're not really feeling potentially throwing one of them at the hatch. Sweater as well will have a little bit of security as a result of that. He swings in here, tries to see if anyone is waiting for the hatch drop, but it's not going to be the case this time around, as now we see that opened up, and Sweater will begin to watch over it here. Tries to go for a little impact toss as well. Someone was going to be waiting on top, but once again, not the case here. Houghton, though, gets taken out. So many surprise kills from Beastcoast. Where are they finding these positions? As Slash is able to get himself another one. Catching Houghton, that's going to be the Montaigne going down somewhere near the stairs.
Yeah, perfect moment here for Beastcoast, and potentially round 8 now in the bag. But SSG still with an opportunity here, although the main stairwell will be locked down from the EVA 12 of Slash. Repositioned himself perfectly after that initial frag or initial back and forth exchange inside of server that eventually gets him the frag onto Hot and Cold over on the main stairwell. For SSG, though, they have to throw it at the site in the hope that it sticks. So exothermic charge, one of the reinforcements here is actually, no, I believe Bosco's out of both of them. I saw him motion for the wall there for just a split second, but he's not going to have that option available. Rampy's going to have to drop in the back end, but he's already been discovered here. Sweater will go down. Rampy will win out an initial gunfight here, but the only other option is Skies to get something done now, pushing into the site. Rampy tries to get some more, but nobody has the case, and Beastcoast will pick up the round.
There's too little too late, unfortunately, there, as the members of SSG struggling in order to find their proper route to transition down into the basement. The roam clear was fine. They took care of that with relative ease and left themselves about a minute or so in order to make the proper descent into the basement, but just could not get the Montaigne in proper position. When they finally were ready to go for it, Slash with a shotgun there to shut it down, just as we saw at the beginning of the round as well.
Yeah, and you know, for Beastcoast, that was just a beauty right there. That was a pearl for sure. You know, especially looking at the opener there and the way that they're able to take down Fultz so very early on. I mean, he is the crux of the entire offense. You're playing the most important operator. So it's very difficult when you lose out Finka initially, especially when you have to try and play through all of the utility that Beastcoast had. It just makes things overall quite difficult. And, well, yet again, Beastcoast able to pick up a round off of the back of those efforts.
So things looking good for Beastcoast to hold on in terms of who's winning this game. Well, that's a factor we actually don't really know at this point here. Teams
Super
are,
competitive.
Yeah, continuing to go back and forth, and even just inside the round, we don't have a great idea of who's going to control it there because things are so teeter-tottery on a second-to-second basis. SSG will have a few repicks to bring out here, but they're largely inconsequential, just moving their anti-roam over towards a Thatcher, and then, of course, the Thermite coming in for Bosco.
Honestly, I'm happy that we've finally gotten an interesting game. It's actually exciting. Yep. There's something to talk about here. I feel like the games you and I have gotten for the last 2 weeks have practically all been snooze fest, except for a couple of them. But now, tied 4-4, Beastcoast and SSG, something I didn't think I was going to say today when we were coming to Bank, but yet here it is, and Beastcoast has been able to stand tall on their defensive end.
Beastcoast still looking to pick up a little bit. Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Surf so close to a lineup here, but not going to be able to find it this early on. A player above him, too, so he was under threat just as much as he had a threat on one of the members of SSG's lives. There's another rappel going down there, and man, Surf, you can't test fate that much with so many members of SSG sitting around here. They're going to catch him on the second window break. That'll take him down. That'll be a free opening kill. But look at this from Sweater. He's got the counter to it as they've left the wall soft upstairs.
They had a drone there.
Through it, takes out Rampy, and the drone didn't seem to matter much as Sweater must have only recently taken up that position, catches the trade, and brings us back down into a 4v4.
Oh, the timing for Space Station just doesn't work out, and now Sweater, he's going to continue to be able to maintain this top floor advantage. Obviously lacking Surf, but if he's able to delay more time and potentially get another pick, I mean, it's going to be great for them,
goodness.
And Sweater will get it. Fultz goes down. Not only have they lost Fultz, but Rampy's gone as well. Space Station is starting to slip away from them. Could Beastcoast start to pull ahead on Bank?
Sweater being allowed to do far too much inside of this specific round here, absolutely stunting any progression from SSG as they try to make their way down to the first floor and assault the open area. They've lost so much. They do still have the hard breach, but he's a little busy right now. Skies haven't opened up castle barricades on the other side, is not available to try to pop these hatches open and give access to the site on any of the members of SSG. So they'll continue to have to struggle in that respect until they can line up a proper execute for themselves. No sledge either, so no other easy way to knock out those barricades here. The ones that are up and that Skies cannot get access to are going to stay up for the rest of this round, as there is no utility, let alone time, for SSG to try to open those here as we're coming down to the last 50 seconds of play.
Well, the great news for the Space Station camp is not only they have Bosco with the Selmas, but they also have the EMPs from Hodden, so this is going to be a fairly straightforward affair. But speaking of straightforward, Drip's attack should be pretty straightforward to the back end of these players. I believe he ends up tagging maybe one of his players there, but really the case, as
great distraction more than
for Slash is going to be able to at least push up here. Bosco will be able to find one, but it's immediately traded out by Drip. It's going to be all down to Skies, currently over inside of Tellers, with the case down in the bottom of square. Not a lot of opportunities for him to try and pressure the site either, especially with these Banshees in place like they are currently. Stuns out here, but not really too much to write home about at the current moment. So they're going to have Drip
can't even get out
for blue, and as you said, there's really no opportunity for him to try and evacuate this location.
He can't even get the case back, unfortunately, as those castle barricades are still there. So the time will run out as he is finally taken out, trying to sneak in from the small office. And it's going to be a beautiful hole, mainly boosted by that early prowess from Sweater being shown upstairs, where he's able to get away with 2 kills and then escape with pretty much no consequences down to the first floor. That kind of sets up the beginning of the end. And the Drip situation, when he goes for the late rotate up blue, really just seals the deal for the members of Beastcoast on that round.
Yeah, absolutely. And that also begs the question, how many teams are going to let this happen? Because it happens every single time that I have watched Bank so far this stage. Somebody is allowed to rotate up blue late and kill somebody that's either planting or somebody that's trying to get a wall open in the bottom of square. And everybody's tried different avenues in order to stop this from happening. Beast Coast tried it with some track stingers. As for SSG, they really didn't allocate anything to it, not even a drone in that area. Drip gets through scot-free and ends up ending the round for Space Station.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because it's like very easy for the defenders to get access to it too. So unless the attackers have like cut off main stairs and they're maybe thinking like, we should be good, like even if this one side falls. I mean, like even then, I'm thinking about it more and more to myself now. Like you still have the hatches to consider as a rotate route too. So
your only option is air jab the bottom of blue stairs up in the corner and hope that the roamer doesn't.
I mean, again, Nova is not banned.
Yeah.
So that's a very valid option for both teams here. Yet neither has tried to really use it yet.
And you know that could also go back to just the lineup and what they like to have as tools overall for the map. I mean, they're not too worried about the flank, even though it has been something that's bitten both of them in the butt. But I mean, it is what it is, you know, at the end of the day. Space Station and, you know, every other team should have strong enough comms to be able to cover a flank. I mean, for God's sakes, you're a professional team. So for Beast Coast now, be checking things out on the top floor will be Sweater. This time around, not nearly as strong of a gun, but the ump does have the 1.5 when it comes to Castle.
All right, let's see here how SSG is going to try to proceed. Early round has vexed them a little bit so far over the past 2, with Beast Coast able to poke and prod with a good amount of aggression in order to stop most of the advances from SSG. Going to be a little different this time, though, as there's not a whole lot of extension to be brought out overall from Beast Coast. What is there is going to be horizontal, just played on the same floor here. We can already see SSG still, despite that fact, being incredibly cautious with their own clear. It does look like they're really going to try to weaken Surf's position here, though, knocking out his utility pieces, even using 2 of the Selmas on it as well. Surf has got to be so careful, as he's pretty much locked in this elevator now and has to try and either make a mad dash to survive or look for some other route of retreat. He knows the elevator drop is probably not going to be too viable here either. He should have another impact to potentially use under him, but like I said, more than likely not the path to victory for him, so he just chucks out the second one to clean up the soft breach a little bit here and maybe wait for someone on SSG to overpeak just a tad, where he could at least get a 1-for-1.
Honestly, the impacts aren't helping him too much in that situation. I believe they ended up getting both breaks on that wall there. So if anything, he's just like limiting the lower part of that angle, but they can still see you all the way down the hallway. So it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. Volts is going to end up popping things underneath. Surf, he does have an opportunity here to lay under this reinforcement. So actually the impact having a little bit more onto the story than I initially thought.
Really
love the drone though, and that's the thing about Space Station Gaming. The drones that are working out, but do they know that this man's laying here here. I see the yellow ping, the Monty. He'll be able to find him. Surf, no impacts to be able to try and do anything to this position currently. Sweater, though, will fight back as he takes down Rampy. Slash will take down Foltz, and this is quickly becoming one-dimensional for Spacestation Gaming.
Yeah, Spacestation just tunnel visioning almost onto Surf's position by the elevator, not paying mind to any additional movements Beastcoast might have gone for. This could potentially end the round for them, and Surf seems to think that. He's like, all right, I've done my job. I even got out of here somehow and made it back to the site. So massive props to Surf for that play right there. He's been struggling inside of this game, but even though he didn't pick up any kills in that specific situation, he set his team up for so much success there. Massive props to him. And meanwhile, Sweater's just going off. He's got 3 kills in this round. Bosco, what exactly are you going to try to do? It's a 1v5, not a single point of damage has been done to anybody on the other team. Gets a little bit off there, but it's a flawless round for Beastcoast as they're going to go up on map and match point.
Sweater is just getting athletic in these rounds. This is, I mean, very aquatic gameplay, as we were talking about in the green room earlier. He's looking insane, and that's the big thing. That round right there is a perfect highlight for somebody like Sweater because you're not exactly using a crutch gun. All you have is a 1.5 sight and an ump that has a terrible rate of fire in a game where rate of fire is king. So, I mean, what a round from him. He shuts down SSG's entire take when it comes to the square side, and it just leads Space Station Gaming awry. There's not really anything they can do with the banana position past that point. Bosco tries to send it up main stairs, and it doesn't matter in the slightest. I mean, look at this scoreline for Sweater at the current moment. 15-4-2. I don't even know what that rating would be. I mean, it's got to be above a 2.0.
It's really been unleashed inside of the second half and has been a massive proponent to allowing Beastcoast to push themselves into the lead they have now. And now it's only one more round separating them from outright victory. Meanwhile, we've got SSG going for a couple change-ups here, mainly stylistic, as they're going to go away from the Thatcher play on Hot and Cold, just back over to the Jackal. This is stuff we've actually already seen just in the reverse order earlier on in the half. And their secondary hard breach, currently played by Skies, is also going to switch to a Maverick from a Habana, so a pretty minor change there.
Yes, indeed. And now Space Station Gaming out of the gates for potentially their last round on Bank unless they can do something about this defensive setup. Beast Coast are going to be on an extended hold as of right now. The hatches in open area will be broken. Drip adding some cameras inside of that open area as well. So we'll have some utility around this top floor as well for Beast Coast to play around and try and limit SSG's clear. We'll see if things break down the same way that they did the last time, especially with Hot and Cold in very similar position.
It's going to go very quiet on the map here as SSG, once again, just like last round, trying to play this oh so carefully. Just inching their way forward, moving up bit by bit here to try and make sure they don't miss anything, as that's happened quite a few times in this half. Beast Coast has been a very, very sneaky defensive-sided team so far here, throwing so many wrenches at SSG when they don't expect them to even be there. That stops so many of these attacks, so SSG do not want that to happen again. They've been oh so careful with this lobby clear. Finally succeeding in doing it, and now getting stocks access as well here. Slowly starting to crunch on the Beast Coast position, but the first floor still needs to be cleared out as well, I do believe, with potentially 1 or 2 players being there. It does not seem Beast Coast are too keen on extending this fight out from the site itself, though, as they know that SSG is giving them quite a bit of respect at this point, considering the plays they've been able to make in the past few rounds, and I think they're going to abuse that a little bit by finally pulling back on the aggression a tad.
SSG are stuck to the drones as of right now. Bosco already losing both of his, but still have the potential to try and find some of these harder to reach characters from BC. Sweater's going to drop back down the hatch. Great position for him, but now Surf's been taken down yet again. 2 and 9. It just has not been his week. Sweater will play around the hatch as of right now, but Space Station have gathered full control, and they'll have the ability to get the hatches open and start looking for their execute.
Time continues to tick down with a little over a minute to go, and breach is now finally being made by the members of SSG to get themselves into the basement finally. You can see Anthony as well set up quite interestingly down there, in fact, to be able to use the incendiaries and slow down the play from his opponents. Speaking of which, that play is about to explode out into the server room in just a second here, as they'll take free control of that. The walls have been reinforced, so the hard breach is also going to come in without too much of an issue. Anthony pretty much immediately starting to chuck in the incendiaries, though, as soon as that breach is made. He's going to take any chances on a sneak plant coming out here. Sweater's watching the hatches a little bit too closely, though, as that nade nearly gets him. About a third of his HP being stolen away as a result of that. With 30 seconds to go, they're going to need to throw the second one in quickly, but the timing for Sweater just doesn't work out. He gets caught by Skies, Drip, in the meanwhile, is primed and ready to chuck this nade in, and he might as well do it here. 2 members in the site, the plant attempt going down. There might be too much audio noise for them to even hear it. The Nitro's out. It's not actually going to grab the planter, but it did get him off, and another player was taken down instead. Drip tries to push to kill the planter, but he's going to be denied by Bosco, and now they've got a line of smoke to fend this off. Rampy's got the cross as well, and the drop to finish it off. Beautifully played by SSG as they take the basement attack.
Last-second decision-making from Space Station, an awkward plant spot, and that's all you need to get the round over on Beastcoast. Did you see how hard Drip tried to prevent that plant from going down?
Yeah.
He runs all the way into red, chucks the nitro cell, even jumps into the actual server room and tries to get something done, but he simply cannot. SSG, and actually Skies, or rather, I actually can't remember who was planting in that position. It was Skies on the Overwatch on the top hatch, but either way, I believe it was Bosco, actually. And immediately hops off of the plant and then takes out Drip as he tries to push through CCTV. So now for Beastcoast, they have to try and stave off overtime. They want all 3 of these points, folks. They want the whole kit and caboodle. If we go to OT, they're automatically going to lose 1 point to SSG if they still end up winning.
Success will not be found from Beastcoast on that basement hold. Maybe things will change up on their open area play. This is where we were able to see a lot more shenanigans from Beastcoast because of the freedom of rotation they had when compared to their last play, just 1 round back on the basement where they tried to keep it pretty much entirely stuck in the basement itself, but did not seem to have enough capability to throw that pressure back at SSG when they were finally ready to execute there. The smoke play just worked out too well, along with the control over the hatches. And that allows for SSG to pick up their own 5th round here. The comeback is strong from Beastcoast, but it might not be strong enough to get outright victory just yet. Let's see if they can claim this one final round, or if indeed we'll end up in overtime, where the point totals will be reduced from this game that Stokes was just mentioning.
Okay, well, what's the change up for Space Station? So far, it'll be hot and cold to the IQ to come in and counter out Slash's Valkyrie. We saw Drip playing on this quite a bit throughout the rounds, but as of right now, he's on Castle. This setup mostly to extend out this mid-floor and make things playable inside of Archives as well as Tellers. They'll have some top floor setup as well, as Surf will be occupying main stairs for the time being, but past that, he's got Sweater down low and could possibly shut down SSG's clear if they try and go for something similar to what we saw from Beastcoast minus the Gara hook.
A little over a third of the round, a little under, excuse me, a third of the round having been played out. So still very early days as far as SSG's roam clear is concerned here. Beastcoast, and notably Drip, is going to put himself right in the center of this action over towards Tellers, but it's going to be Slash that steals the highlight here as he gets the opening kill with a Nitro against Rampy, knocking out the Sledge. So more than likely a top-down kill coming out from them that will prevent all these angles from being opened up, though, and it will also slow down the clear to some extent over in Tellers as well, because they can't open those angles to top-down as easily as they previously could.
Worse for wear at the moment, but definitely still doable. Volts in prime position to put a dagger in this round if he can. Gonna drone forward a little bit more, make sure that Archives is cleared out, but Slash, he's got the long angle here. Hopefully Fultz checks this, otherwise this could be another SSG body going to the wayside. Drone through, believe he saw that hole, so has a potential to try and take a fight with it, but now the top hatch has been busted. Slash will send some shots, but nothing connecting for the time being.
A little over a minute to go. We've got Houghton who's going to soft breach open his access point to open area from Electrical. And away from that, both teams just too timid to take a fight against each other right now. Slash doesn't want to swing this angle against his opponent on the other side. Houghton as well, keeping eyes on the breach just in case anything crazy happens with Slash's position here. So if we're not able to get a good leash on it just yet, but Slash giving an opportunity and a second one as well. A misstep from Houghton Cold is going to cost him his life as well as the overall Electrical cutoff from the side of SSG. Slash will be fairly secured in this position now. Even if they swing him, he's got them. And now he's going to try to go for the kill, but no, he oversteps as well. Only about half the HP being knocked off of Fultz. Bosco being brought down low also, however, so these two players have to be careful. This is a very similar situation where they're now relying on the third angle to push in for them because of the low HP. With that said, Bosco picks up the next frag. The blue rotate has been cut off by a smoke. You can see it. They're trapped in there right now. They might have identified the 2 different guns as well and already be reading into that, but Drip, he swings out, gets the first. Sweater baits Drip's dead body to get the second. It works out though, and now Fultz is alone where he'll confirm Drip, but at the same time, he's now sandwiched. He's only got a few players in between him and he has no time left. He'll go down and Beastcoast win the match.
Congratulations to Beastcoast, not only for taking Space Station to bank and looking damn good, but taking the dub in regulation. That is not something that I expected in the slightest, but Sweater especially. I mean, man, it is sweater weather today, let me tell you. This guy is so dynamic in his playstyle. His roam game is just deadly. Space Station, a team that is known for their drone game, couldn't do anything up against him. 15 plus kills inside of this game, all inside of regulation. I mean, have a day, my friend.
And the micro control of the moment-to-moment action in the round is what really separated Beastcoast from SSG for me. Their ability to make plays, even ones that became fairly predictable towards the end of it. I mean, we saw that smoke play going into the inside of blue. They finally read into that late rotate that had been happening for Drip. So what does Beastcoast do? Oh, we'll just do it with 2 people. They're not going to expect that, and they didn't, unfortunately. So it once again catches SSG with their pants down one final time there to seal the deal on that last round. And that's just one example of the types of things we were seeing from Beastcoast over the course of this game to try and trick up the SSG roster, and it pretty much worked every time.
Yeah, I mean, nobody expects the Blue Stairs Inquisition. That's really what it is at the end of the day, especially when you have so many bodies stacked in there. We talked about it earlier. That rotation has been happening time and time again, every single time that we watch Bank, but that's the first time that we've seen it with 2 people there. But either way, folks, congratulations to Beastcoast once again for that victory up against Space Station Gaming. But that's going to do it for John and I initially here. We back for the next matchup, but we're going to send you guys to a quick commercial break. We'll be back with the analyst desk.
Attackers are activating. I've been living wild, I'm just going through the motions. Stumbling out the Uber, grab my hand, gave me a notion. Swimming in your water, but it feels just like the ocean. I cannot be addicted to you. All of my attention, I've been getting to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind. Close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you. You think you know me? Say I'm as cold-hearted as they come. You think I'm slowly cutting my ties with you, that I'm done. Here's what you don't know. Feelings, they go slow. I've just been caring for mine. Now I can feel it. Now I believe it. Baby, tonight is the night. I'm gonna call you up in the name of love. Gonna call you up and tell you that I'm not giving up. In the name of love, I'm not giving up yet on you. In the name of love, in the name of love. In the name of love, in the name of love.
Took a couple of games to get there, but we finally did. An upset is on our hands. Space Station have been knocked down a peg for this week, and Beastcoast come out of this week claiming 3 points, kind of out of the blue on a map that we didn't know they were going to win on. But let's talk to Drip over in Vegas to figure out exactly how this one went down. Brother, congratulations on the victory. We saw you like hopping and skipping and stuff, man, like post-victory. How happy are you that you were able to get this dub?
I was pretty pumped because yesterday, you know, I was sick. That's the only reason XSET won, because I personally would never lose to Gomez if I was healthy. But I came back today. I was feeling good, and we knew we're good at Bank, and the results speak for themselves. It was 7-5. It should have been a little closer. But I mean, yeah, I was jumping, and I was having a field day. It's always fun beating Skies. Not that hard though, but it's always fun.
Drip, I want to talk to you a little bit. We've talked to some other teams about you guys, and you've been referred to maybe as meatheads in the past. I think you guys actually have some pretty cool strategies. I want to talk a little bit about who kind of comes up with those. What's the brain of your team? Because you've got a really good support staff coming in of Mark, Rams, and Crux. Then you've got you've got Slash. How do these ideas come together for Beastcoast?
We just have creative players and creative coaches and staff. You know, I've had a lot of check stealer coaches and staff in the past, but Mark and Rams and Crux work really hard, and they've like changed my opinion on what, like, you know, a siege coach and what they should do. And, you know, Rams, Mark do great counter stratting, and Crux does good analytical work, and we put in a lot of work and VOD review, and we knew today we just had to play some ranked. You know, you can't get over analytical against SSG, but I mean, I think our strategy paid off. We won and they lost, so I mean, just another day for Drip Bullen, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's really fair. So, in specific, going to the map choice of Bank, was there something in SSG's Bank, because, you know, they've been successful on this map against multiple teams earlier on in the season, or did it just kind of happen to go that way?
I think SSG's only played Bank once this stage so far, and that was against Mirage, which that doesn't count as a team, so that's just a dry run with resistance. So we weren't too worried about them. We knew yesterday, like, you know, the game wasn't casted yesterday due to the things in New York, but if you watched our game, we should have won 7-3. We threw. I wasn't feeling well. You know, I guess God is an XSET fan, right? Because I just was like, the whole game, and I was down, but I'm like, I'm back today. I'm ready to play some Bank. I don't care who we're playing. We know we're good on Bank. They won their world title on Bank, but that was like 5 years ago. It's past that time. It doesn't matter.
You are just like, you're right below them as of right now in the standings, only by 1 point. They're in fourth, you guys are in fifth. You're still looking for that way to creep up into said top four, and you've still got a plethora of opponents ahead for these next couple of games to do that. If you're going to make the major, it's going to require a lot of those games won. So what's your plan, like mentally, like, strategically for these next couple of games to accomplish that goal?
I mean, we're just going to take it one game at a time. Next game, we have TSM. TSM's a team, you know, if you follow me on Twitter, you know that, like, you know, as much as I crap talk and bring down other teams, in my opinion, they're one team, like, they could be 0-5 million. I still think they're one of the best teams in the region, so we're going to go into that game hard. I mean, but we're just going to try to win. We have Mirage and Astralis after that, but we're taking, even Mirage, as bad as they are, like, you got to go in, you got to respect your enemies. I know it's weird for me to say that, but even if you look over and see Thomas on the other team, you know it's Thomas. It should be a free win, but you got to make sure. So you got to go in with, like, you got to go in hard. Astralis doesn't have retro anymore, so they're actually a hard team to play now, and I mean, you just got to go in every game, fresh mindset. It's 1st to 7, and you just got to play like that. It's a 45-minute game. You got to go hard in those 45.
No, you're not wrong. Keep on staying true to the brand, man. Again, congratulations on the win. This one's certainly a statement. 3 games left. Seeing if that top 4 is something you guys can crack into and get a little bit of international competition under your belts. But like you mentioned, job's not done. Enjoy this one. We'll see you next week.
Job's not done. Thank you.
All right. So, I knew one upset was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen, and obviously the interview was great. But, I mean, what, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, this was a huge shock to all of us. Maybe Drip was confident in his Bank. I was not. I saw them play the other day, and I didn't think that they had it in them to beat SSG, who have played Bank not once but twice. In the first week, they did beat Mirage. They also beat XSET way back in week number 1. So, yeah, big upset. They proved us all wrong for sure.
Yeah, and that is one direct example of why the transitive property does not work.
There you go.
Look, you have the wonderful bit of SSG beating XSET on Bank, XSET then beating Beastcoast on Bank, but then it becomes rock, paper, scissors. And look at ththese stats. Beastcoast beat SSG on Bank.
Yeah, and Sweater, God, he just does it better, doesn't he? 17-5, 4-1 opening kills. This is the type of stat record that will get you MVP towards the end of the day, assuming nobody else pops up there. Really big performance.
I'm not sure anyone really deserves it more than him at this point, yeah.
I would say not yet. I mean, we'll see what the end of the day brings, but Sweater certainly having a monstrous performance in the kill department.
I mean, the philosophy is he needs to be either let off the leash a little bit, or the philosophy of the team needed to be don't go super strategic, and that's kind of what they did. He meant, like Drip mentioned in the interview, play more ranked. Don't worry about trying to strategize against a team that's always going to prioritize around something like that. And we called Sweater out for being a phenomenal roamer. He's in those initial engagements on defense. He's playing Malusi or Ella or somebody who's always going to get in those initial gunfights, and it seemed like it was working here.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things is look at Rampy and Fultz. When was the last time their combined entry was negative? That was -3.
True.
Wow.
That is a daunting task to go up against both of those players, and Sweater came out on top, and that has to be a huge reason why we got the scoreline we did.
Well, let's go ahead and check some replays out real quick. Specifically, something for SSG, for all the SSG fans, very briefly before we jump over to something positive that Beastcoast themselves did. Round 4. A 1v2 situation for Hot and Cold, a round they did not expect to win. This was in the midst post-tack timeout for SSG, looking like they might be able to bring something back here.
Yeah, and for the side of Beastcoast, they started off looking real good, real sharp. Then we got a tactical timeout, and all of a sudden, it's kind of almost felt like the same thing. It's a 2v1 situation with the coverage of Hot and Cold, not on a whole lot of HP, and he still wins it, and guess why he won that?
Why do you win that?
He dropped the ego. He is not using the Roni. He had the Commando, so he had enough bullets to take on 2 people at once.
Look, that gun is severely underrated. We might have skins. I mean, we have skins coming out for those. We just had the BDS one drop with this wave. I think we had 2. Yeah. What was the other one that dropped? It was BDS and one more from this recent set. I'm trying to remember who it was.
You've lost me. I don't know. I just rocked TSM.
Cyclops had one like beforehand. I knew that. I don't know. I'll figure it out. One was from Aruni. The other one was from Mozzie. I can't.
The G2 Aruni?
Oh, it was the G2 one. Yep.
That would make sense.
He's got it. So, but the Commando still use that thing because only one operator's got it and 2 people have their own, so you might as well switch things up a little bit. But on the flip side of things, Beastcoast, the guys that actually won this bad boy. Jesse, is it walk time?
I think it's walk time, Jacob. Let me walk you over to the Telestration station where we can talk a little bit about something that they managed to pull off here. And I want to talk about Surf because Surf as a player, hold on, I just got get a little ready here. All right, Surf as a player didn't have the greatest stats this game, but I still felt like he was having a huge impact. So what I want to highlight here is round number 10. And to start things off, I just want to showcase kind of where we're at in the round. This push from SSG is coming from the lobby. It's not going to be an arrow, but the push is coming from the lobby nonetheless. One thing we've seen is Surf has moved into the elevator position, was originally playing where you expect the Wamai to be, over by the elevator, but he transitioned over. And what we're seeing as well is that it's going to be the primary objective from SSG. Now, they've already used a couple nades. You can see 2 gone from Fault. One was used to get the wall open, to get the mute jammer off of it. The other caught by one of Surf's magnets coming through there. So I'm going to clear this off. I'm going to press play on our screen here, if we can get this going. There we are, and as we can see, Surf's gonna have so much thrown at him, but he's always gonna be successful. So they're gonna try to move some players down below. You see Fault's beneath. He's got a Gone 6, so he's still gonna have the ability to open up that hatch. Also impacts being utilized by Surf. He's used them both, so he can no longer drop that hatch. Hot and Cold stalled on the stairs. You see it right there because of the Toxic Babes. Then we see Faults open the hatch. That forces Surf to move a little bit aggressive, and at this point, he needs to try to get out. He wants to survive because there will be an SSG push coming towards him, but unfortunately for SSG, he's sticking around. A couple more of these Toxic Babes not going his way. We see Fault on the bottom of the stairs. Hot and Cold's up, staring at Surf, but he can't go through because of those Toxic Babes. So now Surf is having a problem. Sweater's taking this initiative to start getting some kills. There's one, a couple more coming through from Slash, and then Surf, in an incredibly bold move, as our camera goes above, he's gonna completely escape, get all the way back to site, and just get out for free. Look at that timer on the clock, 35 seconds left alive as we finish this highlight. Ridiculous that he was able to waste so much time in that play, and that's one of those rounds that I think, although we didn't get any kills from, he wasted so much time and provided so much utility to the rest of his team.
Well, that's it for Beastcoast. I feel like even in games where Surf, for some reason, they'll take the glasses off.
But this is the Telestration glasses.
Just sassy, that's all I'm saying.
Sometimes you need a little sass.
You really gotta give it to me like that, huh? Jeez. Even in moments where Surf, for some reason, doesn't have a ton of kills, which is the thing he's been renowned for. He's on vertical, he's on sledge play. Nice that he's still able to put on performances like this.
Yeah.
He was touted as being super mechanically skilled. That's the thing that Drip said literally in the first interview that we had of this stage, and he just continues to show it, so it's fantastic for him. Gentlemen, final thoughts on this one. Beastcoast really beginning to catch up to Spacestation now at this point, only 1 point behind those guys in terms of the number 4 seed. Suddenly, XSET just jumped up into second place, and they might be staying there if Astralis lose.
That is very, very scary because this is not necessarily scary. I would almost say it's exciting because the entire NAL has been shifted upside down and tossed around and spun in a circle. Nobody knows what's going to happen. This middle class that we've almost created, it's just any team can beat any given team. You have 2nd through 8th place. It's just boom, always a surprise.
anything can happen in the NAL.
He's
and
being
not
paid
even
to
the
say that
coin
slogan.
knows. I'm being paid to say everything I say in this broadcast, Jacob. That's
True.
our job.
True.
Not even the coin knows what's going down in the NAL. We've got a very exciting league here that continues to surprise us.
And we will continue on with this Playday right after a very quick break, because coming up next, Astralis against TSM. And we didn't think this match was going to have these stakes, but TSM fighting for their life. Astralis might have a major berth. Back in a sec.
It's been turning kinda gray in Southern California, but I'm allergic to the rain. What happened to euphoria? Oh, don't worry about it, don't worry about it, I'm too excited. Dark liquor with the palm trees. It's all or nothing, ooh, it's all or nothing. Ignore the signs and socialize. Come and see what you've been missing on a little slice of heaven. It's the only place we're living. It's that West Coast point of view. Easy when it's always summertime fun. You and I, every attitude. Who cares what the people think? 'Cause it's that West Coast point of view. Easy when it's always summertime fun. You and I, every attitude. Who cares what the people think? I got summer, all I want is thunder. Waiting for a darker day. All the people in it seem to wonder. Faces really pale. Boy in gray is looking for a lover. I'm waiting for an enemy. They say that we should take care of each other, but you're just in my way. You know all I know, I'm really thinking of is how good and it's me revenge over you. All I wanna do is see you. Moving with me where I be. Waiting there to push and leave. Till then, I'll be that piece inside of me.
We've come around to the penultimate game for NAL Playday number 6. TSM against Astralis, a red-hot Astralis roster and a World Championship squad still struggling to find a win. I think the key probably isn't theme park, but we'll jump into it. Anderson, Chick, D'Apollonio on the analyst desk with you. We've got a pregame to break down, and I don't really know what people expect from TSM at this point, but all we have to look at is an Astralis roster that is incredibly impressive right now.
TSM in shambles, Jacob. Yeah. This is a rough start to the season for our boys TSM, the world champions. We expected so much for them. We expect major should be obvious. First place should be relatively likely. Right now, I think they're sitting, correct me if I'm wrong, 8th out of 10 teams. It's
with both Soniqs and Mirage below them, yeah.
Yeah, that's really, really rough right now for TSM. So wanting to get a win on the board, but this is going to be a tough game. I think Astralis have looked so good this stage.
Yeah, Astralis are one of the biggest surprises of the entire stage if you don't count Beastcoast, because Astralis, all you did is make some slight tweaks. Out goes Retro, in comes Forest, as well as on the coaching side, in comes Callout, and all of a sudden, boom, completely different team, new identity, fresh, exciting, and absolutely a joy to watch.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at some standings real fast just to help set the stage for where we're at the current minute. There is not a possibility of a team getting knocked out of major contention so far with this play day, but just to put things in perspective, Soniqs, 4 straight losses, Mirage, 5 losses. Neither one of them are mathematically out of the picture just yet. However, TSM is only 1 point above them. Astralis currently in 3rd place with SSG's loss because of the round differential. That might change based upon the results of this game, but both teams, you would think under normal circumstances like last year, their position should be flipped, right?
Yeah, that's what you'd be expecting with the world champs TSM versus Astralis, who have been kind of constant 6th, 7th, 5th, kind of that area of this leaderboard all of last year. I will say it's great for Astralis, especially because this is like a young team that has seen so much improvement over the off seasons. A lot of young players that have been moving together. They've been kind of an established core for the last year or so, but a lot of them hadn't been in the NAL previously. So to see them move from kind of this middle of the pack table to now this year being one of the top teams in the league, hopefully they can continue through stages 2 and 3. That's a huge improvement and really a sign that like if you stick together, if you grind as a squad, you can really move up in the world.
Yeah, and for the side of TSM, things are worrying. It's kind of upsetting to see a team go in and obliterate the top teams in the world. No exaggeration. Quite literally the best teams in the world fighting at the 6th Invitational. They lift the hammer, and now they're losing to the likes of Mirage, who are really struggling. The only points that Mirage have are against TSM.
That is what? How?
Yeah.
How are we in this threshold right now? I mean, other than the fact that TSM have gone to theme park 3 times, lost it 3 times, are we now at a point where they just say, if we go to that map again, we've kind of lost the whole season? Do they dare do it a 4th time after 3 straight losses on it?
I mean, thank God theme park was removed from the map pool a year or so ago so that they didn't have to play it at SI. Because if that had happened, we might see a completely different non-North American world champion.
I mean, they probably just would have done what Soniqs did with Cafe and just perma-banned it every single time just because of this performance. I mean, I don't blame them for thinking that back when it was in the map pool originally, maybe they do something, but still, what do you do?
I don't know, I think they would have played it every game, Jacob. That seems to be their playbook so far.
Ouch. A little bit too soon. It's still kind of raw. TSM, current world champions, talk about them real fast. Obviously, the struggles are really only coming out on one map. They do have another loss. Or sorry, they don't have another loss that is nearly of the same magnitude at the moment. That one win, not bad, got it in the first week. Everyone just kind of assumed, hey, this is probably just a little bit of a hiccup because otherwise it seems like they're on track. They're most definitely not on track when it's actually game day right now.
Yeah, the biggest thing is there were no changes in the roster from SI just a couple of weeks, maybe a month or 2 ago.
There weren't even really role changes.
Yeah, there were no role changes, no roster changes. The only change, Achieved lost all of his hair, and Geo went ahead and dyed his. That's kind of it. And those are superficial changes that shouldn't have an impact inside the server. But with all the interviews that we've had with Merc, talking with coaches like Gotcha, even with Bolo, the changes have been they can't quite get the aggression under control when they're supposed to push, when they're not, and it's just BO1 syndrome.
Yeah, it can be really nerve-wracking in a best of 1, right? Because every round matters so much to win or lose that game. And I think that Geo is a player that has seemingly not really had the impact, not that he's playing poorly, but just that he's not in those positions to have the same impact that we saw from him at SI. It felt like during the 6th Invitational, he was making plays on defense time and time again. He was in these aggressive spots, going for swings, going for big flanks, and I've seen a lot less of that so far in the NAL. Again, not that he's failing at them necessarily, but just that he's going for fewer opportunities. So maybe that's something where TSM just have to say, screw it, we gotta go, send it right now, get in for some of these flanks and make something happen. Because right now, passive scared TSM is not looking too great in the NAL.
No, there is a very clear difference between this team and the team that went to the 6th Invitational. The only main difference being when they were at SI, they didn't have a whole bunch of time to prep in between when they won the qualifier, when they went to the events. They decided we're going to adapt on teams on the fly based upon when we played them and just come up with not necessarily pocket strats, but obviously what they did was working incredibly well. But now teams have figured out not only what they were doing, and VOD reviewed them from the Six Invitational, but it feels as though they're still kind of stuck in that rut where they don't want to go for massive plays in the best of one.
Yeah, and it kind of doesn't make sense because you now have the inclusion of attacker repick. At least in your attacking half, when you're getting really flowy and really just kind of flexible and can change so many things, for it to not happen, and that's where the success that was found at Six Invitational came from. It now should be easier to replicate that, but it still isn't happening.
Jesse, talk to me about the man on the far right side of the screen, Bolo. Obviously, we've highlighted the struggles so far, but we do have a couple things we want to touch on more specifically, just so the guys at home have a better understanding of what we need to look out for in this game.
Yeah, Bolo, Jason, Bolo. Listen, Bolo's had a rough start to the season, but there have been some positive moments. This is one of them I wanted to show you guys.
Oh, yeah.
It's a defensive round. He's being fed information from Charles Yokai, and he hits such a nice shot on the Canadian. I love the way that he was able to play this round because it can show that, like, Bolo is a very strong roamer. He's a very strong defender, but he hasn't always shown that to us so far this stage. This round was like one of his highlights where he was able to get a lot of these kills, very aware of where the attackers are coming from, really punishing everybody. Even that last one, managing to get the trade and with the rest of his team to shut that down. So Bolo, although he's had a bit of a rough start so far, it felt like this was one of those examples where he is actually being able to step up, contribute to the team, and as we saw right there, contribute to TSM winning a defensive round.
Right, but that's not always the case. There's a lot of times where we've seen him out of like whack on a couple of defensive positions, especially when we're playing theme park. It feels like it's kind of done the same over and over again. Round 7 and 9, what are we looking at with this comparison?
So this was actually some problems going on with the attack, the way that he's been able to push into the bomb site. Unfortunately, it hasn't really been all successful for him. Playing on the Finca, you know, trying to make something happen with the LMG, sometimes it's tough. There are entries here, right? We see him getting his kills, and this is, again, goes back to my point. He's not a bad player. We saw him win the World Championships, but sometimes he does struggle, I think, on these executes, and in this round in particular, sometimes the nade placement could be a little stronger.
Yeah, and probably the biggest thing is, oh, we're putting Bolo under the magnifying glass, but it's because he has that capability. He has the potential, and sure, that nade is so incredibly close. But we're talking about a world champion right here. We expect perfection, and that's kind of what you need against a high-powered roster like DarkZero, where you have little tiny mistakes add up. All of a sudden, Canadian can just read your mind and absolutely throw it back full force at you, and you lose.
Yeah, we've come over to round 9 after that failed grenade, and this is going to be another one where, unfortunately, sometimes the LMG play is just not 100%. NJR in a very strong position there in storage, trying to hold down the bomb site. TSM may be considering going for a window jump in to get this plant. 3v3, 25 seconds, burn the utility. Bolo just missing with the LMG. It's unfortunate, right? Because those are the kills he needs to get to convert these rounds and give TSM the wins that they are hunting for. But unfortunately, so far, he has struggled in the league.
The worst part about this is Gio did an interview with us yesterday and did mention that they like theme park overall. They think it goes really well in scrims, and Merc and Bolo usually do show up, sometimes even like at the top of the scoreboard. Nice to see, creating impact. Roams are usually working out really well on defense, except on game day so far 3 times in a row. It's resulted in Bolo having one of the lowest, if not the lowest defensive stat in the league so far for like a usually top 4 squad.
Yeah, I think it's second lowest right now in the entire league on defense. So when you're showing up to game day, I mean, you've got to bring that scrim energy. I don't know if it's just the mentality or if it's their opponent's play, what's happening that's not converting from scrims to games, but something needs to come through.
All right, well, on the opposite side of the coin, talk about Astralis a little bit. We don't want to say that TSM is only having losses because of 1 or 2 players that aren't really working together, but it looks like Astralis, everybody is working fantastically on this team so far. We've highlighted Iconic, we've seen DP Fire also get an MVP award, but it doesn't look as though anyone on this team is a slouch right now.
Yeah, no, they're all firing on all cylinders, and every single person has their role, and they're filling it almost flawlessly. One of the biggest questions would be, hey, what's been happening with Shuttle? Didn't have that great of a stage. I think it was Sam yesterday was like, hey, yeah, Shuttle, I mean, he's got maybe 1 year left in the tank. All of a sudden, he's looking like a rookie, and just new life breathed into him. Looks absolutely phenomenal, and the energy on this team, they all just work so well together. If Iconic starts yelling, then you look to the side, and you see Forrest jumping up and down, and then DP Fire is throwing his words into the mix. They're an exciting group that works so well together.
Yeah, I think Astralis, like last week, we were able to see the strengths of this team on attack. We saw some big individual plays, mostly from DP Fire, but really their strong point, I thought, was their team play. The droning from Forrest was fantastic. It seemed like they were able to get a lot of really well-timed pushes in their game against DarkZero. I really liked what I was seeing from Astralis in their coordination, their pushes. And then yesterday, what we saw from them was really good defensive play. They won 4 out of their 4 defensive rounds. They got every single opening pick against Parabellum, who are a team that are known known for their strong defensive opening picks. So I really love that from the squad. Everybody contributing on that half. Everyone getting an opening pick except for Forrest, who's playing on the hard support. So I think Astralis, they're the whole package. You got the attack, you got the defense, and at this point, it might just be coming down to shutting down a world champion TSM.
Best part about this Astralis roster is that it always felt like they had more of a ceiling to them, whereas for a team that was comprised of a lot of veterans who tried to stick together and combine forces, it sometimes would feel like they'd get more lethargic where they maybe didn't have a whole bunch left in the tank. Not a problem with this Astralis team. All it took, one more player coming in, coach actually giving them the direction that they required, and now they're looking at potentially locking in a major spot. Again, nothing official as of today, but this game matters a hell of a lot. And where are we going to decide if they're actually going to make that top 4?
Well, the talking point with these two teams have both been around the maps. TSM, they only play Theme Park and they're very bad at it. Astralis, they play all the new maps. Theme Park, Border, and Skyscraper have all looked very good for them. Those are the 3 brand new maps. We start with TSM banning out the Border. That's going to be one, again, that I just mentioned.
It's not Theme Park, so
very
I'm
good.
waiting on that ban.
There needs to be a Theme Park here. We're going to meme them so hard.
There we go.
Thank you for the theme ban. We really appreciate it, TSM. Now maybe able to win a couple of rounds. We'll come through a Cafe. That's one they haven't played so far on this stage. And then Chalet coming through. They did play that one once. It was a game against Soniqs and OXG, both 7-3 scorelines. So that one a little bit of a back and forth one. And we see TSM banning all 3 of the new maps.
Yeah, and so far, we've said that, Astralis have always been good on those new maps, but it also just happens that maybe TSM are reading into that and just starting to ban away all the maps that they've seen Astralis have success.
Yeah, look at that.
And kind of all the maps that they've played in general, because even with TSM banning away that Oregon, that was a lost map for Astralis, the only time they really looked human against Oxygen. And now we go towards a Villa, which, Villa has always been a pretty solid map in the side of TSM, and we haven't really seen anything new on the side of the Astralis Villa, so that's a really unknown quantity. But at least for TSM, their philosophy going into this ban stage, take away the new success of Astralis, and kind of play into their confidence of having a deep map pool, just wherever else they want to go, they're still comfortable.
Interesting part about this, it looked like TSM also banned out every single map that Astralis have played thus far, forcing Astralis to play something new. We'll jump over to the casters and ask them this question. Blue, Stokes, any idea if forcing Astralis onto a different map is actually going to give TSM the win here, or are they just so far off the wagon that it's not recoverable?
I don't know. It's looking rough right now for TSM, so I can't really, in good faith, put a prediction their way just because the games have, they've been close occasionally, but it just doesn't seem like TSM is in the same form as they were when they won SI. So for me, the prediction is going to lean pretty heavily into Astralis. They've been on point here. They've been showing us some great stuff, and I think they're going to take this win today as well.
Sam, are you going to say I completely agree again?
Well, when you put it that way, Jacob.
I'm just asking.
I mean, TSM, they definitely have not been hot to trot here initially for stage 1. My eggs are all going in the basket of Astralis, especially with how good Iconic has looked. I don't think the map change-up is going to do too much, but I will say this. I think today is the day for TSM. I honestly think we got a banger on our hands.
So you're saying one, you're hoping for the other. This kind of feels like
I just hope that everybody has a good time, Jacob.
No, but it sounds like you're hoping that the Patriots win, so your prediction is correct, but you're rooting against the Patriots because that's what everyone did when they won every Super Bowl. That's what it sounds like.
Yes, exactly. Yes, I've made a lot of money off of New York. Oh my goodness, New York. But usually I end up rooting against them. Absolutely.
All right, well, do we think the same over here? Do we just want to keep this one quick, Astralis, and then hope the coin goes our way or goes against us? What are we thinking?
Don't pick my prediction for me, Jacob.
What do you want?
SI and the qualifier, TSM went 5-1 on Villa over the last couple of months, losing only to DarkZero, beat both Empire, FaZe Clan, and more. So yeah, I like the map. I'm going to go TSM. They finally feel like they're ready, and they are going to take this upset over Astralis.
All right, I'll keep mine fast, if nothing else, because apparently I can't put words in your mouth. Good on you for being defensive that way. I'll still pick Astralis only due to the streak that they've been on recently. It feels very disingenuous to not go for the team that's had this kind of success. And even though Callout hasn't been in a coach position for very long, you'd think he'd be able to do something against TSM on a map that, even though they've won it a lot, they also have a whole bunch of VODs on them. So I'll stick with Astralis here. Does the coin agree or disagree?
The coin said I completely agree with those two over there as well as you and everybody but the Canadian. So it is going Astralis.
Really? I feel good. This is my comeback. Look at that percentage. Better go up. 54, 58 or so coming up.
You could do math. You can do it so well.
That's a good
Spent
average.
like 5 years doing just nothing but numbers and spreadsheets.
I was gonna say his job is just this.
Mm-hmm. I still can't get math right.
I thought that was pretty good.
I don't know. What, did you actually do the mental math on it or no?
That's an estimate. I think it's pretty close. We'll see.
I don't know. We'll figure it out, as will the rest of us as we jump right into this bad boy. TSM versus Astralis. We'll jump straight in. John Mullen and Sam Stewart with the call.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. No delay on this one. We're getting right into the matchup here as we inch closer and closer to the end of our week of play at the NAL. As Stokes mentioned, this one should be a banger. Astralis has been on the run-up, and for TSM, they've been looking to recover their form that they found most recently at SI, of course, by lifting the hammer themselves. But up until this point, haven't really seen that come into full fruition just yet, but today might be the difference maker here. Astralis, a team that we've seen bring a very aggressive stance at the table, and we're going to have to see if that'll hold true against TSM, who also can sometimes show that themselves.
Yeah, Forrest and Callout have done something to this team, and it's something that has propelled them into currently the 3rd place spot in our standings. They have the potential to take second away from XSET here today. Could be quite interesting, as you'd mentioned earlier. I am thinking that is going to be, and fortunately enough for me and you, we're not going to have to wait long to find our answer. Villa's warming up now, ladies and gentlemen. We have the server online, and we are ready to go to sunny Italy to figure out who can potentially win things out here on this map.
Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen, as we are indeed going live now with the ban phase. TSM has the first and final ban, and Astralis has our 2 central bans. No surprises for the initial knockout, as Thatcher will be the first to go of our 4 to be eliminated, and Astralis don't seem to have too much delay on their choice. They're going to knock out Hibana, which has been the go-to hard breach operator, just more for convenience than anything, because you can choose the different pellet sizes, so they will remove that convenience from the table.
Yeah, terribly inconvenient when it comes to trying to play defense on a map like this. Almost unpreventable in a certain sense. So now down to the last defensive ban after Mira will be removed, and it's going to be Valkyrie. This one is to be expected. This is TSM's most banned defensive operator for Villa, and it's, again, to be expected because it is Villa. Valkyrie is fantastic on this map, and that's exactly why we won't see her here today.
So no huge surprises in the ban department. Let's go ahead and head into the server itself and see if we'll get anything a little bit crazier there. It's going to be a trophy and statuary hold initially for TSM as they'll get the defensive start here. Operator lineup is going to look a little interesting. Nothing too crazy coming out, though. Mainly just Merc going for the Legion choice, and we'll see Geo switch at the last second over to a K to doubly reinforce that triple wall.
So I don't know if you have any big questions or some big statements that you want to make about TSM from what we've seen previously, but for me, today we have got to see something out of Bolo and Merc. Up against Astralis, these two have got to play well together, and we need to see them take it to Astralis in the frag department. As much as I love seeing Geo go off, I don't want to see it in the same light that we have in recent history.
So it's time to see now if TSM changing up the map and changing up Astralis' own map choice that they'll play into is potentially going to change things for themselves. We had seen the theme park play over the last few games. It hasn't really been working out too well for them, but maybe Villa will fare a bit better, because even looking at the individual side of things, there's quite a few players on this TSM side that I have personally seen in the past seem very comfortable on this map, and feel like they have a little bit more greater freedom to play around with it, Geo being the most notable one, but unfortunately we're not going to see that too much due to his role here. Always a chance he can come out in the clutch, though, if the need arises.
Absolutely the case, my friend, and you can say that about a lot of TSM's maps, but Villa definitely one of their best when it comes to their overall stat points on it. Have a 54% win rate on their offensive side and a little over 60% on their defensive side, so positive either way you slice it, and that's what you want to see. As for TSM, in the current moment, they're waiting on the arrival of Astralis, so begin their clear from the south side, looking to study as well as the lower set and the likes of Piano for shuttle. Well, they're likely just going to try and grab some angles here, but it's going to be an extended hold for TSM with Merc currently inside of Gun Vault. He'll have that vault reinforced for the single panel for 90, which Iconic will currently be locked into. Force with the initial frag with the Twitch onto Chala. He'll take down the Frost as Merc will pick up another, or at least inside of the round. Potentially his second for TSM, but Astralis instead will fire back, and it looks like the trade system is working out beautifully.
It's all Astralis right now, as they're going to be able to shut down this opening attempt from TSM to get aggressive. TSM still having achieved position downstairs upstairs and Piano too. This could be a bit of a double-edged sword position for him. Obviously, he could stab the Astralis push in the back and pick up some massive impact, or this could happen where he'll be left a bit awkwardly alone here. Yeah, he gets that throwaway kill versus Shuttle, but in the grand scheme of things, it means virtually nothing here. Forrest will be able to get the plant down with no more interruptions, and achieved doesn't even have a clean path to get himself upstairs. He's going to try to go for a pre-throw or nitro and just hope that someone was going to be waiting for him in the connector. Good intuition. Bad follow-through, unfortunately, as no one from Astralis is there. They have right into that in advance, and they're playing this about as far back as possible to waste as much of Achieve's time in the clutch. Already down to under 30 seconds, meaning he's got about 15 left to get on the counter defuse before the timer will play against his favor. And yeah, pretty much the expected result there as he finally swings just a bit too far into Astralis territory, and they chop his head immediately off.
Iconic pretty happy about that round, and you have to be as well. You can see the energy coming from the Astralis camp, and I mean, that's what you want for your team. You want that excitement to be there. It's always something that can help you, especially in those crunch moments where it seems like things could go either way. Astralis able to claim round one simply off of the buddy system, John. They did a better job of trading out than TSM did. They did a great job of taking map control away from them as well, and forcing their hand to try and deal with that study side attack, which actually ended up not being the main way that they were going to go. Immediately shifting things over to Master, taking control via that space instead, and getting the plant down successfully. It was really, really well done.
So some excellent stuff coming out from Astralis inside of the first round. Now it's going to be tested a little bit further to see if they can carry it forward on a consistent basis here. Forrest, DP Fire, and Iconic all flirting with a repick right now. Shuttle as well, though his is much smaller in consequence. He's just picking up the old roll from DP Fire's switch. As you'll notice, the operators match up there. As actually those two will just completely switch, apparently. Forrest and Iconic will be our main focus here. As we're actually going to swap out a Finka and bring in a Twitch. And the Twitch as well that was initially picked by Forrest will go away completely over to an OSA instead.
A lot of these OSA players starting to bring the 5.56 rifle instead of the PDW as well, which is something that we weren't initially seeing, but we've saw more and more in recent history, and it could just be a stylistic choice. Personally, I like the PDW. It's just got a lot of bullets, and that seems to be the name of the game in Rainbow Six Siege as of right now, so always a fun one. Oh, also the hip fire is pretty interesting, but the 5.56, it definitely hits. If there's anybody that's main Thermite for a little while, you know exactly what I am talking about.
Fragmite players out there.
Yes, sir. Like John Mullen is sitting over here. And speaking of fragmites, well, we'll get the frag part. Chala takes down J90, and that's going to be a huge trickle-down effect on Astralis' side, losing their Jackal.
Catches them right in the middle of the scan, so unfortunate turn of events for J90 as he'll lose that opportunity to not only track down the player, but of course the rest of his team's ability to track anyone throughout the rest of this round. Astralis, though, still seem to be moving forward without much of an interrupted pace here. DP Fire already working on finding access to the inside of Laundry, and they'll pop open that second barricade to push that theory forward even further. Getting upstairs access is going to be a big key piece of the puzzle, but I think Astralis has already pulled that off for the most part here, focusing almost entirely on just this Laundry push now. Forrest is first up to bat for that.
No
Nicely
way,
done
the
as he swings around just as the Nitro was being chucked by Merc. Horrible timing. The plan indeed is going down. Chal is attempting to swing in. Does DP Fire the cutoff? No, apparently he doesn't. Shuttle's a little late to the party, although he'll get it after the fact here. Now someone else has to pick up the case, however. It's down to a 3v2. Gio in the middle of the site. He tries to save the day for the defense, but it's not going to work out as he goes down. And now Bolo is left alone in a clutch 1v3 with Gio still feeding him intel, but it's not going to matter. That Shuttle shuts every single player down nearly and clutches out the round again.
Somebody check the sunglasses. There's got to be something inside of those things that are powering this man up. Shuttle yet again popping off for Astralis. And this has been the entire stage so far. You guys heard about CDAPS, or heard CDAPS rather, talk about it on the desk. We honestly all thought maybe this is Shuttle's last year. We really don't know what's going to go down, but now he's looking like he's got a whole new lease on life, a breath of fresh air, and, well, 2 rounds up against the former Hammerlift.
Look at how top heavy the Astralis stats are right now. Shuttle's got 5 kills, Forrest has 4, and then J90 has 1. DP Fire and Iconic haven't even had to kill anyone yet because they just haven't needed to.
I mean, and also you got to remember somebody has to do the crappy jobs, man. That's the one thing that for Siege and a lot of our newer viewers at home, those hard support positions are probably some of the worst video game playing you can possibly do for your own mental health. It's just not a good time. You die a lot. You usually die trying to put a plant down. You really don't get gunfights, and a lot of the time you're in a clutch position, and oh, by the way, it's always all your fault. So, you know, it is what it is. But for Astralis, as of right now, those supports are doing so much work. They're finding all this info for Astralis, and not only that, John, they are clearing so damn fast. This is like driving a Ferrari around this map right now.
The clear is so efficient that Astralis, once again for the second round in a row, are going to choose not to bring a Finka into play. They don't feel they really need it here, nor will they really need the frag grenades, as Shuttle will be the only one bringing those to the table currently. Instead, they've switched over to the Flores on Iconics, as they feel they need the utility clear a bit more prominently here than they potentially need to boost up from the Finka's adrenal surges or the nades that would come with her kit. So we'll see how that choice ends up working out for Iconic and the rest of Astralis as they once again focus on the early round top clear here. Going to open up the position, or try to, by the triple wall, but as you guys probably caught there, it has been mute jammed out, so won't be able to open that one up just yet. And the Chief still sits on the other side as Shuttle tries to once again make the opening move for this team, but he'll be caught this time. Is able to escape, however, before he goes fully down and has about a third of his HP left.
Gonna be unfortunate there for Shuttle, but he'll still be able to stave off elimination, at least for right now. Astralis' first minute now gone. TSM have done a bang-up job of keeping them outside of the building. They're now shifting to the south side to try and reinsert themselves, but TSM are seemingly aware of this, achieved adopting the master angle, one that we all know way too well from ranked, and achieved almost becoming the victim of in the same breath.
Chief seems like he's had enough of it, so he's going to barricade up that wall one more time, or the door rather, and then back up to regroup with his teammates, more than likely downstairs or just above the site on a rotation point. We are halfway through the round. It seems like the extended game might have completed its job at this point, so could be good reason for them to start peeling that back. I say that, but we still have a pretty strong hold on the inside of AVG here, where Chala is continuing to maintain presence with at least one other player being somewhat nearby to support him.
Astralis are doing their best to try and contest this top floor hold from TSM. It's quite important to their defensive setup down low that they try and prevent this verticality, and Chala already starting things off strong. Iconic will get 1 will end up knocking down Chala, and now the vertical control completely in their hands. But the big issue is that Shuttle is actually dead, but so is Bolo. And as you said, this timing constantly eating away at TSM, as it seems like it's always Astralis' clock.
Just when you think TSM's going to cut ahead, someone from Astralis shows up right at the back of a TSM player and knocks them out. So once again, they'll falter here down into a 2v4 round. Not over just yet, but now with that kill, it might as well be. Gio's the only one left standing, but an important pickup from him. Once again, though, man, these trades just so darn quick. Iconic knows that it's a solid run here. Settle it down. We've got this under control as they take yet another round for themselves.
Somebody hit the timeout. We need some Poge here to discuss some things, and I think that might be what we're getting. The headsets down, and wouldn't you know, folks, it's a tactical timeout by TSM.
Full 3-round run from Astralis. That does not lead to any success for TSM, despite the inkling of there being some at the beginning of each round here. Astralis always managed to turn around their own fate and control these attacks here, as they're up 3-0 at the moment if you're just joining us over TSM. TSM now tries to take the pause. Poger's going to give the insight he can on what he's seen over this first run of the sites, and this will be right before TSM go back into it here, as they're going to be returning to Aviator in games for the first time since round 1.
Man, Bolo is thinking deeply about what is going on right now. You can just see, especially when you get the fidgeting going on, that's like dialed in.
Is that his mouse, or is that a cursor spinning?
No, I think he's just trying to make sure it actually works. I think that's what he's trying to do. He's like, is this thing actually on?
Somebody's loading.
Yeah, no, he's locked in for sure. TSM are not happy about these results, and I mean, why the hell would you be? You are recent hammer lifters, and past that, at the very beginning of the stage, I had a conversation with Merck, and he was like, no, we haven't lost any of our energy at all. We want to try and run it back. And so far this year, it has not looked like a run it back year. That really needs to change up soon. And the biggest thing when it comes to that discussion is that, if you guys didn't know, right before SI, TSM shifted things up and kind of how they calmed inside of game. Merc is now the primary IGL, and he has been all the way through SI and a little bit inside of Stage 3 as well. And obviously, he's done quite a bang-up job since he, got a hammer in Sweden. But since then, TSM, they just simply haven't been able to get anything on the road. Currently 1-4 in the NAL. And to be honest with you, looking at the top of this screen, this is something that I thought I would never see this year. I mean, even with Astralis playing well, I thought they were going to play well, but I mean, I did not think TSM would look like this.
I mean, they've literally fallen off a cliff.
Yes.
In terms of ranking.
Like Mariana Trench level.
They've gone from literally the best team in the world to the second worst team in their own region in a matter of a month and a half.
Well, when you put it that way,
I'm just stating what's currently the facts. I'm not saying it can't change.
Though that is indeed the Carfax, my friends. You are right about that one for sure. And what else we have going on is a round so far that hasn't had too much action. The drone game for Astralis out and about, but they're keeping this one close to the chest, at least initially. Some smokes in it. As soon as I say that, Force is going to hop too. Smokes out for Chala, but they won't be able to prevent Force from coming in and taking down Merc. The F2 is just too hard to fight, and Astralis is yet again going for it. Chala and Bo will fight back, though, and they finally got a man advantage to play with. Iconic's going to take a little bit of damage from the smoke. Force trying to get rid of this single panel here for Gun Vault, so they actually have some vision here, but don't want to break it just yet, as this is the only safe haven that they have on the floor.
Yeah, it's very dangerous now for Astralis. Now they full committed to this with Iconic swinging in. No longer are they going to have any safe harbor to retreat from. Gio will catch the run out here, but he's going to miss the opportunity to pick up a kill. Instead, just throwing out one of those pieces of utility from Thorn in the event that he gets followed. Probably not going to be the case right now, as Astralis wanted to get the heck out of there, not stay in that 90 position. You can see they're now down in living room here. Going to probably re-rotate that to a different position to re-push back in, as all this action's transpired, and we're just under halfway through the round, so they have plenty of time to make this correction.
Absolutely. You can say the same for either of them. TSM, they've been able to find some pivotal positions, especially Geometrics currently inside of Master Closet. He's actually been discovered. He'll get shot in the rear here as the drone will discover him in Master. EE1D out, but luckily enough for him, he's found the angle. It won't be able to land the headshot. Forrest gets him instead. He's currently 8-1 through 4 rounds, a 2.0 KPR, and he's looking for more.
I know Gio was low there, but that's the second direct 1v1 that Forrest takes, and he was already injured from the first one he took after he swung in and still wins that one as well. Impressive stuff from Forrest and the entry power right now from Astralis, and TSM definitely are going to have to respect that on the 2 upcoming rounds after this one. It's in a 3v3 though, and a Shuttle will hop his way in. He's going to see that utility pop off though, but thankfully it doesn't have to go too far to get out of the danger zone of that one, so we'll keep himself at the same amount of HP. Rest of his teammates will be the same for them, as they'll all now line up mainly outside of Death's door. It looks like, of course, you can see Iconic still on Repel in the distance. He's going to be the alternate angle here as they try to push their way in, but will this be enough strength to push past the interior sight setup from TSM? 2 in bar, 1 in the gun vault. Let's see how this holds. Well, we've got to wait another 10 seconds or so, unfortunately. That last Toxic Babe just went out by the map room door.
This is going to be very, very difficult for Astralis still. They'll have Iconic managing Study. He needs this position. He needs to win this gunfight up against Bolo. Achieved more than likely. Can swing onto this player. Iconic moving in. He's actually got the angle inside of sight, waiting for the swing here. And he's going to get it.
No!
He loses it out. It's a check here from Achieve. The nice shoulder shimmy will get him the kill. And the case is now down. Force sneaks in the back. He's got a triple kill and the pistol, but not enough time to be able to do anything. TSM with the round.
Forrest gaming his heart out there in the final 3 seconds, just spamming with his sidearm, hoping for someone to peek and maybe another kill to come his way. That was all he had to rely on, unfortunately, at that late point in the round, as TSM do too good of a job countering out the very aggressive starts. And unfortunately, Astralis is not able to bring themselves back to a better point to bring that under their control. They even it back out, and they make it very close, all things considered here. TSM should have been able to hold it a little bit more prominently, but that is not the case, and Astralis still nearly get it done. But finally, a round is claimed regardless for TSM as it goes up on the board. But is it just a passing round, or is this the beginning of a streak and the beginning of a potential comeback? That is the question that will be phrased as we enter the second to last round of the half.
We will most definitely find our answer soon, as round 4 went swimmingly into TSM FTX's favor after their initial blunder from Astralis, swinging in 90 window that gifted them quite a few frags. Also, Chala finding one inside of Study that was quite pivotal to the overarching round. As for Astralis, though, it's back to the drawing board to try and figure out exactly what went wrong the previous round. And honestly, the big thing was just some missed shots. If actually Iconic takes down J90, if Iconic takes down, I believe, Achieved or whoever was playing inside of the gun vault at that time, he would have ended up winning the round. So it's just that close by a hair's margin. Astralis will lose out. And well, now we back into the map here to see if they can possibly take the same energy and apply it to Trophy and Statuary.
So let's see here now as TSM, of course, bringing a pretty straightforward setup to the table. The usual extension here into AVG that Gio will play. Won't have much support on that. Looking like that might be changing. That was Achieved as rotating in. Merc as well playing it from a little bit more outside, more of a trade angle than anything from the top of the red stairs. And then you've got the other 2 players maintaining either site here and keeping watch in the event that Astralis try to go for a fast bedroom clear. You guys can see, of course, that is certainly not going to be the case. We have a 4-player rappel stack outside of Study right now, so that will certainly be the focus, it seems, for this opening minute or so in terms of clearing out the AVG extension.
No such thing as overcompensation when it comes to bodies in Rainbow Six Siege. You want to be close as you possibly can, especially after what we saw in our very first round of this game, where Astralis practically bowled over TSM. Bolo, speaking of bowling, going to take some damage inside of Library. He'll be forced back into Living Room. And fortunately enough, he's got a pretty cool hand, so he'll just have to punch that a singular time. The hatch will pop open. He'll drop down into the basement.
Astralis still looking for their first opportunity to pick up a kill here. No success in clearing out things inside of AVG yet either. TSM is giving some respect to that as they slowly back away, but it's mainly on Astralis to control the pacing here and get their proper execute going. Shouldn't be too worried about it considering the track record that Forrest, at a minimum, and a few other players might have for themselves as well here. But there's a nice shot from Achieved, locking on to the head of DP Fire. And Iconic will fall to similar circumstances on the other side to Geo. Forrest, though, he's still in this, and he's going to find the first exchange by taking down Merc. But where do they go from here?
I'm even more scared for TSM in this situation because Achieved is now down and Bolo and Geo both have lower HP. This is completely doable now for Forrest and the rest of the team as they're going to make this a 3 versus 3. J90 now has steady control, knows someone's around bench, but he can't hit the shots. It's going to be Bolo instead that wins it out, and he'll continue to hold down this location. Quite the pivotal one as in the moment for TSM. Shuttle, and specifically Astralis, still extended out here towards the study side. He's around red. Bolo's going to just jump down and take the gunfight. He's going to immediately lose it. Now a 2 versus 2, and yet again, completely doable for Astralis. They still have a smoke in their pocket as well. They can completely deny an angle. There's a lot of opportunity here.
Such a harsh round for both teams. So many fights being decided by just these very intense angles where someone's going to hit a headshot pretty much immediately after swinging the corner, or they will immediately die. Shuttle with a potential good read here. Certainly here's the movement from Geo as he never really left the inside of Bar, but is he going to fully read into this swing? Yes, he will. Geo, in fact, doesn't even expect it as that's a 3rd kill on the round now for Shuttle. Chala the only one left, but the timing is so low. That's not going to matter, though. Forrest race car peaks the Astro stairs and shuts down the last player as another aggressive 1v1 is taken by him and successfully won to give Astralis the round.
Slap in some octane fuel and step on the gas, my friend. That's what we're seeing from Astralis, but I think we got some things to talk about. Bolo, what are you doing? Why are we jumping down red and taking this gunfight for, my friend? And not only that, but you have the DMR. It's not exactly a close-range weapon that you want to try and fight somebody on a stairwell with, and Bolo practically gives the round over to Astralis. Geo's out in an extended roam. He has to try and come back. That's read into by Shuttle. And now all you have is Chala trying to wait inside a site to see where Astralis can possibly attack them from, but they have no other info to try and play into it. He's basically flying blind and trying to use audio in order to progress forward through the round.
So with TSM faltering once again, does that continue to be a trend, or is Astralis once more going to falter themselves on this upcoming attack? A few more repicks coming in as they're going to switch the Twitch over towards Iconic once again and just let Forrest go over to the 5.56 for the final. A bit of a dangerous switch considering the potential pitfalls of that gun, but we'll see how well he's trained on the OSA and what kind of strength he might be able to bring to the table, as I believe we already saw them do this once. I'm trying to remember if it was Forrest that went on the OSA, though. I think it might have been Iconic back then.
Yeah, I think it was Forrest. I would totally agree with you, but either way, Astralis back out and about here. TSM trying to find their second round here. And just as a reminder to you guys, this is the more successful side for TSM's Villa. A 64% defensive win rating in comparison to a 54% on their offensive side. Yes, both still positive and both pretty good stats, but obviously one means a lot more than the other. So for Astralis right now, if they can get this 5-1, I mean, they're practically waltzing to a victory.
Astralis continuing to look for chances to get a quick insertion to clear out the upstairs position. Won't find it so easily, though, as no one is going to be taking a risk at this point, especially at this point in the game here. TSM knows the threats that are lurking around any type of aggressive position for them, as Astralis has a great track record with clearing those out, so it's not going to be too smart of a choice for TSM to hardlock into any of those, and okay.
They're planting!
Astralis just hard ignores the extension upstairs. They're going to waltz right in. The plant is down. This could be dangerous, though. Their other angles haven't found too much success just yet, so they have a very small window of control, but they're making it work anyway. Forrest getting himself a double before finally being traded out, but it's Bolo with his own personal one to bring them right back into the fight. Locked in a 2v2 now. It's J90 and DP Fire holding the line for Astralis. Geo and Bolo both trying to retake from Tarp side here as well. Keep in mind the low HP on Geo is going to make him hard to find a point to insert himself into this fight. He won't even get that chance. J90 cuts him off. It's only Bolo left. He's going to go for the aggressive swing down the pantry stairs, but it's read into by DP Fire. And Astralis will take one more round as it's a 5-1 half for them.
We were not lying. We were saying that these guys are practically driving a Ferrari through this map at the current moment, the way that these rounds are building up. An immediate basement execute out of Astralis completely catches TSM off guard, and not only that, Merc has a cardiac sensor, folks. You can see through walls. You can basically cheat, and he doesn't even know that they're there. It's just so very unfortunate for TSM at the moment, and now they're onto the offensive side, which requires even more coordination because you're the one now attacking. This is not looking good for TSM, and also I don't think this is looking too hot for Jesse J. Chick.
Certainly not, as his prediction percentage is about to drop down the rest of us here. The coin once again going to keep its lead. Overall, 5 or 6 of us, however many we have in predictions at this point.
Can it just stop picking
we have
the
to
same
see,
things that I pick?
That's
what's making me so mad.
I haven't seen what Parker and Pengu's percentage is sitting at, though. That's the thing.
Well, Pengu's was 0 through like the first week, and then he started to come back slowly. I wonder what it is now. We'll have to see.
Because I know me and you are like in front right now. Like me, you, and then one other person are like really close for
Hey,
first.
man, some got it and some don't. What can I say?
Anyway, focusing up on this round here. Few repicks coming in, mainly just to bring the Nomad as well as the Lion in there on Geo and Chala at the bottom. Aside from that, everything stays the same, and we get an operator lineup that you would very much expect in the current state of Siege here. It really seems like TSM wants to try and lock down the members of Astralis as well here, mainly through the use of both the Lion and the Nomad, and then they have the insurance policy still on the Finca. I think we just got an update on our caster percentages, by the way, right? I think I heard a 46
Pengu
for one
and
of them.
Parker are both at a 46-64, 46%. So both of them below half. Pengu's got to stop copying notes off Parker. That's
easy W.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. We should have made a bet on this or something. Like, it'd be like stealing candy from a baby. And speaking of which, Astralis is trying to steal this map away from a less-than version of TSM FTX. Now they're getting into the map now. They'll be able to at least get rid of one of the Goyo canisters. They're taking some control down low, but with Forrest taking down Bolo on a very awkward angle, now what's the next move?
Fink is gone, so they're not going to be able to back up and reboost HP anymore. They'll lose probably both of those nades. They're trying to throw out some of the others now. As you can see, both Achieved and Merc have drained at least one of the 2 that they're given. There's the second one going out to open down a bottom to top angle from the looks of things. Not much overall success with that utility, though, and it's going to cause some problems as they get closer to the site. Forrest just picking off players now as he pretty much has an uninterrupted top-down angle. No one from TSM is able to lock that down themselves to trade onto him, so he's got free reign over the bottom of main stairs as a direct result of that.
Yeah, the fact that we just had that go down, that just shows the de-evolution of the comms from TSM right there. Bolo not able to exactly translate the angle that was being abused from Forrest, and they lose yet another body to it. And now the drone's starting to dwindle as well, but fortunately enough, they still have some to play with. Some beautiful shots here from J9 will light up Merc, and Merc's going to get hit by the cross as well. Forrest will now take him down. It's a triple from the Tachanka this round, as it's looking like Astralis all day here for round 7.
It's really just Forrest all day at this point at 15-2 right now here. Shuttle at 10-4. Chala finally going to be able to get one on the board here for TSM, but that's the only one they found so far in this round. Trading out onto DP Fire as well, one of the least impactful players in terms of frags, of course, that we've seen so far in this game. So pretty minimal loss to the situation for Astralis here as time continues to blunder. Down past the 45-second mark here. Forrest, this is going to be kill number 4. Let's see if we can get the ace, as it seems inevitable at this point.
An absolute
I jinxed it.
demon.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. No worries. You can see, John, they're all smiles. They're all happy about it. I can guarantee you Forrest is ecstatic at the current moment. 6-1, and not only that, but you're the IGL of the team, and you have, what, 18, 19 kills at the current moment? I mean, this is unprecedented.
This is way too clean from Astralis. This is dangerously clean
disgusting.
for Astralis.
This is one of the, I'll be honest with you, this is one of the cleanest villas that I have seen in quite some time where people are doing things that are actually new. John, people are doing new things in Rainbow Six.
And it's not even that like TSM are necessarily doing anything wrong. If you look at the core elements of their strategy, they're just getting outwitted in so many, like the early gunfights, the rotations they're trying to make inside of those gunfights where members of Astralis just trap them. It's just all because Astralis is playing so darn well right now.
I mean, TSM came to this map and thought that they were going to be playing checkers with Astralis, but Astralis are playing 4D chess. That's what's going on in the current moment. A lot of these strategies have been catching TSM off guard. They've been just getting kills on random site players. It has not been good when it comes to TSM's overall gameplay for this map. And I mean, even the last round with Fofo-san just able to do whatever he wanted to TSM, they was like, take my body. Like, I don't really care. Like, you can do whatever. It's just like, okay, guys, well, we need to figure this out. I don't understand the fact that Forrest is allowed to do what he's doing with these vertical angles.
Not even him, Shuttle, too. I mean, Shuttle's gone just as crazy. And if you, like I said, look at the scores. I brought him up last round, but once again, J9O, DP Fire, and Iconic, in terms of the fragging department, they barely had to do anything except for like 1 or 2 rounds where their teammates died and they needed to step up a bit, and they did, so.
Man, it is so hard to find some positive things at the current moment, especially with Astralis trying to take it to TSM. Merc's going to take a lot of damage, but now they're trying to fight back. They've doubled down. They've got the LMGs, but Merc's down as well. Is someone here to help him? They're not. J9O will find the equalizer, and the kill was so unbelievably strong that it may have crashed the server.
The server just couldn't handle the raw strength of Astralis in this game right now. They had to be like, all right, listen. This is the game talking, by the way. I gave TSM the hammer a few months ago. I'm looking real bad right now. I got to just cut this real quick, boys. Yank the cable real quick. But anyway, yeah, we'll get this working as soon as possible, folks. Stick with us here, and we will be back in game as soon as we are able to reestablish our connection. I'm pretty sure that affected the whole server, so more likely that round is going to get replayed. Yep. But we'll get confirmation on that in a second.
Yeah, absolutely. That's more than likely the case, but we'll have Larch on it in the back. You can see him currently talking to call out and seeing exactly what they can do about this, but it shouldn't be too long, folks. Especially because, well, we've only played 7 rounds, so our observer will more than likely have us back in momentarily. But fortunately for us,
it's not like the scoreboard's too complex, you know?
Yeah. I think the biggest things to notate is that Shuttle was 10-4-1, and Forest was
16-2.
16-2.
Yeah. Pretty sure that's where it was.
Ooh, man, that is a spicy meatball.
That was where it was the beginning of the round. I don't think he was the one that died, right?
No, he was not.
Yeah, so it would be 16-2.
It was Iconic. Just had to
way to call him out.
I mean, well, my bad, man. I mean, the guy's going for a superhero swing. I mean, you got to remember, Batman's only a billionaire. That's all he did. I mean, he just had money. He just had money, and he built some cool stuff. That was all he did. And then he fought crime, I guess.
So talking a little bit more about this amazing performance we have seen once again out of Astralis, and it's a lot of it, for me at least, has been inside of that early to mid-round portion here. They've just been controlling so much, at least on their attacking side here, controlling so much of it, not giving TSM really an inch to work with on their own extensions here, shutting it down, sometimes leaving themselves a little bit on a risky side as far as the time is concerned, but other times just not even caring about the extension. We saw that at least twice, mainly on the kitchen holds, where they just breached right into the site. We're like, we don't even care about these upstairs, but we're just going to go for it. And it works despite the risk involved.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, really, it's Astralis and their change of pace that they've had throughout the game, whether it be a super quick execute, straight into the site, just fight the site players, try and get the bomb down, or take some time, try and fight the roamers, and then immediately go for the execute after that. TSM doesn't have an answer for any of these. That's the biggest problem that we've seen so far. Even on the offensive side, where they're trying to get into the building, Astralis are still acting as though they're on the offense. They're fighting for every room in the entire map, tooth and nail, time and time again. And not only that, they're trading out either neutral or positive most of the time. And that is so very impressive.
And we did see that being curtailed a little bit at the beginning of the most recent round we were seeing, but as well, you could see the members of Astralis continuing to fight it because they know they have so much control over these situations, and they know that more than likely, TSM is giving them the respect they deserve because of that situation as well. So they're starting to abuse this a little bit now, getting a little bit too aggressive to an extent, as we saw with Iconic there, but hopefully this replay actually is probably going to, I would imagine, bolster the Astralis position even more, because now they're going to be like, okay, well, like, you know, we got to cool it down a little bit with that, boys. Like, don't go so crazy with the swings here. So I would expect even a more controlled start to this, as we are heading back into the server, but we might not be going back in game just yet, folks. We do have to make sure everything's correct before we resume play.
I'm going to play the devil's advocate here. I don't think that we're going to see that at all. I think that Astralis...
They're going to double down?
Yeah, they're going to double down, and they're going to maintain
You're probably
pacing right now. Well, because if you think about it this way, you know what's so strong about TSM? When they're actually able, even though they do it quickly, to set up and start working the map. And that is what Astralis are stopping. They're taking the fight to them immediately. TSM have no time to try and retaliate because they have to try and fight those people. They can't, oh, well, we're just going to leave them and just let them do what they want to do. That can't happen. So Astralis, they've definitely found the mark for TSM, especially here on Villa. But now that we're back into the map, Astralis will set things back up. And yes, it is indeed going to be confirmed that it is a full on-site replay, ladies and gents. So for Astralis and for TSM, they have to choose the exact same lineups and the same site for the defense for Astralis.
Yep, if there are any repicks, I'd imagine that rule applies to that just as well. So we should see those same repicks if there were any. I'm going to be honest, my memory's not that great, so I can't recall if there were, but it's looking like TSM have the solid lineup locked in anyway. So they're going to be spawning out in just a moment, and we will see if Astralis has the proper defense to curtail this play. And more importantly, if they're going to get as aggressive once again right at the beginning of this round by potentially taking that challenge over towards Study. It's not going to be in Study, but you can see Forest definitely trying to mess around a little bit here with the laundry swing.
Yeah, there's always something you have to worry about when it comes to the the Astralis defense, at least from what we've seen thus far. TSM now working their way into the building. The initial drones will suss out Iconic top main, but he also has some verticality to actually abuse the main door downstairs as well. He's going to play around this area, has the SMG-11. I'm assuming he's got the shotgun as well as his primary. We've been seeing a lot of people use the FMG-9 recently, so always something to notate for your smoke player. His utility is just so unbelievably strong, and it has been for such a long time. So being able to shift over to the FMG whenever you need some, longer distance tools is always nice to have.
Already a minute into the round, a much quieter outcome to things. I believe I was correct, by the way, about what was going to happen in this round.
Yeah, but Force was swinging laundry, John.
True. Okay. Fair enough. Fair counterpoint. But we do have Astralis continuing to sit primarily around the site. They've got a little bit of an extension, as you can see, across the halls, primarily over towards the living room area. But Merc indeed sneaking a little bit too close to Forest here. Forest once again going to try to play into that position. He is going to be able to spot out this position. Forest, that is. Playing on the inside of Bicycle, but Merc not really moving from it. Not a whole lot that Forest can do about it in the current point in time, but it's looking like maybe we'll see someone try to swing over there and challenge this when they are ready to move themselves down. In the meanwhile, you will also see the Nomad currently being played by Chala, blocking off both of the rotation points to top red from the trophy side of things. Bolo as well will use the Gone 6 to quickly take out DP Fire's support point here behind this shield and make that overall position a heck of a lot weaker, potentially forcing him to rotate down fairly soon. But minute to go here, so TSM seems to be proceeding quite nicely, but it's not until we see them actually fight members of Astralis that we'll have a better idea about how this round is going to play out.
This is what I was afraid of, with TSM allowed to actually take some time and do some things. They're only down 3 drones at the current moment, which means that there is so much info coming their way as of right now, and we're about to find out, can Astralis stop a TSM execute? It's looking like it could really go either way. Iconic's going to be able to make some verticality upstairs because TSM was not worried about this location. They could go for something late up top, but we have a lot of different opportunities here. Does DP Fire turn around and see this drone either? Chala will get at least a trade here, but now Astralis are starting to pull ahead as it's a 4 versus 3.
Yeah, DP Fire with a big pickup there. He had been spotted out by a drone, but it didn't seem that TSM was aware of it. Chala with another fake find here, though, trades it out again by eliminating Iconic. That's evened us up, but okay, TSM have stopped suddenly here. They're sitting outside of Tarps right now. They only have 20 seconds left, so they need to move forward quickly here. The drop, they don't even realize that Forest is sitting on the inside of Laundry. He knocks down Chala. J9O with one more. It's all on Geo. He's got control of the chassis, but he's less than 5 seconds to clutch it out, and it's just not going to happen. Astralis dominate versus the world champions and take control of this matchup 7-1.
Well, it was a burner, but it was more of a pyre to lay TSM on top of, if anything.
Oh, what's this? What's this?
Oh, they power it up. There it is. There it is. I thought we were going to do the whole...
Little work needed on that one, boys.
I thought they were going for the whole DBZ transformation. That's what I thought they were going for initially. But either way, I mean, this team, guys, this is something special that Astralis has on their hands.
Yeah, it seems like they've really created a winning formula here, and it's taking down some of the best this region has to offer, potentially multiple times as well here. This new Astralis seems to be on fire. Certainly a top 4 contending team, and maybe even further than that with that victory they just picked up. Top 2 is really in the future here for Astralis if they continue to perform just like they did today here versus TSM. And for the world champions, it's back to the drawing board yet again to figure out just what is going wrong in so many of these games, and more importantly, what they need to do to find their former form.
I don't even know what to say about TSM in the current moment. I mean, they just look like a shell of their former selves. I mean, for me, it seems like ever since the Chief shaved his head, everything's just been so very wrong. I don't know what's happened, but...
Some like bad vibes or something when he did that.
Bad juju.
There was something in the hair, man. I don't know. It was like one strand.
See, what he didn't tell you guys is when he shaved his head, he also shattered 7 windows. So it was just all not very, very good. But either way, I think that you and I have said our piece about Astralis and TSM. So we are going to send you guys to a quick break, and we'll be back with the Analyst Desk.
What you gonna do?
Well, it's official. The North American League has officially descended into chaos. This is Astralis' world, and we are just living in it. TSM taken down in insanely dramatic fashion. Astralis coming out on the bitter end of what was an incredibly fast game, trying to break XSET's record for land speed record over how fast a game can be won. And we've got Forrest on the other end to talk us through just what the heck happened. Apparently, the F in Forrest stands for frag or for F2, whichever you prefer. Dude, congratulations on the victory. What the hell are you guys doing that's working so well right now?
We're just playing our game. You know, we're not doing anything special. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're not trying to copy people. We're just playing a natural flow State of Siege.
Forrest, I want to ask you about moving over to this Astralis lineup, because you and Callout kind of came from CL together. You've been a duo, been on the same team for a really long time now. Tell me about what it's been like moving from that Challenger League lineup, obviously your old days in Tier 1 as well, now moving on to Astralis as a duo, how that's been for you guys.
It's been a blast. You know, I always felt like him and I were always good enough still to compete at T1. It was more of like, you know, being able to prove it. Even though like we failed in Challenger League, I still believe that like the system we had was like, you know, like any team would be successful with it. Like the way Call sets it up and the player development and strats and such. And but coming to Astralis, like he's really like flipped the table upside down, and, like reinvented the team.
Alrighty, and so in this game in particular, we found you not necessarily on the hard reach roll, the Habana that you've been playing. You had the F2, you were feeling a little bit more loose. Was that always the call on a map such as Villa, or are we just going to start seeing a frag in Forest in every single game we have?
I can't say too much about that, but it was more of you know, yesterday I was underperformed, I thought personally. I thought like, you know, it was kind of one-sided game, but like individually I thought I was trolling. So I knew today, like, I just had to step it up, and you know, I brought that fire. You know, it didn't matter what op I played. Like, I just knew I was like, I'm smoking people today, no matter what.
As the newest team to take down the current reigning world champions, obviously you had to do plenty of breakdowns to make sure that this game was going to work in your favor. But if you had to say one thing to TSM, obviously they're struggling. Whether you want to uplift them and maybe find something that they aren't doing very well that you think they could fix, or if you want to trash talk, what would you say to TSM after that victory?
I mean, honestly, like, you have to be humble. I can't really trash talk them. They just won the world champion. Like, I just came from CL, like a bum. So it's like, what do I have to say, you know? So it's just like, I think TSM need to let their nuts hang more. They're kind of just like, kind of stagnant right now. Kind of like, let people do what they want to do. So like, they definitely need to like start throwing punches back.
I think that's fair. Obviously, from what we've seen from TSM, it feels like they're on a very downward slope at the minute. But you guys, will pull up stats in a second to figure out how close you guys are to major qualification, but you are so close. So Forrest, congratulations on the win.
Yeah.
International competition might just be on the precipice for you guys. Enjoy this one, and we'll hopefully see you next week.
Thank you.
All right, I do want to check this, because TSM probably out of the major at this point, even if it's only by like the slimmest of margins. Astralis probably in, not mathematically confirmed. What are we looking at standings wise right now? I'm really curious to see this.
So if we bring them up with the leaderboards right now, I'm imagining they're probably top 2 at this point. They're over SSG for sure. SSG lost today, not quite number 1, but tied with
They have
OXG.
1 round behind OXG.
1 round differential. The numbers, Jacob, according to our good friends for Bunny, are that Astralis have a 94% chance, if every other game is a coin flip, of going to the major. SSG with that loss dropping down, or sorry, TSM with that loss, I should say, dropping down to 0.08.
Oh my God, we genuinely might have to accept a reality where the guys who just lifted a hammer 2 months ago are not about to make the next international event. This is real.
This is very real, and I guess we are not going to get a digest.
Oh no. Well,
I mean, he promised one after SI, so we're still kind of waiting on that one. Unless he released it and I missed it.
Yes, but hey. At the end of the day, we have to relish in the era of Astralis. Forrest, he came in. He's one of my CL babies. He's graduated. He's flown so far away. And under all the names he's been under, whether it's Obama.Embers, FofoSonXD, MonkeyPQ.Ape, UUAA.eUnited.
You're the worst.
He has been absolutely amazing to watch in his growth as a player. has been phenomenal. And finally, coming in, popping off this hard and such a big game against the former world championship, amazing.
Let's just keep on drinking the Forest Kool-Aid for a moment because we've got a couple moments from Forest's game against TSM all lined up back to back to take a look at how this man not single-handedly dismantled TSM, but put himself at the forefront and got as many kills as he did.
He was excelling in so many different areas, right? Like we talked about the F2 and he was really going hard with that weapon, got so many kills on the attack, but there were so many more highlights, so many other things that he was able to accomplish for this squad. Obviously still bringing the kit in a lot of these rounds. DP Fire picked it up a couple of times with the ace. He's a big player that's been able to push through and help out Forest with the kit, but we're seeing these shots come through, being able to shut down a lot of the roamers from TSM and help out in the executes as well. You see Forest going time after time after time. This is one of those more frag-heavy F2 rounds that he was pulling off on that first half. One after this will show off maybe one of those more plant-focused rounds that he's been able to pull through. Again, just the ability to be able to go back and forth with these different styles of play has been huge for his team on Astralis.
Yeah, and even though he's on the Twitch and getting frags, he still did a lot of support work. And across his attacking half, he was flexible enough. We even see, in just a little bit, you know, he's on the OSA.
Yeah, there it is.
And he gets the bomb down. He's setting up those OSA shields to facilitate the pushes in towards the, pardon me, the pantry side. Almost forgot what that call out was. That would have been awkward, but, and then sure, DP Fire is going to clean up this round, but he's sort of the initial entryway into the side of pantry and into the bomb site. Absolutely huge.
Yeah, we didn't see it here, but also moving on to the defense. That Tachanka 4K when they started off their second half.
18!
Beauty of a play, and there it is. 18-2, 100 cost, 3-0 in entry. It just doesn't get better than that.
No, it doesn't. I think you couldn't have had a better performance if you tried. We were touting Sweater for being as good as he was in the previous game. He didn't have 2 deaths or 100% cost to go along with it. I think Sweater was like 83% or something. And flawless entry. Yeah. There are so many things that Forest has done right in this matchup. Obviously, Shuttle right there, 10 kills in a professional match, still a good marker to hit. You don't even need to look at what Iconic and DP Fire have done for these past 2 days because it feels like Iconic and Shuttle just led the charge and never looked back.
Yeah, I mean, who cares? Like, Iconic and DP Fire, like, when you're winning 7-1 and your teammates are going that hard, especially Force and Shuttle, 2 of the players that nobody was really talking about when you look at Astralis, right? Yeah. Like, this is always supposed to be the Iconic show, DP Fire, JNO, the young guys coming in for the frags. Force and Shuttle are not the names that a lot of people are expecting to talk about when we have Astralis back in the NAL, but hey, they're the ones popping off today, and it just goes to show how deep this lineup really is.
Well, I mean, we would break more of this game down, but regrettably, there's just not that much of this game to break down in the first place. Over in just 8 rounds, and TSM absolutely in the gutter. Astralis on the precipice of getting to their first ever international competition in Rainbow Six history, just 6 months after getting picked up by the organization and the defending world champions. Barring some absolute miracle over these last 3 days, will not be going to the May Major. Gentlemen, final thoughts.
I mean, Astralis, they're looking so good, and only a fool would bet against them, as that seems to be what I am today. So, yeah, Astralis look way too good. Never doing that again.
You know, I have to respect you for, just being a man and taking it. When you're wrong, it takes a real man to say that you're wrong. Sure, the coin was correct, but I would have agreed with the coin if I was actually given a platform to stand upon. But no.
You're literally standing on a box right now. The camera can't see.
Yeah, look at the short guy with the box. Look at him.
Your box
Anyways,
is like 4
Jacob,
times
what's
my
next
size.
game?
I mean, what? Can the camera actually pan around and see the box? Like, are we cool with that?
Possible.
Can we? I mean, he does have a platform. Wait for it. There it is.
No way that reaches.
No, I see it. I see it right there.
Yeah, it does.
I am on like a 1-inch box because Jesse is on a 5-inch box.
Well, they can't see that. I'm confident the camera can't make that angle happen.
I mean, you and Jess are both so short that the 2 of you need to have the same box. Connor just needed a little bit of a confidence boost.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
It happens.
And I also think both the next teams that we've got coming up also need their own confidence boost because our last matchup of the day, DarkZero against the Soniqs, still major implications for DarkZero if they're trying to bust into top 4. And the Soniqs, at this moment, they're just trying to see if they can't get their second dub in the league. We'll have that game coming up right after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Core with digits, give him estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Bim Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. Know this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, heading out to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block of powder or a glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be.
Well, hopefully this is the last time you see me on this side of the desk, because I'm usually over there. And this hopefully is the last time you see Connor in the NAL at all. We can just get him out of here because this is the last game of
I mean, it seems like you really want to get rid of me. You expose me for being on like a tiny plank when he's on a 5-inch
because
box.
it's funny.
There's no proof of that.
My plank's like this big. Like, look, like this is the difference.
Love how we had to clarify this going into the next segment.
This is the difference. Jesse is on like this big. Yeah, look, you can see
no.
how much you can see how much bigger it is.
Seems like fake news. I don't know.
Literally the same height that Jess needs for every international event. Call it.
It's the Jays.
It is the Jays. Connor is not one of the Jays, therefore he will be
My first name
excised
is
from the
indeed
desk.
Joseph.
True. Okay, fine. Jacob, Jesse, Joseph, back with you on the North American League Analyst Desk. Playday 6, 1 game left to go. This one still with some very future major implications for one of the teams, and the other one's just looking to see if they can't get 2 wins on the week as opposed to just 1. DarkZero against the Soniqs. What are we thinking initially? Obviously, 2 very different stories for both squads, but DZ, now because the top 4 is kind of beginning to pull away from the rest of the pack, do DarkZero need this one in order to like make sure they don't get completely swept away?
Yeah, I mean, here's the problem, right? Sure, the Soniqs are looking better right now, and yeah, maybe DZ will struggle in this one. It's hard to say, right? But every other team in the league got their free win against the Soniqs. So Soniqs are now finally looking good. DZ need that win as well to try to contest it up for those major spots. So if DarkZero come through and they end up losing this game, that's a free win that everybody else got in the league, but they just didn't.
You're saying they're looking good. The only time they looked good was against Mirage, who decidedly have not looked good overall.
Yeah, sure. Like Mirage played bad, but I think that Soniqs still like showed pretty decent, a decent showing in that matchup. So yeah, I think Soniqs are like a decent team, and I think they can definitely play a good game against DarkZero. We'll have to find out, but yeah.
Similar philosophy with your temp duo?
Yeah, I completely agree. Soniqs, they're a team that you can never really, you know, completely write off because their playstyle does lend itself to a natural counter of the NA style. Because, you know, they get aggressive. And when they can actually land their shots, they're a scary, scary team. And even though we've kind of talked about this matchup a lot, the last time that they truly played was that BO3 at NAL Finals, and Jacob, who came out on top?
Gee, I wonder who that was. Oh yeah, the ones who can't stop saying how they are NAL champions, the Soniqs. But we'll start with them in this lineup. Obviously, biggest amount of question marks coming into this week was whether they would get anything done against Mirage. They did take care of business, but that thing needs to duplicate itself over and over and over again. They're not focused on going anywhere else in this stage aside from just trying to increase their own stock, their own worth, prove that what happened over the past couple of weeks is just the idea of starting really slow, not being able to get used to meta changes. But that win against Mirage does seem as though it puts them on the right track. Can they do it against a team that's like the NA style personified in DarkZero?
I think they got a shot. I really do. I think the Soniqs, despite the fact that they played against a fairly weak opponent yesterday, they still had a really strong showing. It felt like old Soniqs were back. It wasn't that like the super roams we were seeing in the last couple of weeks were suddenly working because they were against poorer opponents. They were having the usual suspects showing up and finding a lot of impact. Rexen was having a huge impact. Yeti was there. Grixer, man on your screen right now, had a fantastic match on attack on Nook. So I felt like the Soniqs were kind of back on their own form. Yeah, it'll be more difficult now that they're playing against DarkZero, but I still think they got it in them for another win.
Yeah, I completely agree once again because maybe not for the another win. That's a little bit far. You almost caught me.
I think they have it in them. Not that they will get it for sure, but potential.
Yes, the potential is indeed here because, I mean, hey, they are bouncing back. And once again, that game yesterday against Mirage was not really a Mirage loss. That was 100% a Soniqs win that they earned, and you cannot discredit them because, once again, it was like we finally had that little bit of familiarity. We saw the old Soniqs resurging. It's like they're out of their slump, but we don't quite know if they're out of the hills fully yet.
Looks like the energy was also back too. The bite seemed like it was actually in Soniqs and it wasn't just the bark. They took a couple seconds to regroup maybe after a couple of rounds and realized they can ride off the momentum, especially when they got a couple rounds under their belt. In that game against Mirage, it was nice to see old Soniqs back. It just didn't happen for very long because that game didn't exactly last for very long.
Yeah, I think that Soniqs, like, we saw everybody back gelling in their old form, and this is really what we want to see with them going forward because they have struggled all stage long. I don't think it was perfect. I think on defense, they struggled a little bit when Mirage's pushes became somewhat less one-dimensional. Yeah. When there were more pinches coming through on defense, they weren't really finding super successful rounds. On attack, it was pretty good. There was one round they lost where they tried to push Aviator without going below, and they got kind of screwed from like some bottom red pressure as big C4 from Thomas. But all in all, it did feel like they were pretty solid in their fundamentals. They had to rely on a few clutches for sure. There were some problems letting attackers get into their bomb sites before they should, but generally I thought Soniqs still played well.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, when you can have Super getting off of a bomb plant on 000s, finishing it up, and then landing the nastiest flick of the AK-12, you're always going to be feeling good. Especially when you're just barely dropping any rounds, and the rounds you are dropping, it's like a slight misplay. It's not like the throwback to the earlier Soniqs where we would see plays that just seemed so incredibly un-Soniqs-like, just poor decision-making at the most fundamental level.
At the very least, we mentioned Yeti was always a playmaker, and he continued that flow even if the Soniqs for some reason weren't able to get anything done. But in that game against Mirage, he of all people seemed like he woke up. We got a couple highlights here, 2 back-to-back rounds highlighting the focus of Yeti and how good he was in that game against Mirage.
Yeah, Yeti's just a gunner. This is the 1v2 that he was playing on round number 3. They have no idea where he's at. Look at those pings that they've got as well. Hard pings, yellow pings as well, both coming through. Boop, boop. Getting both of the planter and Tommy, who's trying to watch out for him. And then this is another play where Super's on those stairs. Super dies, which makes Mirage think it's clear, but no, Yeti is still there. Jumps up for 1, jumps up for 2. Now Super, who's behind Yeti, checks to the bottom whilst downed, dies to Benji, makes that call. Yeti turns around, finds the frag anyways. Beautifully done, and the coordination that Yeti finds with the rest of his teammate certainly coming in clutch.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things was probably the shift in direction for the side of Soniqs, where I don't quite know if it's just Mirage or really struggling with their drone intel on the attacking side, but at least against the Soniqs game, they were hunting and they were killing at least 7 or 8 drones per game, and that all of a sudden brought Yeti's confidence, which is already, his confidence is already up there. It's like 7 or 8 out of 10. Then he cranked it right off into an 11 and was feeling so good, enough to swing 2 players at once on 5 HP with the MP5.
Yeah, I mean, he got loud too. That's the big thing that's been missing with the Soniqs. We saw Yeti jumping up, screaming at the opponents, calling Mirage bad, and I'm sure other words. That's what we need to see from the Soniqs, and that's what we finally saw yesterday.
And that is not the only player on the Soniqs who was getting up and getting hyped, because his compatriot, the guy that he hypes up, and also there's that infamous gif of one jumping into the other player's arms when they were in EU United colors, Grixer, he also had a fantastic game against Mirage, showing up in very even spades. He was the one that had an even arguably slowest start on the team, even though Rexon's also on this lineup. But look at what he was able to do in these back-to-back.
Yeah, this Yokai player with the Echo was able to get so much value. 2 kills already in this round. They just don't seem to know where he's at, but he's hitting every single shot. They don't even know where the possibilities come from. And then the Nook play, I thought was the key thing. This is a 2v4. He jumps through. They don't see him coming through China. A big issue that Mirage were struggling with. He's able to get forward, get this into 3 kills, pushes it to a 1v1. This is the super play that you were talking about, CDAPS. Incredible. That super wins that.
That right there, that's Mr. 1.6. That's the man we love.
That's him.
For Grixer, 7 kills, 7 deaths. I mean, hey, when you're starting off a little bit slow, but you can just pop off at any moment's notice. A 2v4 situation on an attack is never fun. You have a Nook, not the best gun, and you have Super who needs to plant the bomb. And essentially that becomes the 1v4. To take out 3 people, absolutely ludicrous.
It feels really good to talk about the Soniqs in a positive context, considering the slump they've been in. You're looking at a team that's still 5th through 6th at the 6th Invitational. Huge downward trend, but now there's at least something that we can look at and be like, hey, this was good. Only problem is the quality of opponent that they faced is considerably less. And I'm not just saying that based on the way Mirage played. I'm looking at Mirage versus their current opponents in DarkZero, looking at where they're at on the scoreboard and realizing this is going to be a tougher task than maybe they were anticipating.
Yeah, I mean, even go back to those clips that we just saw, and like a couple of those flanks coming in through China, that probably should have been seen by Mirage. I don't think DarkZero are going to let Soniqs get away with quite as much, but that doesn't mean that there's not opportunity. DZ certainly have some flaws for their own side. They did manage to get a win yesterday in a pretty big match against TSM. You could maybe make the same point that that's kind of a weaker opponent so far in the NAL. CDAPS, I don't know, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you were saying that everybody gets their free run against the Soniqs. It seems like Oprah Winfrey just signed with TSM, and she's saying, you get a win and you get a win. Everybody's getting 3 points against the boys in black and white. But for DZ, they're still an insanely good roster. You can never put it past them. They have so much passion. You're led by Canadian. You have a roster that is finally meshed together and looks so good. And on a wide variety of maps, look explosive and always can keep it close.
I don't really know what we're going to see out of DarkZero in this game. I did call them the NA style personified, which I feel like every time we think of North America, we'll think sometimes it's slow if it means the structure is there. Sometimes the formula exists. You understand that there is a step-by-step process. DarkZero have usually taken that exact idea to task. It feels like it's a similar situation here. Is that going to work against the Soniqs, a team that is typically can sometimes be explosive, someone on a roam that you're not expecting? DarkZero are meticulous. Will they drone every corner against a team like the Soniqs?
See, I think they might, and we talk a lot about DarkZero and their defense, because according to the stats, they are like a very strong defensive team. They've actually had a better win rate on defense, but I do prefer their attacks. I think that the way that, Pamba lets that LMG sing on Finka, we saw that the other day against TSM, we saw it earlier against Mirage. It feels like their adaptations are very, very strong as well on attack. That was very clear against Beastcoast, and then Hyper. Kind of an underwhelming SI, right? A player that we kind of hype up as DZ's trap card, their best player. He was only +3 through 211 rounds at the 6th Invitational. But the roles he's been able to fill for DarkZero this year, for me, has made them their MVP once again. I really like the way that Hyper's been pushing, and especially on attack, it really feels like this is where DarkZero is starting to shine once again.
Yeah, and even with Canadian kind of just making sure and enabling somebody like Hyper to find himself into the positions to be successful. That's the caliber of IGL that we come to see with the side of DZ. I mean, hey, your support players, you always have Eclipse. Eclipse is phenomenal. NJR can do anything. You already talked about Panba letting the LMG sing. It's when you go down this roster, you're like, huh, where's there a weak link? Where are we supposed to try to attack?
Well, one area they have struggled is that opening pick rate. They've really, really struggled to be able to get those opening couple of engagements. I think their stats right now, 34% opening pick rate, the worst in the league. Really? So, yeah, that was before this week, so that doesn't include last week's stats, but still, it's been a big struggle for them. Hyper was the only positive player on entry for this team, 4-0 in their last game against Astralis. So, yeah, big moments there.
Yeah, and if we go through and eventually we'll be able to factor in those stats from yesterday into the overall conversation and then answer the question, why was there a rumor about Eclipse just retiring a couple of months ago? It feels like he is really a huge part about this team's success. However, the map bans are in.
So not surprising bans start this off. Clubhouse has been very bad for DarkZero. It's also one that the Soniqs have been successful in the past with, so fair enough. Then we get a Skyscraper ban, DZ permaban Sky. They've never played it. The Cafe as well coming through for the Soniqs. This is a map that they have permabanned ever since the lineup formed. Theme Park, another map that Soniqs have permabanned since it came into the pool at the start of the stage. Villa out for DarkZero, another one that Soniqs have won so far this stage. DZ definitely a lot shakier, 1-1, their only win being an overtime game against Beastcoast. And then Oregon coming through from the Soniqs, another one that has just been really rough for SQ. They've lost it twice so far in this stage.
Yeah, and it's really scary because, you know, that used to be the Soniqs map. They used to be the steel curtain defenses, but recently it kind of rusted and eroded away. And the Chalet ban from DZ makes a lot of sense considering Soniqs, you know, they do feel comfort towards Chalet. And, you know, sometimes with the Soniqs, a lot of the questions is their shallow map pool. They will pick maybe 5 maps at most in a best of 9. Usually 4 in a BO7.
Right.
And when you can manipulate it away and, you know, just kind of ban away the Chalet, that's one of their strong maps. And now the bank goes away because DZ, they're pretty good at it. The Soniqs haven't really lended themselves. And now we see a border, which has been left up for the Soniqs a couple of times. So they have the willingness to go here, but it's finally being called by DZ.
Feels like we're seeing both of these teams kind of ban the maps that they're not really comfortable playing, and I think that does speak to the fact that these teams have kind of struggled in the last couple of weeks. Soniqs more than DarkZero, but DZ certainly still having a bit of a rough time recently. But Border is a map that neither of these teams have ever played, so it'll be the first play for both of them.
I mean, maybe except back in the old Classics days. I mean,
doesn't even count.
The Soniqs teams back when they were Pittsburgh Embers, maybe we would have seen that in Challenger League, what, like season 10 under Obey Alliance?
Dang.
That doesn't even count as the same map because you could just hold everything from the skylight as opposed to actually having to put your boots on the ground and taking 30 seconds.
That's the best part of the border
stairs nowadays.
But they took the skylight away and added a balcony, so are we really at that point?
No, now you just have to take 3 steps in the building and take east stairs control.
Well, good luck getting into the building because that's the problem with this map. If you don't get into the building, you don't win anything. So defensive rounds matter a considerable amount more. But for the last time today, let's get some predictions underway and see if we're catching up at all with the coins percentage and see what the casters think. Jonah, Carter, so far, been a blast having you on with us this weekend for the last time. What are you guys thinking for this matchup?
Thank you, Jacob. I don't know about this one. The NAL Finals rematch we've got on our hands, Carter. I mean, I'll go with your opinion first, I guess.
I'm gonna be honest, I think it's Pampa party time today. I think DZ are coming out on top with it because here's the thing, right? SQ got their first win of the entire stage yesterday, and to the desk, as the desk said, it wasn't just, oh, you know, a win over Mirage. They did look a lot more like the SQ that we know and the SQ that we love. However, going into this, one, I think DZ, they're on a prime spot to try and break into that top 4, though the standings have shifted a little bit over the course of the day. I think DZ are looking good on the trajectory they're on to take this win today, and I'm also, to be honest, I'm just not comfortable putting stock in the Soniqs just yet, but hey, if they win today, not only will I regret not picking them, but also I'm probably going to be predicting them a lot more in the future.
That is fair. They are, you know, in theory, they're on the up and up after they got 1 win under their belt. Maybe they're going to keep doing that. I am inclined to agree with you, though. I think DZ have this one. I was a little surprised, I'll admit, to see them go to Border. It doesn't strike me as a DarkZero favored map. It's generally a map that has a lot of aggression, a lot of fast-paced action, and DarkZero are probably the slowest-paced team we have in the NAL right now. So as surprised as I was, I do still think that DarkZero have the edge. Soniqs, I don't think 1 win under their belt is enough to give me confidence in their ability to play out the rest of the stage and get this win.
Look, I appreciate the super drawn-out explanations, gentlemen, but realize that you still have your names attached to the casters who you are temp replacing today. So if you really wanted to keep on tanking their prediction rate, if you wanted to change everything up, now is the time. You don't. It's your last game. You don't have to take this as seriously if you don't want to.
You know what? Yeah, he's got a point. Nick, I'm sorry. I'm going Soniqs.
Wow. Let's go. You swapping it? Yep.
Yeah.
You swapping it.
I'm going. No, you make a good point. Last BO1, I'm flying home tomorrow. Like, Nick, I'm sorry. I got to do it. But hey, if I'm right,
Jonah, please do it with him. Please, I swear to God, do it.
I will not be changing this. No, my bit last time I was here is that I had a better prediction rate than Pangu, and I am going to maintain that as best I can.
I'm fighting for you right now.
See, look at that. I'm turning talent against one another. Boys, thank you very much. We'll come back to you in a second. God, I love this. I I love just ruining other people's chances at a high prediction rate that quick.
I mean, you can bait the new guys, Jacob, but I don't think you're gonna bait me. I'm going with the safe pick today. I've already screwed over one of my game's predictions. I think I'm gonna go DZ this time. Soniqs, you know, they're just not quite there yet for me.
I'm gonna be in the same boat. I'll just take DZ. I don't think they're as good as the Soniqs right now. I think DZ are a better team. I'll keep it simple, stupid. I'm not calling you that.
Yes.
Even though, you know, on broadcast that might be okay, but I'm not about to risk it. I'm just saying it for the sake of the phrase, Connor.
Yes, so the thing is, I represent the coin, and the coin did tell me that you are wrong, and it is going for the Soniqs.
Oh, dear God.
It has joined Carter all the way over there. Don't know how impressionable a coin can possibly be, but I guess that's kind of how you make it. You take the hot metal and then
it is
make an
a physical
on it.
impression,
It's a
right?
physical impression, so it's pretty impressionable.
You know what, that works.
So hey, Soniqs, technically not that much of an underdog in this matchup.
At least according to the coin.
Yes.
Which, again, still didn't need to be here, but it still is. Thanks, Doa. You'll be back next week, and I can thank you in person for this favor that you've done the rest of us. I don't even know what to say anymore. Anyway, we do still have one more game that we need to get to, and in the meanwhile, there's a break that we got to get to before that. So, break, game, then we'll wrap up the day, then we'll come back next week. Let's get this one underway in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere.
I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island. I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype. Yeah. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Lions, tigers, bears are my king of the jungle. I stand for the pride. Beat on my chest, that's the rhythm inside. I got so much heart, I'm burning with fire. Can't stop, won't stop till I drop. Keep climbing for the top. Simmer down, you too loud, people around. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. No more sleep till I rest in peace. No excuse till I DIE. No to all negativity. This is how we were living free. Come to anyone who wants to celebrate from where they came to the outcome. Then from now, what a change. Pick at the pace, no way I can slow it down. Give me a minute of your time, I can guarantee all things work for who believe. All it takes is the faith of a mustard seed. Who can stop what was meant for me? For me, yeah, it's for me.
an NAL Finals rematch from 2021, but Carter, it feels a lot different.
It does feel very different. New maps, some new faces, but overall, Soniqs, who ended up winning the NAL Finals last year, just got their first win yesterday. I tweeted, by the way, they have a 100% win percentage when you and I are casting, so looking good for them right now to try and reclaim some of that former glory.
Yeah, maybe this is their chance, right? Get another win under their belt while we're still in the booth. And, you know, DarkZero, they aren't infallible. They are a team that has looked like they have a fair share of issues to still work out as the stage progresses. And honestly, I think a map like Border is perfect for the Soniqs. They had that decision. Do they want to go to Bank? Do they want to take DarkZero to Border? And in terms of overall play styles, it does feel, at least historically, that the Soniqs have the ability to play a little bit more flexible, a little bit more loose on a loose map like Border than DarkZero might.
I would certainly agree with that. One thing that separated the Soniqs from a lot of the NAL teams last year, and especially them on the attack, was Soniqs were a lot more lurkers than a lot of the NAL, where teams like DarkZero especially are the maxim of structured play. Soniqs, like you said, they like to mix things up. They like to get a little loose, but they were a lot more, again, lurkers when it came to getting those entries and getting those picks, and a lot of that identity has been lost going into this stage. But Border historically tends to favor that play style a lot more. As Connor also mentioned on the desk, to be fair though, the nice thing about Border, especially in the early round, you just do a couple things and you get a lot of map control, and that's something that DZ should probably excel a lot in because it's very minimal cost but maximum return.
Well, we talked about Soniqs' game yesterday. A lot of other games that happened yesterday, and if you're interested in checking them out, you can still take a look at those Playday 5 VODs, which are all uploaded onto our VOD channel on YouTube. That's Rainbow Six Esports. So check that out after today's Playday concludes. There was a lot of action yesterday. We've already talked about how amazing that OXG SSG game was as well, but Soniqs Mirage also fun to watch. You can see, if you're a fan of the Soniqs, get their first win under their belt. But back, of course, to the game we have in front of us today, focusing on if Soniqs can continue that success, if they can continue to put together those things that were working for them yesterday. They really did feel more like the Soniqs of old. It wasn't clean, let's just put it that way, but their entry was refined. Grixer started to find the scoreboard again. Kansan showing up. Even Super had a pretty good performance.
And one thing that SQ definitely struggled with, or at least struggled with in dealing with other teams like Beastcoast, like XSET, was they would give those teams a lot of room to breathe, and they would immediately fill the vacuum pretty soon after they either left the area or were never in it in the first place. DarkZero aren't that kind of team. I believe, as you mentioned earlier, DarkZero, one of the slowest teams on attack, which is certainly, and has certainly been true for quite a long time. So SQ have a lot just more room to function, but also if they want to play more on the site, DZ aren't going to send things at them in the first 45 seconds to a minute. They're probably not necessarily stalling out, but they're going to take their time with things, and that'll give SQ, even if maybe they slump back a little bit to their pre-Mirage performance yesterday, they won't face nearly as many issues as they did in some of those earlier best of ones.
Well, we also had a chance to talk to Grixer and talk to Yeti between yesterday's game and today, seeing, you know, what exactly they think was the reason behind their success, and if we are seeing the Soniqs at a turning point. Are they going to use this point as, you know, a springboard for the rest of the stage to get some more wins under their belt? They were honest with us, and they expressed a little bit of uncertainty, but they emphasized that it wasn't necessarily what they were doing in game that changed. It was more of the vibes and that team camaraderie that we saw improve.
And that's one of those things that when you're looking at a team's performance from, well, a viewer's perspective or even our perspective sometimes, it's incredibly hard to gauge. I mean, we have these, you know, this hour or so where we can see them on camera, see how they're interacting with each other, but beyond that, it's something that pretty much exclusively happens behind closed doors, and it's hard to gauge, in that case, how it's affecting a team, what it's like. Now here, of course, very odd to say this, but if you do want to take a look, see how the vibes are improving, take a look after they win or lose a round, see how they're reacting on camera, and maybe that's something they're improving. I know, talking about Grixer, he said that they felt yesterday's match was a turning point for them overall, going in towards the rest of the stage and going to DarkZero here. If this is a turning point, getting a win over what has been a upper half team in the NAL so far would certainly be a good way to get your second victory.
Well, as much as Soniqs, and this is a turning point for them, I mean, we gotta still talk about how important this is for DarkZero, because
course.
for the first time in a while, they are on the verge of breaking themselves out of the middle of the pack, right? They're just about to bridge that top 4, top 5 area, and they would love, you know that these players would love to make a statement as they close out the first stage of 2022.
Yeah, of course, DarkZero have had a lot of success. I mean, they were in that NAL finals last year, just barely losing it out to Soniqs. But when you think about teams in the NAL, you know, especially this stage, you know, you've got SSG, you've got OXG, you've got a lot of big names. And, well, of course, you also had TSM, but that was before they started having their current performance issues. But DarkZero haven't come up in conversation as much. They've been a little bit more towards that middle of the pack, just in terms of discussion, but also in terms of results. And that is unfortunate, given that there are so many good players on this roster, and when they are working together and everything is going in sync, and when they get their plan in action, this roster can be extremely scary to watch and to play against. I mean, Connor mentioned on the desk, Eclipse, when he is on, he can be a complete showstopper in the server. Hyper has been a name and made a name for himself for quite a long time. NJR, one of the youngest members of this roster, second only to Panba. Again, shout out to one of the CL boys. This is an incredibly important match for DarkZero. Overall, just for this stage in particular, to set themselves a little bit above that middle of the pack where they've been hovering for a good couple playdays now.
And I like that you mentioned some of the players specifically, because we've also seen, you know, this shift in DarkZero from being, you know, a core that struggles in getting on the board and getting those frags to, at least this stage, a roster that is developing that more and more. We saw Panba heat up a ton in that first week of play, and it's really been Eclipse, Hyper, and NJR putting up numbers as we've progressed through the rest of these playdays. And, you know, if they can put that performance up today, I mean, to be fair, they're going to need to. It is Border. It is a frag-heavy map that we are going to be diving into in just a moment. Our players seem to be ready to go, so we can dive into our lobby and see exactly what kind of Border we've got in store for us.
I believe for both you and I, this is our first time casting Border.
Yeah, since
quite a
the
long
return
time.
of the map, it's going to be an exciting one.
I've actually not casted a new map at all in CL since the map edition, so I'm actually quite excited for this game because of that reason, and we'll see how the op bans shape those out. First ban up, Thatcher. I mean, overall, just for maps in general, completely checks out. For Soniqs, completely checks out. For Border, completely checks out. Now let's see if DarkZero or if they decide to maybe change things up a little bit. Maybe get the Flores off the board. You know, you don't want to worry about those Rotero drones. Maybe take a Finca off, not worrying about that LMG or those grenades. A couple different options here, but no, instead it'll be the Maverick. Now normally in response we'll see a Cade ban taken off, but if that gets left up by DZ or the Soniqs, that could be a big risky play.
They were quick on this ban, so I would assume it is those Electroclaws taken off the board, but no, it's going to be the Mira instead, leaving the Cade ban up to the Soniqs, unless, like you said, they want to take that pretty sizable risk. Looks like they will by removing the Valkyrie and removing the intel she can bring to the table, but like you said, this is dangerous for both of these teams, especially for DarkZero. Starting out on the attacking side, they're going to have to work their way in the building without the EMPs of the Thatcher, not too unusual, but now without the breaching torch of the Maverick to avoid the electricity that those Electroclaws bring. They could be stalled out quite a bit.
Well, Border is a map that's similar to Bank in that for the defense, it can be and feel very restrictive when you're playing. It's very hard to play on site on, well, some of these bomb sites. So even though the Cade is still up, you don't have the Thatcher or the Maverick to take those Electroclaws down, it's still something that honestly might just bring the defensive side, at least again based on how this map is constructed, more towards the equilibrium, because playing on site can be very difficult, and having those Electroclaws might be able to go a long way. Another operator we see a lot on Border, Castle coming through, Yeti bringing him out. I know they talked on the desk, and it's certainly true how easy it is to acquire map control. You just go up east stairs, put down an OSA shield, and you've got basically a key lane on the map covered. Not only do we see the OSA, we actually see quite a lot of changes coming in the attacking lineup. Ying and a Glass Jonah coming out.
Yeah, we're seeing a big change from DarkZero and what looks to be an aggressive attacker lineup, to say the least here. And I am loving this from DarkZero, and honestly, this first round is going to be very important to see how DarkZero are going to approach this map as a whole. Are they going to play the DarkZero old-fashioned methodical style of Siege, or Or are they going to get aggressive and just send it into the bomb site with those Candelas and with the Glaz at the helm? Unfortunately, for DarkZero to kick off the map, they're going to lose a body. Panba at that, the Buck, the skeleton key, a vital component of soft destruction on a site like this, lost to a well-timed spawn peek from Yeti.
I'm excited. If this is the pace we're going with, Jonah, if this is the kind of matchup we're going to have, I'm glad Yeti showed us that. Have that being the first kill, this should be a good one in store. While the Buck is gone, you don't have that vertical soft destruction anymore. You can't go below inside of Workshop to say open up the floor in Armory. You still have some of the big players that we were looking at. You still have that Glaz with those smokes. You have the Ying with those smokes and those Candelas, and Eclipse on that Osa with that shield. But with NJR prepped with the Gone, he'll open up Archive's window very quick. That's another key position that the attack must hold if they want to put maximum pressure on these site players.
Well, Kansan feeling that pressure, throws out that C4, but comes up with nothing. NJR not even taking a lick of damage, and DarkZero using that to just send it on in. Here comes Canadian. He'll just run it on through the sandwich window. Candela's at the helm. Smokes to cover his entry. You can see Soniqs scrambling around to get back to site, but Canadian, he goes unnoticed. Grixer on his Yokai drone, gets caught completely off guard. Eclipse getting this plant down. Here's the coverage from Hyper, but he's missing all of his shots. The Osa shield, it can't protect the planter for that long, and Hyper, leaving his teammate out to dry, is now the last player for DarkZero standing. He's the one now caught between a rock and a hard place. He has to find 3 defenders. He's got ample time to do it, but a quick turn of events and a missed coverage by Hyper gives Soniqs the edge.
Canadian able to work his way into sight like that and get such a big kill on the Echo, and for all of it to be squandered, not necessarily because of major mistakes made by DarkZero. I mean, obviously Hyper being in that awkward position, it wasn't exactly the easiest angle to hold on those stairs. You can see him cross, but you need to be hitting those shots based on the way Hyper was positioned and able to take down the diffuser. I was really interested and happy to see the setup DarkZero were going for. You know, you're trying to bring out some new stuff, see that Glaz play on that Archives balcony, but now Hyper here stuck in the 1v3, just went over the opposite side of the closet, or on the filing cabinet, I should say, not a closet, but looking like here might be an effective timeout. You'll go in and bam. There it is. Rexon cleans it up. First round goes to SQ.
Yeah, he got shot at from the corner there with the 416, but he actually didn't quite realize where those bullets were coming from, so didn't end up clearing the close corner. I mean, part of the new border is that Archives room has actually been expanded quite a bit, and, you know, maybe that's something that just Hyper overlooked for a moment, didn't realize that there could be someone tucked in that corner to his right, and, well, by overlooking that, eventually gave up his life. But the round already was over at that point. It really was a botched execute that gave Soniqs the round win. Hyper was in position for the coverage, but Soniqs just barreled in the room, swung all the way to the other side of Archives to get around the OSHA shield and deny the plant. They did that expertly, and Hyper actually wasn't even able to pick up 1 kill on the coverage.
No, again, unfortunate position for Hyper, unfortunate round for DarkZero, because that Ying play actually worked out quite well too, so unlucky overall. But now we go all the way downstairs to bathroom and tellers. Remember when I was talking about how some of these sites are a little bit difficult to hold on the site? Point to me where is a safe spot to sit on this site. I mean, you have bathrooms, sure, but you're not sitting in tellers. There's a window right to the site, and if it's so easy to get east control and balcony control, there is no safe place to sit in what is a good majority of the bomb site. Most teams like to play this for the retake or play it up above, open up the hatch above bathroom, and then play for it that way. Hold the site by playing off the site. We'll see how Soniqs take that way. They've got a Mute and a Mozzie to deny that intel. Castle for the utility for those barricades, and a Pulse on top of all of that to add to the 3 C4s held by the defense and just a little bit more intel to sweeten the deal.
Yeah, so much explosive potential on the side of the Soniqs. Of course, DarkZero, they're going to want to echo that as much as they can. They do have 4 of those grenades, but the rest of that utility, well, it's devoted to Canadian and his, well, Osa shields. No explosive potential, rather a bit more protection for him as he chooses to work his way in the building. But DarkZero, speaking of map control, this is where they're going to set their sights, at least early on. That's what they've got to get done here. Grixer wall banged. Nice shot there from Eclipse, working his way over to the Passport double door and claiming the opening pick.
Yeah, they had a Z-ping on him, so excellent drone work by DarkZero so far. Spotting that Grixer is a little bit isolated from the rest of his team, alone inside a Passport, but now Rexon also going for a bit of an aggressive peek to bring this back. Spotted by Panba, but down the Finca goes. Excellent shot by Rexen. Back to the 4v4. That's what Soniqs need. Get a little bit aggressive, then fall back fairly soon after. East control, actually, Jonah, a little bit difficult for DarkZero to get so far. We have a Rooney stationed exactly in that area, and Kansan's got the right idea. Deny that powerful bit of control for DarkZero. They got to go other places, but this one's going to be more difficult than they might think.
And the thing with top East controls, it's very hard to take as a solo because there are so many different angles. The defense can just throw themselves at you. They can run out of a window here, run out on the balcony here. You need someone else to provide that coverage, and because Canadian is alone, he's going to have to wait a little bit longer to do it. He's going to wait for his team to join him and pressure that 90 hull. That's exactly what Hyper is trying to do. Joined by NJR as they work their way in security and break room, trying to clear their way on up and force these defenders who are positioned upstairs to fall away. They've been successful in doing that, but only 60 seconds remain.
Now we finally see the attackers fully moving on into the building. You know, we saw some presence over by Passport, saw some presence over in CCTV. Now they've taken East. They're setting up these OSA shields, but Soniqs have actually done an extremely good job at wasting this time. 40 seconds, and the attack only have this bit of control on border. Very difficult to see, but Eclipse is putting in the work right now. Cuts down super inside of the site. The C4 gone. Now this is where Soniqs need to start worrying, because it might not have been a lot of time before, but now with a man disadvantage, it's looking a bit worrisome.
Yeah, Rexen exposed here, but also trying to get aggressive, as is Yeti, who's actually retaking this top floor. DarkZero, almost all of them, in fact, everybody has dropped down, giving up top floor control. Dangerous here. Maybe Eclipse is trying to get involved. He's just going to stick this plant. Canadian does return to the top of East stairs to get that kill onto Yeti. Kansan gets one back, but now we are in a post plant. Rexen goes big and takes down Eclipse, but Canadian, a huge player in this round, will answer back onto Kansan. It is all up to Rexen. 3 kills so far. He's looking for a 4th with the C4, comes up with nothing. Canadian now vulnerable. NJR providing the coverage from afar. So Rexen, well, he's got a chance to tease this diffuser if he wants, but right now he's hunting for these kills, running out into the lobby, trying to find something, but it's NJR who goes unnoticed by the final Soniqs defender to take him down, and DarkZero, they'll tie us up.
Overall, it was a slow clear by DarkZero, and actually a solid hold by Soniqs off the side just to deny a couple of those key positions. Even with losing Grixer early, still able to hold down the top floor for quite a long time. But once DarkZero, of course, get the kill on Grixer early, but more importantly, get the kill on the super inside of the site, they've opened it up, and now this is where the onus and responsibility falls on Soniqs to play for that retake, to play those off-site angles and try to bring that back. But unfortunately, based on the position that Rexen had in Workshop, he could not spot the planter of the ace. The other two were also outside of positions, not for their own fault. They were trying to retake top floor, an important job to do, but once DarkZero had gotten ground, they did not give it up, and maybe if that plant spot was a little different, they might have been able to find it, but unfortunately, Rexen just missed it barely.
Well, Soniqs will not go for the same bomb site again, sending tellers and bathrooms, pushing that one off until later, potentially. Right now going to vents and workshop instead. Another classic site, and on a map like Border, well, it's all about the vertical play. We're going to say it every time. There is so much soft destruction on this map, arguably the most soft destruction of any map currently in the pool, that everything is about vertical. Everything is about opening up extra angles as attacking teams and, well, as a defensive team, leveraging that soft destruction to your advantage as long as you're maintaining map control. But of course, once you give that up, that's the attacker's chance to use that against you, and to do that, DarkZero, we're going to have to find a way to clear out this top floor first.
Yeah, and Soniqs bringing a pick that I really like, just an overall adaptation to try and give them some flexibility. Grixer moving to that Oryx. He might not bring a lot in active utility, but he brings what you need to make some of these defenses work. He just brings a T5, a 1.5, and a hell of a lot of mobility with those Rima dashes. He might not be upstairs, he might be on the same floor, but Grixer on this roam can do a lot of damage if he's able to just hit a couple spots, then back off, and overall supplement the offsite pressure for the attack. Now, Canadian has spotted him, and Grixer not aware of that drone, so they know about the area where the Oryx is sitting.
Hyper, a little spray through the wall, like you said, spotting out Grixer as he rotates, but now unsure of his exact position, just nervous potentially that there may be someone lurking around and hunting for that kill. A standoff right now, a minute in. We see Yeti positioned on those metal stairs, hoping that somebody works their way into his line of fire. But again, DarkZero, their priority right now is on the top floor. You'll have a nade come in, attempting to get this Electroclaw off the wall, rather the bandit batteries from Kansan as he positions here. But they're not going to give this up easily. In fact, Yeti and Kansan are not backing away. Even when this exothermic goes off, they're playing close on the breach. Yeti wants to get aggressive here, tempting a swing potentially, or just trying to go unnoticed, because right now, DarkZero, they're not actually pushing in.
No, they're still holding just for the moment, just waiting for them to move on in. It's a dangerous gambit by Soniqs to stay up here so early on, but if it ends up working out, and even if a couple fall, Super can play for that C4. He's also holding the window just around the corner. If DZ get over aggressive, they could fall, but finally Jonah, Yeti strikes, he takes down NJR, and you talked about that soft destruction. The sledge is down. There might not even be enough time, but DZ, they're not out of this fight just yet.
No, Pan, but coming in from above will equalize promptly by taking down Kansan, and we're back. Just like that into a 4v4. Canadian, his turn to step up. He'll take the head of Grixer. No more Oryx in this round. No more of that mobility. It's going to be all up to Yeti here, who's trying to provide coverage on both the top floor and the bottom at the same time. This cheeky position on the top of the server rack right now. He's stunned, though. Can't do much while he waits for DarkZero to work their way in, and when 30 seconds, eventually, they're going to have to get a move on here. They've got the Finka boost to help them out, but Canadian is quite lit up here. Hyper, you can see, nervous to push on in. They don't seem to have a lot of intel to work with. They don't seem aware of Yeti's position up top. Hyper walks right in, and Yeti gets his double. Panba not in position nor moving at all to get one back. Spots out the leg of one, but misses, drops down, gets it. But again, Yeti onto Panba. Where's Eclipse getting this bomb down? Nowhere to be found. It's Soniqs who win the round on time.
And that armory hold up top had to be the defining factor in that round. We mentioned how important the vertical is and how powerful it can be when the attack has it, when they can open up that floor and put pressure onto vents and put pressure onto workshop. But that was denied by Soniqs the entire time, actively and aggressively. They hold on to it for 2 minutes, and even when that breach opens, does Yeti retreat? Do the other SQ roamers retreat? No, they do not. They play, and Yeti even gets a kill. DZ might have answered back with 2, and that's certainly a very good play by them. But for so much time, 2/3 of the round to be wasted on that top floor, they're not able to make any inroads toward the site. I'm amazed it even came down to a 2v2. That just shows the DZ for making the most of a bad situation.
Well, Soniqs pulling that one out. What felt like this by the skin of their teeth, but making it happen. And well, now they can move on, find another site, play it with some confidence. It's actually going to be Customs and Stock right now as they work their way over to the other side of that bottom floor, the southwest corner that again makes DarkZero, well, forces them to decide, choose between a couple of options here. The classic border decision, do you want to go direct, in this case through that detention wall, pushing your way in, going direct through Passport and working your way into the other side, or like we can see Sonic setting up, do you want to clear that top floor and work your way down?
I mean, CC, there are a lot of avenues for the attack to go through. You can see Rexon looking through one of them right now. Tried to get a kill all the way outside into spawn. Doesn't go his way, but it's still a 5v5. He's not going to complain too much about that. But to try and deny that vertical, it's an important decision. But again, one that DarkZero, they have the couple CCTV windows. They can take east, move over to the balcony, and Soniqs, for all of those angles, have to actively contest them. It's not the kind of thing you can let slide, but as Rexon drops, he spots Hyper immediately, takes a lot of damage, and continues to harass him. But he'll hang out for the moment. Nobody dead just yet until there's Panba on.
There's the support from DarkZero, right? They come in from behind. They're not going to leave their teammates out to dry, so Rexon will fall the opening pick now to the side of DarkZero. Just the way they wanted to start. Hyper, of course, lit up in the process, but with some nice Finka boost for the remainder of this round, he should be nursed back to full HP, or at least close to, in no time. We can still see that Soniqs, despite the loss, are still trying to maintain that top floor control, and DarkZero, well, they're getting antsy, and it looks like they're going to go horizontal. We're not seeing that full top floor clear from them right now. Instead, focusing on applying pressure directly to that site.
I mean, we saw how hard they got stuck on clearing out that top floor pressure last time, trying to clear out Armory. CC might not be, or it might be a different beast, but still, this might be the best play for DarkZero, focusing on what they can control, but Super still getting active. This is SQ's secret to success on their defense. Getting aggressive, cutting down NJR. That's your nades gone. They might not have been going for vertical, but it's still a player you don't want, especially when you had the man advantage. You've now fallen. They've opened up a lot of really good positions, but because they're committing themselves to this horizontal and leaving off the avenue for the vertical, they have to push in and get these kills. They have to start winning these fights, and with Grixer's presence up above as well, if this East control fails, which so far it's not, it's about the only thing going good for DZ so far. Well, except these kills.
Yeah, great kill from Pamba. Hyper with the follow, and now it is Super who got an impactful kill earlier who needs to step up. Unfortunately, Canadian for him takes him down, no problem. Grixer, who is still upstairs, has to work his way back down, and DarkZero are simply not going to allow that to happen. They will tie us up 2-2.
And as I was saying, because they relegated themselves to opening up both the site walls and trying to play there, it's very difficult without that vertical to try to move in and get those kills. I mean, I mentioned that playing on border, playing defense on border is a little restrictive, but if you are only just containing the site, it is still a little bit hard to push in. You have to work those angles, you have to work those picks, and that's only when you get the opportunity. Not having the vertical can hamstring you. But they're able to get the kills. Pamba holding East, Hyper finally moving on in. If you're able to win even one of those fights, that's still the opportunity you needed. And so DarkZero getting that win and Soniqs immediately rotating up to Armory makes sense. This is one of the better sites. No need to do Passport twice.
Right, and it's unlikely that we're going to see DarkZero go for the same fast-paced, just sprint their way in type strategy.
No.
I'd like to see that from them. I mean, that's the kind of thing that we need to see from DarkZero if they want to have a chance of taking this out of Soniqs' hands, at least by forcing them to play that unique style. But we are, like we talked about, more likely to see them take it a bit slower in round number 5. This one, again, couple of options for DarkZero. They could go through that good old-fashioned old border ranked strategy where you just open up that armory wall and just send your way in, but more likely, we're going to see map control be a focus for DarkZero, working their way in across that top floor and just pressuring this site from as many avenues as they can.
Hey, I know you talked about that old rank strat, but that border, opening that wall, that's all reliable right there. That is the 1-2 step that you can always count on when you're attacking Armory on border. But to talk about one holdout from the previous attacking lineup, NJR on this Buck. Again, talking about old reliable, what's one thing you can do? Send Buck down below inside of Venson Workshop to open up the floor, but he's not doing that, Jonah. He's creeping up metal stairs, and what's he going to find? Maybe a roamer in CCTV or a defender in sight.
Or someone hiding under a desk in break room. That's what Yeti is doing right now. I mean, a lot of unexpected elements here in this round, but NJR, I think that surprise, he's going to give up on that for now. He'll back down and head back downstairs. Rexon will fall. Getting downed off screen, just out in the long hallway, out in 90, just falling victim to some early movement from Hyper. Not all that early, still over a minute in the round, but here's the play we're talking about. It is Yeti who's gone unnoticed, but Pamba, he read that perfectly. Yeti goes drone and has no idea, again, because he is staring at the back of a metal desk. So he falls, and there is nothing that SQ can do about it. DarkZero up 2 in the man count.
Yeah, I mean, it was bold strategy, Jonah. Unfortunately, it does not pay off, and now DarkZero will go to opening that breach. They have the 5v3 right now, and SQ have to start getting active in the site, which is something they've been able to do fairly successfully on the defensive rounds they've won. So even though they're down 2 bodies, based on how they've been playing and how they've been able to win those 2 rounds, it's not unlikely they could bring this back. Well, Kansan holding angles like that loses a lot of HP. They still have some important utility, but DZ have also shown when they can enter the site, they can get those kills, get those very late frags, but a nice shot by Grixer makes that a little bit more testy.
Yeah, Grixer will keep Soniqs in the mix here, but they're going to have to really get Kansan involved. They're going to have to get the rest of this team to step up, and here come the flashes. Here comes the action. Grixer gets 3, but he's not much longer for this world. You've got, again, NJR creeping in from behind, just desperate to do some kind of crouch walk play by the end of the round, who puts DarkZero on top. They'll take the lead.
And really, this entire half, we still have one more round, so it could be completely different, but the entire half so far has been those execute frags. Who can get those kills pushing into the site? Whatever work you do, whatever man advantage you have going in, whether it's Soniqs' 2 defenses or DarkZero's 3 attacks, it's all been a matter of, okay, we've set up our plan, who can get the kills in the end? You'd think that's how every round in Siege comes down to, but sometimes teams lose all their roamers, sometimes they lose all their anchors, and the players off-site have to rotate back. But it has been a stall between these 2 teams, a stalemate for a good portion of the round, and it's only then do DarkZero push in and win, or SQ fend off the Horde and get those kills. Now, going to Ventilation Workshop is a fairly similar story, except this one went the way of the Soniqs and not DarkZero.
DarkZero bringing out a lineup that's worked for them most so far. It's a classic lineup, emphasizing the use of the Finka. It's not too shocking to see the Finka so prevalent here on Border. We've talked about how much fragging potential this map can bring to a lobby, and, well, the Finka is perfect for the attacking team to just have a nice little bonus in terms of every single engagement they walk into. And during the ban phase, this is a map where we suspected we might see that Finka ban, but I honestly think both teams on the attacking side, they didn't want to deal with the lack of the Finka. They wanted to have her on their side as much as they could.
One thing I actually want to talk about, by the way, we will have a rehost coming through. I believe we'll have to see. It's requested. We'll see if it's confirmed. But one thing I want to talk about is we saw for just a second. We saw it teased by Hyper, but he backed off of it. We saw the Cali for just a second, and that's actually an operator I think could do DarkZero, and of course we will have that tech pause. I think could actually do DarkZero some good on their attack. They got stalled very hard on that armory clear, and while Cali can be a bit of a situational op, many players don't really like her that much because, well, you have a sniper as your primary, and in close quarters maps like Border, unless you're holding East, you're not going to find a lot of uses for it, but those Lances, her gadget, can actually do a really good job of clearing the bandit batteries off that wall. So if Hyper were to have stuck with that, I actually think that could have solved one of their big issues.
Well, I guess one of the big issues for Soniqs as well, I mean, it's just, I feel like maintaining map control for a certain amount of time, it just hasn't been working
hard on
for them.
Border.
It's so hard on Border. So, I mean, not to get too hard on them, but we're seeing a couple of creative strategies to alleviate that, right? One example is Yeti hiding under a table, hoping to just maintain some control of that top floor by popping up and surprising somebody.
I suppose that's a strat.
It's some kind of strat. It's risky, and it obviously did not work for them whatsoever. But that's the kind of thing you need to do as a defensive team on this map. You've got to pull out all the stops.
Yeah, it is. Going for those ratty plays, it's not always reliable, and I'm sure when Yeti went to hide behind this desk, he wasn't like, oh, this is going to work. This is 100% going to be successful. He's like, I got to do something. We need to get a kill. You know what? I'll hide behind the desk, and hey, maybe they won't drone me. Maybe they'll be so focused on other portions of the map, I can pop out and get a kill. Fortunately, he got checked, and I imagine that was not, an unlikely possibility in his mind. He was probably well acquainted and made his peace with that before it ended up happening. But as you said, that's the kind of thing that happens on Border sometimes. But overall, if Soniqs get a 3-3 half on the defense, I think they can go into their attacks feeling pretty good, at least for how this map plays. So even if they lose this round, it won't be great. Going down 4-2, not the best, but 3-3, that's pretty damn good for Border.
And we're still getting a read on what this map is and how it is going to play out.
Still very new.
Across not only in the NAL, but across the entire international Siege scene. Right now, according to the statistics we have in the NAL, it is very barely defensive-sided with a 58% overall defensive win rate, but it is still so back and forth, and we don't have enough of an actual sample size to know, is it attacker-sided, is it defensive-sided, and it's odd to say that right now the statistics are leaning defense given the map this is, the fact that repick is here, and everything else that this new meta brings.
And that's why whenever I talk about how the defensive sites are constructed on Border, that's why I clarify it with being how the map is constructed. Because while Border might not be the easiest time to play on site on the defense, it's also still a new map. A map that sure might have been in the pool 1-2 years ago, but it's still something that teams have to relearn, have to get their feet wet again, get accustomed to it a second time around, or if you weren't around then, for the first time. So that's when I talk about it's hard to play defense. It's hard to make it work on the sites that you're given. But again, it's a new map and it's a limited sample size, so the defense seems to be favoring it so far. Of course, if Soniqs get this next round, it won't be a defender-sided one. It'll just even out 3-3, and we'll see going back to Ventilation Workshop if they can make it even.
A tall task, though, because we've seen DarkZero continuing to heat up, stay flexible, which is not something we generally, not a word we usually use to characterize this DarkZero roster. But right now, staying clean, staying loose, and staying adaptable, showing that, well, if Soniqs change it up, throw a unique defensive setup at them, that DarkZero has been able to take that into account, adjust their strategy on the fly. But one element of this attack that has been oddly consistent is we are seeing some individual play, some well-timed, some possible rat plays coming in from DarkZero. This case, we see Panba working his way in.
The attack equivalent of Yeti sitting below a desk. Of course, he's not sitting prone below anything, but he's creeped his way down east stairs, and again, holding an important position of the map, a key rotation for the defense. And there's two looking to make his way over towards him right now. One of them being Grixer, takes a little bit of damage, and what does he do, Jonah? He runs away, heads back into the site. No point trying to contest that, especially with Panba playing with that Finka LMG in such a powerful spot.
you can see the drones that DarkZero have set up, the intel working for them so well right now. NJR gets that opening pick, takes down Yeti. Of course, the Aruni already utilizing that utility, putting it down and just setting it up and forgetting it, but losing him, losing that gun for the late round, well, Soniqs cannot be happy about that.
No, they cannot whatsoever. Soniqs, by the way, aside from just a couple rounds, 4-0 on the end, or well, 4 kills on the entry, and even one round got it traded, but that's the thing. Soniqs can still always mount a fight back. Kansan takes down Eclipse, and that's the Thermite gone. Sure, taking down the Aruni, that's whatever. I guess she can't punch walls anymore, but that's your only hard breacher. And what was their big issue? Clearing out Armory. Before they were able to open the wall, now they can't even get that.
Oh, that's going to be an issue that plagues them, especially as we work our way under the minute mark in round number 6. But Hyper is just in the site and getting involved early. He'll take the fight onto Rexen and win it. Of course, Rexen will answer back and take him down. Rather, it was Grixer who fell a moment ago, but Super is here, and he is going to stay in this fight. Panba dropping down, hoping he can get something going with this LMG.
Oh.
He gets Super through the wall.
Ooh.
Only one more to find now. It is all up to Rexen. He had a key kill a moment ago. Can he get another? DarkZero, they have time to slow this down. They have 40 seconds. That is ample time to take the pace of this round down, go for this plant, and really force Rexen into their hands. You see the nades coming in to delay. NJR now sticking this plant. The pre-fire from Rexen just barely misses. Now he'll have to get off and look for this fight elsewhere. Now it's a post plant. NJR
both
backing
low.
off. Panba backing off. Both low. Yes, they both could fall to Rexen here if he times this right, but he has to find them first. Didn't find the player up above. One player outside that vents window. Now on the rappel, sitting up top, waiting for Rexen to make the move. There's the first. Takes down Panba. 1 versus 1, but 20 seconds. Rexen needs to step up now. NJR on the upside down rappel, though. All he has to do is wait for the opportune moment to strike, and there is nothing that Rexen can do. He'll stick the diffuser. He'll stick the diffuser. No, he gets off it. Might have had a chance there, but NJR will eventually get the kill. A messy exchange in those closing seconds, but DarkZero will take the half 4-2.
I have to say, my heart dropped when NJR did not shoot him immediately and that diffuser reached 1 second left. I got very scared that that was going to be the way it was, a 3-3 half. But overall from DarkZero, you might not have might not have thought that once the Thermite died, they would end up winning that round, but they made the exact call they needed to in that situation. Hey guys, we struggled to clear Armory with the breach open. It's closed now, and we have no way of opening it. At that point, the call was made, the right one, that they just need to go on the site and get those kills. There's nothing else they can really do at that point, so that's what they do. Hyper goes in, Panba goes in, works out, not perfectly, but works out well enough to get them the advantage, cause enough chaos for Soniqs, and Panba especially getting a very nice 2-piece. If you struggle to clear out the top floor and you don't have a lot of time, or well, don't have a lot of time for what you would prefer, you just got to send it on in. But now we go to DarkZero's defenses, and they're leaning very heavily into that roam right now. We see the Pulse and the Vigil, the duo likely, giving intel to one and the other acting off of it.
I gotta say, I am loving what we're seeing from DarkZero so far.
Me too.
A true test of this new team. Like, coming into the stage, DarkZero, the idea behind this revitalization, right? They wanted to create something that they just haven't been able to achieve before. A team that can work with different styles, different maps, adapt to the meta, and this test of Border is showing us that they can. That they don't just have to play that methodical sit-back, 20-second execute style of Siege. That when they see an opening, even if they lose their Thermite, a core element of their attack, that they can adapt and make something happen. Opening duel this time goes to the Soniqs. It is Kansan who takes the fight against Hyper, and, well, that fancy style I just talked about, DarkZero adaptability, it'll have to wait a little bit longer to come in, as, whoa, my goodness, Soniqs are tearing them apart. It's Rexen through the wall who takes down the Pulse of Canadian.
I literally mentioned 2 players on DarkZero, and they're both the ones that go down first. I'm sorry, that one's my bad, boys. I'll take the L for you on that one. Soniqs getting a major opening in the first minute of the round. DZ holding the entry game firmly on the attacking half, and right now losing it dramatically going into their defenses. See the Osa for Rexen already setting up in position downstairs, inside of lobby, outside of tellers. Big positions that Soniqs have achieved right now so early on, and when Eclipse goes to peak, he falls too. this is looking like a Soniqs round if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, no kidding. 1:45 left, so much on the clock, and Soniqs, well, they have so little work left to do. They've just got to pick up these last two players, and, well, if they want to get the bomb down with only 2 defenders in their path, not much they're going to be able to do to stop it. NJR no longer has that C4. No other forms of plant denial, and speaking of, there goes the Cade, done and dusted. Final player alive, well, that's Panba. He's going to try to stop Super to go for the plant, but he can do nothing. Tries to even retake that top floor, but never had a chance. It is Soniqs who come back and take a flawless round at the half. Good start.
We've mentioned it time and time again on the broadcast so far. During the duration of this game, you have to be good on that realm or holding that map control to really have a chance in these rounds. Denying positions like CCTV, or if you want to play a little bit more fast and loose, getting a kill or 2 when you need be. And the Vigil and the Pulse combo was what DZ was betting on to do that, and they died in the first 45 seconds. What do you have left on Teller's Archives? We said it earlier, you're not going to play directly on the site. You got to play for the retake. And then they all collapsed as well. SQ got so much map control and so much of what they needed in such a short amount of time. There was basically no way that was going DZ's way unless they got those kills, and we all know how that ended.
Well, DZ, that one wasn't even close. So they've got to find a way to bounce back here. Changing up the site certainly could help as they head over to now Vents and Workshop, setting up a bit of a vertical extension. The use of those castle barricades, those mute jammers, those reinforcements, all in an attempt to maintain as much map control for as long as they can. The beauty of Border is that a lot of these bomb sites, if the defense plays it right, they can make the entire map feel like
That's a good point. That is a very good point. That is something that if you really have a really strong roam presence, you can make it seem that way. With a castle especially, you can make a lot of places on Border really feel like extensions of the site with those 4 panels, rotate holes made, reinforcements, and Cade claws dedicated. It's a fair point. If you're able to keep all that on lock, it really is like the site can take up half of the map. But that is the problem with it. It's a prerequisite. It has to be strong, and if that falls, the site is not looking good afterwards. But DZ have done exactly that. They've reinforced that wall leading outside onto the east balcony. It's reinforced. It's electroclawed. They're holding out inside of Armory like you would expect when it's a Ventilation's Workshop defense. We have to see how Soniqs have to take this down. No Osa to hold east this time, but a Nomad and a Zero to hold flanks. They still have plenty of utility to make that happen.
Well, with 60 seconds off the clock, Soniqs starting to reveal their intentions on this approach. Kansan seems interested in working his way down below. He's got the drone of Super to give him some extra intel to work with as the Soniqs try to work their way in up above. You see the rappel in on the balcony, and we also see Grixer working his way in on the complete opposite side of the map right now, maybe hoping to catch a DarkZero defender unaware, because Soniqs right now, it is just about making that entry, which it seems they've been successful in doing.
I'll see a C4 go over by Hyper as well, and unfortunately misses, but he's looking to get aggressive as those players move through the breach and look into offices, as it's just now opening up. Might have an opportunity to do that, but he drops a little bit further back. And we'll instead see, with only a minute left, Soniqs just now finally entering the building. Though Kansan, he's actually made it inside a bathroom, so he's quite far up. Could be pernicious for the defense to deal with, but it's actually Grixer who gets the most active early on. But there's Panba, of course, to jump right back in.
Yeah, Panba making it happen again, taking the life of Yeti, who's been pretty key in these opening engagements so far. But look at what the Soniqs have going for them now. Not a lot of time, and only 2 drones remaining if you take a look at the top left of your screen. Still seems, though, that without the drones, they've got a good bit of intel, because Rexon is able to spot out the location of another DarkZero defender and take his life down to the grave. With 35 seconds, though, it is Soniqs' turn to move.
And there goes all of the drones left for DarkZero. They got to rely on only those Zero cameras right now to get any remaining bit of intel they can. They've got the kills so far, and in the 4v3 it might work, but it's still problematic.
Yeah, Grixer, you know he spots out the head of another. It's actually Super who ends up claiming that kill. Hyper goes down. Panba now rolling through, tries to get something back, but can't. All on the shoulders of NJR, who picks up one. Spots out Rexon, can't quite finish him off, though. But Soniqs, they've got to find a way to get this bomb down or find the last kill. NJR ends up exposing himself to the angle long held by the Soniqs, and with another strong attacking round, the Soniqs will tie us up 4-4.
And if you take a look at that round again, we mentioned extending so far off the site, how you can make everything feel like home on border. It has to hold, though. It's got to hold, and even then, they hold that top floor. They hold office and archives for 2 whole minutes. They destroy every single drone the Soniqs had to their names, leaving them only with those Zero cameras. And what happened? Soniqs are still able to push in, they're still able to win those fights, and that's what makes the difference on border. If you can clear out that extension and still get a kill or two, get the advantage going in, you're still looking pretty. That's the problem with defense on border sometimes that these teams run into.
Well, it's DarkZero who are now in need of a defensive solution. We haven't seen them get overly active on the roam, and I suppose that's up to Panba to really develop. He is playing that Oryx and has the ability to get a bit crazy, to get a bit loose with it and start running at the Soniqs, contesting them at their early entry point.
And that's, I think, a really good thing and a really good adaptation by DarkZero. We'll see how it obviously shakes up. Panba could die early on, just like Hyper did on their first round on the roam. But if that attempt previously didn't exactly work, you know, putting all of your eggs in holding that top floor, and then once it gets opened up, the site pressure ends up the site presence ends up faltering a little bit. Having Panba be on an Oryx, be a little bit more flexible, able to Rima dash certain places or sprint certain places and support where he can, that could be just a little bit enough to fend off the Soniqs pressure. Even if it falls, make it a bloody fight as they go down towards the site. Right now it's still NJR, or still Hyper I should say, excuse me, holding the same position he did previously, but Panba inside of CCTV also joining him very soon on this top floor.
Yeah, really trying to contest and hold this top floor as long as they can, seeing if this adjustment could put them in a good spot. And again, we've got to ask, are the Soniqs going to head straight through that, or are they going to work their way in and go beneath and go direct? Because right now, these DarkZero defenders up above, where's the pressure they're facing? It's not coming from the east nor the west. They're sitting pretty comfortable right now. The Soniqs are yet to make a move. Again, only 60 seconds in. It's not the biggest deal in the world here, but DarkZero, they're trying to waste time, and right now it's working.
Yeah, Hyper prepped with the C4 right there, just like he was previously. He'll put it back. Still a couple of attackers primed on that top floor to move in if the call is given, but they haven't just yet. Kansan also working his way into the same position he did before, and now Hyper's starting to feel the pressure. He's got that C4. They're just outside. They're distracted with players on main right now. This is a good opportunity for Hypers to spring the trap.
C4 goes up, out, and over, but finds nothing. He'll drop away and retreat to safety. A missed opportunity, moments, inches away, in fact, from getting that kill onto Rexen, but instead, the Zero will be able to continue to set up cameras, giving more intel to the side of a Soniqs team who struggled with their drone economy in the last round, under a minute to go.
Under a minute to go, and whereas before they had 2 drones, now they have 5 on top of those Zero cams that they had previously, but it's still Hyper with the first pick. Kansan putting pressure inside a bathroom is an important little addition to the Soniqs attack that can make things a little bit more palatable going into the site. Now that he's fallen, DarkZero can sit a little bit more comfortably on top of their vertical control still being fairly intact. Panba 2 down below. DZ might just be able to bring this one home.
Rexen, though, creeping in, and Eclipse fries him on a pixel angle with that ump. Now it is up to Super and Grixer, who are just going to send it in the sight. Super just making the crouch walk in the middle of Workshop, and you're right, Hyper had no idea. Thankfully, he's got a teammate close behind. NJR will answer and take him down, leaving it all up to Grixer with very little time remaining. The nade will force NJR to go prone and duck behind the coverage, but Grixer, he simply cannot look in 4 different places at once. The diffuser out of pocket, the time dwindling away. DarkZero changing up the defense and focusing so much more on that top floor hold. We saw Panba getting aggressive, getting active. Look at that. It worked.
It is true, but also much of that was, at least on the office side of things, fairly similar to what they did before. Full reinforced, Kate Electroclawed. It's what they had previously, and Soniqs were still able to focus on that and get a couple kills and get some map control on, or at least taking down that roam. This time, they don't even look towards it. Don't even pay any attention to it whatsoever. They almost pull one of the OXG or SSG strategies. They're just like, all right, you can do that, whatever. It's chill. We'll just, leave that be. Except it's not that the roam, obviously Panba getting active once he dropped back down to the site made a big difference, but it's not like, they got 4 kills, 5 kills. It was really the site players getting a lot of those kills come the final minute. So I'm wondering what SQ decided to change up their take for, because it seems like it ended up just not really amounting to much throughout that whole round.
Well, DarkZero, having finally found something, they will head over to tellers in bathroom now to see if they can make something happen. This defensive lineup, once again, a little intel focus on the side of Canadian. Last time we saw him on the pulse, he did end up dying pretty early, and Soniqs ended up delivering that flawless round. So that's something he's going to try to avoid this time, as of course will Hyper. Not necessarily intel focused for the defense, but focused on denying the intel that we've talked about from the Soniqs already. Of course, right now, top left of your screen, you can see that 9 drones remain for the Soniqs, but keep an eye on this number, because on this map, DarkZero have been doing a very nice job at limiting the Soniqs' ability to keep those drones in play.
There's also a new addition by the Soniqs for their lineup. Yeti bringing out the Dokkaebi. This could be something when they go for that clear or try to hunt down Hyper and Canadian. They got the 2 kills early on, but while that was some good positioning, I think it was also some fortuitous timing for the Soniqs as well. This will be a good addition in tandem with that Lion to really make Hyper and Canadian very uncomfortable off the site. So I like that addition by the Soniqs with Rexon on the Osa as well to hold down East Stairs if he wants to. Soniqs are in a very good spot to turn the tables on the defense. If the defense wants to make it like home, with this lineup the Soniqs are running, they can certainly make themselves a campfire.
Well, Soniqs now pivoting a little and focusing on a horizontal push. You do see one player up above. That is Yeti, but the action now unfolding down below in Passport. It is Rexon at the helm, Osa shield in his face, working his way in and clearing his way through the site. Now setting up this shield, facing that double door that can look all the way across this entire first floor, mind you. Ideally choking off the rotation of DarkZero, preventing them from getting as active as they were in that previous round. While the rest of that team, while 2 players on the Soniqs are down below, maybe a third on the entry, there's actually Canadian who gets taken down through the wall.
Yeah, that Pulse can no longer look at the attack, setting up inside of waiting room right now. Grixer, Rexon, they can chill there and they don't have to worry about that heartbeat scanner, but Hyper's still alive. He's still got that ERC to roam around the map, and Panba is in customs as well. So you don't have the Pulse providing intel, but you have Panba holding the angle. Hyper actually inside a bathroom, not on the roam like we might have initially thought. So really, it's Panba to try and provide that offside pressure, and Hyper with the nice angle looking in the sight.
Good flashes, though, so Hyper cannot hold that angle off. If the Soniqs do want to push in now, the Toxic Smoke will come out, and, well, Super's going to go for it anyway, hiding just beneath the smoke. He'll be able to stick this plant. Grixer will get felled by Pan, but actually he'll get 2 with that UMP in hand, going big on the castle. Again, can he get 3? Just barely. Rexon will take him down, though, trading that kill onto his IGL back, but it is just Rexon and Kansan to hold this in a post plant against 3, but DarkZero, they need to get active now. Losing Hyper is going to be a problem. NJR and Eclipse, are they anywhere to be found? You've got him close on the other side, and Eclipse does go down to 1 HP, picking up the down as he goes, but it is NJR. He comes out of nowhere, getting the last 2, and DarkZero are able to retake the site and get the counter defuse.
Let's do a compare and contrast real quick. We did it in English class. Let's do it right here. What did we have in the first Teller's attack? 2 roamers off site, 2 roamers dead in the first 45 seconds, and a flawless round come the end of round number 7. Now, what did we have that time? Canadian being the first pick, the Pulse going down, so we have that little similarity in the middle of the Venn diagram, but the big difference that we had was Panba surviving inside of customs. Hyper might not have been off the site, but he didn't need to. He was holding bathroom, and by the way, some nice utility placement by SQ, I will say so, but Panba able to hold that position, and Soniqs not only letting it happen, but not even aware he was there. He picks up 3 kills just from that spot. That just tipped things and made it even sweeter for DZ's defense, despite it going to the post plant.
Well, it's a timeout now because Soniqs know they are facing match point. Currently 6-4, DarkZero in the lead. Soniqs in need of a 2-round comeback to keep themselves involved and send this one to overtime. Again, desperately searching for that second win. They won't mind if it's an overtime or regulation. They just want another win under their belt here. And of course, DarkZero, we call them the overtime kings of the West for well, a pretty good reason. They love going to overtime and pulling out the wins in the late game. Maybe Soniqs can take advantage of that and just get us back to overtime, flipping the script, taking it themselves, of course, but we are a long way there. Soniqs need to find a way to bridge this gap. DarkZero pretty much coming out of nowhere and taking the last 2 defensive rounds after Soniqs started off the half so well. But now it's DarkZero's game, and now the onus, like you said earlier, on the Soniqs to change it up.
But we're moving to customs right now, which, as we saw the Soniqs defend on their attempt, they held CCTV very effectively. DZ said, all right, you guys have that. We'll just, we'll have our fun down on the middle floor, and we'll try to put pressure on the site that way. They open up 2 of the breaches and then just try to play picks, and it ends up working out. SQ, that's a very risky game to play, and especially when you're on map point. That's the difference maker, because if all you do is open up those 2 breaches and try to work those angles, you're at risk of, well, not finding those kills, or maybe even stalling out too much on the attack and ending up losing that out. So for SQ, it might be a bit risky, but maybe clearing that roam is the play here. If, well, there is one, because right now there's only 2 players on the site, so it might be a little bit.
Well, some change coming in from Soniqs. You actually talked about the Cali way earlier on, and finally, we are seeing her come out. The one recipe that attacking teams could leverage here to deal with any sort of hard breach denial. In fact, we see very little of that on the side of DarkZero. It's going to be the mute, of course, in play. That is one element, but as far as the rest, well, it is just going to be up to Soniqs to get something going. You see Canadian down below trying to get active, trying to find the scoreboard again. It's been a while since he's found one. And, well, now that he's not on the pulse, maybe he can stay alive a bit longer.
And maybe he's able to make something now that he's got the MP5 and not the heartbeat scanner in hand. But Kansan, he worked his way into bathroom last time, but now he's gone the distance with the spot. He's moved in here from bathroom to vents. But Canadian, there you go. He's got that first kill. The player lurking downstairs falls. No more buck, no more flashbangs, and no more attacker who could get the jump on the defense.
Oh, that's going to sting for the Soniqs. You really need Kansan in a situation like this. That skeleton key, a vital resource in terms of forcing the defense to rotate up above. You do not have that vertical destruction that you were geared up coming in this round with.
Yeah, you can say goodbye to that. But I suppose hello to Yeti holding the broken monitor with a sniper rifle right now, just peering on in. Might be able to still hold a very long angle, taking up the Kansan position inside a bathroom. Bam! There he goes, but unfortunately misses the one shot onto Canadian. Canadian will just sit there right now, waste a little bit of time, dodge the nade as well, but if he wants to, Jonah, the benefit of right here, he's not going to get a kill, but he can always be the focus of the SQ attack, draw their attention away from the prize, away from overtime, and just stay inside events and burn more of that clock.
Yeah, look how well it's working right now. I don't think he minds if he lives or dies at this point, because he has wasted 2 minutes off the clock, essentially. Now 2 minutes 15. Soniqs are limited in terms of time, in terms of drones, in terms of manpower. They have to make a decision. Right now, look at Super. He's just holding an angle. They're not getting as active as they need to. Finally, it's Rexon's time to step up.
Still focused on Canadian, too. They're wasting a lot of time to clear this Malusi. He finally goes down, but what is there to gain for it?
Rexon, he's able to get that kill, but now he needs to find another. There is simply no time to dilly-dally. You're back in a 4v4, but look at this. It's going to be up to Grixer and up to Rexon. They forgot about Panba. He'll step around, swing from the metal stairs, getting Rexon and taking him down. Grixer, though, on the coverage. Yeti getting one with the pocket F2, taking him down. But Hyper and NJR, they'll go big. A triple kill between them, and just like that, DarkZero will silence the Soniqs once again.
And in some ways, that round was like many of the others. You had the difference that was Canadian wasting so much time drawing and tanking a lot of the attention that SQ were putting on him, and when in reality they still had a site to execute on, but SQ still made it close, and it came down to the same factor a lot of those previous rounds did. Just who can get the kills? Who can push in when things are looking grim and still get 1, 2, 3 frags to make the difference? So I have to admire SQ's ability to make it close right there, and they might have taken the L, but still a 7-4 loss to a DarkZero on the come-up. Still a solid attempt nonetheless.
I can't believe we're saying great job, Soniqs, right? They gave their good try.
Yeah,
That's where we're at in this stage, though, aren't we? I mean, it's the Soniqs who just have been underperforming, and like you said, it is DarkZero continuing to make a name for themselves and work their way up the leaderboard. This is exactly what they were looking for. We talked about their desire to propel themselves to that next level, to get themselves over the edge and really make sure that they are a top 4 team to stay.
And maybe they'll just be. Of course, we have so many teams on the come up in the NAL. Astralis from last year, OXG's dominance this year. They might be able to make their way into the top 4, but it's not like there's any slouches up there right now, and plenty of hungry teams on the come up to try and make their name. in the NAL. But of course, again, good work to DZ. Excellent victory today. And for the Soniqs, it might have been a loss, but again, it was an admirable one nonetheless.
Yeah, and again, it's these players on DZ we talked about who are continuing to, honestly, not just the new players, not just someone like Panba, who's that young CL gun we love to talk about, but these players who have been on this roster for quite some time who may not have had the performance that they wanted in 2021. Some of the underperformers that hampered this team as a whole, especially on that international stage, but at least so far in this stage of the NAL domestic competition,
doing good.
They're doing great. They're looking good. They're putting up numbers, and even for teams like that were the NAL champs of last stage, even for teams like that, I mean, no competition for DarkZero.
Yeah, able to take the victory today. And overall, Jonah, I'm just glad to see it. Glad we see a clean victory. First border again for me out of the way. First new map in the pool since I've been casting this season. I'm just happy it was a good one. And hey, that's it for you and me as well. That's it for us.
Yes, it's a bummer to say that, but it is the end of week 3 as a whole. It is it for you and I. I hope we get a chance to do this again, but we are going to send it, of course, to a quick break before we bring in our desk to wrap things up for the day. Thank you all once again for supporting us and tuning in. We'll send you to a quick break. When we come back, our host, our analyst desk, those beautiful faces, they'll be back.
Scoring every day. Champagne Perrier. Since 9-3, been in the box now, stepping up tone. Like straight out the sandlot, now plotting on the floor. I work hard, I show love, that calm and steady growing. Got this far, I go hard, let God take control. I was starving skinny, now my weight up, got no energy for hate to see you change.
Another 3 points for DarkZero, another loss for the Soniqs. It feels like, with the exception of yesterday, everything is just kind of business as usual. And we've got Panba from DarkZero to talk us through exactly how in the world they were able to pull this one back from the brink. Actually, it looked very much like another day at the office for a border game, but we'll see if that actually was the intended result. If we like border, if DarkZero wants to go to new maps. Panba, congratulations on the victory. It's good to bring you in on the interview. Talk me through DZ and new maps. We've seen you guys usually ban out the other ones like Skyscraper and Theme Park, not usually in your repertoire, but what do you personally think of border?
I think border is it's honestly a pretty fun map. You know, I haven't played competitive for too long, so I never played border until like a few weeks ago when they added it. The main reason we haven't been playing the new maps is because like we just didn't want to take new teams to it, but now that we're playing like more established teams like, you know, TSM, Soniqs, we're perfectly fine with going to the new maps, and I think they're pretty good maps.
Well, okay, Pamba, you've been on this team, you've been playing in Tier 1 for a little while now. What has been the thing that's been kind of worked on throughout the offseason? Obviously, you came back from SI, you had a decent result, you know, maybe not the hammer that you wanted, but you still played pretty well. What have you been working on in the offseason and then over these last couple of weeks? Because your stage so far has been good, but there have been some shaky moments.
I guess like the biggest thing we've been working on is just trying to find like consistency, you know. At Invite, we started off very poor, did really good, and then like ended off, you know, not the best, and just that's kind of how our NAL stages go as well. We just need to try to find like consistency. That's what we've been working on as a team. Just trying to refine like all the little things.
Alrighty, so your final 3 games of the stage go XSET, Spacestation, and Oxygen. Those are 3 very difficult games. Is there anybody you're necessarily like really worried about, or on the other side maybe really excited to play against?
I'm specifically excited to play XSET. Like 3/5 of those guys I've been best friends with for years now, and to see them finally make the league, you know, it's been amazing. I've been having so much fun with them, and I'm so excited to play them. I think that will be a great match.
So you jumped onto this roster quite a while ago, like Jesse mentioned, but if you had to figure out where the team sits these days after SI, after having, you know, a major and a previous stage of the NAL under your belt so far, if you had to give me a percentage, where do you think you guys are operating at? Is it at 50%? Is it a little bit above it? Are you kind of running full steam ahead? If you had to gauge it, where would you say you're at right now?
I don't know about a percentage, but I think we're doing really well. You know, we had a rough week last week, only got 1 point, but I think we're in pretty good form right now. Super excited to finish off the season pretty strong. Like you said, we do play 3 of our harder games, but I think they'll be good. I think we can close it out 3-0, but we'll see.
All right. Hey, strong words. You're going to enter the gauntlet and you think you'll get 3 dubs. I'm certainly hoping for your sake you'll be able to do it because a major berth is in question at this point. But still, congratulations. Good week from you guys overall. Enjoy this victory, and hopefully we'll see you back here for the interview at some point down the road. Have a good one, man.
Hopefully not, but thank you.
All right, thanks, Pan. But well, if we're looking at this from DZ's perspective, still in that top 4 to 5 conversation, like the pendulum for who's actually going to get that last spot continues to swing between a couple different teams at this point, of Beastcoast and DarkZero and Spacestation now like kind of having a little bit of a fall from grace, but still, for DZ, this is a very successful week.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think we talked earlier about how a lot of the teams this league have been able to get the 3 points off of a Soniqs. And DarkZero, while they were maybe a little bit more expensive, they had to give up 4 rounds for it, they still found those 3 points. That's going to contribute to their chances of making it to the major. All in all, the kid that we were just talking to, Pambazoo, definitely going to be the MVP in this matchup, 14-9. I felt like he had a really good second half. Some of the swings were really finding a lot of value, and the clears as well were also very strong.
Yeah, and one of the things that we focused on in the early game for the side of this matchup was DZ historically struggling a little bit on the entry. And hey, look.
Right, yeah.
They got a 6-5 split against a pretty solid Soniqs roster, like solid fraggers. So, steps in the right direction. Always great. Sure, everybody's kind of having to get a piece of the pie. You even have Eclipse coming in and having entry engagements. Not necessarily the most ideal situation, but if it gets done, it gets done.
Well, I mean, this is what we were seeing previously. It was kind of all on Hyper to get those opening engagements. Everybody else was like falling short. So now if we're seeing that spread out a little bit, I actually kind of like that, because finally we're able to see like that burden be spread across the rest of the squad. And so there's no one player that's like really tanking the entry stat anymore. And I think that's been a big help for DarkZero.
4-2 when they were playing on defense on this map, and then when we make the swap over, we're seeing a Soniqs do what they can to try to attack. I do like referring to the very last round, in this case round 11, as an example of everyone just trying to stop Canadian, and he, not single-handedly, he has some utility help, but he prevents SQ from getting into the building. The one we want to look at more specifically is round 10, though, because there's still a Soniqs execute. They managed to get Diffuser down. They've got some decent crosses, and then what did DarkZero do?
Well, this felt like a very classic round in the second half, right? Because what we were seeing was that the Soniqs were not taking a ton of map control. They weren't able to clear the majority of the map before they would go for executes. And for a while, that was working for them. And I do love this plant from Super because he's just under the smoke. Likely DZ think that this is not going on right now, but it goes down without their knowledge. But here's Pambazoo coming from Passport, headed towards the bomb site, going on such a big flank. That's 3 big kills, and that was probably my favorite moment from Pamba throughout this game. Perfectly timed to come come all the way in through custom. And now Soniqs, you know, despite having the kit down, they're in that man disadvantage. There's a nice little swing here that's going to shut down Rexon through the soft wall if you can catch it, even though there's EE1Ds beautifully done right there by Eclipse. 1 HP after that engagement. Rexon alone loses it to NJR. So that was like just a really defining round, I felt, for the half overall, because you see that early round where they're not able to finish off the majority of the map clear, and then they go into that execute and somebody's able to clutch up and make it happen.
Yeah, and the biggest thing was, once again, you were saying the timing of Panbo, because it's not like he went in and tried to stop the plan. He stopped the coverage of the plan. All of a sudden, that retake became so incredibly easy, because sure, you have Osa shields, but you're not playing them anymore. You have square control, but wait, there's nobody in square. The bomb is planted in a position that as soon as the attackers kind of try to leave sight, the defenders can just walk back in, and all the control in the world made it so easy for DZ. Beautiful read.
Still makes me wonder if the Soniqs and new maps is something that's not really going to end up clicking for quite some time. We've seen them so far try essentially everything in the pool, and it's been mid-success, I'd say. Obviously, the Skyscraper was still disastrous, like after that Astralis result. This game, definitely closer than like most of those previous results were, but can the Soniqs bounce back on Battlegrounds that haven't been played before?
I mean, they haven't played Theme Park yet, and they do play TSM, the final game of the stage.
They're not going to play that.
So maybe.
Because TSM aren't going to play Theme Park.
If that goes to Theme Park, I don't know what I'm going to do. Sure, I probably won't be here, but maybe my monitor will not make it through that stream.
What, you're going to punch it?
Yeah, straight through.
Yeah, I'm probably going to as well. Well, one thing we don't want to punch is our MVP. I don't know what that segue was. I'm just going to roll with it. Now, originally, we were thinking probably Sweater, because he woke up in that game against SSG. That bank performance was phenomenal. It was, I believe it was around 17 kills.
Yes.
However, our MVP of the day is none other than Forest. Who would have thought a couple months ago we'd be saying this about a player of this stature?
Forest, an incredible performance here against TSM FTX, managing to get the highest rating in NAL history with a 2.7 and one of the highest ratings that Rainbow Six as a game has ever seen. Combine that with the plays he was making on offense, going through with the F2, getting the plant down time and time again with the OSA plants. 9.0 KD, 100% cost, 18 and 2. The Tachanka play to end it out, that was the clip that we just showed you guys, the 4K playing on defense. Absolutely phenomenal playing for Astralis, and this just goes to show you that with this AST team, anybody can pop off, even the hard support, and make big plays like that.
Yeah, and this one just like brings a tear to my eye, because this is a player that I had been saying was so good and deserved the NAL back in Challenger League. People are like, oh, he's not even getting tryouts. He's not ready. Do you remember the last time he was in the NAL? He brought Maverick DMR. He's a troll. He doesn't take anything seriously. Look how serious those numbers are. Look at them.
In KD point of view, we already thought, what was it, Kino had a 7 or an 8.0 KD in that game against the Soniqs that netted him MVP back then for XSET. This, I don't know if it necessarily breaks overall KD records, but still, you never see a stat line like this ever. This is second only to Fantasy's 2.73 in BR6 at one point last year, which is the kind of thing that is still unheard of in Rainbow Six, but the new highest overall rating in single game North American history goes to Roman Bro. Roman Forest Bro? I wish I knew how to pronounce his last name. I just know it has, it looks like it's pronounced that way. Bofosan.
Yes, that's all you need to say.
Give me his IDs again. What, Obama.Embers?
Yeah, there was Obama.Embers, Bofosan, Forest-san. You can keep on going. There's Monkey PQ, there's United, and .ape. There's all these iterations, and now we have Forest.Astralis, and it seems like that's the best iteration so far.
So far, the stats prove it, and now he's written himself into the history book. So congratulations to Forest, you are MVP probably of just the whole stage. We'll just throw that out the window right now. Nothing's about to top that unless these last 3 days somebody does. However, the last 3 days matter quite a lot to the standings. Let's just take a look at what we've got heading into our last 3 days. Major implications are now on the line. We keep talking about it. We're looking at that top 4 spread. We're looking at the bottom couple of teams, but this is getting incredibly tight.
What is happening, Jacob? It was literally like 16 hours ago. I was saying, oh yeah, SSG, easy lock, Oxygen, easy lock, and then we'll fight for these last 2 spots. SSG is literally down in 5th. They've dropped 3 spots today, and that's because like there are teams like Astralis and DarkZero have come out with huge wins. SSG somehow losing to Beastcoast. Not a single person predicted that. So NAL, man, This is getting really crazy, and I have no idea at this point who could go to the major. It is realistic at this point that like Auction or Astralis could still fall out and not make it.
Yeah.
Totally, it's possible.
You know what the scariest thing is? There is infighting on the 1 through 6 seed. Pretty much all these teams on 1 through 6, they're all going to play at least 2 of the teams in the top 6.
Yeah.
Like Parabellum, they still get to play TSM and Mirage below them. They can all of a sudden leap through. And then there's all these other games like SSG, they've got to play XSET. And just DZ, we already talked to with Rob, with Panba, that they're playing 3 of the top 6
They've got a
teams.
gauntlet, yeah.
They've got 3 of the top 6 teams still remaining.
We've got like implication graphics and stuff we need to set up with production for these last couple of days to set the stakes, because it's about to get intense and hectic like it always is, every single stage. But for this one, genuinely not 100% certain about anybody. We're thinking OXG maybe, we're thinking Astralis.
Maybe.
Nothing is about to get locked down. However, the schedule for Playday 7 is as follows. Again, everything is really being shifted up. So we're looking at Astralis probably netting that win over Mirage given recent performances. Beastcoast can probably take TSM given their recent play. But that game right there in the middle, XSET versus DarkZero, is, I'm not using the B word, but it's going to be insane.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy one, and I'm going to do it. Barn burner. Jacob,
Stop.
that's going to be nuts. That game's going to be crazy, right? DarkZero versus XSET, with XSET being on such a hot streak, and DarkZero, their pattern of performance has been 2 wins, 2 losses. 2 wins, I'm hoping we're not going to see 2 losses, but their opponents are XSET Oxygen.
Right.
The top 2 of the 4 teams right now that contest with them for current major spots. So it very well could happen again.
Yes, and just overall, that game is going to be phenomenal. Like we said with Panba, he's friends with all these players on this team. You know, we see the pictures on Twitter. Everybody's going over to the DZ house. They're real buddy-buddy with everyone.
Yeah.
Or are they building kind of the idea of you keep your friends close, but your enemies closer? They're getting this behind-the-scenes scouting. It's mega mind.
To a certain extent, I agree, and I really don't know how these last ones are going to play out, because as much as we have expectations, it feels like there are 6 teams that could qualify for the major out of 4 spots, and there are really only 4 teams that feel like they're not going to be able to make it. Playday 8, the Wednesday matchups for next week are even more insane. DZ OXG to start with, Parabellum TSM looking like PB might be able to get some more points unless TSM can really get a turnaround on these last couple of games. And then we get the one I'm seriously most excited about, Astralis XSET to end the day. Is there a better matchup on this card?
Nope, I don't think so. Astralis XSET's going to be crazy. I mean, Astralis and XSET both looking so good these last few games, and presumably they're also going to look good in Playday 7, where they will likely grab a couple of wins up apiece. So that's going to be a banger. But Jacob, I think that throughout the NAL, there's nothing that you can expect. Even when we get into Playday 9, there's no way that you can predict any of these games.
No, seriously. Even though there will be teams coming into Playday 9 not having any games played the previous day, you literally have an entire week to prep for just one matchup, and that matchup still could be determining if some teams go or if some teams remain in Las Vegas and do not go to wherever the major itself is located in North America this time around. So, one last thing we need to check out: predictions. I know the coin didn't really move that much today, but I'm curious about exactly how much. 63. Oh, I'm catching up. We're close. We're getting there, because I think it picked Soniqs, right? It picked Soniqs in that DarkZero game.
I believe it did. I believe it did. Yeah, totally.
And so did Lynx. I'm really, really happy that he made that switch.
Under 50. Let's go.
Seriously. All right.
We need to get a reaction, because I'm sure Pengu probably was watching the stream and just you hear just glass shattering. Punches his desk. Maybe a couple of, like, the chair breaks, desk snaps, glasses in the background, like water bottles.
I mean, Nick is usually a very mild-mannered guy. You think he'd really go that far?
I think he would.
It's predictions.
It's prediction.
I know it matters. I get it.
serious.
It's fine. I mean, hey, we're making late comebacks on this thing.
Maybe.
I certainly hope so. Well, at least in this case, there are a couple of things that we want to say before we get out of here. First, if we could, in chat, please, could we deliver a clap to our good friends Jays Wills and Lynx for the work that they were putting in over the past couple of days on the broadcast? Obviously, Intero and Pengu not able to be with us for this week, but genuinely, from Challenger League, those two have been lights out this week. So please, go follow them on Twitter, show them your appreciation, and ensure that they get the love that they so deserve, because, oh man, did they really go through the entire ringer this week with every game that they had to cast under their belt. And for you, Connor, welcome back, and thank you very much for being with us.
I finally got to work with Jesse.
We did it.
That's the only thing that matters. Sure, like working with you, it just seems natural. We've done it so much, but I finally got to work with a Canadian. You know, It was nice.
Freaking great,
Even though you're on a box that's way
Okay,
taller than
well.
just to even get eye level with me.
You're on a box too.
Only to make it even.
Well,
you took 3 steps up, and then I'm wearing flat shoes. You have soles. You're on a
It does
bigger
kind of
box.
look like he's a bit taller on camera.
Yeah, see?
Just a tad.
That's literally the angle. I'm done. Aren't we wrapping up the show?
About so. Anything else you want to say before we get out of here?
Well, I want to say that I think all the new people to this week did a fantastic job. And Jacob, welcome to hosting. You will be the host for the rest of forever.
Wait, what?
You're stuck in this role now? No, I'm joking. But you did a fantastic job, and we do appreciate you standing in for Doa this week because I think you did a great job.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Obviously, we're hoping that Doa is able to return to his post, stand right here where I'm at some point next week. But yeah, rather nerve-wracking to step into this on the very, very short notice that it was. I hope that I've been an adequate fill-in for these past couple of days. It's been an honor to take you through the North American League. And obviously, the games that we've had so far just continue to rack up the content to make this kind of job the easiest and greatest job that one could ever possibly ask for. We're about to wrap up. Playday 6 is over. 3 days left to go. 2/3 of the stage are completed. And now, with the last 3 games to go, we'll figure out who is going to the North American Major very soon. Go home, tell your loved ones that you appreciate them, play some video games, eat some good food. We'll see you next week. Jacob, Jesse, Connor, have a good night.
I'm a real one, check my fabric. Look at my fabric, out of this atlas, I point way up. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play. Look at my fabric, out of this atlas, I point way up. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play. Look at my fabric, way up. Mixed with action, play. Out of this atlas, way up. I got a passion, yeah, play us. I got a passion, full static, ready on go. Don't let it unfold. Be smart, if you're ready, let's roll. Feeling like this, you never get in my zone. That's me, man, I'm standing on my own. Man, we ain't one of the same, one of the ways I do this all on my own. I'm back in my zone again, no way can I hold it in. Look at me when I'm growing them. I'm the OG cold and I'm cold defend. From the west to the east when I'm blowing it. I'm showing them how to make moves again. Look at me, I don't break rules again. I'ma go drop rules for them. Show them how to win, not lose again. Whoa.